Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. And support me for buy new PC. Chapter 99 An Angry and Smoking White Snake Fairy? Actually Jin Yang, no, there must be many more tricks that the White Snake Immortal didn't use, but the tricks are useless. Jin Yang's move of the Holy Sword was already persuading him to retreat, knowing that he could not defeat the opponent when resisting, so the White Snake Fairy also directly chose to admit counseling. I won't talk about this now, I will go back to Ryakai Cave for 10 days and a half. A month later. Jin Yang said the words that made Orochimaru feel horrified, and secretly squeezed a cold sweat for Ryakai Cave, but he suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Jin Yang ran to Ryakai Cave to do things, and he was very comfortable. When he went to Ryakai Cave, he almost didn't come out. The White Snake Immortal's personality was too difficult to control. If he wasn't smart enough, let alone signing a contract, he would have long since become a bone. In addition, Wan Snake has been at odds with him, and has to offer sacrifices all day long, so he is unlucky when he sees Ryakai Cave. I think it's pretty good, and I have to go by Jin Yang. After a visit, he felt very comfortable. In this way, Jin Yang spent half a month on the moon. Although Orochimaru is boring here, he can go to other places and walk around. There are ruins everywhere, so it can also be regarded as a place of interest. To travel. In his previous life, he didn't go out to play much, mainly in a better place. After going there, except for seeing the densely packed human heads, he couldn't see anything else, let alone after playing. It's enough to go there and squeeze for a day. So he simply started to play in the lunar space. He wondered if he wanted to find a time to release Kagaya, he could try to dig Kagaya into his camp. To be honest, he didn't understand Kagaya. What are you guarding against? Are the Ōtsutsuki clan Zibegoods worth guarding against? Kagaya is invincible on his own. Okay, it's just doing superfluous things. Of course, after thinking about it, Jin Yang still gave up. Although now Ōtsutsuki Kagaya has no strength even if it is released, after all, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya without 10 tails is an empty shell. But Rinnegan is real, so in order to prevent being dragged into the heavenly palace, he still thinks wait. In this way, Jin Yang spent half a month strolling the entire lunar space. It has to be said that this place is indeed quite good. It can be regarded as a tourist attraction, because people have long been extinct. Therefore, most of the relics here are covered with vines, and the cultural customs developed by these people are completely different from those in the ninja world. It is indeed quite good. After visiting the inside of the moon, read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang found Orochimaru directly, and sent him to Ryakai Cave again, followed by another violent beating. This time, the White Snake Immortal was so angry that he could only be pressed and beaten by Jin Yang, and Jin Yang's strength had changed again, so she was called in anger, but Jin Yang had nothing to do with it, so the final result was furious smoke. The percentage of Jin Yang has also been directly pushed to 10%, but it is a pity for Jin Yang that it is estimated that Ryakai Cave will not be able to be used in the future. If he comes again, it is estimated that the other party will either run away or just surrender, once or twice. It's okay. After more, everyone is numb, and there is no hostility. Maybe there is, but more are timid. In Ryakai Cave, when he reached 100% of the power of the sun, Yang's body was directly retracted from a terrifying state of more than 5 meters, and he became 12 years old. How different from normal. How did it change back? The White Snake Fairy, who was smoking because of powerlessness, couldn't help being sluggish when seeing this scene. The other Snake Fairy was the same. Jin Yang was like the demon god before, but now it has completely changed back. Can't feel the slightest wave of power, just like an ordinary person. Is it because of the special blood inheritance limit or other reasons, so the power is now exhausted? This was the only thought that popped out of the heads of the White Snake Immortal and the other Snake Immortals, and now they were starting to feel a little eager again, but the next second, before they could act, Jin Yang burst into a more terrifying body. The power of the sun. There is no change in the body, but the power of the sun has been completely controlled. At this moment, a small sun appeared in Jin Yang's hand, but this small sun is not golden, but blazing white, and the energy inside is fluctuating. The white snake immortal felt it a little bit, this time it was, the cold sweat broke out, this power was too great. If she eats one head on, she will definitely die. This has reached the level of real qualitative change, and there is no trace of power leaked out, so this color dust will be achieved. The white snake immortal is also able to perceive it by relying on the terror perception ability of natural energy, while other snake immortals can't perceive it at all. In the perception of the white snake fairy, this thing is almost an endless huge sun, and the perception alone seems to be cooked. It is not too scary. Thank you, my power has been fully mastered, and I will never come to Ryakai Cave again in the future. By the way, please warn Wan Snake. Next time I see him coming out, I will sacrifice. Come to Ryakai Cave again. Jin Yang left the last sentence and left. His goal has been achieved. He won't have to fight with others like a muscular man in the future. He feels that if he goes on like this, he is afraid that he will not go to soul philosophy. So now it was just right after returning to normal, and after Jin Yang of Hao Zhao left, the white snake immortal also recovered, immediately. Let the other snakes bring 10,000 snake over, and such a fiend in love was completely provoked by this BD. So the following one snake will be a tragedy. He has a snake that does not master sage art, how can he fight these, snake fairy, and there is also a white snake fairy staring at him. Therefore, although one snake did not enjoy the severe beating from the society anymore, but he enjoyed a severe beating from the snake fairy. It is estimated that one snake will never dare to put the so-called sacrifice on his lips. No matter how arrogant he is, he can only admit it when encountering an existence like the white snake immortal. The white snake fairy and the others have really spread the anger for this period of time on this goods, so one snake is called a tragedy, and the screams enveloped the entire Ryakai Cave, so that the snakes who heard it couldn't help but shrink. The tongue is terrifying. Chapter 100. After leaving Ryakai Cave, Jin Yang began to open the system eagerly. This system has appeared twice from beginning to end, once when the novice was given benefits, and the other was when the equipment subsystem was turned on. As for this time, it can be regarded as the third time. Well, this is probably one of the weakest systems. It has appeared 3 times in such a long time, but this third time, Jin Yang is most looking forward to. What good stuff will I get this time? God bless you, come with a more comprehensive ability, and the combat power is enough, let's bring a higher degree of mystery. After Jin Yang prayed for a while, he started to draw new abilities. There was no big turntable. He even saw that he only saw one draw opportunity and it was consumed like this, and then there was no more. After the system stopped, it exploded. The information came directly into his mind. Hi, this time is the inheritance of the memory type? Isn't it right, it's not just a memory, dear, although I want a comprehensive ability, but are you a bit too comprehensive? After knowing what his newly acquired ability was, even Jin Yang had to take a breath. No matter whether his climate would get warmer, now he only knows to take a breath. Jerf's Encyclopedia of Magic, I have already started all the lessons, this is indeed too comprehensive. This time, the things drawn are no longer a single explosive type of power, but are derived from the fairy tale world. Jeff's magic book, Jeff's 30 magic book, don't say much, although Gilf does not dare to say that he is proficient in all the magic of the whole world. But he is absolutely proficient in most of them, and the remaining small parts, there are many scum magics that he does not need. The magic behind this can be said to be a comprehensive Jin Yang brain pumping, and now Jin Yang just wants to stand up and say, who else, this kind of comprehensive ability, even if he meets any person in Naruto World, he doesn't need it. Worried. I used to think that space ninjutsu is very troublesome, but now I don't need to worry about these things. There are a lot of space magic in Jeff's magic book, except for the teleport type, there are various types of storage. The most powerful space type magic is undoubtedly Irene's World Reconstruction Magic. This thing can instantly reconstruct an entire continent, which means that if Jin Yang raises this magic to the extreme, he can instantly the entire ninja world has been restructured. For example, putting Konoha in the Cloud Shinobi village, or dispersing the army from one village and sending them to other villages, it is a terrifying horse. As for the Heavenly Imperial Court, based on his current understanding of space, improvements can come out in minutes, and there is no need to worry about these abilities. And these magics are now getting started, and any one of them is getting started. As the percentage increases, these magics will slowly improve collectively. Perhaps it is still relatively slow, but it is definitely useful, and the focus is on comprehensiveness. He is now equivalent to a heritage of world power, who can be compared with him. Even if these magics were completely brought to the highest level, combined with his solar power, he might be able to surpass Jeff in one fell swoop and achieve a true god-level existence. This time he made a lot of money. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang calmed down after a while, and directly used the magic axe for an experiment. The original huge magic axe Rita was directly reduced to the size of the fingertip of the little finger, but it was already. The zoom in and zoom out magic comes from Brandish, but in the same way, Jeff is also proficient in the magic of the 12 shields. The magic just started can only narrow this. Looking at Zyuchen's magic axe Rita in his hand, Jin Yang is a little bit interested, but after all, he has just started, and he can't do the same as Brandish, which can shrink an island. Developed to the extreme, it is estimated that a city can be instantly transformed into, smaller than an ant, but now he can't do it. After returning the magic axe Rita to its original appearance, Jin Yang went directly to Orochimaru, and his body instantly disappeared in the same place, the fairy tale Meister's space magic, and there was a memory modification on this guy. Magic. This is also a super magic, but it can only be modified slightly, adding some, and it cannot be viewed. Of course, deletion is also possible, but it can also be restored, but it cannot be viewed, and subtle modifications cannot be made. For example, you can insert one. Remember, I am your friend, but I can only use it for the weak, and the strong can easily find the problem, so this magic is actually not so good and so convenient. In fact, there are more powerful memory modification types of magic in Jeff, but Jin Yang doesn't want to use it to his own people, thinking that the people around him have been modified by his own memory, and feel a little bit responsive. As for the enemy, let alone if you need it, you can just kill it directly. He won't use this kind of magic unless you have to, and he can't use it at this stage. He needs to gradually become stronger. These magics are even more exaggerated than Mestre's body. Even Jeff and his son are known to be proficient in all the magic in the world, and Jeff's encyclopedia of magic is undoubtedly the foundation of a world. These magics, no matter whether he is hostile or friendly, but Jeff basically knows how to do it, all proficient, and the horror is extreme. Well, you are. Seeing that Jin Yang was completely restored to normal form during the day, Orochimaru couldn't help but was stunned. Although Jin Yang was suppressed by Rita before, Jin Yang's power would not explode, but his body shape would change, and now Orochimaru is sure it belongs to the daytime. This means that Jin Yang can also become a normal form during the day, and the way Jin Yang suddenly appeared just now makes him unable to help but think of Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god also has such an effect, but Jin Yang seems to be more crisp. I can fully control my power, so even in the daytime, my body will not change much, and I have also gained some special power. Jin Yang didn't say much about what his abilities are. Orochimaru is his own. He won't hide it if he asks a few things, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't ask, but there are indeed many restrictions when I just started, and I just rushed over to use the space several times. Just moved, the distance is too short. Completely mastered. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. As for Jin Yang's strength, in fact, almost everyone in the ninja world has speculation. Everyone has always been puzzled about how strong his strength is, which everyone is very puzzled. It also includes Orochimaru. After joining Rock Shinobi, Orochimaru also has a certain understanding of Jin Yang's strength, the strongest at noon, but no one has ever seen Jin Yang's hands-on scene at noon. At most, I saw the pressure and power that Jin Yang exudes at noon, the specifics are not clear. Now that Jin Yang has completely mastered this power, Orochimaru is curious about how strong this power is. If you burst out with all your strength, it won't be a big problem to blow up the moon. Jin Yang directly said an answer that made Orochimaru's creepy, blowing up the moon or something, it's too much. Chapter 101. Really? Orochimaru's hands couldn't help but tremble a little. With the existence of ninjas, in the later stage, the strength is indeed amazing. For example, although he is not the type of littering big moves, but there are also sets of forbidden techniques. Summoning is a 10,000 snake. If there is no strong resistance, it can easily destroy a town. And like Jiraiya, throwing out a sage art fire style is enough to burn a large area, but Orochimaru feels that these things are pediatrics in the pediatrics, garbage in the garbage. They are still, you can blow up the moon. What kind of power? Orochimaru said that his genius brain can't imagine such a scene. Compare the situation on the moon. Doesn't it mean that Jin Yang can easily destroy the ninja world? Why would such an ability appear on a teenage boy is too exaggerated. Sage of Six Paths or something has already been Orochimaru. I left it behind, but I didn't see it with my own eyes, and Orochimaru still felt a little unrealistic afterwards. Of course it's true, but you don't think it is very powerful, just this huge Tenseigan, you have manipulated it. You also know that you can easily move this moon. Pay attention, it is moved, not destroyed, and it bursts out. With the power of, you can still cut this moon. This level of power may be a little difficult to understand, but it's not completely incomprehensible. Jin Yang shook his head. In the later stage, he didn't destroy the world. Of course, he didn't care anymore. As long as he mastered Jeff's Encyclopedia of Magic and incorporated his own sun power into it, he was the only god in this world. Without fusion, he is also invincible. Really Tenseigan, it's really enviable. So what are your plans now? Orochimaru also understands that after knowing the existence of this terrifying power, he will only work harder to research, find, and break through, until the Tenseigan is created, but the general Tenseigan is definitely not comparable to this huge Tenseigan. At least if you want to pull the moon, only this huge Tenseigan can do it, but for Jin Yang, there are still some doubts. If you don't see it with your own eyes, he will not completely believe it. After all, this huge Tenseigan was saved by others for so many years. Yes, and Jin Yang is just a person. Planning, it is indeed a bit. I will stay on the moon for a while, and then maybe we can try to open that thing. Through the skylight, Jin Yang can see the sphere floating outside at the core position. It is the main body of Kagaya. The real seal is on the central sphere. Similarly, this thing is also something that maintains the normal operation of the moon. Of course, after releasing Kagaya, the huge Tenseigan can be used to keep the moon running. This is not a big problem. Jin Yang also wondered whether to release Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. With his 3-inch tongue, it is not too difficult to dig Kagaya into his own village. Read more at fictionzone.net. What's going on in Kagaya's situation is, the form of a little woman, insecure. She has a strong sense of guard, and she has long been inferior to the golden style and the Ōtsutsuki peach style even in her own strength. No. Kagaya, Naruto, and the two pillars who had been incomplete were already yin and yang, and Kagaya was finally sealed off. And Tao Shi, even if they were integrated, they were beaten by Suzu Nine Tails once. Even at the time, the two of them did not have the ultimate yin and yang escape, and their strength slid out of 6, but they did the same after fusion. But Naruto teamed up with the two pillars. In the end, he was even killed by Erase Non, shame. The night defense is a bit too much. It is like casting a 30-meter high, several meter thick super city wall, only to defend against a group of peasants, the diamond iron wall to prevent mosquitoes. So as long as Jin Yang shows strong enough power to let Kagaya know that he can be blessed, it is not a problem to poach Kagaya, and Kagaya poached. Then Black Zetsu still need to talk. Wait until Obito and Uchiha Madara tear each other. Suddenly Kagaya and Black Zetsu popped out. Jin Yang felt a little funny after thinking about the scene, but to prevent Kagaya from doing things, he still took some time to familiarize himself with these magics to prevent Kagaya Byakugan from having some power or being able to use the sky. Yuzhong. These magic types are too many and too comprehensive, so it takes a lot of time to get acquainted with it. When the time comes, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya will be released, but Jin Yang himself feels a bit funny. All this is digging into Kagaya, and it is estimated that it is only him. Got it. 0. Are you sure you said that the seal inside is Lu Dao's mother? Is it really okay to release it? Orochimaru's eyelids twitched again. No problem, the power of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya comes from 10 tails. Without 10 tails, she is an empty shell. It is not easy to deal with, but it is definitely not difficult to deal with. At this time, it is not a big problem. But then you need to use Tenseigan to top her position, otherwise there will be problems with this moon. Jin Yang said that the gravity inside and outside of the moon, etc. all originate from the central seal. Once it is broken, if something is not found and replaced, it will simply be abolished. You can figure it out, anyway, you never fight insecure battles, right? Orochimaru said that he didn't want to say much anymore. Regarding Jin Yang's full digging skills, he was convinced, and he planned to dig all the mothers of Sage of Six Paths. People have nothing to say. Then do this for the time being, and when I'm ready, let this guy out. Jin Yang nodded, and sealed this kind of thing. One is the same as Black Zetsu, using infinite Tsukuyomi to release, but there are also violent releases, just like the continuous impact of the sealed tail beast. He can also violently break the seal. His power of the sun, the seal of the burning area, is not a problem. After chatting with Orochimaru for a while, Jin Yang left again and went to test his magic. He would not use all of these magics, such as the flame type, with the shape of fire, and the dragon of fire, the god of fire, the evil of fire, and so on, etc. a lot. Jin Yang has just started now, and he can't make it into a kind of fusion. This can only be possible after he has fully mastered it. Before fusion is possible, so for the time being, it is natural to choose the most practical one to use. There is not much need for attack power, but space, time, control, spirit, seal, etc. is very useful. Even if he sets a magic seal, people in this world his eyes are blacked out, and he doesn't know anything, because it is not a system at all, so once he gets his seal, it will only be violent. There is no way. He didn't have a chance to make tricks, he must be familiar with these magics and prepare for the future. Chapter 102. This time, Jin Yang literally spent 3 months. He is now 13 years old. It took him 3 months to learn some very good magic that suits him. During the period, he tried the most. I tried to learn from Jeff and made some demons, but they all ended in failure. His magical attainments are still too weak, so he wants to create powerful demons, like the gate of the underworld. Demons are impractical, but little trash devil, but these, little devil, he was speechless to the extreme when he saw it, so he simply gave up. Wait until you have more palms in the future. Hold the grasp and try again. If you really create a powerful demon, it can be regarded as a strong guarantee for the people around you. This is more real than any cultivated person. After 3 months, he got used to a lot of magic, after which Jin Yang found 370. Get Orochimaru and get him ready. Let's get started. I also want to see the appearance of the ancestor of Chakra. After all, this is the origin of Chakra. Orochimaru's research desire suddenly began to burn. If you get some of Kagaya's blood, can you study more powerful and terrifying things? When I think of this, Orochimaru can't help but tremble with excitement. Let me remind you first, it is best not to do some strange experiments before you can fully grasp it, otherwise it will be very troublesome to make things happen. Jin Yang looked at Orochimaru and knew what this product was thinking. This product has often talked about this in front of him during this period. If he gets Kagaya's blood, it may really speed up the cultivation of Tenseigan. However, if you are not careful, you may be able to do something with this product. Don't play things like birth crisis at that time, that is the worst, so it is better to sit back and relax. I know that you don't need to remind me of this kind of thing. Besides, studying these things, how can there be no risk? But isn't there still you there? You have your invincible strength, even if something goes wrong, what can you do? Orochimaru said very simply, I don't know when. Uncle Snake actually learned to find a backer. Obviously scientists should be very rigorous. He can only pray that Orochimaru's research will not go wrong, but based on the original Uncle Snake situation, there shouldn't be much problem. Jin Yang feels that he should find some assistance for him, such as pockets. But the pockets are not easy to control, so let Orochimaru handle it. Orochimaru will look for it if he lacks people. Jin Yang is too lazy to interfere. Orochimaru's imperial way is still possible. Read more at fictionzone.net. After warning Orochimaru, Jin Yang didn't continue to talk nonsense, but flew directly to the position of the moon's core. Similarly, he still held a huge Tenseigan in his hand. Open. The blazing white flame formed a ball of one and hit the seal directly. Don't look at this small size, but the powerful horror of the power of the sun after this is completely mastered. The instantaneous burst power is comparable to 10 tails. The tailed beast bomb of 10 tails is enough, and the tailed beast bomb of 10 tails is enough to cause extinction damage in a large area. The terrifying explosion caused the core position to open, and it turned into a meteor to rush to the ground. The power of the seal was also burned by the power of the sun, and Jin Yang was immediately controlling the huge Tenseigan stayed in the air. This thing has some intelligence. If you don't care about it, just give him a command, and the thing will execute this command forever. Just like the usage in the original book, it needs to be directly controlled, but this thing can be continuously pulled. The moon smashed into the ninja world. At this moment, the huge Tenseigan had replaced Feng's core and maintained the normal operation of the moon. It's done, then the next step is Kagaya. After Jin Yang suspended the Tenseigan at the core of the moon, he looked down at his feet, and soon reached a white figure. In fact, he was very curious at that time, why Kagaya would only continue to grow his hair when he was sealed. Weird enough. Here, where is it? Kagaya, who had just broken the seal, was lost. She was sealed for thousands of years, and now she is also lost. This is the inside of the moon, but you shouldn't be very clear about it. In other words, this is the inside of a small planet created after Hakata and Hamura sealed you. I released you from the seal just now. Jin Yang fell to the ground at this time, looking at Kagaya and said, Hey, I and Hamura have sealed the seal. I remember, I was sealed, but who are you? Why did you let me out and how did you do it? Kagaya is now full of doubts. She can detect some chakra from Jin Yang, but such a little chakra, compared to her at the beginning, is really too much worse. A little bit of water and water. The gap between the lakes is 0. My name is Jin Yang. I am a member of the ninja world, which is the world developed after Yi. As for why I let you out, and how to do it, it's a little troublesome to say. The seal was violently blown away. As for the reason for letting you out, it was also to invite you to join the forces I belong to. Jin Yang didn't know how to say it, there were too many things to say, and he didn't know where to start. Can you tell me more specifically about the forces you belong to? At this moment, Kagaya didn't come out during the Fourth World War, crazy, mainly because she didn't have the strength. When the Fourth World War came out, most of Ten Tails' power had been integrated into her body, and she was in the ninja world, she knew specific situation. But now that she was released, she had no power, and she was not in the shinobi realm. She was completely confused. In desperation, Jin Yang can only give Kagaya some knowledge, such as the operation of Yui and Yamura after she was sealed, as well as the changes in the ninja world. Although Jin Yang is not clear about the specifics, he still knows in general some. Then there is the current Ninjakai 3. Formula 1, but it took a lot of time to finish speaking, and after Kagaya listened to these words, his temper came up. In fact, if he changed to Jin Yang, he would be upset to the extreme. His power was divided into so many. The number of copies. She is obviously used to defend against foreign enemies, of course, because she is too courageous, so the methods are a bit excessive. Now I know that future generations will already use her power, but my ancestor has been sealed for thousands of years, and it is unbalanced to change it to Jin Yang. It is estimated that he also wants to destroy the ninja world, which is too awkward. Of course, she just thought about it, now she only has a little bit of protection, and the combat power is almost nothing for Jin Yang. Chapter 103. Whether you feel confused or even a little overwhelmed now, even if you want to take back your chakra is a huge problem. After Jin Yang recounted the situation in the shinobi world, he looked at Kagaya, who was completely angry and confused, and said, You know, but why do you dare to let your concubine go out? Kagaya wondered. She did need chakra, so she would definitely find a way to capture chakra later, but this person knew these things and released her, which is a bit strange. I am very clear about the situation you said, but if you can do it, I don't have the confidence to let you out. If you want to regain your strength, you need 10 tails, and 10 tails need other tail beasts fusion. But now only our Rock Shinobi has 4-headed beasts, and how much, it has a good relationship with me. Do you think you can beat me with the power to break the seal? It's not that I hit you, even if it is you may not beat me with 10 tails, let alone now. I know a lot about you. You are defending against the Ōtsutsuki clan, right? After all, your clan is indeed a bit special. If you are chased by Ōtsutsuki clan in the later period, the threat to you is indeed it's very big. Because of excessive worry and lack of security, I started to make white Zetsu, but you are indeed stupid. Just the ones you made. White Zetsu, I will go down with one move, 100,000 white Zetsu will be destroyed. I really don't know if you made these, whether the cannon fodder came out to block yourself or to defend against foreign enemies. Your strength was actually very good at the beginning. I know some news about the Ōtsutsuki clan, Ōtsutsuki Gold style, Ōtsutsuki Peach style, Ōtsutsuki Yura style, 3 people, but unfortunately none of them are your opponents. I just blame yourself for being too careful. You obviously have invincible strength, but you have done so many stupid things. It is obviously impossible for you to restore all your power in front of me, but I can help you. You join us Rock Shinobi, and I will help you block the Ōtsutsuki clan who come to you. How? Jin Yang smiled and asked. In fact, he is now, in the empty glove, the white wolf, the peach style them, they are here to find the tail beast, that is, the chakra fruit, not Kagaya, so I must be with him. Enemy. Jin Yang doesn't even have to think about this. If Kagaya can join Rock Shinobi directly, wouldn't it be better? Why do you know this? Kagaya was puzzled. Of course she is familiar with these names, but where did Jin Yang know it? Although she did leave some records in the country, she did not leave some specific records. She stole the fruit, so she must be sure afterwards. Will be questioned, no one knows these things, but Jin Yang directly said these names. At this moment, if Jin Yang didn't have any characteristics of the Ōtsutsuki clan at all, Kagaya would have doubted whether the person in front of him was the Ōtsutsuki clan. Although she did not have the power, Byakugan was still there. Read more at fictionzone.net. Don't worry about it, you have eaten the chakra fruit, and it will not let you go later, so you need enough strength to protect you now, and I have it. I only need you to join our ninja village, and that's it. What about your decision? Jin Yang smiled and asked. The others are secondary. Now the most important thing is Kagaya's own plans, but she seems to have no other plans. After all, she has been forced to do so. People who come to chase the concubine body also know that the strength of the concubine body is not clear. If you only rely on the extremely barren chakra in your body, the concubine body thinks that you can't do this. Kagaya shook her head. The chakra in Jin Yang's body plunged her into extreme suspicion, and she is still a little worried. After all, she was betrayed by her own son. Although she herself did a lot of nonsense, both sides were there is a problem, and undoubtedly his son's problem is bigger. The strength is simple, it just happens to be here on the moon. Come with me, since you doubt my strength, then I will let you see how my strength is. Jin Yang said with a smile, he has never lacked something like power, he didn't use chakra, and Kagaya couldn't see the essence of his power. Kagaya was also very curious about where Jin Yang came from. At the same time, Orochimaru also chased him. Uncle Snake, your speed is a little slow. After seeing Orochimaru chasing after him, Jin Yang was a little bit spit. This place is not close to where we are. It's not that everyone is as perverted as you. Also, although the core was replaced by Tenseigan in time just now, the laboratory was still affected, and I came here after cleaning up. Orochimaru flipped a Byakugan. On the perversion, Jin Yang turned out to be more perverted. After that, Orochimaru set his sights on Kagaya. It was the first time that he really saw this. Chakra ancestor. The chakra reserves are okay, and the chakra reserves in his body are many times larger than yours. When Kagaya said these words, that Deep skeptical tone was revealed without modification or processing at all. I don't use chakra, I learned chakra. At first it was just for the convenience of doing something. Now I don't practice chakra anymore. Jin Yang said helplessly 30, and then took the two of them all the way to the big pit that led to the outside. Fortunately, the outside of the moon is also aerobic, so a pit is not too big. Problem. After leaving the interior of the moon, the direction of gravity directly changed, allowing them to stand directly on the outside of the moon. From here, you can clearly see the ninja world. Here is Ninja World. Looking at the world under his control at the beginning, Kagaya doesn't know what he is thinking at this moment. It is probably because he is constantly feeling emotional. Yes, it is Ninja World, but unfortunately it is no longer your back garden, and I will not allow this place to be your back garden. Jin Yang nodded. Now in the nature of Ninja World, it should be regarded as his back garden. Although that seems to be a bit problematic, the facts are in front of him. Speaking of it, you also created a black Zetsu to stay and help you out of trouble, right? I will find him later when I have time, but once you appear in the ninja world, it is estimated that we do not need us to find him, he will be very fast. I came here directly. Looking at Ninja World, Jin Yang couldn't help but think of a certain Ōtsutsuki Agarwood Black Zetsu. The perseverance of this product is not comparable to ordinary people. Chapter 104. Black Zetsu? He probably has given up too. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya also remembered that Black Zetsu had come. She didn't know much about Black Zetsu, but she hadn't been released for thousands of years, so she probably gave up. If you say this, you have wronged people. They have planned for your freedom for thousands of years. You know, when you made Black Zetsu, you didn't give him any fighting ability, so a Black Zetsu with no combat power. I want to plan everything to release you, and hope is almost no. This guy is still working hard now, and it's much better than your other two sons. Jin Yang thinks that Black Zetsu is really the number one filial son in the ninja world. There is really no one can compare with him. Among the villains, the most successful one is estimated to be Black Zetsu, a filial character, who what can I refute? After listening to Jin Yang's words, Kagaya's face became a lot more complicated. The powerless Black Zetsu persisted for thousands of years, and the other two children who she was fighting to eat chakra fruit and wanted to save gave her to her. It's sealed, and you have to throw it away. What Jin Yang and Kagaya said, Orochimaru is a black line. He doesn't know what to say anymore. He listens to all the myths that it is talking about. I don't understand, anyway, he is stunned. Forget it, let's not talk about this, then you will slowly understand it again. Now let you see my full strength. For my own full strength, I am also very curious about my own full strength. After all, from the time I gained this strength to now, I have never exploded with all my strength, and now it is more than just all my strength. Jin Yang said, the white flames all over his body skyrocketed, forming a huge burning white flame on the moon. This power has completely surpassed the limit of the limit, even if it is even more terrifying than in the Seven Deadly Sins world. Immediately afterwards, a large number of flames continued to rush toward his hands, and gradually formed a sphere. The sphere began to absorb the continuous flames from the size of the marble so that it expanded even more. Soon, the diameter of the fireball has surpassed 100 meters. This is already the most solar power that Jin Yang can mobilize at one time. You must know that it is just this large enough to blast Kagaya's seal, and this diameter is more than 100 meters. The giant great fireball is even more terrifying. The temperature alone has already torn small cracks in the surrounding space. This strength has surpassed the capacity of the space. As for Orochimaru and Kagaya, they have already run far away, but even if they don't run, Jin Yang can control their own power to protect them, otherwise just approach them. It will be burned completely. After the huge fireball was formed, Jin Yang pushed it violently, and the fireball instantly turned into a streamer and disappeared. At this moment, the surface of the moon around Jin Yang has already melted into a large layer. If he hadn't lost it quickly, it would be burned inside. This is still the result of control. The blazing white fireball continuously blasted towards the distance at a terrifying speed. The distance was too close, and Jin Yang did not dare to detonate it directly. Can't it detonate? Read more at fictionzone.net. The fireball flew for almost a few minutes. Shimaru asked with some doubts. After all, I am also using this power for the first time, so be one, let this thing fly further. Jin Yang said that this thing is too powerful, just take it easy. After another few minutes, Jin Yang said that it was almost there, and he directly detonated a huge fireball. His control of the power of the sun has completely surpassed the truth. It is because of the production of the system. Jin Yang feels that the power of the sun is getting more and more terrifying, and after the magic power is superimposed, it is even stronger. It is also because the magic power is superimposed that Jin Yang wonders whether to let the sun and other magic directly fuse, thus breaking through to a higher level. In fact, it is the first time Jin Yang has played such a big move like this. The main thing is to show the ultimate destructive power in front of Kagaya, otherwise he doesn't need to be so strenuous. It is estimated that he is gone. After Jin Yang detonated, a terrifying light suddenly appeared in the space, and the giant great fireball, which had flown without knowing how far, exploded suddenly, as if another giant sun appeared in the universe in an instant. At the same time, the Shinobi world, which is already at night, was directly illuminated at the moment when the sun appeared. At the time, a sun appeared, illuminating the entire ninja world. This is not a small problem, and it is not common. This is so possible, it's not chakra's power, what's that? Kagaya, who is on the moon at the moment, is also completely lost. Jin Yang is not using chakra's power. This power is so powerful. After Jin Yang is released, she realizes that it is not too scary. Was she able to do such a thing in the first place? If her ability tends to be a comprehensive type, then Jin Yang is the ultimate destructive power of the sun. Now I finally believe it, you do have the power to blow up the moon under my feet, and even if you directly blow up the ninja world, I won't feel too surprised now. Orochimaru couldn't help but swallowed, and he could scare him like this. It is estimated that only Jin Yang can do it. I didn't believe it before feelings, did you? Jin Yang looked at Orochimaru speechlessly, while Orochimaru was mad. Someone said in front of you that he could blow up a planet. Would you believe it? He subconsciously believed it when he first heard it, but afterwards when I thought about it, I suddenly felt that it was not right. I see it now, that is the authentic three views broken. Forget it, I won't tell you this, Kagaya. How do you think the Ōtsutsuki guys can stop this power? Jin Yang looked at Kagaya, and Kagaya slowly recovered from the shock. The concubine believes it, you do have a terrifying power. At least Zhao's concubine can't do such a thing in his heyday. Kagaya feels that her mouth is bitter, and there is such a strong person. Why should she do so many things? If she doesn't do so many things, she won't be sealed. Of course, it is too late to regret it. After all, the time Jin Yang traveled was not in hers. So Kagaya has no other choice. At this moment, Jin Yang also has great confidence in the future fusion. His solar power has exceeded the limit of the solar power, and as his other power becomes stronger, the energy of this power will also be shared. Fusion, and then think of a way to fully fusion the two powers, and at that time, he was a real starburst level powerhouse. After all, there is also a gap in the starburst level. Blasting a 1 asteroid is a starburst level, and blowing a sun is also a starburst level, but the two are not of the same magnitude, so Jin Yang is not satisfied with the status quo. In many worlds, although he can't be called a scum, he is definitely not a tough dust. Chapter 105. Because her strength in her heyday was no more than Jin Yang, Kagaya also gave up the unrealistic idea of regaining power, and joined Rock Shinobi, with Jin Yang guarding it. That would be enough. She doesn't need to worry about being chased by those guys. But Jin Yang won't let her go so easily. 4. Kagaya, Jin Yang doesn't actually have any thoughts, mainly because of the different aesthetics. Jin Yang thinks that the girls in the ninja world are more watery than Kagaya, so he is right, Kagaya has no thoughts at all. But Kagaya is always a strong man, although he has no combat experience, and the power of 10 tails cannot be fully returned to Kagaya. However, Jin Yang said that fighting can be trained. As for the strength, the tail beasts can each separate a part of their power to form a pseudo-10 tails. Although this pseudo-10 tails is not as good as 10 tails, it is matched with a large number of ninja chakras. Kagaya is pushed to the peak strength state, but 60 to 70%, 67 is no problem. The chakra circulating in the ninja world is not entirely derived from Kagaya. After Kagaya was sealed, the first people to use chakra were Heiai and Hamura, who planted the seeds of chakra. After that, the seeds took root and sprouted and passed on to the next generation. That's why the late ninja world appeared. Now, Kagaya's chakra is at most a seed. If Kagaya's chakra was 100 in the past, 370, now the total chakra of the ninja world has surpassed 10 tails, at least several times more. This is the result of continuous evolution, so Kagaya's strength can be restored at least 60 to 70%, 67, 60 to 70%, and 67, which is enough for Kagaya to return to the level of 6 levels. Although it is weaker, it is also better than others. People are much better. Of course, that's something to say. Now Kagaya is staring at Hamura's grave. What's wrong? What do you think of seeing your son's grave? Speaking of which, your son Hamura is indeed a little unlucky. After Jin Yang said this sentence, Kagaya turned his gaze and looked at Jin Yang with some doubts. This sentence made her a little incomprehensible. Why did she say that her son was unlucky? You think, Hamura actually started from the beginning. There is no conflict with you or Yuyi. The reason why Yuyi chose to seal you is not all righteousness, but because you killed his daughter-in-law. No, it is said that the daughter-in-law was a little earlier, and you killed the person he liked. When you made White Zetsu, you only knew that you blindly used people from the ninja world to make it, but you completely ignored that your two sons and the people from the ninja world were very close, especially the guy from Heiai. He liked one people, and you don't know these, take them directly to make White Zetsu. That's why Yuyi will resist. This is most of the reasons, and a small part is for the so-called ninja world, but this part is very small, believe it or not. If you saved the person he likes at that time, it is probably again it's another scene. Read more at fictionzone.net. So Yuyi, that is a classic example of having a daughter-in-law and forgetting her mother. You also have big problems with yourself, so there are problems on both sides. From the perspective of righteousness, you are not sorry for your death, but you are standing in the family. In terms of angle, Yuyi can't even match a little finger of Black Zetsu. I said that Hamura was unlucky because he didn't know what was going on. Yuyi was planning to deal with you because the person he liked died, and after you noticed all this, you directly controlled Hamura. You had the life of Hamura, but Yuyi didn't think so, but his Rinnegan was indeed a drama. Hamura was sandwiched between the two of you. Later, I thought that his brother's frustration, and the wave of you controlling him before, let him put the bill on you, so you were sealed. After that, Hamura went to the moon because I felt your fear of the Ōtsutsuki clan from that time, but you are too stupid, I don't know how to talk about this kind of thing. When you said at the time, Hamura would definitely help you hit the Hakata at the first time, so he was caught in the middle and confused. Isn't it bad luck? Later, his descendants didn't know what was going on and misunderstood what he left behind. If things were going to happen, the immigrants died, so I said he was unlucky. Jin Yang explained. As for Yuyi, to be honest, Jin Yang is, I also thank him a little bit. After all, this kind of thing does not do things, and the late-stage ninja world can't come out, the late-stage ninja world can't get out. Is it interesting for him to cross over? But from Kagaya's point of view, it is really hee-hee, typical for the daughter-in-law to forget his mother. Kagaya was also very idiot at the time. Anyway, everyone, there are a lot of pots. Is it true that Yuyi rebelled against me for this? Kagaya herself suddenly felt a little ridiculous. Comparing Yuyi with Black Zetsu, one was a piece of meat that fell from her body, but she tried her best to seal her, and the other was an existence she created casually, but insisted on the unscrupulous desire for thousands of years. Let her go, and sure enough, the one who is born is not necessarily good. In the end, after staying on the moon for a few more days, Jin Yang planned to return to the ninja world, and Kagaya also used his super abilities in these few days to directly learn a lot of ninjutsu. After all, she is the ancestor of chakra. Although she is estimated to be at the genin level in terms of using power, she still learns very quickly. Jin Yang asked her to directly use transformation technique to change her image. After all, her image, wherever she went, the rate of return is estimated to be 200%, which is too conspicuous. We'll leave first. Besides, you can relax a little bit with the blood, if there is a problem immediately. Find me. Before Jin Yang left, he still warned Orochimaru not to do anything with this guy. Kagaya's blood has already been given to him. Originally, this guy planned to ask for Jin Yang's blood, but he was rejected by a few mouthfuls. Just kidding, his blood can't be given casually. Let's not say whether Orochimaru can research anything. If he really researches something that he can't handle, then it will suffer. Kagaya's he can still handle it, but your own, don't even think about it. I know, I will look for you as soon as I have something. Orochimaru felt that his ears were getting calluses, and he couldn't help it. In the past few days, Jin Yang talked too much, and he was helpless. As a scientist, he also knows that there may be problems, but there is no need to say that. In fact, Orochimaru also doesn't know about biohazard, otherwise he won't feel Jin Yang verbose. It's okay if the manufactured things don't spread through the air, if they will spread with the air, then it will be the level of extinction. This kind of biological thing, even if it is to blame Jin Yang for talking or not to trust him, but Jin Yang said that he must be vigilant. After all, this is Kagaya's blood, not someone else's, and the level of concern is naturally different. Susu's bunch of reminders, Diantu, Mo Chen's monthly pass. Susu, I guess you won't be able to get your reminders. After all, I have as many yards a day, I will put as many as the next day. In the past 4 watchdogs, I could accumulate 1 more and slowly accumulate, but now I don't have any options for the 5 watchdogs. It's really not good. You can raise them, but just remember not to raise them. I'm really reaching the limit. Chapter 106. Kagaya, can you still contact Black Zetsu White Zetsu now? After leaving the moon, Jin Yang asked. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were all created by Kagaya, yes, but now it is a question of whether they can be contacted. No problem, although the strength of the concubine's body has not been fully restored, it doesn't matter. There is nothing wrong with contacting White Zetsu or Black Zetsu or summoning Gadu statue. Kagaya said that although she doesn't have 10 tails, it doesn't mean that she doesn't have chakra at all. She has both Rin-Egan eyes and Byakugan, so such things can be done. That's good, inform Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, let them come and see you. Jin Yang nodded and dug Kagaya, then Black Zetsu and White Zetsu are different. This is a huge intelligence network. With their help, the entire ninja world is actually in Jin Yang's eyes. No one can run away. Regarding Jin Yang's statement, Kagaya did not refuse. After all, she really hopes to meet Black Zetsu. Compared to other suns, this created sun is undoubtedly better. Soon, Kagaya passed the information to White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, which was like a huge intelligence network, and at this moment, Black Zetsu, who was thinking about what to do afterwards, suddenly changed his face. This is fake. Black Zetsu felt that his body was trembling. He actually received Kagaya's message. What is the situation? Allah, this is Kagaya-sama's message. Has Kagaya-sama already broken the seal? Wait, can you tell me something about the action, so that I can be prepared? Before White Zetsu finished speaking, Black Zetsu began to act. In this regard, White Zetsu was very speechless. To shut up. In this regard, Black Zetsu is also quite helpless. Originally White Zetsu talked a lot, he didn't care so much before, but now he is excited, so White Zetsu has been pushing so hard, and he is not happy. Shut up and shut up, as if anyone would like to say it. Read more at fictionzone.net. White Zetsu shut up very aggrieved, and Black Zetsu was too lazy to say something, but soon they received another message. Why go to Rock Shinobi? Why do you go to Rock Shinobi, and what mother do in Rock Shinobi? Once again, I received a message telling them to go directly to Rock Shinobi. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were a little confused about this, but they still followed, and Jin Yang also took Kagaya away directly, although Kagaya still has some strength. But it's too weak. Without huge energy support, she is a real little vegetable chicken. Jin Yang simply took Kagaya to leave with space magic. Although what he currently masters is not a short distance, he can't hold it many times. If what he got at the beginning was Jerf's magic is great, the power in his body is definitely not enough for a few times, but at the beginning, what he got is the sun, and the energy of the sun is too strong. After fusion, he almost has an endless source of energy, just as the quality is not enough to make up. This is the truth. As for chakra, before he got the magic book, he kept chakra just in case. Now chakra is useless. Jin Yang is controlling this energy and slowly devouring chakra. Perhaps I thought it was not from the system, so chakra fusion was much more difficult to start with his 2-power fusion. However, it is not without progress. Give him, in a few months, there will be no such thing as chakra in him. As for ninjutsu, he doesn't care anymore. There is time magic, what chakra wants and what ninjutsu decisively throws aside. With Kagaya, using space magic, within 1 second, it was enough for Jin Yang to move dozens of times, constantly using space to move, from the passage located in the territory of the Fire Country back to Rock Shinobi. It took a total of half a day. That speed is simply unbelievable. If it wasn't because he didn't know enough, in the later stage, it is estimated that he could rush from the ninja world to the moon in an instant. Very good spatial ability, but the distance is a bit shorter. In the end, after coming to Rock Shinobi, Kagaya's evaluation of this space movement is basically perfect, but the distance is too short. It's a bit shorter, but I'm just getting started, and it's a bit worse than a big guy like you. Jin Yang hasn't forgotten that Kagaya's spatial type of big tricks, in the Imperial Palace, directly transforming the world or something, is indeed too much. Kagaya can also use this trick now, but it consumes too much, the pupil technique. But they are all there, mainly because chakra is not enough. 0 with Black Zetsu's foot power, it does not take long to run to Rock Shinobi. Mayfly technique is indeed very powerful in terms of movement. Black Zetsu does not cost too much to run from one battlefield to another. Long time. But after all, coming from this far, it would take several days to arrive. Let's go, let me introduce you to the people in our village. They are very good people. I personally think you should change your lifestyle. You will love this village. Unlike the past, the current Rock Shinobi does not have the situation of the past. More than 1,000 years ago, the era was completely ancient, and the current Rock Shinobi has already begun to leap into the technological era, and various cultures. It has also developed colorfully. It is estimated that Kagaya will like life here soon. After a few months, Konoha is now 49 years old. Soon, Jin Yang took Kagaya to find Oyemu, and then asked Oyemu to summon all of them. That is, he dug up these. There are also a few strong people in the village, such as Yanya and Lao Ziai, who have a good relationship with him, and the others are Tsunade and others. Soon, many people appeared in the office. So, this time you went out and found a woman to come back. At this moment, Kushina's gaze looking at Jin Yang is a bit dangerous. In this period of time, she has not resisted Terumi Mei's stalker. For the 100 healings mark, Terumi Mei directly launched a sugar-coated cannonball-type offensive against Tsunade and Kushina. And they are respected, so in a few months, they were directly captured and became good sisters. In fact, Terumi Mei did not like Jin Yang so easily, but at most. I felt a little curious and admired. That's it. But Tsunade and Kushina made a mistake. They thought that Terumi Mei fell in love with Jin Yang, so they eventually accepted this so-called sister. This is also a mistake, but every time Jin Yang goes out, he brings a daughter back. Is it a bit too much? You think too much, I'm not interested, and they have a big background. Jin Yang naturally didn't know the misunderstanding of Kushina and others, but for Kagaya, he really had no idea at all. Chapter 107. It's okay if you don't have any interest, but the background is big. No matter how big it is, where can it go? Kushina said indifferently, as long as it's not so fast and find a good sister for her, the others are secondary. Damn, where did this kid find this woman? Kushina didn't care, but at this moment, the 9 tails in her body was sprayed directly. This is especially Kagaya. Although the transformation technique was used, the perception of 9 tails was not bad, so it directly exploded. Kurama, what's wrong with you? Is she really big on her background? Why are you so shocked? Kushina looked at 9 tails suspiciously. 9 tails was a bit loud. The background is indeed quite big, but what the hell was this kid thinking about letting this woman out? At this moment, 9 tails starts 370. Somewhat alert, the woman was released, and maybe he was about to seize his chakra. But just after 9 tails said this, there was an extra person in front of him and Kushina. Part of the chakra split from 10 tails. Your name is Kurama, don't worry, the concubine body won't take all the chakra from your tail beasts, and the concubine body now does not need to pursue these powers too much, the concubine body is already have a shelter. At this moment, Kagaya has directly borrowed Rinnegan's pupil power to enter Kushina's body, and said to Kurama that according to the agreement with Jin Yang gave her blessings, and she naturally would not look for these tailed beasts' trouble. What you said is true. Kurama took a complicated look at Kagaya. Kurama still knows a little about Jin Yang, so he knows that Jin Yang is not the kind of person who likes to go back and forth, and Kagaya explained it personally, as if he didn't need to worry too much. Yes, the concubine has already discussed with him, so you don't need to worry about these things. After speaking, Kagaya left directly, and the same scene was also staged in Lao Zi's body. In the end, 4 tails and 9 tails were a bit speechless. This is a hypothetical thing. I was almost scared to death just now. It was just a false alarm. Who the hell is that woman, Kurama? Are you afraid of being like this? Read more at fictionzone.net. Seeing Kurama, who had apparently changed from 9 tails to cowardly tail, Kushina asked curiously. I'm afraid that my uncle will be afraid of what she's joking about. As for her identity, just listen to the kid's explanation, can't you? After 9 tails finished talking, he kicked Kushina out. For this, Kushina also had several black crosses on his forehead. This seems to be her body, why can 9 tails kick her out again and again? Kushina said, this matter is not over, she will go to 9 tails to be reasonable. But at the moment she is more curious about her identity. It's Sage of 6 Paths mother, known as Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, was previously sealed by Sage of 6 Paths. I released her by the way, and she has already joined our rock. Jin Yang briefly introduced Kagaya. However, the whole room was quiet and terrible at the moment. It is estimated that a needle dropped on the ground can be heard very clearly. 6 Dao, Zion Keen. Fuzzy, the face is awkward, although Jin Yang and some people talked about the secrets of the Shinobi world, but they didn't say much, and now this old antique that existed more than 1,000 years ago appeared in front of himself and others. It's weird. At the same time, Kagaya also lifted the transformation technique and directly became what he was. At this time, Kagaya was really far from humans. Not to mention the horror of white skin, the blood-red reincarnation on the forehead Sharingan is even more scary, and there are horns on his head. This is obviously different from normal people. Byakugan. The 2 of Hyaga's family were shocked when they saw Byakugan, and they did see Byakugan on Kagaya's face. Byakugan, are you the descendants of the Yamura line, and the 2 little girls over there are descendants of the Yuyi line? I didn't expect to see their descendants here. Kagaya has actually discovered that Kushina is the Whirlpool clan, Tsunade is the Senjo clan, Senjo Shugwang is also the Senjo clan, and the Hyaga brothers Hyaga clan. These are all passed down from Heiai and Hamura. What does this mean? The few people named were a little confused. Heiai is Sage of 6 Paths. As for Hamura is the brother of Sage of 6 Paths, the ancestor of the Hyaga clan is Hamura. He inherited Kagaya's Byakugan and Senju, and the Whirlpool and Uchiha are derived from Yui, and he inherited the Sharingan and Rinnegan, the body of the fairy. Jin Yang explained a little bit, and the others were stunned, but when they thought that their ancestors were legendary figures, they felt a little unbelievable. Okay, I will explain these things to you in detail later. As for now, everyone is informed that Kagaya will join us Rock Shinobi, and only you can know her identity. As for others, don't disclose it. Jin Yang reminded the others. Don't worry, we won't talk about this kind of thing casually. Those who were summoned said that this is indeed something that can't be said nonsense. Then Kagaya will live in the Hyuga clan in the future. They are the ancestors of your Hyuga clan. Remember to take good care of them. In terms of Byakugan, although Kagaya is not as good as yours in combat experience, you can't compare with her in terms of ability and purity. Ratio. In fact, Jin Yang has already talked to Kagaya about Tenseigan. Kagaya does not have Tenseigan. The development of Byakugan was ignored by the Ōtsutsuki clan from the beginning, but Hamura, who only has Byakugan, developed another trick. And Hamura can develop Tenseigan, and Ōtsutsuki Kagaya is naturally also possible. After knowing the concept of Tenseigan, Kagaya has begun to evolve its own Byakugan, and according to Kagaya's own estimation, it has completely developed Swan 3. It doesn't take too long for her to be born, and she can transform Byakugan into Tenseigan in at most 1 year. It can only be said that the blood is strong. Well, just like Yi turns on Rin-Egan, people of later generations will only open their eyes after one stimulation, and it will be lucky to be able to rush to Mangekyo after the second stimulation. And Yi, one stimulation is indeed no problem. The second stimulation directly rushed to Rin-Egan, and Kagaya, after knowing that Byakugan can still be transformed, she also started, and can develop and evolve independently. Once Tenseigan is made, plus that little one part of the strength of 10 tails, it is estimated that her strength is no less than that of her heyday, or even beyond. After all, Tenseigan is indeed a thing, it depends on when Kagaya can make it out. Chapter 108. Kagaya can evolve Tenseigan, so Jin Yang let her stay in the Hyuga clan. After that, Hinata and Hanabi may be cheaper to use. With the help of Kagaya's power, Tenseigan can be evolved without changing eyes. Of course, Jin Yang is not very clear whether it will work, it depends on whether Kagaya can do it afterwards. But it doesn't matter if he can't do it. He also has a crazy technology climbing Orochimaru. With Kagaya's blood, as long as Orochimaru doesn't cause any extinction-level accidents, with his ability, the evolution of Tenseigan is estimated to be feasible. As for Byakugan, with the cloning technology, Byakugan is no longer a problem. You want as much as you want, so I said that the technology is also very powerful, but not everyone can be the same as Orochimaru. Of course Uchiha letter was an accident. In this way, Kagaya lived directly in the Hyuga clan. After all, there is a pair of Byakugan, so everyone can accept it. It is indeed good to live there, and the people in the branch house are different from the clan, and they are very kind to others. However, during this period, Hayashi's daughter Hinata has been born, and the 12 Xiaoqiangs are completely born, but now it is a huge problem whether they can form the 12 Xiaoqiang. Zero Master, is the war over yet? Jin Yang is on the moon, so he doesn't know the current situation in the ninja world very well. It's over. Konoha is just a symbolic resistance. The guy Jiraiya is not simple. It can be said that he is now the strongest in Konoha in terms of combat effectiveness, excluding other things. The Sage mode you mentioned is indeed very special. After Jiraiya uses Sage mode, you can easily play with 8 tails, and you won't get much advantage even if other people participate in it. 1 month after you left, Konoha had already surrendered. There was not much struggle, but the old man also followed what you said. After playing Konoha in the 2 villages, we Rock Shinobi directly intercepted the 2 villages. You didn't see it during the negotiation, the faces of the people in those 2 villages were ugly. But the old man didn't rush to kill him. The old man only collected 2/3 of the meat they snatched from Konoha's mouth, and there is still a little left for them. This is already a lot of face. Onaki couldn't help but smile when he said this. At the time, he remembered the expressions of 4th Ryakai Ai and 4th Kazekage Luoshat. It was hard to see the extreme, but he guessed it was the same. Finally, he caught the opportunity to get it from Konoha. Something arrived, read more at fictionzone.net. As a result, they were cut off by another group of people as soon as they came out. This time, they can say that they earn very little. Although they left 1/3 of them, they don't need money for marching and fighting. Although it is not a loss, it is really too little to make the 2 villages. But they couldn't take the rock as an opponent. For the sake of their own village, they didn't dare to jump over the wall in a hurry. There is still 1/3 left. They can be taken away directly, and they dare not say anything. Jin Yang feels that Ohaimu is still a bit too kind, although it is also to prevent the two villages from jumping the wall, but as long as they are not threatening the village, they dare not jump. At most, the hatred value will increase a little more, but now the hatred value is estimated to be full. If you increase it again, where can it be increased? It's ruthless enough, or your kid is ruthless, but it's also enough. It's already back. Do you have any plans next? Onogi asked. There is no plan, there is actually nothing to do next. Wait for the Uchiha clan to ask for help, and then dig the Uchiha clan over, and the rest can be continued after the Uchiha clan is digged out. Jin Yang said that there is really nothing to do. Mist Shinobi has already dug up, and Cloud Shinobi can't dig it. Konoha Uchiha must also let 3rd generation and Danzo join forces to do them, but now Konoha has just lost a lot. Danzo probably wouldn't dare to touch the Uchiha clan in a short time, so he needs to wait. After Uchiha digs out, find a way to kill 3rd generation, and then Danzo will be 100% in the position, then he will be crazy about things, and he can continue to dig. As for Sand Shinobi, it seems that there is nothing to dig, but it is. There is a Yekang. But the problem is that Mist Shinobi is now abolished. Yekang was sent out politically by Luosha during the war, so it is difficult to dig Yekang, and of course it is not impossible. It depends on how powerful Yekang can show. Yekang uses the Scorch style. Once her potential is too strong, it will be a threat to Luosha. Luosha is sitting in this Feng Ying position and would have been unstable, if it weren't because no one else could take over. In this position, where could it be Luosha's turn? So if Yekang's talent is strong enough, then sooner or later Luosha will become the thorn in the eyes of Luosha, and it is estimated that Luosha will find a way to kill Yekang. Of course, these are Jin Yang's own guesses now. He is not clear about the details. He needs to wait until the arrival of White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. Once White Zetsu and Black Zetsu arrive, he can deploy the intelligence network to the entire ninja world. This information network can be very useful for 370. When Luosha and the others make a decision, Jin Yang can receive the news as soon as possible, but are you still worried? The Uchiha clan, I don't know when they can carry it. Onaki couldn't help scratching his head. The Uchiha clan is indeed quite strong, and they don't come to ask for help now. It is estimated that the preparations have already begun. It will not take decades. After a few years, after settling down, Danzo will definitely start with the Uchiha clan. At that time, we will be done as long as we are ready to accept refugees. Jin Yang smiled and said, Uchiha Fugaku is not simple at all. It is estimated that a decision has been made in the past. If there is still a war, Uchiha Fugaku is estimated to have certain illusions, but once he settles down, he has to make a decision. So now it is estimated that Uchiha Fugaku is already picking those who can leave with him. Jin Yang said to him at the beginning, don't be disobedient, but most of the Uchiha clan are. That kind of disobedient? Okay, I'll go back first if it's okay, let's just wait. After talking about Jin Yang, he left directly, and now waits a few days for Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to be delivered to the door automatically. Chapter 109. A few days later, Jin Yang was living a life like a salted fish at home, but soon, in his perception, two living entities directly touched in from the ground. Jin Yang's perception magic is different from that of only one. Can perceive chakra. He used the past few days to set up a simple magical enchantment in the village. Basically, he knows everyone who comes in, Jeff, this big man, except. In addition to the extremely high attainments in magic, there are also various ideas that are also very powerful, the gate of the solar eclipse that travels through time, the fez that destroys the magic of a world, and the tower of the paradise that resurrects people. These things are all from the hands of Jelf, and the perceptual magic enchantment he set up is actually very rough, but magic and chakra itself are two different systems, so he can easily detect the hidden chakra. Knowing that White Zetsu and Black Zetsu had arrived, Jin Yang went straight out, using space magic and soon came directly to the Hyuga clan. It seems that your perception ability is also very strong. They were discovered by you just when they came in, you two come out. Kagaya didn't feel surprised when he looked at Jin Yang who came over. After all, Jin Yang did have too many special abilities. After her voice fell, one white and one black dressed in red cloud robes with a black background, and a guy with a pitcher plant on both sides of his head appeared. Mother, you really broke the seal. That's great. Black Zetsu was so excited, but after another thought, he felt that he was too scumbag. After all, his mother was not rescued by himself, but by an outsider. It's all because of him. He directly violently broke the seal that sealed the concubine body, but these years have been really hard. After that, the concubine body will find ways to perfect your body, at least to create a complete body for you. Although she was not born, Black Zetsu is also a product she made, and the other party really has nothing to say to her. It is completely a super filial son, alright. Mother. At this moment, Black Zetsu almost cried out, so touched. Kagaya agrees with him. It means that he doesn't need to call himself Kagaya's child. It is a product of itself, which is not considered biological if it is blunt. So he still has a guilty conscience, but now that he is recognized, it is enough. Kagaya-sama, can you stop ignoring me? Ignoring me is also uncomfortable. At this time, White Zetsu spoke, but as soon as this guy opened his mouth, this still warm picture was directly destroyed. In this regard, Black Zetsu was also very angry, but the character of White Zetsu was, so, how else could he? White Zetsu, besides me from now on, you also follow his instructions. Kagaya directly shared the command of White Zetsu with Jin Yang, which is what Jin Yang always wanted. That's it, then I would like to advise Mr. Jin Yang a lot in the future. Speaking of which, I have many clones that have been wiped out by Mr. Jin Yang. Read more at fictionzone.net. Suddenly White Zetsu said that he had gone to the past. I used to be an enemy, I won't destroy you. And just a few clones, don't you have 100,000 clones? Jin Yang is also a little speechless about White Zetsu. This guy is just talking about it. Even if it's a clone, it's my one, so it's too much to say. White Zetsu said helplessly. Believe you a ghost, and then help me stare at Xiao Xiao organization and several other Shinobu shadows, and report their decisions to me in time. Jin Yang is too lazy to compare with White Zetsu. This stuff is a lot of talk and a lot of nonsense. Yes, Lord Jin Yang. White Zetsu knew that he couldn't say more, so he just shut up. Mother, although you have broken the seal, what about the tail beast? Black Zetsu suddenly felt a headache. His own mother was blessed and joined Rock Shinobi, but the problem came, the tail beast was neat, and Rock Shinobi alone had 4 heads and tails, so Kagaya wanted to regain her power. It's difficult. The concubine body has found other ways. As long as Byakugan evolves into Tenseigan, the concubine's strength will be restored, and then the other tail beasts will extract a part of the chakra to let 10 tails restore some strength, so that the concubine's strength will not be better than in the past. Be weak. Kagaya said. Jin Yang had already thought about the way for her. No, not all tail beasts only take a part. 2 and 2 tails, 3 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, these few have no relationship with me, they can still collect them. Jin Yang said that these head and tail beasts have nothing to do with him. As for Xiao He, they are all 1,000-year-old fried dough sticks. They don't care about other tail beasts too much, and everyone has their own positions. For example, 8 tails, he and Killer Bee are friends, and Killer Bee is Jin Yang's mortal enemy. Then the question is, if Jin Yang goes to 8 tails and asks for a part of chakra, will they give it to him? As for the amber purifying bottle that had been sealed by 8 tails, he had destroyed it and was useless. So with 8 tails, there is nothing to say, and the same is true for the 2 two-tail cats that are also hostile. As for the other head-tailed beasts, 3 tails and him also have hatred, the last 2, 6 or 7, these two have not been in contact with each other. As for digging it out, it is not impossible, but Yu Gao's temper is not very good. Fu, I don't understand it at all. And he doesn't think he can dig people from Takanan, why do people have to join them Rock Shinobi, and not every village has a way to dig people? There is no prerequisite for digging people, then dig a fart. Therefore, he was too lazy to touch these few, so he used Akatsuki directly to remove the tail beast. In this case, I will postpone the matter of my body, and solve the problem of the tail beast first. After the head and tail beasts are taken away, I will notify you and help my mother get some power back at that time. Well, Zhao Black Zetsu is not in a hurry to have a real body. At this moment, he feels that he is a little sad and guilty for not releasing his mother, so he must do something. Alright, help me stare at Obito. As for Uchiha Madara, there is no need for him to come out in the future, even if he comes out and clean up at the time. In fact, Jin Yang thinks it is difficult for Uchiha Madara to come out this time. After all, it is his hands to perfect impure world reincarnation Orochimaru. As for the pocket, it depends on the situation, and this technique is not spread. What Uchiha Madara can resurrect, so Jin Yang thinking of Uchiha Madara's kind of, the plan felt that this product was taken for granted, but at that time Uchiha Madara was also completely dependent on Black Zetsu. How would he know that Black Zetsu was actually the person behind him? As for Black Zetsu's body, I'll give it to Orochimaru, and use Kagaya's cells to create a body that is not too problematic. Chapter 110. After that, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were also introduced to others, and White Zetsu's information was fully shared. Jin Yang asked White Zetsu to share the information with other people. After all, if he is not there, let him others go to dig people, and that's it. He also couldn't do everything. After knowing the ability of White Zetsu, Onaki and others had a cold heart in an instant. The feelings used to be in the state of being monitored, right? 100,000 White Zetsu, although not all were dispatched, but many of them formed huge intelligence networks throughout the ninja world. All their past plans and so on, after Uchiha Madara got White Zetsu out, it was already shiningly placed in front of people's eyes, and Onoji, who knew White Zetsu's ability, almost didn't draw it directly, but now this intelligence network is on it. Onaki directly ordered the spies from all villages to come back. In the future, with White Zetsu, there is no need for his own people to take risks. In the original work, there is only Naruto who relied on the power of Nine Tails to discover the existence of White Zetsu. And now, only Kushina can easily find it by relying on the blood of the Nine Tails and the Vortex family, and the others are useless even by the Byakugan, so White Zetsu is definitely a natural intelligence expert. In this case, why put the people in your village in danger anymore, so Onoki called them back 370. However, the intelligence agency Onoki did not completely withdraw it, but still kept it. It is an operation that does not hang on a tree. Jin Yang did not say much about it, although he has absolute confidence that White Zetsu will not rebel. After all, Kagaya needs protection, but how Oyemu operates is his own business, and Jin Yang doesn't bother to care. After the intelligence network was changed to White Zetsu, Jin Yang also continued to wander in the village for a while. From time to time, he went out with a few girls and watched movies by the way. The technology of this world is really crooked, and things like movies. Even if he can make special effects, he no longer knows how to describe this world, which is so strange. However, some of these movies are okay, and the special effects are also good, so Jin Yang can be considered to be addicted to them for a while, but it doesn't matter. In any world, there are good things and bad things, and some bad movies also make Jin Yang feel a little skeptical about life. Especially the one based on Senjo Hashirama, but the special effects are terrible. At that time, Tsunade almost smashed the movie theaters. I didn't see her grandfather obsolete, anyway. Jin Yang also admired it. After resting for a few months, Jin Yang couldn't bear it anymore. The chakra in his body had been completely absorbed, merged into the new energy, and there were no past. It's a drawback. Read more at fictionzone.net. So at this time, Jin Yang went directly to Lolan Dragon Vessel. This is a very good thing. It can travel through time and space. It was directly sealed by 4th generation, but this kind of seal was for Jin Yang. It's not a problem at all. It's actually not difficult to get rid of. the seal left by 4th generation is just a very simple seal. Once his kunao is removed, the seal will be directly removed. Of course, I want to remove it. His karma is not something anyone can do, but it is not difficult. Now this world of ninja, being played by Jin Yang, is completely different. It is very difficult to score, and it is amazingly slow to come by himself, so he focused on Lolan's setting here, because there is a system, so he enters other times the line does not have the protagonist, so the trajectory still runs according to the same way, which is equivalent to a parallel world. After handing over Yakang's affairs to Oyemu, Jin Yang set off, but he felt that in a short time, Yakang should not be killed by Luoshat. After all, Yakang's strength completely threatened Luoshat. After arriving in Lolan, there was something like a historical site. When the first dragon veins broke out, they almost destroyed the entire Lolan, but within Jin Yang's perception range, he quickly looked for the seal of the Lolan dragon veins. Just lift it like this, there shouldn't be any big problems. After all, Naruto and the others in the original work don't seem to have anything too much. After thinking about it, Jin Yang decided to break the seal directly. At the moment the seal was broken, a purple beam of light rose up into the sky, and Jin Yang disappeared directly in place. That is, he is a master of art, otherwise I really don't dare to play this kind of thing casually. In a blink of an eye, Jin Yang did not faint, but was still awake, but the surroundings had changed, but even if it had changed, it still looked like a monument. That's it, I can now control the power of the dragon veins. There is something more in Jin Yang's mind. He knows that the dragon veins can be controlled by himself, which means that he can go back if he wants to go back, but if he wants to travel through time again, he needs the dragon veins to accumulate energy for a period of time. It is no wonder that Naruto and others went back directly after defeating Enlu Mountain. It was also because Enlu Mountain was the first to cross over at that time, so Enlu Mountain has mastered this key, and now, it is Jin Yang who has mastered this key. However, there seems to be a problem with the time he traveled. Lolan has become like this at this time, which means that this is the time and space after 4th generation and others have performed the task. It is really not clear which time and space Jin Yang is. Forget it, let's go out and ask others first. I don't know which time and space it is. Jin Yang left Lolan with some wonder, and went to other Shinobu villages to find information to know what time it was. Soon, Jin Yang came directly to Sand Shinobi, but to his surprise, Sand Shinobi didn't have many ninjas, not even one who reached the level of Jonin. Don't talk about Jonin, even Chunin can't find many. What's the situation? Jin Yang was curious and heard a lot of people around him, and then he knew which timeline it was. The 4th Ninja World War. This is really an unexpected joy. One thought one had no chance to see it, but why did one not exist in this world? Why did the 4th Ninja World War break out like the original book? Jin Yang was a little surprised. After that, he found a few people to spend money and asked about the situation. Although it was money from another world, there was no money detector in this world, and he soon learned about some major events. Jin Yang has determined that there is no himself in this timeline. So I'm the only one, or it's because of the system. Don't need to worry about it. It happens to be in the right place this time, the entire ninja world, plus impure world reincarnation. The army, as well as the White Zetsu army and 10 Tails series, I am afraid that I am not asking me to directly fill the percentage of the magic book. Soon Jin Yang stopped thinking about other things. This is a super experience copy, that is much higher than Ryakai Cave. Chapter 111. Because multiple battlefields are erupting together, I can't run anywhere, and this is the closest to the battlefields of those shadows, so I can only find trouble with Uchiha Madara, and those shadows, impure world reincarnation's immortal body. I don't know if it can be used to gain experience. If it can, it would be great. Jin Yang is also full of expectations for impure world reincarnation at this moment, but he needs to increase the percentage of magic, so he can't use the power of the sun casually, only use magic, and magic has just started, although it is not strong, but it is with the power of the sun. After fusion, he has become a lot stronger, and there is no need to worry about the energy source. Although magic is only an introduction, his strength should not be underestimated. By asking the general direction and constant perception, Jin Yang soon found the battlefield. At this moment, the battle has started. The entire ninja world's 80,000 coalition forces are divided into several parts, but the people here are relatively unlucky, although there is no encountered, but I encountered a few shadows, the shadow-level powerhouses from impure world reincarnation, to some extent, can exert the power of super shadows. The immortal body, an infinite source of energy, add these two things together, and that is the metamorphosis in the metamorphosis. It's already started. Looking at the group of guys in a confrontational state, Jin Yang didn't hesitate anymore, looking for the weaker first, so the first thing he focused on was Luosha. He had enough of Luosha on his side. It's miserable, and Luosha here will be severely beaten by the society this time. Teleported in front of Luosha, before others could react, Jin Yang slammed his foot on Luosha's body. Although the power of the sun was not available, he couldn't use the power of the physical body even if he wanted to shield him. Now it has added magic of fire, a kick that burns flames. This kick directly kicked Luosha in half of them. Luosha was not so crisp. The main reason was that Jin Yang came too fast. Suddenly attacked, Luosha had no chance to defend. After all, the ninja world is basically all crispy mage, as long as you don't take the initiative to defend, even if it is a super shadow level existence, Jin Yang can also punch a kid with brute force. What's the situation? Gaara was stunned at this moment. He originally planned to launch a seal to seal all the shadows directly, but before he did it, he saw that his unscrupulous dad was kicked and exploded by a stranger. Who is there again? At the same time, the pocket controlled in the dark was also stunned. It can be said that everyone was stunned by Jin Yang's sudden attack. It's really useful. There is already hostility, or is it because I automatically judged me as an enemy? Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang was stunned for a moment. With the kick just now, he activated the fire dragon extinguishing magic and then kicked it, and after blasting Luosha, it actually rose a little, but it was not a percentage increase. I don't know if it was because Jeff has too many abilities and too complicated, or because Luosha itself is a zibe goods of impure world reincarnation. At this moment, in terms of magic, Jin Yang can definitely rise, but this percentage has not risen. Then the only explanation is, not enough, maybe it has only risen by less than 1%. There is no decimal point in the system, so there is no decimal after the percentage, but this is indeed useful. And after Luosha was kicked half of his body, the body recovered. This is the abnormality of impure world reincarnation, the immortal body, only the seal and the yin and yang escape can produce no harm to impure world reincarnation. Damn! The body is completely out of control. Seeing that Luosha is about to recover, Gaara is controlling the sand to spread quickly toward Luosha, intending to seal Luosha, but the sand hasn't formed yet, so he was hit by 3 punches. Dispersed, and Luosha's body completely recovered. But Luosha, who had just recovered, was bombarded by another burning fire. Sure enough, is it automatically judged as an enemy, but the percentage still hasn't risen. Is it so difficult to practice? Jin Yang couldn't help being shocked. At this level, the shadow level powerhouse is no longer an experience pack. Is it too much? However, before he was surprised by too much experience, a small drop of water rushed in front of him at a strange speed, and Jin Yang directly reached out and grabbed the drop of water in his hand. Allah, Allah, my water iron cannon technique is actually pinched by my hand. No. Is this also your Rock Shinobi person? Ghost Lantern Huanya said helplessly. Jin Yang is from Rock Shinobi. Although he does not obey anyone's orders, there are still signs that should be there, forehead protector, but it was modified by Jin Yang and used as a belt. Otherwise, this thing will still get in the way. 0 Now this sign is naturally seen by Ghost Lantern Huayu. The old man has been dead for so long, so how could he know about this kind of thing? But it seems that Onokisho village is taking care of it well. Has such a young and powerful person already appeared? Nothing is also quite satisfied, but at the moment Onoki, who heard the conversation between the two, is stunned. How can he not know that there is such a terrifying power in his family, but the sign on his body is the sign of the real Rock Shinobi. Onoki wondered if he had been in illusion, otherwise how could such a thing happen? In short, he was confused, and Gaara, who wanted to ask questions, could not help but give up when he saw Onaki. Onaki was already confused. It's written on the face, and I don't know what kind of. It's too much to chat in front of me, the wrath of the devil dragon god. The fire-extinguishing dragon, fire-extinguishing evil, and fire-extinguishing god are fused together, and the red, gold, and black flames are fused together, forming a huge pillar of fire and blasting toward the Wuhi Ghost Lantern magic moon. Dust escape metaworld stripping technique. There is no way to control your body without root, and the body moves on its own, as if it has a self-recognition function. It is estimated that this is also the reason for being judged as an enemy from the beginning. If Jin Yang did not act on Luasha at the time, but acted on Gaara, it is estimated that there would be no such possibility. Do gave orders to these people. As long as they are here, they are all enemies, so even if they are conscious, their bodies will move uncontrollably on their own. The dust and the flames blasted together, directly exploding a huge white ball of light, completely swallowing the flames. Chen Dun really counts. Jin Yang is a little speechless. The trick of Chen Dun can be said to be the most lethal trick under truth-seeking ball, directly hitting the target of the attack. Even Jin Yang does not dare to directly use his body to resist. Unless he uses the sun, the power can instantly burn the power of Chen Yun without hurting him. Powerful magic can also be done, but his magic percentage is only 1%, which is an embarrassing figure. Chapter 112. There is a lot of movement, and the tricks that need to be prepared in advance are almost ineffective against nothing. Onaki may still consume enough energy to run out of his chakra, but nothing is wrong. This product now has almost unlimited chakra, so it is impossible to consume it at all. Then don't blame me for playing a little bit more trivial. After Jin Yang finished speaking, his body disappeared in an instant, and the space magic was activated, and it appeared again on top of Wu's head. The fist that burned with the three-color flames directly punched down, smashing Wu's body directly into the earth. I didn't use chakra as a defense. Jin Yang was stunned for a moment, and then disappeared again, and then there was a loud noise, and he rushed out of the ground without being directly beaten. At this moment, his body has begun to be a little broken, but in the next second, there is no time. The reaction, without being hit by a live hammer. And Namikaze Minato also 370. Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God is very similar, and it is also a space-type ninjutsu. Sure enough, this space-type ninjutsu is unreasonable. Ohiki was a little bit emotional, and suddenly became a spectator, but Gaara and others looked at Ohiki speechlessly. On the foul, these, in the shadows, who can match the skills Chen Dun's. Chen Dun also belongs to the unreasonable kind. Well, should we help? Suddenly, Gaara asked, is it a bit unnatural to watch others pick for? You think your sand and my dust can really keep up with his rhythm? Although I really don't want to admit it, Jin Yang is playing a spatial flow style. They rushed up and couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Maybe they would accidentally get hurt. Maybe when Oyemya planned to hit someone, a duster passed by and just hit Jin Yang. So this is very embarrassing. In desperation, the two of them can only be salted fish. Of course, Oyemya still doesn't understand who Jin Yang is. It must not be his Rock Shinobi. This is completely certain. Anyway, he has never seen such a powerful Rock Shinobi ninja. If Rock Shinobi had such a genius, he would have confessed it. How could it be possible that he didn't know at all? At this moment, Wu has been hammered by Jin Yang. After the hammer has exploded, Wu's strength has risen a little, but it still has not reached 2%. Read more at fictionzone.net. I really got on with you today. Jin Yang didn't believe in evil anymore. If it hadn't been for this magical power to keep growing, and the power of magical power to grow stronger, he doubted whether there was a problem with the system or impure world reincarnation was useless. After the hammer exploded, Jin Yang blasted the third Raikage, who played pure physical art, once again, and then blasted the recovered Luasha again, and finally increased the level by 1%, and the magic reached %. 5 times, even if impure world reincarnation is a Zibe product, it can't be counted. If this is the case, if I want to improve, I need to hammer the shadow level powerhouse 500 times, right? If it weren't for impure world reincarnation, there would be 500 shadow-level powerhouses giving him a hammer, and you wouldn't be able to find so many in a ninja world. Where did this person pop out and press 444 shadows? The pocket at this moment is also stunned. These shadows, except Luo Sha is a parallel import, which is not a legend, but now, Jin Yang is so hammer, he can be considered to have taken it. It seems that we can only use that whole card in advance. Do directly controlled the Ghost Lantern Magic Moon, and then quietly retreated, and then controlled the Ghost Lantern Magic Moon to slap the ground, and another coffin rushed out. Immediately after the coffin was rushed open, a man in red armor slowly walked out of it. Finally, I got Uchiha Madara out. Let me see what the price of a Uchiha Madara is. Jin Yang simply shifted the target. At the summoning Uchiha Madara, Jin Yang hammered several shadows again, so his percentage had already reached 4%. He also knew that the Ghost Lantern was running away. Basically, he knew his plan to pocket, so he just waited. Now that Uchiha Madara comes out, there is no problem. Just after Uchiha Madara came out, before he had time to pretend, Jin Yang rushed in front of him with space movement, and the burning fist of Hokage directly slammed Uchiha Madara's head. At this stage, due to the percentage limit, other magical powers are not very large. It is not as good as this kind of hand-to-hand blessing. Therefore, this punch directly caused Uchiha Madara, who has not yet reacted, to burst his head. And Uchiha Madara was also blinded. He just came out of the coffin, and he didn't have time to pretend to be forced, and then saw a person appear in front of him, and then he punched his head and burst zero. Don't say Uchiha Madara was blinded by himself, even if it was a pocket. Uchiha Madara was the biggest piece of his turn, but it turned out to be so simple that it was beaten like this. It's not bad. Well, it really deserves to be a super shadow level powerhouse, once. 1%. While Uchiha Madara was not paying attention, Jin Yang hammered him once, and then it was not easy to hammer this guy. At this moment, Dudu used a big trick to quickly control the Ghost Lantern, using the trick of steaming danger and exploding prestige, and a fat man of water vapor condensed with water and oil appeared. And Jin Yang, who knew that Uchiha Madara was impractical for the second time, just stepped back, and then used another magic, the History of the Corpse, one of the 12 shields, Neon Heart's magic, peeking into the opponent's memory. Enemies that have died in their memories or people who left a deep memory on the other side are revealed. The condition of manifestation is that the magic power is far lower than oneself, and this magic, there is no limit, and it will not be restricted by the percentage. If it is only this magic encyclopedia, Jin Yang's magic power cannot support the powerful existence of manifestation, but it happened that Jin Yang had fully practiced the power of the sun before, and he had also merged the two powers. So he can use this ability unlimited. After seeing Uchiha Madara, he suddenly remembered that this guy is called Senjo Hashirama's enemy all the time, and Senjo Hashirama is 3. One guy is also a dead person now, which gives Jin Yang a chance. Others seem to be difficult for anyone. Orochimaru was the one who killed Rasha, the one who killed the third Raikage was Onoki, and Wu and the Ghost Lantern and the Moon were all at the same time. This magic is not very useful. But for Uchiha Madara, the effect goes without saying. After using this magic, Senjo Hashirama appeared in full view. How is it possible, after Uchiha Madara was impure world reincarnation, is it not enough? Even Senjo Hashirama appeared. Onoki, who saw this scene, almost stared his eyes out. He is the only one who knows Senjo Hashirama except for Konoha. Chapter 113. First Hokage. Although Gaara has never seen Senjo Hashirama, he has heard of his name. Everyone retreats, and here is not something we can interfere with. Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, they two meet together, that is to rewrite the existence of the map. Onoki was frightened into a cold sweat. When Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara fought, Mist Shinobi across the sea was affected by them, and other places were beaten beyond recognition. If these two meet one, then there will be no them. What happened? Hashirama, even you got out of impure world reincarnation? Isn't it right, you are obviously not impure world reincarnation like this, what is going on? Seeing the appearance of Senjo Hashirama, I thought that my friend was also released by Impure World reincarnation, but soon Uchiha Madara discovered that this Senjo Hashirama had no cracks on his body and his eyes were the same as normal people. "Hey, Madara, it's been a long time since I saw you. You are Tobirama's technique." I told him that he couldn't develop such a technique. I didn't expect this kid to be really disobedient. Now it's like this. The existence of the magical manifestation of the history of the corpse is basically, it is equivalent to creating a Senjo Hashirama, a real Senjo Hashirama, even if Uchiha Madara wants to say that this is a fake. But after Senjo Hashirama spoke, he had to admit that this guy was Senjo Hashirama, but he was not sure about the specific situation. In fact, it was not only Senjo Hashirama, but Jin Yang could even get Uchiha Izuna out. However, Uchiha Izuna's combat power is no longer of much help in this situation, so it is enough to get Senjo Hashirama out. "Stop talking nonsense, since you have also appeared, then let's fight." With Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, I don't want to say anything more. If you say too much, you will be forcibly affected by Senjo Hashirama and then defeated. Anyway, Senjo Hashirama itself is not a normal thing. It can only be said that Ashura's chakra is too powerful, so Senjo Hashirama and Naruto, all of them were affected by him, and they belonged to the unreliable and unreliable type, accidental ninjas. The battle between the two was on the verge, and instead of slowly pushing up the level of combat power, the beginning was, one used Susanoo, the other used wooden golem jutsu, and the two behemoths began to hammer wildly. The entire battlefield was turned into a lot of ruins in the aftermath of the battle between the two, and the ninja coalition forces who had ran away for a certain distance were finally scared. It really deserves to be the existence of rewriting the map. This is really terrifying. With two monsters here, why didn't Konoha unify the ninja world? Read more at fictionzone.net. Gaara spit out crazy. He felt that he was strong enough, and that Oyemu was enough, but comparing the two, it was completely children fighting, there is no comparison. Perhaps because of Senjo Hashirama. Onoki didn't say much. Konoha had Chihu and Uchiha Madara at the beginning. It was exactly, the landlord started the game with 444 bombs in his hand, plus a pair of kings and a 1-on-2 landlord trump card. Just smash it down without thinking. But in the end, all the bombs were dismantled in one go, and they were all singled out, and then they became what they are now, and later they started fighting on their own, and then both lost, and they were shot collectively. Anyway, Onoki also thought it was a trifling matter. Damn, why is first generation here? It's obvious that I can't fully summon him using Impure World reincarnation. What is going on? Do feels his brain is constantly trembling. He is blinded by what is going on. At the beginning, the souls of first generation and second generation were contributed to Shinigami by third generation. Impure World reincarnation can't come out. But now this first Hokage appeared in front of him for real, and looking at the battle with Uchiha Madara, this is obviously not a fake, and even now Senjo Hashirama is pressing Uchiha Madara in the fight. The main reason is that the sacrifices used by Uchiha Madara cannot release it at full capacity. Even with Rinnegan, without using it, it cannot compete with Senjo Hashirama in its heyday. This is the abnormality of the history of the corpse, and it is completely possible to make a terrifying opponent of your heyday, not just a little bit. And Jin Yang continued to hammer a few shadows, and finally increased his percentage to 0%. At this time, I felt that it was enough. Don't look at this technique, it is indeed very, but it also consumes his chakra. That's why Jin Yang constantly hammered these shadow. Even if it was a pocket, he couldn't help but directly lifted the Impure World reincarnation of other shadows. I'm not playing now, I'm planning to use it for a while. Jin Yang couldn't help but curled his mouth and brushed to 10%. This is good news. If you brush for a while, it may become stronger. 10%, many magics go further, and the magic power also rises. After a lot, his strength is rapidly becoming stronger. The battle over there is really fierce, but it won't work if this continues. Jin Yang used another magic very simply. Brandish used Yamato to shrink. There is a huge difference between 1% and 10%. Susanoo, which is 100 meters high, was directly reduced to 10 meters by Jin Yang, and it was directly reduced 10 times. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has become a super small thing. Not to mention Uchiha Madara, even Senju Hashirama was blinded for a moment. Can you stop at 30, after all, this is a battle between me and him. Senju Hashirama naturally knows who moved the hand, except for the one who summoned him, there is no one else. You are too slow, I just want to kill him, it's that simple. Jin Yang didn't bother to care about Senju Hashirama, and once again activated the history of the corpse, after which Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna also appeared. Of these two, one is the person who killed Uchiha Izuna, which is regarded as the shadow of Uchiha Madara, and the other is Uchiha Madara's most beloved brother. When these two came out, Uchiha Madara's face changed directly. Susanoo immediately disappeared and his eyes changed from the eternal Mangekyo state to the Rinnegan state. Although his body was reduced, Jin Yang couldn't shrink his body. After seeing the explosion of this product, Jin Yang also knew that this reduction was useless, so he directly restored Uchiha Madara, otherwise it would shrink too much. Small, that is to find yourself uncomfortable. Izuna, and Senju Tobirama, what the hell is going on? Obviously this is your ghost, they are all dead. Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara stared at Jin Yang. Chapter 114. You thought I would tell you these things stupidly, brothers, and hammer him to death. Jin Yang wouldn't explain to Uchiha Madara, directly controlling these people together, and these people have memories of their lives, but it is Jin Yang that controls them, so they can't help but fight. Uchiha. Sorry, brother, I can't control myself. When Uchiha Izuna started doing it, he told his brother that he was involuntary. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's anger became stronger. He gritted his teeth and looked at Jin Yang. Senju Tobirama was not good, but Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Izuna, one of them. It is his best friend, one is his younger brother, who dared to play with it. The souls of these two people, Uchiha Madara's anger tank is full. Desire magic, happy. Attack type magic, 10% level can hardly have any effect on Uchiha Madara, but the special magic is different. Jin Yang uses Gairad's desire magic to release a beam of happiness. And this time, Uchiha Madara, who was forced to evade by the three, was directly hit. What is this? Wait, this feeling, illusion. Uchiha Madara, who was hit by happiness, suddenly felt very happy, and this feeling became stronger and stronger. He felt as if he was hit by an illusion, immediately. I searched the whole body with Rinnegan's pupil technique and chakra, but I didn't feel any strange chakra. But I felt another energy, and Uchiha Madara also directly separated a part of the pupil power and chakra to expel this energy. It was originally difficult to cope with the practice of these three people. Now that there is one more distraction, he is even more passive. But he can still suppress this feeling temporarily with his will. Hungry soul. Jin Yang once again launched another trick, and this trick is to make Uchiha Madara become extremely hungry, obviously just an existence from impure world reincarnation, but become extremely hungry. This hunger is the same as happiness, constantly stinging his nerves. Come on again, sleep in death. It's another trick. This time Uchiha Madara suddenly felt sleepy and wanted to close her eyes and rest for a while. This is equivalent to a trick to silence, so Uchiha Madara was blown up by Senju Hashirama, and Jin Yang's percentage has increased by 1% again. Read more at fictionzone.net. Sure enough, the group is the most effective. Jin Yang was also happy. After Uchiha Madara recovered again, he started his own interference operation. Anyway, the existences that were realized, but Jin Yang's magic it happened, so they were killed, naturally the same as Jin Yang. After that, Uchiha Madara was tortured to death, and after dying several times again, Uchiha was also angry. Shenluo Tianzhang. A super large Shenluo Tianzhang fights. Pushing the others back directly, Ran's Haibo Madara decisively turned back and ran away. In this scene, Jin Yang couldn't help but stunned for a while. This guy actually ran away, but how could he easily let the opponent go, so he chased it again. Halfway through, Do planned to recall Uchiha Madara directly, but Uchiha Madara didn't like to be manipulated by others, so she directly used Impure World reincarnation to release her control, which almost stared out her eyes. As long as you know how to use Impure World reincarnation, you can directly reverse the control, so Impure World reincarnation is also very dangerous. Once the person who comes out of Impure World reincarnation releases control, then the person who comes out of Impure World reincarnation is out of control and uses it. The people of Impure World reincarnation are in danger. Playing tricks, other people's souls are not a good thing, and they will die. After Uchiha Madara lifted this technique, he began to run wildly. Although Uchiha Madara was not afraid of death, he was tortured to death by Jin Yang's desire magic. Although he had some ability to resist, several other people were still watching. He's staring at him, so he has no choice but to bypass these people and attack Jin Yang. However, it happened that people knew the space ability. He just passed, they disappeared, and then he was tortured by desire magic, and then he was hammered by Senjo Hashirama. Just now, he was hammered by Senjo Hashirama at least 5 times, and a few the second was a backstab by Senjo Tobirama's Flying Thunder God, and even a General Susanoo headshot by Uchiha Izuna. Anyway, how could he be a tragic word? It's not a bit tragic. So even if he is not afraid of Uchiha Madara, it is difficult to do it now. As for using the wheel tomb he used in this state had only one clone, and the moment this clone came out was locked by Jin Yang and Senjo Hashirama. Actually Jin Yang thinks, Uchiha Madara's wheel tomb is quite rubbish. After Naruto becomes a 6th level, he uses Shadow Clone to destroy all his wheel tombs. Rinnegan's pupil technique is not as good as that developed by 2nd generation. Shadow Clone. So this Shadow Clone level positioning, multiple set as Yang, feels too wrong. Shadow Clone, at least it should be classified as a super forbidden technique. The second 2 pillar is still a space ability. In the hands of Uchiha Madara, it becomes a zibe goods. It is better to use the Shadow Clone of 2nd generation to come. Therefore, 2nd generation is the most powerful, the big move has something to do with him. This guy's brains, Jin Yang feels that he can get back the most complete version of Impure World reincarnation from here, and then get 2nd generation out. As for 1st generation, forget it, 2nd generation knows that his family was almost wiped out by his apprentice, granddaughter he was also chased and killed. It is estimated that he will blow up his hair, but 1st generation is different. He regards Konoha as his life, and he may fight Jin Yang. Therefore, 2nd generation can be recruited. As for 1st generation, there is no possibility, just like Naruto, unless Konoha is directly buried in Danzo's hands and destroyed, after which Jin Yang can get 1st generation out, and maybe it can be digging. But there is not much need. High-end battles. Kagaya has recovered well. Zhao's post is not enough. Isn't he enough? And in other respects, 1st generation is really not worth digging, just, a super the Great Virgin, don't ask whether it is useful, but the Virgin is not necessary. So it's better to dig 2nd generation. However, it is a pity that the history of the corpse cannot be preserved forever, and there is no point in wanting to manifest without a target. So it can only be used temporarily. At this moment, Uchiha Madara fled all the way, Jin Yang and others chased them all the way, and they just chased the entire ninja world running around. He even ran to other battlefields in the middle, causing people on other battlefields to be stunned. However, Senjo Hashirama clearly saw that the ninja allied forces directly gave White Zetsu these enemies directly after the enemy. He wiped out most of it without delay, and then continued to pursue Uchiha Madara dust. The entire 4th Ninja World War was so mixed up by a few of them, and it became messy. Chapter 115. During the chase, Do couldn't hold it anymore, so he simply contacted Obito, and Obito also speeded up and chased Naruto and Killer Bee directly, so a big battle began again. After Uchiha Madara sensed this violent chakra, I also knew Obito was doing something, so I immediately passed in this direction. He has had enough. If he resurrects and absorbs 10 tails by the way, he may be able to completely resist this weird desire, and he can also solve several of his enemies, so Uchiha Madara quickly rushed to the battlefield where Obito was. Obito is still at this moment, controlling the tail beasts to fight with Naruto and Killer Bee. Uchiha Madara. Several people who had been fighting in full swing suddenly saw Uchiha Madara rush into the battlefield. Obito was stunned. Killer Bee, Naruto, 8 Tails, and 9 Tails were all stunned, but at this time Uchiha Madara confirmed that Obito had Rinnegan on his body. Jian triggered the curse mark on Obito. In an instant, Obito's body was out of control. Originally, Obito borrowed Kakashi to destroy the curse of the heart position, and then reborn with 10 tails, but now, 10 tails does not, and Kakashi has not helped him break his curse, so he is in a tragedy. And most importantly, now there is a Rinnegan coming, a beam of light soon enveloped Uchiha Madara, the realm of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan directly shattered, and the armor of 370 on his body was also shattered. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has been resurrected. As for Obito, he can only lie on the ground and panting. Under dual control, he can't come back at all. Now he is totally blind. With his understanding of Uchiha Madara, people like Uchiha Madara are very arrogant. They should force something with him, and then do something, but now he is wrong. Uchiha Madara is forced to look eagerly. So do it directly. And the vitality of 10 Tails Jinchuriki that had not become 10 Tails Jinchuriki instantly bottomed out, and he couldn't even continue to do things like the original. At this moment, his vitality has completely disappeared, and only the last breath is left. As for Uchiha Madara, he set his eyes directly on his own eyes, one of his own Rinnegan and one of Obito's Mangekyo, and his strength has also recovered a lot. By the time Jinyang and the others arrived, Uchiha Madara had already done everything at this moment. The series of operations just now were done in a few seconds between electric light and flint. Tisk tusk, that's why I said, what's wrong, I want to be this anti-skeletal cub. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang looked at Obito on the ground with a look of disdain. He felt that the entire Hokage was unwashed. Danzo ranked first, and the second was Obito, deceived his ancestors, and harmed his family. Which is not something Obito did. It seems that the entire 4th generation really owes him something. If there is no relationship with 4th generation's master and apprentice, then there is nothing to say, but with this relationship, he will not want to wash it out. As for Uchiha Madara, Jinyang didn't care, it's not bad to be able to become a 6th-level existence. Now his percentage has rushed to 21%, and he has made a lot of money. Not surprisingly, Naruto will soon be opened by the 6. At that time, a group of people went together, and it was better to brush once than the current Uchiha Madara several times. And this product is now resurrected. If it is killed, impure world reincarnation is different. Naturally, it is to maximize the benefits. Obito and Uchiha Madara are two different concepts. After a Kamui comes to the Gadu statue, Uchiha Madara directly controls Gadu statue stretched out a lot of chains, and his tail beast pulled it back. As for 9 tails and 8 tails, they were also directly tied up, not an order of magnitude. Don't move, now is not the time to do it. Seeing that Senjo Hashirama was about to stop, Jinyang simply controlled him directly. It can only be said that the history of the corpse is also a bit troublesome. For example, this memory is, so, Senjo Hashirama with memory is, a bad guy. This kind of scene, he is eager to save the field, but in order to maximize the benefits, Jinyang will not let him do anything. All three wanted to shoot, but Jinyang controlled them all. Wait, the tail beast is here, can I get Sage of 6 Paths out? Logically speaking, the memory of the corpse has nothing to do with the dead, as long as it is dead, that is, it seems feasible. In the memory of the tail beast, there is Sage of 6 Paths, no matter whether it is other tail beasts or 10 tails, it is the same. Thinking of this, Jinyang feels stable. As for energy, he doesn't think Sage of 6 Paths is stronger than himself. As for whether Sage of 6 Paths is in another form or, 1st generation has verified it, so even if there is a soul, he can create a 6 ways. Regarding energy, the existence of the 6 levels can only be his younger brother in front of him. Thinking of this, Jinyang simply scattered these 3 people directly, and then they won't be able to use them. Don't worry, take your time, I will give you time. Seeing Uchiha look very anxious, Jin Yang didn't panic at all, not anxious at all, knowing that Sage of Six Paths could be realized, he didn't worry about anything, and just let Uchiha Madara get 10 tails out. Maximize the benefits. As for Uchiha Madara, he couldn't help being stunned. Is this to be regarded as underestimating him? Suddenly, the anger in Uchiha Madara's pupils became stronger. The movement in his hand also accelerated a lot, and he directly pulled 8 tails and 9 tails out. At the same time, Killer Bee and Naruto fainted, but Jin Yang could sense that a few powerful auras had rushed around here. Sure enough, the butterfly effect has come out again. I didn't expect that the guy who came out of Orochimaru Impure World reincarnation would arrive first. Jin Yang shook his head. At the same time, 10 tails was in fusion. Uchiha Madara saw that Jin Yang had no intention of doing anything. On the one hand, he was very angry, and on the other hand, he was relieved. Jin Yang looked down on him and made him angry. Without doing it, he gave him a chance to breathe. As long as he got 10 tails out and became 10 tails Jinchuriki, it was enough. The fusion speed was still a bit slow for the first time, so the two sides were deadlocked at this moment. In less than a minute, several figures appeared directly here. Hashirama has traces of Impure World reincarnation, so it's a genuine product. Seeing these few Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama, he was also relieved at this moment. It is a genuine product anyway. Although it is not much different from the genuine product just now, it is not necessary to join hands with others to beat him. Of course, hit him. There must be a fight, after all, it is the enemy. Fourth generation, your flying thunder god is indeed fast, but those two over there seem to be unable to hold it anymore. Senjo Tobirama pointed to Naruto and Killer Bee, who were already lying dead. After seeing the fourth generation, he couldn't help but be surprised and went straight to Naruto. As for Killer Bee, fourth generation was too lazy to be bothered. Anyway, Killer Bee can't die, and the tail beast was drawn in the original book. It's not alive yet, and its vitality is extremely tenacious. Chapter 116. The tail beast in their body was taken out. Minato, inject the old man into your son's body, otherwise, over time, your son will undoubtedly die. 9 tails in Minato's body can tell what's going on at a glance. Naruto's situation is naturally clear to him. Although part of Minato's soul was swallowed by Shinigami, the part of Minato's body was left in Naruto's body and knew some specific conditions, so he came out. He can recognize Naruto, and the yin attribute 9 tails. He has been with Minato for so long, and naturally he knows the situation. After listening to 9 tails, Minato transferred 9 tails into Naruto without saying a word, but after 9 tails was completely transmitted, Naruto still did not wake up, and fourth generation was also puzzled, but Jin Yang has a certain guess. Originally, the second 2-pillar and Naruto should have seen Ryudeo together, but now it is different. Because of his appearance, Naruto almost died, and the second 2-pillar has not arrived on the battlefield, so this is a big problem. It is estimated that Naruto is still chatting with Ryudeo old man. Fourth generation, your son's breath of life has not fluctuated too much. It is probably the sequelae of the tail beast being extracted, but what we need to pay attention to now is not this, the enemy is still waiting for us. Senjo Tobirama directly opened the mouth and woke up the flustered fourth generation, but now Naruto's vital characteristics have indeed recovered, so he can only temporarily send Naruto and Killer Bee to a distant place with Flying Thunder God for the time being. Looking at the same Killer Bee lying on the ground, the fourth generation is also gone. There is only one, tailed beast in his body. It can't be divided between 2 people, so Killer Bee can only continue to lie down. If the Killer Bee at this moment I'm still awake, I will swear, and if the station is hard enough, it's easy to handle. Look at Naruto. If the tail beast is drawn, someone will send the tail beast, but he. Madara, you guys are starting to do it again. Something is going on, but can you explain what happened to the face on your chest? Senjo Hashirama is staring at Uchiha Madara. First of all, the Rinnegan hasn't paid much attention, but why does Uchiha Madara have his face on his chest? It feels a bit weird. After Uchiha Madara was resurrected, his upper body was broken. Therefore, the human face formed by the implantation of Hashirama cells can be seen at this moment. It's just a little trick. It is said that the villain died because of a lot of talk. At this moment, Uchiha Madara began to constantly force the original Kagaya and other things, including the battle with Senjo Hashirama. Of course, Uchiha Madara is not that kind of idiot. Procrastination. Ten Tails will soon take shape. During this period, he will not let people disturb him casually. If he fights with Senjo Hashirama, then Ten Tails fusion will be interrupted, and it will fall short. Read more at fictionzone.net. After a period of time, it was the time for the popularization of Uchiha Madara's knowledge. Lin always said a lot about the stone monuments of the Uchiha clan and what happened in the past, and even bit a piece of Senjo Hashirama's meat and stitched it on his body. The things that finally turned on Rinnegan are all said. So this ninja has always hidden such a huge secret. Senjo Hashirama feels a toothache, he is a little bit, and now he finally knows why Uchiha Madara said that he didn't understand anything. He really didn't understand anything. Big brother, I think you are still in heaven. The chakra fluctuations of this thing under that guy's feet are getting stronger and stronger. No matter how you go, what will happen, kill him first. Both Senjo Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen Minato were attracted by the story just now. After all, these are some secrets they don't know, and it is related to such a huge Madara. Guy was dragging time before. Senjo Hashirama sensed that Ten Tails chakra also spoke. No wonder Uchiha Madara forced him so much. The feelings are to drag time. Ha 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 ha, that's right, but it's too late for you to react now. Ten Tails has been fused. You guys over there, you will regret it. At this moment, Uchiha Madara hasn't forgotten Jin Yang's sentence, but Jin Yang waved his hand, saying that he didn't care, and made Uchiha Madara stuck in his throat in one breath, but he swears that he will wait to become Ten Tails Jinchuriki and step into after the 6 levels. He will definitely not spare this BD, he must be killed and the previous shame washed away. After Uchiha Madara's voice fell, Gadu statue directly burst out a powerful chakra, blowing away the first generation and others, that is, Jin Yang is still watching here like a mountain. 0 At the same time, the shape of the Gadu statue has undergone earth-shaking changes, directly becoming the final form of Ten Tails. As for Uchiha Madara, he didn't wait too much. He directly inhaled Ten Tails into his body and became a new generation of Ten Tails Jinchuriki, but Rinnegan still lacked one, so it is not complete now. However, his power has rushed to the 6th level, and he has become as white as the Ōtsutsuki clan. His clothes have also changed, and there are more truth-seeking balls in the back, and 6 more Zen sticks in his hands. This is the power of Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It's really great. It's no wonder that the past sage of 6 paths was called a godlike existence. This kind of power is really tempting. At this moment, Uchiha Madara felt that he could finally exhale, and his body exploded to the extreme power, which made him full of confidence. With this appearance, this guy really became, it's not easy. If it is really a power of Sage of 6 Paths, then we should not be opponents. At this moment, Senjo Hashirama has entered Sage mode, looking at Uchiha Madara dignifiedly at this moment. After entering Sage mode, Uchiha Madara's strength has increased to a terrifying level, and the amount of chakra is also Wang Yang. This is the first time Senjo Hashirama has sensed that chakra is more than himself. Don't talk nonsense, big brother, let's try it out first. After talking about Senjo Tobirama, he rushed out directly with a flying thunder god. After he came to Uchiha Madara, he took out a lot of initiation charms. Tandem paper bombs, which is equivalent to a detonation talisman link. Jin Yang can only sigh with emotion. This impure world reincarnation is indeed awesome. He only needs to transplant Rinnegan to 100 people, and then after 100 people die, impure world reincarnation will come out, and a pair of Rinnegan will become 100 pairs, and once Guy hangs up, who bring him out of impure world reincarnation, then it will explode, and drive the 8 gate to infinitely explode. The degree of horror is enough to think about. And most importantly, Uchiha Madara's armor, Uchiha Ataka's ninja, Senjo Tobirama's tandem paper bombs, all of which can be manifested through impure world reincarnation. It is almost nothing to say, and they all become void creations. It's an inch. Chapter 117. Second generation's tandem paper bombs are quite powerful, but unfortunately, he is the only one who blows up in the end. Uchiha Madara does not even need defense now, except for sage art, any tricks are for him. It doesn't work because of the existence of truth-seeking ball. So in second generation, he just blasted himself to pieces. After he recovered again, he was directly hit by a one truth-seeking ball. He was also hiding fast, otherwise his head would be blown. Brother, be careful, that guy is weird, and after being hit by that black ball, his arm won't recover. Seeing his broken arm, Senju Tobirama was a little shocked. Impure world reincarnation is an immortal, but in the hands of the opponent, this immortal is more like a joke. First let you go, kid over there, now I will let you know the cost of teasing the soul of the dead. 370. Uchiha Madara hadn't forgotten the jerk that he even got his brother out just now, so he pointed the finger at Jin Yang, and at the same time, a few Hokage looked at Jin Yang. The people at Rock Shinobi can't perceive anything, monkey, do you know? Second generation asked, they died too early. Looking at each other's age, third generation should know each other. I don't know, there are only a few strong Rock Shinobi, and now there is only one Onoki that can be used, but this seems to be an ordinary person. Third generation is also confused. As for fourth generation, he died early, so he must not know. It's my turn so soon. I thought you would continue to discuss it for a while, but don't worry, I won't fight you personally. If you fight with someone else, I will blame you. The tail beast is here. Do you know the memory of the tail beast is much older than you humans? Jin Yang showed a smirk, but Uchiha Madara was a little bit in his heart, and then he saw that Jin Yang had a figure similar to himself, with a Zen stick in his hand, and a truth-seeking ball behind him. It's just that he doesn't look like a normal person more than him, and Rin-Egan is also in his eyes, but not one, but two. Read more at fictionzone.net. Introduce, this, the name is Ōtsutsuki Hago Romo, Uchiha Madara, you should be familiar with it, this is the famous sage of six paths, let him fight with you, enough to give you face, the founder of Ninzong Wat. Jin Yang said amusedly, in the memory of the tail beast, there are 6 family sons, but Kagaya is not dead, so he can't get Kagaya, but it is still possible to use the history of the corpse to make it Ōtsutsuki Hago Romo and Hago Romo. With Lu Dao his brother, this is a super existence that sealed off Kagaya in his heyday. But now it has been found out by Jin Yang using the history of the corpse. It can only be said that Jin Yang is a super. Unexpectedly, the old man left the stone monument, but it turned out to be what it is now. Looking at Uchiha Madara in the sky, Lu also spoke at this moment. You must know that he has all the memories of Liu Dao, and in this state, Jin Yang extracted the Dao when he was in 10 Tails Jinchuriki, which means that this is better than sealing Kagaya. At that time, the 6 paths were stronger, and I don't know how many times they are stronger. It's not, when chatting, the one who wants to use infinite Tsukuyomi, so please go and beat him up. Besides, don't say so arrogantly, it seems like you didn't think carefully. Jin Yang directly gave the order, the 6 Daoji, there are some interesting things, and the Lu Dao is helpless, such an order, he has to listen, so he can only rush towards Uchiha Madara, crushing the history of the corpse, unless the victim is killed. The present person is afraid, or defeats the caster. But Uchiha Madara can't do any of these, so I can only bite the bullet and fight with Lu Dao. Uchiha Madara does not want to believe that this sage of 6 paths will be a real sage of 6 paths. If it can be so simple to create a sage of 6 paths, it was okay, but after the 2 scepters collided, he fell silent. He couldn't help but believe it. After the scepter collided, he found that the power in his hand was not as good as that of the 6 Dao, and he was even directly pressed back. But it is right to think about it. Compared with the 6 Dao, Uchiha Madara, first of all the problem of bloodline purity is next. Rin-Egan is missing one, and the next is 10 Tails is not in good condition, and half of 9 Tails is missing, and Lu Dao is also proficient in sage art, a local practice method in this world. After cultivating to an extremely high level, the power is not small. The 6 ways are, relying on this to defeat Kagaya, so Uchiha Madara is so much worse than the 6 ways. The hell by the tomb. In desperation, Uchiha Madara can only ask the clone to help. Also possessing Rinnegan, such a clone is not desirable. This is your Rinnegan pupil technique, this pupil technique is really not good. Lu Dao shook his head. Compared to Shadow Clone, the biggest advantage of the tomb is that it can be invisible, but for the same Rinnegan's Lu Dao, this thing is gone. And the truth-seeking ball behind Liu Dao also moved quickly, no matter whether it is the volume, the quantity, or the speed of the control, it crushes Uchiha Madara, and crushes Uchiha Madara to death. This still hasn't been summoned out of Hamura, otherwise Uchiha Madara will be even worse, and Hamura should keep it for Kagaya. The Kagaya of this world has nothing to do with Jin Yang, so he just stunned the Kagaya of this world. It is another large amount of experience. Before, he thought that the collection of magical experience was too slow, but now look at it. This effect is not slow, it is good if it has an effect, so he doesn't feel slow at all. This slowness makes sense, as long as he has enough energy. The history of this corpse is simply a super panacea, even more than other large amounts of magic. This is the different effect on different people. Soon, Uchiha Madara, who was fiercely fighting with Lu Dao, fell into the wind, and after another 10 minutes, Uchiha Madara was directly knocked on the head by Lu Dao and a scepter, and immediately hit 3-1-1 confused. This confusion was caught by Liu Dao, and the one that a large number of truth-seeking ball beat Uchiha Madara was called a miserable one. After all, Lu Dao's attack power is much higher than him. Although Yin Yang Dun can restrain Yin and Yang Dun, but with the addition of Sage Art, the power is even greater, so Uchiha Madara's confusion was directly rubbed by Lu Dao on the ground. And Jin Yang quickly received a percentage prompt, from 1% to 26%, which means that there are 6 levels, one value is 5%, this price is very good, and Kagaya can be used later. One swipe, and by the way, Naruto and the second 2 pillars can also be swiped, at least 15% of the credit, but unfortunately Uchiha Madara is not in impure world reincarnation mode, so you can't swipe it again in a short time, at least it will have to wait for a while. This was tested by Jin Yang with a snake from Ryakai Cave. Chapter 118. After being beaten by the fat, Uchiha Madara was extremely miserable. In the end, he could only use Obito's Kamui to transfer himself. Originally, after he had Rinnegan, he looked down on the general Sharingan, but Obito's Sharingan. This function is much easier to use than his Rinnegan pupil technique, and at this moment he also uses this to escape. However, Uchiha Madara did not run too far, because he sensed the existence of Black Zetsu, and Black Zetsu was rushing over here, holding his other Rinnegan in his hand, so he moved directly to Black Zetsu. Master Madara, another Rinnegan has been brought here. Black Zetsu did not sense Sage of 6 Paths, and Uchiha Madara was happy after seeing Rinnegan, and then immediately the eyes were changed, and all this was actually seen by Lu Dao and the others who had just chased over. Don't move, let him talk after he changes his eyes. Seeing that Lu Dao was about to rush up again, Jin Yang simply stopped Lu Dao directly, and Lu Dao felt uncomfortable at this time. To be honest, you already knew about the existence of Black Zetsu. Jin Yang, who can also peek into the memory of the 6 paths, saw something from the memory of the 6 paths. In 02, the 6 paths did not deny or speak, but Jin Yang knew clearly. At the beginning, the 6 paths did not find Black Zetsu trails. But this guy is very careful and smart. It is correct that he left the stone tablet, but he also left the backhand. He naturally knows who moved the stone tablet, so after Black Zetsu modified the stone tablet, Lu Dao actually knew it. But at the time he rushed to the steel, he could no longer find Black Zetsu. The product of yin and yang escape, it is not so easy to find, and black is also a tortoise. After that, he waited until he found an opportunity to start bewitching Indra. As for the 6 paths, he did not modify the content of the steel back. With such an unstable factor, he must not let it go. So Liu Dao made a decision, that is to let Black Zetsu mess around, and he also left behind. He also knew that even if this kind of thing can be sealed for thousands of years, it will not reach eternity, not to mention that there is still a guy outside from it, so he thought, letting Black Zetsu mess around, and then I controlled it behind the scenes, and after Kagaya was released, he and Black Zetsu were all killed. I have to say that this guy is ruthless. After showing all kinds of thoughts to my mother, this is what Jin Yang saw after spying on the memory of Lu Dao. It should be said that it is Sage of Six Paths that has a daughter-in-law and forgets her mother. Even if her mother is sealed once, it will not let it go for the second time. Read more at fictionzone.net. It's just that Black Zetsu doesn't know. He has been spotted by Lu Dao since he modified the steel. It can only be said that Lu Dao is a super hidden, and it is indeed powerful. In fact, Lu Dao is also scolding his mother at the moment. Jin Yang knows his old bottom, and he also asks him these questions clearly. Crazy, is it fun to tear down the stage in person anyway? He really doesn't want to talk anymore. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has already put on his eyes, intending to be ashamed, but soon he hesitated again. Facing the 6 ways just now, the feeling of powerlessness, he really couldn't hold it, and it was okay. He also seized Senjo Hashirama's Sage Mode, but this time he didn't have it. This poor man fought heavily with others, and he was at a loss. But before he could think more, he felt a pain in his chest, and then a black arm penetrated his body. Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara was shocked when he saw this arm. This time he was shocked. In his opinion, anyone could be sentenced to himself, but Black Zetsu alone would not, because this is a collection of his will. I didn't see the guy Yuyi just now. I didn't expect that he even appeared. I originally planned to let you clear the obstacles for me, but if I don't let my mother out quickly, there will be no chance. Under the control of Black Zetsu, a blood-red eye appeared at the center of Uchiha Madara's brow, and then directly resonated with the moon, and countless rays of light fell directly from the sky. This is infinite Tsukuyomi. V equals comma plus hashtag. However, these rays of light are equivalent to a kind of illusion. After this illusion fell on Jin Yang, it was directly burned by the power of the sun. At this moment, most people have fallen into infinite Tsukuyomi. Even the second 2 pillars can't be avoided. Without Rinnegan's second 2 pillars, you can't stop such an infinite Tsukuyomi, and Naruto is the same. But Lu Dao shouldn't disappoint Jin Yang too much. After releasing infinite Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Madara's body began to swell rapidly. His body was like a sacrifice, used to summon Kagaya's sacrifice. Soon, after swelling to the limit, a woman appeared, which was obviously different from the Kagaya released by Jin Yang. After all, the Kagaya he released was Kagaya without 10 tails, and this Kagaya, just the pressure of chakra, was terrifying. Incomparable. Even though first generation and others are impure world reincarnation, they will not be affected by infinite Tsukuyomi, but they were surprised by this huge chakra. Hey! After coming out, Kagaya saw Ōtsutsuki Hago Romo at the first glance, and his expression changed in an instant. Hey and Hago Romo, that was her eternal pain, and now it is regarded as the enemy who meets and is extremely jealous. Mother! In desperation, Lu Dao had no choice but to bite the bullet, and 370 yelled. He has a guilty conscience now, and he has a guilty conscience when he has done things that I am sorry for others. Therefore, this man is now extremely guilty, even if this is only a historical manifestation of the corpse. It exists, but there is no shortage of memory or anything. Is this the ancestor of chakra in the ninja world? This is like a mountain of pressure. Madara just now is not comparable at all. Looking at Kagaya with a complex expression, Senjo Hashirama felt that he was really helpless. In the past, everyone else was chakra, he was Chithura, but today, he finally tasted it, he is chakra, and others are chakra. Feel it. And it's not just 1 or 2. When they come out, it's a group. As for that Rock Shinobi's ninja, he has nothing to say. He even made Sage of 6 Paths out, and it looks like he can control it. Sage of 6 Paths. Senjo Hashirama said that he didn't believe that he was killed. Rock Shinobi would have such an awesome mission, and he would not make such a big joke. Mother, don't talk nonsense with him, this time he is the only one with Yuyi. Without the help of Yamura, take down Yuyi first, he is not worthy of being your child. At this moment, Black Zetsu is staring at Lu Dao with an angry look. Compared with Lu Dao, who has a daughter-in-law and forgets his mother, his filial son is naturally except for meeting, anger is, angry. Chapter 119. It looks like I can only fight. Lu Dao glared. In the past, he needed Hamura's help. That was because he was not Ten Tails Jinchuriki, but after becoming Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he didn't feel that he was much weaker than Kagaya. Although Kagaya was the ancestor, his fighting power was in him. Above, but in terms of Kagaya's combat experience, Liu Dao really didn't want to hit this guy too much. Since Kagaya is against, then I will also find you a helper, but unfortunately, in Kagaya's memory, there is no Hamura in the Tenseigan stage, so I can only bring out the Hamura of the Byakugan level, but only the Hamura of Byakugan is enough. That's it. Jin Yang once again launched the history of the corpse and brought out Yamura. Although Yamura went to the moon with him in the later period, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was in a completely sealed state at the time, and Yamura was not seen at all. And Hamura also came out of Tenseigan in the later period, so he realized this one, only Byakugan, without Tenseigan, but this Hamura, who is also proficient in yin and yang, can also use truth-seeking ball. Big brother, let's meet again, but when we meet again, it turned out to be against my mother. Do you really want to fight? Hamura asked helplessly. He felt that his mother was very pitiful. She had already sealed it once, and should she seal it again? Isn't this nonsense? I realized you came out, isn't it just for Kagaya? Jin Yang couldn't help but vomit, and then he controlled Yamura. 1,000 years later, Yui and Yui met Kagaya again, and all of this was because of the history of this so-called corpse. This ability is really good. That's awesome. How can Hamura have no reason? He is dead like Yui. I have been to the moon. I know his condition. Damn, what is going on with that guy? Mother, let's move the battlefield first. Black Zetsu also felt that he couldn't figure it out. Hei and Hamura were both confirmed by him, but now they all appeared in front of him brightly. This is a bit weird, shouldn't be. After listening to Black Zetsu's words, Kagaya directly used Tianzai's Hong. To be honest, Kagaya actually has many methods, and they are ruthless, but the only thing is not good, that is, there is no combat experience. If Black Zetsu hadn't helped, it is estimated she will be rubbed against the ground by Naruto and the ER2 pillar, and the experience gap is too big. The supergravity space in the Imperial Palace of Heaven. Because everyone can fly, it's useless to go to other spaces. Kagaya simply transferred everyone to the supergravity space. The gravity here is quite terrifying. Even the existence of the 6 levels, it is difficult to move here. However, after being transferred to this space, Jin Yang felt that although gravity was terrifying, he still deliberately moved randomly. In fact, Jin Yang found it strange that Naruto and ER2 Pillar, Kakashi, and Obito in the original work were all transferred in. Read more at fictionzone.net. But at that time Naruto and the second 2 pillars were acting in a law. How did Kakashi and Obito move and directly helped them block a shot and kill the ashes? Anyway, he didn't understand. Chaos, all kinds of open hangs, it can be said to be messy. Kakashi can understand. After all, you can interact with others, but Obito can't understand it. However, Jin Yang is too lazy to talk nonsense. After a person is pulled into a supergravity space, it is difficult for someone to act. Except for Jin Yang, and Kagaya directly used the old trick to kill the Grey Bones and aimed at Hei and Hamura. At any rate, it took my strength to realize it. If you kill it, I need to re-realize it, so don't think about it. Jin Yang directly took the 2 of them to use the space to move and leave the place, killing the ashes, but the result was Kagaya's anger. That guy actually has space abilities. This supergravity space doesn't do much for them, mother, transfer it. After seeing this scene, Black Zetsu also shook his head, while Kagaya moved directly to the ice space. Basically, there is no way to have much influence on the enemy in other spaces. The ice space is okay, you can control the ice here. Hamura, go on. After Yui clenched the scepter in his hand, he rushed forward, and Hamura also condensed the scepter to keep up, and instantly smashed the dense ice dragon directly and rushed towards Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. Why do we have to make a scepter? Looking at the weapons in the hands of the two, Jin Yang wondered whether the sword was not easy to use. Why must he use a scepter? 80 God's Air Strike. The huge fists formed by a large number of chakras blasted towards Yuyi and Hamura, and the two also used Truth-Seeking Ball to attack. Under the collision, the entire ice space became completely unrecognizable, almost shattering the entire ice space. This is much more powerful than anime. It's really hard to pay, so let me mix it up too. You two, give me the seal directly. Jin Yang asked the two to give him the seal temporarily. He didn't want to continue wasting time with Kagaya. As for killing Kagaya, he could not do it. Using the power of the sun, Kagaya could be completely annihilated. The reason why he didn't die was because he didn't. The way of killing, and the grace of the sun, originated from the more advanced Supreme God. This thing burns everything, so once Kagaya is burned by himself with the power of the ultimate sun, he will also die, but playing like this, he has no experience, so he can only use magic condensed tricks to absorb experience. After the seal was over, Jin Yang directly activated another magic, a magic related to time. The Seal of Time. Pause the time directly, but his current ability is not long enough to pause, especially the blocked opponent is such a powerful Kagaya, but in less than a second, good Zhao's is enough. He did it. After time was suspended, everyone except him was unable to act, unless the other party was in control of time magic like himself, and then Chen Yang moved into a space behind Kagaya, and the seal was hit on her. Although these guys manifested themselves, the damage they dealt was real, so the seal fell directly on Kagaya, and even Black Zetsu couldn't run away this time. After the time was restored, the entire land of the ice space began to quickly converge towards Kagaya. At this moment, Kagaya was full of incredible faces. She didn't understand why she was sealed by the dust. Feeling a flower in front of her, she was recruited, but at the moment countless ice cubes and boulders were covered on her body, she thought it was too late, and she was sealed directly, without the need for Naruto and the second two-pillar to shoot, and the sealing was completed directly. Chapter 120. After Kagaya was sealed, Jin Yang's percentage rushed directly up by 10%, reaching 36%. It can only be said that Kagaya is worthy of Kagaya, and it is really valuable. After Kagaya is dealt with, this space has become, beyond recognition, 444 Hokage. They looked at each other even more. In Kagaya's celestial palace, people cannot be transferred individually. People within a certain range will be directly transferred away, and he wants to separate other people, so he can only use other means, otherwise the pure celestial palace will change the surrounding people. Everyone pulled in. So the same is true for the 444 Naruto, but they are reduced to spectators the whole time. The 6th level battle, even Senjo Hashirama can't participate in it, but after seeing Kagaya being directly sealed, they are relieved anyway. However, before they were completely relieved, a figure fell from the sky again. This was Uchiha Madara, who was half dead. Kagaya was sealed again. There is no way to survive, even with Rin-Egan. After he fell, a head and tail beast continued to fall from the sky. After Kagaya was sealed, the tail beasts were also relieved. Old man 370, it's gone, I didn't expect to see you again. Kagaya was sealed by you again, but what is the situation with your resurrection, or what's the matter? Nine Tails looked at Heiai and Hamura a little unexpectedly. What is the matter with these two, shouldn't they hang up? And he can perceive the horror of the chakra in the 6 ways. This is the chakra with 10 tails, but the problem is coming. They are outside, where the 10 tails group of beasts are all Zhang 2 monks, puzzled. The old man does not really exist. Although he has a memory, the old man is indeed a fake and has been manifested by others. Yuyi himself is very free and easy, but this is normal. It is like Shadow Clone has its own thinking, but knows that he is a clone, and admits that he is a clone, and will not back the body, and the same is true for Yuyi and Hamura at this moment. It is impossible for a false existence to be realized by others. If it is false, how could it be Kagaya's opponent? Nine Tails wanted to refute, but in the end it shut up. The main reason was that it was really impossible to refute. There is also a 10 tails in Liudeo. Where is there a second 10 tails in this world, so this is very embarrassing. At the same time, Jin Yang didn't care about these tail beast, he focused on the half-dead Uchiha Madara. Defeating and killing them were two different things, so he killed Uchiha Madara. Then there is still a credit. Why? Do you still have to do it yourself? Uchiha Madara, who knew that he had been played by someone, suddenly felt that he was ridiculous. The layout, for so long, turned out that he did the chess pieces in the game, and there was nothing more shocking than this. Yes, anyhow, you are also a strong person, so you are a little disrespectful if you hang up like this, so I'll send you on the road. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang randomly found a reason, but this reason was indeed recognized by Uchiha Madara. After hearing this, Senjo Hashirama, who was originally planning to take action, stopped. For the strong, he is not afraid of death in battle. Afraid of death. The same is true for Uchiha Madara, so there is no blocking. Is that so, please? Uchiha Madara felt that it was better to die in Jin Yang's hands than to die slowly. After that, Jin Yang directly killed Uchiha Madara with his hands, so the percentage increased by 5% to 41%. Is it a 6th level now, but it's right to hit high, but now it's the same as defeating, it looks like it has shrunk a lot. After Jin Yang killed Uchiha Madara, he took away Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan without hesitation. This is a good thing. He intends to try if he can bring back his original time and space. If he can, he will make a lot of money. Even at this moment, Jin Yang put his gaze on a few head and tail beasts. Another time and space, the tail beast is not enough, but this time and space is okay, so he plans to give it a try. If it is really possible, then you can't blame him. So at this moment, Jin Yang's eyes on the tail beasts became bad, and Lu Dao and Yukin were in the tail beast's memory. After making up his mind, Jin Yang directly let the two of them do it. Bang bang bang! A dull voice sounded, and even Uchiha Madara's one-of-a-kind tombs could not hold them. How could they be able to withstand the attacks of Yuyi and Yamura? In an instant, the tail beasts were beaten up and down, and they were seriously injured. Move! Damn it, old man, what are you doing and why are you attacking us? Nine Tails stared at Yuyi and Yamura angrily at this moment. These two were too fast to stop them, and there was no time to react, and the tail beasts were defeated. Sorry Kurama, I don't want to do it either, but you also know that I am not me. Yuyi said helplessly, Jin Yang is too capable of doing things. After Kagaya chased him, he started to engage in tail beasts. He didn't know what to say. Help me seal the tail beast, you can do it, right? Jin Yang said, even the second pillar can easily seal many tail beasts, let alone 6. Under Jin Yang's order, the 9-headed beast was eventually sealed into 9 small balls, and it was directly sealed into the truth-seeking ball. It's a pity that the Gadu statue has also been sealed together, otherwise it can be packed and taken away together. Looking at the 9 balls in his hand, Jin Yang felt a little pity, but he could still take away the huge Tenseigan of the moon, but it was a pity that this method could not be used all the time, and the dragon veins needed time to accumulate power, so they could not be used in a short time. However, let the dragon veins continue to accumulate power, and use it from time to time. Although the interval is long, looking at the harvest this time, it is too much. Who are you and what is your purpose? Watching Jin Yang take away the 9-headed beast directly, and then the 6 brothers also disappeared, Senjo Hashirama couldn't help but ask, as for Jin Yang's behavior style, it does not seem to be standing on his side and waiting for others. To put it bluntly, this is a third party. I only know that he is enemies with Uchiha Madara and Kagaya, and the methods are very terrifying, but the specific situation is really unclear. If you didn't speak, I almost forgot about you. It just so happens that you are also a good experience. Although Uchiha Madara was just killed by me, it does not prevent him from continuing to fight with you. Jin Yang looked at these people, and suddenly smiled. Uchiha Madara was dead again, and in their memory, there was Uchiha Madara just now, so you can't blame him for brushing these experience packs. The tail beasts were sealed up by 6%, the other tail beasts only accounted for 4%, and 9 tails accounted for 2%. Even half of the 9 tails is worth enough, and it has reached 47%. Although these people are dead, but no one stipulates that the memory of the corpse cannot be masked from the memory of the dead, but it has been tested with impure world reincarnation Uchiha Madara before. Chapter 121. Using the memory of the existing corpse, Jin Yang once again brought out the 6th level Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Madara was resurrected just now, and they were seen, so the 6th level Uchiha Madara appeared in front of everyone again. I won't tell you any more nonsense. You didn't have the chance to fight him just now. Now I will give you this chance. The one over there. Senjo Hashirama is handed over to you. Don't you always want to beat him? Do it. Jin Yang said with a joking expression, and although Uchiha Madara, who was realized, had all his own memories, he was also under Jin Yang's control. After looking at Jin Yang helplessly, he walked directly towards Senjo Hashirama and others. Past. Hey, this is another trick, that guy's ability is really weird, how exactly did this do it? Second generation wanted to break his head and couldn't think of it. What kind of operation is this, why can a dead person be summoned, and the most weird thing is that even Sage of 6 Paths and other brothers can also appear, which is too much. In fact, Jin Yang can still get the 6 ways now. The reason is that these seals in his hand, in the seal, there is a tail beast, and in the memory of the tail beast, there is a Sage of 6 Paths, so he can also use the power of the tail beast to get the 6 paths, but a Uchiha Madara of the 6th path level is enough. At the beginning, Senjo Hashirama defeated only Uchiha Madara of the Eternal Mangekyo, but now Uchiha Madara is not only Rinnegan, but also 10 Tails Jinchuriki, a real 6th level powerhouse. In front of the 6th level, Senjo Hashirama, the peak of the Super Shadow. Even if it can be slightly resisted, it can't do much. After Uchiha Madara's meal, under the attack of destroying the sky, Senjo Hashirama and other 444 shadows were directly wiped out by the ashes. Damn, forgot to tell this guy not to use truth-seeking ball. Jin Yang couldn't help but shoot his forehead. Many of the 6 Uchiha Madara's attacks were accompanied by truth-seeking ball, and truth-seeking ball, once it hits the existence of impure world reincarnation, it will be over. Forgot this stubble, and in desperation, Jin Yang had to give up and disperse the Uchiha Madara directly. It's a pity that these experience packs have now reached 49%, close to half of the proficiency level, plus these things, this trip really made a lot of money. Jin Yang said that it is better than nothing. At any rate, I made a lot of money. Using the space ability, Jin Yang left this space and returned to the previous battlefield. However, when Jin Yang came out, he found that many people were standing densely not far away. Is anyone coming out, Naruto? This is the existence of Uchiha Madara that helped us repel a few shadows just now. Read more at fictionzone.net. Gaara opened his mouth and said, this group of people is naturally the Ninja Alliance army, because the last battle location is here, so they have also chased over, and at this moment, Naruto and the second 2 pillar give Jin Yang a slightly different feeling. The huge one is a bit too much. Does this have already gained yin and yang escape so it has entered the 6 levels? The breath of these 2 people is too much bigger than the others, so Jin Yang basically judged it in an instant. 6 level experience pack, others cannot, you absolutely can't let it go. Now the shadow level powerhouse is very difficult too. Jin Yang, only the super shadow level and the 6 levels are good, and this time and space Naruto and the second 2 pillar have nothing to do with him, so it depends on the final situation. Jin Yang didn't deliberately beat them to death, but if he couldn't help but accidentally be killed by Jin Yang, then Jin Yang can't be blamed. After all, these guys are also better than the protagonist party, especially Naruto, the hot-blooded protagonist, who always makes people excited, so Jin Yang will not deliberately kill them. Can these 2 people block his attack? Then it can naturally survive, but it can't stop it, then if it dies, it will die. After putting the truth-seeking ball with the tail beast into a portable space he created, Jin Yang directly stared at Naruto and ER2 pillar. Although Naruto and ER2 pillar had seen 6, they were also dead 6. So it can't be realized. As for the tail beast, it can be used to realize Sage of 6 paths, but he doesn't think it is necessary. It has reached 49%. He now has a strong magical ability, so he feels itchy. Naruto, be careful. The truth-seeking balls that Guy controlled just now seem to be condensed with a special seal, and I can feel that one of them has the other half of the old man in it. The yin attribute nine tails said in Naruto's body that he could not perceive all the truth-seeking ball seals, but he could perceive the other half of himself, and he perceives the other half of himself, so it means that other tail beasts are also here. It's right inside. Other tail beasts. Naruto's eyes condensed. He is a hot-blooded fool, but he is not stupid. Knowing that the other party has collected the tail beast, it is worth considering what to do. What they think, Jin Yang doesn't care. Anyway, this beast is already in his hands, and he will test if he can take this thing away from this time and space forever. As for the seal, it is like a black rod formed by the yin and yang escape. This is already an independent seal, so even if the caster has disappeared, it will not disappear. Just like 4th generation used a seal, although he hangs up, the seal will not disappear. The reason is the same. Can you release the tail beast in your hand? After thinking about it for a while, Naruto spoke, and let's not talk about anything else. Killer Bee's tail beast 8 tails and the Yang attribute 9 tails that have been with him for more than 10 years are all there, so I can't leave it alone. Tailed beast, that won't work. This thing is my trophy, but I will give you a chance to defeat me, and I will give it back to you if I defeat me. It's impossible for the tail beast to return. How can it be possible to return the trophy that was finally caught? Don't dream, this time and space tail beast and he are not friends. How good it is to take it back and give Kagaya a nourishment. It looks like there is no way to make sense, so I can only do it. As soon as Naruto's words fell, the second two pillar had disappeared in place, rushed to Jin Yang at a very fast speed, and kicked it over. Do you think you are Might Guy? Seeing that the second two pillar didn't even use Rinnegan, Jin Yang gave him a kick very simply, and the kick that burned with the 3-color flame directly turned the second two pillar into a ground gourd, and Naruto, who saw this scene, rushed over. He caught the second two pillar, but the huge force still made him glide back along with him for a distance. Chapter 122. Ahem, so powerful, this guy clearly doesn't have any chakra in his body. What the hell is going on? The second two pillar knows that the ship has capsized in the gutter. When I saw the truth-seeking ball before, I shouldn't die with only a small amount of power. After all, the truth-seeking ball can only be used by the existence of 6 levels. Sasuke, are you okay? Seeing that the two pillars were vomiting blood, Naruto was very nervous at the moment, and sure enough, these two are true love. It's okay, but his power is too weird. Be careful, don't hide it. Knowing that the other party is not easy, the second two pillar directly activated Susanoo, the real Susanoo, which can fly, and his is, so, after the purple-blue giant appeared, Naruto did not hesitate. Around the body there was golden energy, and I took 2 370s in both hands. Truth-seeking ball has turned into an iron rod, and there are several truth-seeking balls floating behind it. That's why the guy in Ryudeo couldn't peep into the situation in the Heavenly Imperial Palace. I thought he would know, but I guess it's coming soon. Jin Yang didn't care very much. As for Lu Dao, after Senju Hashirama and their souls return, Lu Dao will definitely know what happened, and it is estimated that they will give orders to the two again. Before Ryudeo takes a shot, let's play with you, Shockwave. Jin Yang used Irene's additional magic this time. In his opinion, Irene's additional magic is also super magic. Everything can be added, even personality and soul can be. It is simply abnormal. A shockwave was attached to the ground, and the huge shockwave blasted 100-meter wide super avenue above the ground, and directly blasted the two into the sky without Naruto and the ER2 pillars reacting. What happened just now? Why can't Chakra perceive it at all? In the cold sweat on the end of the second pillar, his Rinnegan can detect all Chakra, but Jin Yang is not using Chakra, so such an attack, except for the recognition of the naked eye, they can't use anything else. Method identification. Naruto's Sage Mode has no effect on Chakra's perception, and Rinnegan of the second two pillar has no effect on Chakra's perception. You can only check the attack with the naked eye. Read more at fictionzone.net. Be careful, I can't perceive his Chakra, as if he doesn't have Chakra at all. It's weird. Naruto was also taken aback, but fortunately, the attack just now wasn't very violent, but it didn't hurt them much. Ōtsutsuki, Fengying, this is the companion you are talking about. And, Ōtsutsuki, what is going on? This is a person from your village. Tsunade, Ai, and the others are stunned at Gaara and Onaki, and they said that the good companions are still hitting them now. How can the old man know that if the old man in the old village is strong, how could he still become like this? And this guy did help us before, but what's going on now? I won't be allowed to interfere. Seeing the ground breaking and breaking again and again in the scene, he knew that it would be unrealistic to intervene, and participation would be finished. Forget it, now is not the time to quarrel, let's leave first, the scope of their battle is getting bigger and bigger. Seeing the continuous shock waves, flames, and explosions, almost constantly spreading towards the surroundings, Gaara said that he can't stay here anymore. In desperation, everyone can only retreat again. This is for Gaara and Onaki. This is the second time. At this moment, Jin Yang is crazy using additional magic, flame addition, heat addition, melting addition, shockwave addition, energy explosion addition, and he is just like smashing up, and he doesn't need to worry about his energy being exhausted. Half of Jeff's energy surpassed that of others, plus the sun, it was a proper source of infinite energy. On the other hand, the second two pillar and Naruto couldn't get close to Jin Yang at all, and they were constantly being beaten down. Even Naruto found that his truth-seeking ball could not play a big role, just like Sage Art restrained the truth-seeking ball. The energy used by Jin Yang also does not belong to chakra, so it also restrains the truth-seeking ball, and Naruto's truth-seeking ball is only a little stronger, so it shatters directly after blocking a few attacks. You two, listen carefully. I have already figured out the situation. My mother has been sealed again, but this person has a problem. You can find a way to seal it with the seal I gave you, otherwise the tail beast will never get back. When the two were in a hard fight, Liudeo once again informed them of the situation. So this is the last enemy, right, but how can this kind of attack rush over? Truth-seeking ball is useless. Naruto looked at the countless attacks in front of him with a pained expression. He had always used Rasengan's amount to pile up the enemy. He was finally disgusted by the amount of attacks. It's almost a barrage, but the power is so huge that it hurts people. Using the power of 9 tails, I attach Susanoo to 9 tails. As long as I rush over, I can use the pupil technique to go to him, and don't you still have Shadow Clone? Use Shadow Clone appropriately. Under the reminder of the second two pillar, a plan was soon formed. Soon, Jin Yang saw a broken 9 tails with a broken body and purple-blue energy rushing out. Immediately afterwards, the ER2 pillar in 9 tails directly threw his saber and another kung fu towards Jin Yang. After 9 tails resisted the last wave of shock and disappeared, the sword instantly turned into a 2-2 pillar, and then Kyowa became Naruto, and the two hands directly pressed Jin Yang's body. How can it be so simple and successful? Seeing that Jin Yang didn't even resist, the two of them were a little stunned, but the seal had already been beaten out, and the ground slammed into pieces, and a large number of boulders continued to rush towards the sky, and soon on the ground 3. A huge sinkhole was pulled out on one. Although it is successful, why does it always feel strange? Looking at this scene, both Naruto and ER2 pillar felt unreal, and they were directly sealed without resisting it, which is strange. I feel weird. Congratulations, you have sealed me a longing body. Jin Yang reappeared, the thinking body, which is equivalent to the magic version of the clone, but this clone will not disappear because of being knocked down, it is equivalent to an entity clone, so the thinking body is still very useful. Jin Yang used the magic of August's ears to hear the actions of the two just now. He knew what he wanted to do, so he deliberately let them seal a thoughtful body. Chapter 123. Missing Body. Naruto had a look of doubt, and he didn't know what the thinking body was, and almost kicked him directly on the second pillar. Isn't the so-called thinking body just a clone? It's obvious that you can see it. I don't want to waste time anymore, so you guys have a try. Can you block my last move? If you block it, let you go. If you can't block it, it seems you are gone. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he directly activated Irene's limit additional magic, the star of the gods collapsed, but his star of the gods collapsed, more terrifying than Irene's, and more than one, but smashed 10 in a row. After coming down, almost all have turned into a flame meteor shower. After throwing this trick, Jin Yang was directly suspended in the air to watch the show, and seeing so many huge meteorites impacted in one breath, and the speed was so fast, he was shocked at the two pillars and Naruto. It is Irene's version, and it is estimated that it will not be difficult for them to block it, but this is Jin Yang's version, and it is still 10 in one breath, and by the way, the seal in the sky is also smashed, and the missing body is recovered. A bunch of meteorites fell like this, and the two of them also directly exploded their hairs. As soon as the big move went up, they used all the tricks that could be used, and even Naruto used his own backhands to let 9. The Tails state entered the ultimate sage mode, two huge truth-seeking ball rays non-shurikens rushed towards the meteorite, and the second two-pillar also turned on Susanoo, shooting crazy arrows. However, his second two-pillar is not the second two-pillar of the fusion 9-headed beast, so even if he uses the arrow of Indra, it is not too strong. In the end, the two almost finished the big move, and there are two remaining. In desperation, the two can only use their bodies to fight hard. Percent paid in, now after 59%, then it's almost time to leave, and I have to go to the moon. After Jin Yang watched the two being seriously injured, he didn't bother to care about it and blocked it. Then he wouldn't be too speechless, as long as the percentage is enough, it is enough. After defeating the two, Jin Yang went to the moon. However, during this period, there was only one person left on the moon, and he was still a scumbag, so it did not bring him any contribution. After killing Shiren, Jin Yang directly packed the huge Tenseigan away, and then returned to Lolan. Now it is the final stage of experimentation. It depends on whether these things can be brought back directly. It is best if you can, but not him. It's gone. After communicating with the dragon veins, Jin Yang's body disappeared in a purple light again, reappeared, has returned to the time and space where he was, and all those things have been brought back. In the same way, he also received a message, read more at fictionzone.net. Although he has mastered Lolan's key, and every time Lolan is used up, it takes several years to recharge, but this time he brought back too many things, and the weight was too large, so Lolan's recharge was directly increased to 5. For 10 years. After knowing this, Jin Yang suddenly felt that these things in his hands were a bit pitted. For 50 years, this is equivalent to the loss of a large copy, and it is also drunk to think about it. Forget it, I got a lot of good stuff, let's talk about it later. Jin Yang was too lazy to say something, and asked a white Zetsu. There was not much deviation in time. He hadn't been there for long, and the time here was the same. It is not the same as the original work, and the time is directly suspended, but perhaps because he has mastered the key to the Lolan dragon vessel. After that, Jin Yang directly used the huge Tenseigan moon, the previous one, as the core of the moon. Orochimaru wanted to study it was quite troublesome, so this one continued to be handed over to Orochimaru. At that time, Orochimaru was stunned. This kind of huge Tenseigan, one of the lunar Ōtsutsuki clan, has spent countless efforts and spent countless Byakugans to make it, but Jin Yang actually brought him a one again, which is simply damn it. However, he did not ask too much, some research is good, and Jin Yang did not explain it himself. In fact, it is okay to say it, after all, the dragon vein has been mastered by him, and it has a cooling time of 50 years. Enough to persuade everyone. After handing Tenseigan to Orochimaru, Jin Yang quickly left the moon and reached 9% magic skills. In the blink of an eye, he could run from one ninja village to another ninja village. Now even if he secretly takes a certain village the person who took away, and no one found him, he can completely move with multiple people. In fact, Jin Yang himself felt that his experience was a bit weird. He even went to the 4th Ninja World War, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was originally 50% that the equipment system should be turned on. As a result, Jeff did not have the equipment, which was embarrassing. So this system is equivalent to being abandoned, and he is also very helpless. Who said that Jeff does not need any equipment? People's best weapon is magic, that is, fist, so there is nothing to say. After returning to Rock Shinobi, in fact, to put it bluntly, he only left for a few days, and no one was in charge, and Jin Yang directly found Kagaya. "Why come to look for my concubine all of a sudden, what's the matter?" Kagaya looked at Jin Yang with some doubts. Jin Yang looked for her, there must be something right. "There are things, but this is not a place to talk. Go outside the village and talk about it." After talking, Jin Yang directly took Kagaya to move to a very remote place in the land of the earth. After that, in the puzzled expression of Yuki's face, he took out the 9 truth-seeking balls that sealed the tail beast. "The truth-seeking ball is wrong, there seems to be other things in it, this 370 is, the tail beast." Kagaya opened her Rinnegan, and after seeing the frontal-tailed beast inside, she also entered. She is now confused, the chakra of the tailed beast, she still perceives it before, and Rock Shinobi's tailed beasts are not few, so these few, where did Kagaya pop out again? At this moment, Kagaya is stunned. Is there a tail beast that he doesn't know about in this ninja world? Brought from another parallel world, you don't need to know more. Gadu statue, I can't bring it here, so I need to summoning yourself. Jin Yang said that Akatsuki's organization or something. In fact, the absence of the Gadu statue does not have much impact on them, but it will be a little troublesome after the seal of the tail beast, but it is different for Obito. Nagato just needs to use the tail beast to bring pain to the world, so that people in this world can know the pain caused by war, so as to usher in peace, and the Gadu statue is just a thing used to seal, even if it is taken away now, it will be for them. The words didn't have much impact, and the loss to Obito would be great, and he still hopes that this thing will come back. However, at this stage, Nagato does not intend to catch the tail beast, and White Zetsu is his own. After Obito knows that the Gadu statue is gone, it is estimated that it will be at least several years. I don't know what his expression will be at that time. It must be very exciting. Chapter 124. 4. Strength. Kagaya will definitely be eager. I have made an agreement with Jin Yang before. Kagaya has already accepted his fate, but now Jin Yang has brought such good news to her, which makes her unhappy. After that, Kagaya gave the Gadu statue to summoning without hesitation, and Jin Yang directly threw the 9 truth-seeking ball seals into the Gadu statue's mouth. The seal was instantly broken, and the power of the tail beast began to merge into the body of 10 tails. What happened to Nagato just now? Rain Shinobi village also thought that the Gadu statue was left directly by summoning, so the noise caused Konan also. The Gadu statue disappeared, as if someone had been taken away by summoning, but unless you have Rinnegan, you can't summoning Gadu statue. Nagato is also wondering who made this. He now suspects that there is a second person in the ninja world who has Rinnegan. The Gadu statue was exclusive to Rinnegan's summoning, but now it has disappeared like this. After all, there were some riots on Nagato's side, but Nagato directly suppressed the situation, but let Konan arrange for someone to check it. On the other side, 10 tails that swallowed the 9-tailed beasts are constantly taking shape. Jin Yang it is to directly use the magic enchantment to isolate such a terrifying chakra. So everyone didn't know that something terrifying was gestating in this ninja world. Due to the sufficient number of tail beasts, although there are only half of 9 tails, the speed of fusion is also very fast, and it also directly crosses the previous states and enters the final state. After entering the final state, Kagaya directly pulls 10 tails into the body. Although it is not the heyday, but Kagaya is back, and I will give her some time to turn on Tenseigan, when Kagaya's strength will surpass her heyday, and Rock Shinobi's people will fight her. Instructing the course, Kagaya will become the entire ninja world, except for Jin Yang invincible existence. Even if the 6 Dao brothers come out again, Kagaya will be lost. How do I feel after regaining my strength? Jin Yang asked with a smile. Read more at fictionzone.net. Very good, but are you really not worried at all? After the concubine body regains the strength, will it be against you? Kagaya asked a little puzzledly, why this person is a little bit like her in the past, so easy to believe in others, simple. Suspicious people don't need to use people, you Kagaya, as the origin of ninja chakra, don't lie, of course, if you lie, you will be blinded. Jin Yang didn't care and said that the previous ones were all nonsense. Because of his strength, he didn't bother to say it. Kagaya completely forgot the means he showed at the beginning, and Jin Yang didn't talk too much, and gave it to Kagaya. The history of getting a corpse is enough for Kagaya to drink a pot, not to mention that he can be hammered to death by himself, and there is no burnt residue left, and the immortality depends on who is concerned. To put it bluntly, Jin Yang has surpassed the power of the limit of this realm. No matter how awesome, people who belong to this world will not have the qualifications to fight him desperately. Since you trust your concubine, then your concubine will abide by the agreement and help you protect this village. Kagaya finally shook her head. To be honest, her mind is not deep, but she is a little simple. Jin Yang has shown enough chips now, and Kagaya is not the kind of. Moreover, Kagaya is not good at all. Why should she think that her current life is still quite good, and there are a bunch of younger generations who care about herself, and she honestly became an ancestor in Rock Shinobi and developed Tenseigan. That's right, why do you need to do things and ruin your good life? So Kagaya has now completely become the patron saint of Rock Shinobi. Jin Yang is not there, and no one in this world can pose any threat to Rock Shinobi. Of course, Jin Yang also knows that the arrogant soldier must be defeated. With so many high-end Rock Shinobi, it is arrogant and arrogant. This is human nature, but Jin Yang also told Ohaimu. If the person who goes out to do the task is killed in the task because of his lack of strength, don't worry about it. If someone from Shinobu intervenes in, then you are not at all polite. Even if it does, Rock Shinobi still has some hidden dangers, but it is better than doing nothing. In this way, the development of Rock Shinobi is still the same. Other villages have also discovered the situation of Rock Shinobi. Anyway, the task is what it is. If you do it normally, it will be over. Will be nosy. So after they tried for a while, they also stopped, and the ninja world returned to its original calm. Only Nagato and the others were still there, tracing the so-called second pair of Rin-Egan, but they estimated that turning the ninja world would be useless. They don't even know how Rin-Egan appeared, what to look for. This flash, 5 years of time have passed. At this moment, the time has come to Konoha's 54 years, many Xiaoqiang, Niji's generation of 7. He is 7 years old, and Hinata is 6 years old. Hayashi has no fear of the clan and branch house, so Hanabi is only 1 year younger than Hinata. I can only say that this guy is amazing. There are some differences in the original book, and the shadow of the legs is the same as that of Niji. Deidara is a few years older than them, but this kid shouted all the time. Art and the like, I have been taught several times by Jin Yang. Deidara's abilities are indeed very special, but Jin Yang will not let him become a traitor this time. So after Deidara enrolled in school, she began to guide Deidara. Although the explosive artistic character of this product can no longer be transferred, at least he will not mess around in the village now, but Zhao's will mess around outside. Moreover, Jin Yang is directly regarded as an idol among idols, not for other reasons, just because of Jin Yang's abilities. Many of them are super powerful and have blasting properties, especially the power of the sun, which is like a nuclear bomb explosion. Therefore, Deidara admires Jin Yang incomparably. He follows him all the time and calls him the big brother. It is also because of Jin Yang's fist education, so this boy will probably not leave Rock Shinobi afterwards. It's not bad, anyway. It is also a talent belonging to Rock Shinobi, and the other small carrot heads are also because of Jin Yang's good craftsmanship, so they all ran behind Jin Yang, making Hayashi all face collapse. It's a father that is controlled by a daughter, but the 2 daughters of my own family are running behind other people's all the time, and so is the black soil. As a result, Huang Tu and Hayashi became hard brothers, and the 2 have a lot of common language. Chapter 125. You are really liked by children. Looking at the large number of children in the family, Kushina was also a little speechless. After Jin Yang became an adult, he had already taken down the three sisters, so now they all live together, but looking at a house with so many small carrot heads. Kushina also has nothing to say. Jin Yang is so popular with children. Why do you think our charm is? Even a child of this age can't resist it, right? Jin Yang said smugly. If you don't make such delicious things, I believe they will soon be gone. Terumi Mei on the side is also speechless. Why did these radish heads come here because of Jin Yang's gourmet temptation? Jin Yang's own cooking skills are also very good, plus the past dishes, don't talk about it, the little carrot heads, even a few of them can't resist this temptation. That's why I said that to capture a person, start with her stomach first, and Jin Yang perfectly interpreted this. He attacked these girls, except for, the goodwill at the beginning was a little high. In addition, it is, relying on this hand to master good dishes. By the way, Tsunade hasn't come back yet. Jin Yang, who has already prepared a table of dishes, asked with some doubts. 1 year ago, Oyemu directly announced that 370 bulletin retired, and the newly appointed Ōtsutsuki is, Tsunade. It has been so many years, plus Oyemu constantly strengthening the control of the village, and Tsunade's slowly accumulating reputation. By the time she took over Ōtsutsuki last year, no one had said much. So Tsunade has officially become a new generation of Ōtsutsuki. Jin Yang estimates that Danzo must be mad after knowing it. The person he personally forced away has actually sat in Ōtsutsuki's position, and he himself is still staring at the Hokage's position. But third generation is, don't let go, Tsunade becomes Ōtsutsuki, just as Jin Yang thinks, it gives Danzo a lot of excitement. If Tsunade becomes Hokage, it's not great, but Tsunade, as an outsider, can become Ōtsutsuki. Everyone in the other big shinobi villages was blinded, and they all wondered if Rock Shinobi was crazy. Why do people who defected from other villages become Ōtsutsuki? If they are placed in their villages, it will be a problem to enter the upper level, let alone become a shadow that controls the life and death of the village. So it was a sensation in the entire ninja world at the time, and everyone was feeling that Rock Shinobi was too courageous, but within a year, Tsunade proved to everyone that she was not inferior to Oniki at all, and she would not come because of other villages. Those who do not, will be detrimental to Rock Shinobi. Under the management of Tsunade, with the help of Jin Yang, Rock Shinobi has grown stronger. Read more at fictionzone.net. This made the people who laughed at Rock Shinobi shut their mouths. It's uncomfortable. They are also puzzled. Tsunade is so desperate, is there no nostalgia for Konoha? On the other side, in order to chase Tsunade back, Jiraiya starts to learn how to become a Naruto, once again became Danzo's thorny thorn, plus Tsunade's. He is already on the verge of madness, but under the influence of Danzo, although he did not become Hokage himself, he was so simple to become a stalemate. Sister Tsunade, you should come back at this time. After all, the village is getting bigger and bigger, and things are getting more and more. Even if you give a lot of power to go out, things are still very good. Terumi Mei, who also helps Tsunade deal with things from time to time, said that managing a large village is indeed not easy, and she also admires Tsunade. As soon as the voice fell off, Tsunade returned with Shizun. It's you little guys again, do you think this is your home? Tsunade is also a little helpless, but it's not bad to be more lively. After seeing Tsunade, a group of small carrot heads came to say hello to Tsunade. They adore them, after all, Tsunade is now Ōtsutsuki. Finally back, ready to have dinner. Jin Yang said after seeing Tsunade. I know, yes, you'd better take a look at this thing, it was sent by the Uchiha clan. Tsunade said that he took out a scroll and gave it to Jin Yang. When Jin Yang heard about the Uchiha clan, his eyes were sharp. The village has just recovered some vitality, so I can't help but want to do it. Konoha will never stop. After Jin Yang looked at the contents of the scroll, he couldn't help but shook his head. For Konoha, he really didn't know what to say. The reason why he didn't do anything with the Uchiha clan in the past few years is because of himself. The village needs to recuperate. But now it just slowed down, and it started again. Maybe it's also because the guy Jiraiya stimulated Danzo. After he returned, he began to learn a lot of Naruto's things, and third generation also wanted to give this position to Jiraiya, so Danzo couldn't help it. Tsunade's face is as usual, she is used to Konoha's affairs, as long as the third generation is still there, Danzo won't have anything, Danzo is still there, Konoha can't stop. For Konoha, she has long been disappointed, I don't know how many times. As for her teacher, to put it bluntly, it is also one of the culprits behind the scenes of the Senju clan. Although it is said that there is a friendship between teachers and students, she has given up her heart when third generation and Zima were in the first place. So for Konoha, the only thing Tsunade cares about right now is Jiraiya, and it's just a little care from his teammates. Third generation is not dead. Tsunade doesn't want to take care of it anymore, but Jiraiya still doesn't want to watch and is just like Danzo. Yin death. Of course, she didn't say these words, and she also has White Zetsu's intelligence network. She naturally knows Konoha's situation, and it shouldn't be a big problem to keep Jiraiya by then. Now, the problem lies with the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku also said that he can no longer suppress the Uchiha clan. Many people want to directly push him to revolt because of differences with the village. He has no way to control it. Only a small group of people will listen to him. He has already decided to abandon most of the Uchiha clan, and those, the obedient people, have already been determined. Then I will take them out. The next big show, I don't know how Konoha will play it. The Uchiha clan has already arrived. People, he doesn't need too much, he just has to have it, and the most important thing is to be obedient. These people, Uchiha Fugaku, are planning to abandon them, which shows how swollen they are. At this stage, according to the original work, Shisui should have been poached by Danzo, but the plot is still a bit ahead. It is estimated that Jinyang has a series of butterfly effects, so the time has been pushed forward a bit, and the problem was not big at the time. For Shisui, this person, Jinyang, has no opinion, saying that he betrayed the family or whatever. It has nothing to do with him. To put it bluntly, it is the pot of second generation brainwashing Uchiha Kagami brainwashing offspring, so Shisui is because educational issues, nothing else. Chapter 126. After that, Jinyang didn't manage more, but ate and rested. The next morning, he left Rock Shinobi directly, and moved to Konoha with his current ability space. It was just a blink of an eye. After using the transformation magic to change his appearance, Jinyang swaggered around Konoha. Although Konoha's investigation was strict, he was not burdened by chakra now. To put it bluntly, he was an ordinary person, and no one cared about him. Jinyang did not go to the Uchiha clan for the first time, but inquired about a place in the village, a ramen restaurant called Yul Ramen. This is the safest place in the entire Hokage world. There is no one. If you cross, there is no cheat. Moreover, the cultivation aspect is still useless, so Yul Ramen is the first choice. As long as you follow the legendary Ōtsutsuki, there will never be anything wrong. Don't you see that Konoha was pushed across by Nagato? Is it okay? So Yul Ramen is definitely the top sanctuary in Hokage legend. There is no one. Jinyang came here also to taste the taste of this LE ramen. By the way, I met the legendary Ōtsutsuki. Yul Ramen is still very famous in Konoha. I found a few people and asked Jinyang to find out the specific location. He quickly found it, but after entering the door, Jinyang saw a blonde-haired kid eating in it. Naruto? Although fourth generation is still dead, he should be a prince now. At this moment, Naruto, although still a small carrot head, does not have those few beards on his face. It looks like it is very similar to fourth generation, and it also belongs to the type of special sunshine. The current Naruto, because it is not Nine Tails Jinchuriki, is a real prince in Konoha, and there are no restrictions on talent. As the reincarnation of Ashura, Naruto is also very talented. The life is quite comfortable, and this is one of the butterfly effects that Jinyang created. But Jinyang didn't care too much about Naruto, but directly ordered a bowl of pork bone ramen, and after tasting it, Jinyang also thought it was very good, but he didn't feel anything special about this shop when he arrived. I didn't feel any strange aura in the boss, so Jinyang could only attribute everything to the protagonist's aura and the need of the world plot, so Yul Ramen would stand tall. Read more at fictionzone.net. There is nothing special about Yul Ramen, and Jinyang didn't stay too much. As for Naruto, he didn't want to dig at all. Jinyang thinks that he wants to dig out Naruto, unless Konoha is destroyed directly, and there is no wood. The existence of the village of yet is possible. Otherwise, with Naruto's character, he will not be able to dig it away after third generation. This is not a boast. Taking advantage of the daytime effort, I continued to stroll around Konoha. There is no such thing as the bustling and lively scene in the original Konoha now. Even Jin Yang can clearly feel a depressed atmosphere. It is estimated that one reason is the Uchiha clan, another reason is, Jin Yang did something by himself, and he was crazy about it. As a result, Konoha has become like this now. In the evening, the sun slowly slanted westward, golden. I went to the Uchiha clan, and based on the information given by Uchiha Fugaku, I quickly found Uchiha Fugaku's residence, except for transformation. Long time no see, Chief Fugaku, you are very anxious now. Jin Yang didn't hide it, and went straight into Uchiha Fugaku's study. His sudden appearance shocked Uchiha Fugaku. Flying Thunder God technique. Understand the sudden appearance of Jin Yang, Uchiha Fugaku subconsciously thought about it. Rock Shinobi has dug so many Konoha talents, and there are many senior talents. Konoha's Book of Seal is for Rock Shinobi, it's basically transparent. Almost. Although they are all spatial types, they are not Flying Thunder God. Then, Chief Fugaku, how are you preparing? Jin Yang sat down on the chair next to him very familiarly, and asked. Also, I'm not fully prepared yet. I didn't know your lord, you know how to perform space ninjutsu, so I miscalculated the time, but give me 2 more days, I can be ready in a few days. Uchiha Fugaku said nervously, for fear that Jin Yang would abandon them if he was upset. He also regrets it now. He knew that he shouldn't have illusions. Going to Rock Shinobi earlier is much better than the current passive situation. Before, people dig him, but now he begs them, so it's not a concept at all. 2 days is not very long. I can wait. By the way, tell me about the current status of the Uchiha clan and the people you plan to take away. I told you before, I don't want to be disobedient. Jin Yang said indifferently that he was indeed coming a lot sooner, so it is understandable to give people some time to prepare, but now he intends to find out how the situation is. After that, Uchiha Fugaku told Jin Yang about the current situation of the Uchiha clan. According to Fugaku, a high-level meeting of the family was just held yesterday. The vast majority of people clamored to let Fugaku be Hokage, and the current third generation pull off the horse. Even if Uchiha Fugaku retorted it, it was of no use. These people seemed to have gone crazy and ignored them. As for the Uchiha clan, most of them were abandoned by Uchiha Fugaku, and even a small part of his cronies abandoned them. The reason is that although these people are cronies, they are as crazy as others and obey his orders. But he has blind confidence in him. You can say that such a person is a mad believer, and he is not good at obedient. You have to say no, but the degree of madness is about the same. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku just gave up these people in order to ensure that those who went there would not provoke Jin Yang. He was indeed courageous. In the original book, he did not even resist and supported his son's decision. Jin Yang didn't know what to do. Say, what is he good, is courage like this? And instead of, Uchiha Itachi is a younger brother, it seems that he is not completely younger. He also plans to use distinguished heavenly gods on his younger brother, asking Sasuke to guard Konoha. Knowing Konoha's situation and doing so, Uchiha Itachi showed that it is completely, a diehard Konoha, someone who can cheat everyone for Konoha. After that, Uchiha Fugaku also talked about the problem of Uchiha Itachi. What made Jin Yang speechless was that he had been reminded during the 3 wars. Uchiha Itachi was only 3 years old at the time, but Uchiha Itachi seemed to be brainwashed by Shisui. According to Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi has joined Umbu and is close to Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 127. In fact, Uchiha Fugaku didn't do anything. After returning to the village, he isolated the possibility of Itachi and Shisui meeting, but what he didn't expect was that he had already met each other a long time ago, and he was instilled by Shisui. A lot of Konoha supremacy, thinking, children are very receptive, and whoever says first may become absolute. And as Uchiha Itachi grew up slowly, he gradually began to move in this direction. Before entering the ninja school, Uchiha Fugaku could also prevent Itachi and Shisui from meeting, but after school, Shisui often ran to find Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku can't care about it. Although he is the head of the patriarch, Shisui is clearly in the same line as Konoha, and he is not good to give an order not to allow Uchiha Shisui to approach his son. It's more serious. Coupled with the high praise of Konoha by the teachers in the school, the 37-0 who can be a teacher in the school. Those are the diehards of Konoha's diehards. After graduation, Uchiha Itachi hardly stayed and joined Umbu. This time, the opportunity to meet Shisui became more and more frequent. Uchiha Fugaku is true. There is no way to do it. It just doesn't matter. No matter how he teaches Uchiha Itachi, this son is already determined to be Konoha's loyal dog, which makes him have a headache. Now for the safety of his wife and his young son, it is better to leave earlier. As for his youngest son Sasuke, Itachi intended to pass this thought to Sasuke, but after knowing that there was a problem with Itachi's thoughts, Uchiha Fugaku directly isolated the two and injected a thought into his young son, not a family. If it is not Konoha first, but the concept of family first. Therefore, the current second two-pillar has also undergone a lot of changes in personality. Since I did not meet Uchiha Itachi often, the concept of the second two-pillar was taken away by Fugaku this time, and I will not follow Uchiha Itachi as a follower. In this regard, Jin Yang couldn't help giving Fugaku a thumbs up. If he really didn't do this, Jin Yang said that he didn't know how to educate the second two pillars, but fortunately, Fugaku was killed in time to make up for it, and it would not cause it. The two pillars are like Uchiha Itachi in the original book, and even the two rarely see each other now, and there is no nostalgia for them. Finally, I did something right. Uchiha Itachi is already Konoha's loyalty, so I will not accept it next. You have 2 days. After 2 days, gather here, and then I will take you. Go away. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he disappeared into Uchiha Fugaku's study, and Uchiha Fugaku was also relieved and quietly contacted the people he had selected over the years. These people, in the Uchiha clan, do not actually have too strong strength, but they have a kind heart, and they will not be like most Uchiha clan people, ambitious, and think about taking the position of Hokage. Read more at fictionzone.net. To be honest, if it really fights, Jin Yang said that even if it is the current Konoha, the Uchiha clan will send food when they go. Danzo will not mention it for the time being. This product is not good at strength, but 3rd generation plus the monkey demon is. 2 film class, Uchiha Fugaku's even with Mangekyo is difficult to deal with. Except for 3rd generation, Jiraiya is now inside. He is now determined to be Naruto, so once he confronts Jiraiya, the Uchiha clan will be directly rubbed on the ground. Sin, Jiraiya is too, they are not opponents at all, they are not afraid of people being stupid, they are afraid of not being able to see the situation clearly. In fact, Uchiha Fugaku's initial plan was that his wife and children were sent out and stayed by himself, not because of the family, but because of his eldest son. After all, he was also uncomfortable for him as a father to directly abandon his son. But after he and Uchiha Mikoto talked about the law, Uchiha Mikoto also wanted to stay. In the end, Fugaku had no choice but to compromise and leave together. After all, they still have a son that is more worthy of attention. Although the eldest son is in Konoha, it is unlikely that there will be too much crisis, so in the end, Uchiha Fugaku can only leave with him. After all, he is not only a son of Uchiha Itachi, but also other relatives. After leaving Uchiha Fugaku, Jin Yang felt it for a while. He planned to get Uchiha Shisui's eyes first. This thing is a dangerous item. It is definitely useless for him, but it is useful for people around him. Although he is now strong, if someone uses this thing on his side once, it will be terrible, although his current ability can also be lifted, but the premise is that after discovering it, he doesn't want to when was stabbed by someone next to me. Therefore, this kind of thing that should be used for people, it is better to take it to Orochimaru to study it, and keep it for Danzo and Uchiha Itachi is also useless. As a Uchiha clan who started Mangekyo, Uchiha Shisui's strength has long since been sublimated and reached the shadow level. He is positioned very well. Konoha has only 3 or 2 shadow-level powerhouses. 2. What is the general situation? A story. Jin Yang quickly located the reaction of 2 shadow classes in a no-man's land, and then he passed directly. After he appeared here, he saw 2 people, one Danzo and one Shisui. The 2 met here secretly, but in the next scene, Danzo intends to directly attack Shisui, but Shisui directly uses illusion to control it, but Danzo at this time has already obtained the secret technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanaki. So Shisui went straight out of one of Shisui's eyes without being careless. Really a classic scene. Jin Yang looked at this scene and was a little puzzled. In fact, Uchiha Shisui still has a chance. He just cut out one eye, not 2. Can you give Danzo a distinguished heavenly gods now? At this time, Danzo has already used it. I took Izanaki and got the eyes, so it must be the weakest time of defense, but Shisui stayed directly next. Yes, just ran away. Jin Yang didn't know what this product was thinking. There are big tricks like distinguished heavenly gods in your hand. Can you control Danzo first? Can you control Danzo and take your eyes back? Go back and use distinguished heavenly gods to other people, right? But the current operation of this product is really true. Jin Yang couldn't understand it. At this time, Ishin was Konoha, and Uchiha Shisui was out of help, so Jin Yang was just a bit more. 3. It directly separated a thought body, and then became Uchiha Atake, and then followed Shisui. Jin Yang intends to directly use this method to cover the other eye in Shisui's hand. There is no need to do it, it takes a lot of effort, and can't see Shisui die in front of him. Uchiha Atake can't open Mangekyo, and then it will be interesting. As for Jin Yang's body, he is not idle. Danzo can't directly put on his eyes now. Instead, he put Shisui's eyes in the prepared bottle and preserved it, but Jin Yang is small. In the magic, there is taking something from the air, although it is a small trick, it will definitely make Danzo collapse at this time. After fetching something from the air, Jin Yang directly got Shisui's eyes in his hand. As for the bottle, he did not move, and Jin Yang also took a small stone, changed the stone into a rotation, and changed it in. The setting will expire after 2 days, which makes Danzo happy for a while. Chapter 128. On the other side, Uchiha Atake, disguised as Jin Yang's thoughtful body, also saw Uchiha Shisui, and then Uchiha Shisui started a new round of brainwashing in class. After the class, he directly dug out his eyes and gave it to Jin Yang, and then committed suicide. He committed suicide to allow Uchiha Atake to start Mangekyo, but he didn't know that the Uchiha Atake he saw was a fake, and the real Uchiha Atake at this moment is still there, training in the woods. He simply I don't know what is going on. Both Shisui's eyes were in Jin Yang's hands, but this thing is not rare for him. It was just to prevent someone from using it by his side, so he collected it directly. After that, he can study it for Orochimaru. Orochimaru is his own, he also trusts, even Tenseigan has been handed over to it, and Sharingan is naturally the same. After getting it done, he left directly and found a place to stay in Konoha to rest. As for Danzo, although he lost a Sharingan, he got a more powerful Mangekyo. He was a happy one. This is a happy one, so I just sing a little song directly. Going back to the route happily, after 02, Danzo went straight to some medical ninjas without saying a word, and started to change his eyes. They were not Uchiha Madara after all. Generally, ninjas can change their eyes, but not everyone can do it. It needs to connect the eyes and the many nerves of the brain, so this is not a very simple thing, but Danzo has many capable people, so he is relieved. But the medical ninja noticed some problems when he tried to change his eyes to Danzo. The neural connection of this thing was useless, it was completely unable to connect, and it seemed that there was no problem at all. But it is useless. Several medical ninjas are already in a cold sweat at the moment. If these eyes can't be put on, this will be awkward. Danzo is cruel, he has never tolerated the subordinates who committed the thing, and all the roots, the members of the organization. All have curse marks. Danzo will wait to die if he is angry, and it is the kind of death that is very miserable. In the end, in desperation, several medical ninjas had no choice but to give up. What's the matter? Why can't the old man feel the presence of his right eye? After Danzo woke up, he found that there was no Sharingan in his right eye, and looked at several medical ninjas with an angry expression. "My lord, there is a problem with this eye. We have used various methods, and we have been unable to merge this eye with an adult. This eye is like a fake eye." Read more at fictionzone.net. Medical ninjas are also helpless. Although this thing looks like eyes, it always feels fake. They are nothing. Fake. Danzo looked at the eye soaked in the bottle suspiciously. This eye was taken from Shisui. How could it be fake? He wondered if Shisui also used Izanagi. After thinking about it, he felt that it's not realistic anymore. If Izanagi is used, then this eye will disappear after a certain period of time. How could it still exist now that this eye is in front of him? In the end, Danzo can only blame it on the inaction of the medical ninja. So they were punished in a rage. A group of medical ninjas were replaced, but the result was the same as before. After a busy night, several groups of people changed, but there was no one to put this eye in Danzo's eye socket. Could it be that Mangekyo Sharingan is more special than ordinary Sharingan, so it cannot be replaced by others? But it shouldn't be. It's all eyes, ordinary Sharingan can be used, and why Mangekyo can't use it? Danzo was puzzled and almost lost his hair, but he still couldn't find any way. But Danzo is not such a person who likes to give up. It took another day to replace the entire root, medical ninja organization, but in the end, no one can do this. He set it up to think that there was something wrong with him, so he used another eye to fit himself, but this time it went smoothly. At this moment, Danzo ruled out other possibilities and could only attribute it to it. Mangekyo Sharingan can no longer be used by outsiders, but he is still worried, seeing that he can't eat it. How uncomfortable it is. So all day long, I stared at the small bottle in front of me, wishing to eat this thing directly, causing other roots. Everyone thought he was demonized, but when Danzo stared at this eye until night, 2 days have passed at this moment. And Sharingan in the bottle that Danzo put on the table turned directly into a small stone. Danzo kept staring at it, and some couldn't believe his eyes. This Sharingan turned into a stone directly. Danzo even thought that his eyes were dazzled, but after rubbing his eyes, he found that it was indeed a stone. He thought he had been in illusion, but tried to use chakra to relieve illusion, but it was of no use. "You too, see what's inside." Danzo felt that there was a problem, so he simply found 2 people to show them the bottle, and the 2 roots. After seeing the bottle, the organization members are also question marks at the end, but they still tell the truth. So Danzo petrified 370. He now wants to ask, Laozi's Sharingan, how can a Laozi's Sharingan be so good that it has become a stone? What kind of method is this? Danzo finally knows at this moment, and it has always been the failure is not because of other things, or because this thing is not an eye at all, so there is no way to put it on him. At this moment, he realized one thing, that is, he was played by Shisui. Shisui didn't know what method he used. When he started, he replaced Sharingan with a stone, so what he captured was a stone. "Come on, find Uchiha Shisui for me." Danzo, in anger, used most of his roots, the power of the organization to find Shisui, but how could it be found? Shisui has been dead for 2 days, and the body has been taken by the water to nowhere. In 2 days, Shisui's body was enough to disappear in Konoha, and Danzo couldn't know that Shisui was dead, and there was no way to perceive a ninja to perceive a dead person, so the final result can only be one, that is, no trace can be found. Of course, this is something later, so I won't mention it for the time being. 2 days have passed by Danzo, and Uchiha Fugaku has naturally gathered the people who are going to take away. Chapter 129. How did you prepare? 2 days later, Jin Yang found Uchiha Fugaku again, and he had already played where Konoha could play, but unfortunately too many people in Konoha were poached by Rock Shinobi, so even if they recovered some, there were still a lot of them recovered, so there are not many places to play, and Jin Yang has been playing for 2 days and feels a little lacking in interest. "It's ready, everyone who needs to be taken away has been summoned by me." Uchiha Fugaku said that preparations were made long ago. Soon, Jin Yang saw these people, but in terms of number, there were only a few dozen. Among them, not only ninjas, but also ordinary people of the Uchiha clan. But there are only a few dozen of them. It can be seen how ignorant the Uchiha clan is. Anyway, Jin Yang has nothing to say, dozens of them will be dozens. That, yes, isn't Uchiha Izumi supposed to be mixed with Uchiha Itachi? She doesn't know about Uchiha Itachi. Jin Yang saw an acquaintance, Uchiha Quan. In the original book, there are two ways to die. One is the novel version of dying by Uchiha Itachi, but he spent a happy life in the monthly reading, and in the anime, it was hanging in Obito's hands. Good talent. Patriarch Fugaku, have you told them about your eldest son? Jin Yang asked curiously. Actually, I have been in contact with them in the past few years. I have also talked to them about Itachi, and after knowing that Itachi had contact with Shisui, I eliminated most opportunities for Itachi and other people. Uchiha Fugaku is also helpless. This eldest son has nothing to do. He wouldn't do it in the first place, but now that he has a new way out, it is impossible for him to abandon other family members for a son, so he can only give up Itachi, since he wants to take it away. These people, then there is no need to conceal too much, and directly tell these people that his son is also on Konoha's side, and he does not intend to take it away, at least give these people some confidence, knowing that the head of the family is connected to themselves for them. The sons have given up, and they will naturally be more grateful for Dade. That's it, then it's okay. Jin Yang doesn't know what to say. It's probably the butterfly effect again, but this butterfly effect is a bit big. Of course, it depends on the situation afterwards, but no one is doing things at this time, so it shouldn't be. There will be too big a problem. Then we can set off now. I have used the excuse of a coup d'état to be used to make the Uchiha clan security team in the rear retreat. As long as it is faster, Konoha will not find it. Fugaku said that he has done everything, and now the rear is empty, and the Uchiha clan is on the edge of Konoha, so it is too easy to run. As for the other Umbu ninjas who are monitoring outside, just kill them. Read more at fictionzone.net. The Uchiha clan has a sense of chakra, so those people can't monitor the Uchiha clan at all, they can only monitor the periphery, and they can't help it if there are too many. It doesn't need to be so troublesome, with such a small number of people, I can still relax. As Jin Yang stepped directly on the ground, a blue light rushed out, and a huge blue magic circle directly wrapped everyone in, and moved with dozens of people in space, which he could easily do. The blue light flashed again, and then disappeared, and the people inside disappeared with it. A few seconds later, in Rock Shinobi, where Jin Yang lived before, the crane's nest, the blue magic circle appeared, and then a group of people appeared here, and the group space was transferred, which can be done easily. This is Xiao'erhe. Fugaku, who was still at a loss as to where he appeared, looked around, but at a glance, he saw Morizuru's huge body. Well, Kid Jin Yang from the Uchiha clan, what's going on? Xiao'erhe, who was resting, also opened his eyes. After seeing Uchiha's family logo, he looked at Jin Yang with a confused expression. It's okay, I just went to Konoha to bring the Uchiha clan over here. They will also be part of the village in the future. If you meet in the future, remember not to fight. Jin Yang and Xiao'erhe greeted, and Xiao'erhe didn't care about this. After coming out, coupled with the leisurely life of the past few years, he has changed from the original Xiao'erhe to the salted fish Xiao'erhe. Knowing that this was his own person, Xiao'erhe didn't bother to care about it, so he turned over with a salted fish and continued to lie down on the ground screaming and sleeping. It's really salted fish, let's go everyone, I will take you to your next station. Jin Yang couldn't help but shook his head, and then took the others to the village. After arriving at Iwagakure, Fugaku was stunned, and everyone else was stunned. Difficult, did you bring us directly from Konoha to Rock Shinobi, my lord just now? Fugaku almost stared his eyes out. Is the flying thunder god of 4th generation so awesome? The answer is obvious, no, not at all. 4th generation flying thunder god also has a distance limit, and there is a need for enough chakra. Although the 4th generation in the original book moved with the coalition forces during the 4th World War, the number of people was terrifying, but there were too many prerequisites. One is that Naruto's chakra formed a link in other people's bodies, and then the yin and yang attribute of chakra directly fusion broke out, which transferred everyone a short distance, but even so, the chakra of 4th generation impure world reincarnation was directly consumed. The consumption is huge, it is simply, the horror is extreme. But Jin Yang, like this, did not have any prerequisites and preparations, and directly took him from Konoha to Rock Shinobi. What kind of operation is this? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly felt that this world is so difficult to understand. He felt that his Mangekyo was already good enough. Forced. But after seeing Jin Yang, he changed his mind. Mangekyo or something, can't bear the small son of others, and if he uses it too much, he will become blind, which is very helpless, and he dare not use it. And now, Hao Zhao's space ninjutsu is even more terrifying. How far is Konoha from here? Not to mention, if it is during the war, Jin Yang will bring a group of people directly to other people's camps, and the center will bloom. That's a woolen thread. Of course, Fugaku doesn't think it's necessary to take people. Jin Yang can flatten the entire ninja army by himself. It's still very simple and easy. At this moment, Fugaku suddenly felt that he was stuck in his throat and had nothing to say. Not only Fugaku himself, but also other people. Even ordinary people of the Uchiha clan know what this means, let alone other people who are ninjas. So at this moment, everyone is shocked and has nothing to say. The only thing that can be done is to follow Jin Yang dumbly and head to the new residence after his family. It was not until Jin Yang brought them to the station that they all recovered from the shock. Chapter 130. Not to mention Jin Yang, the moment they left Konoha, that blue light had already attracted the attention of many people, even Umbu and Jen, who were lurking outside Konoha. The members of the organization could see clearly. The Uchiha clan is now in the most sensitive stage, so suddenly such a blue light burst out. Although nothing happened, the discerning people knew that there was a problem at the time. Umbu and Jen, the members of the organization, quickly passed the news back to 3rd generation and Danzo, and Uchiha Itachi was not at home because of the mission. The place where the blue light burst was also the home of the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku, so after others found out, I didn't dare to rush in casually. I waited until the many elders of the Uchiha clan arrived before entering Uchiha Fugaku's house, but the house was empty, and there was no one in the whole family. Many elders who saw this situation couldn't help but be surprised. It's all gone, this is not normal, but they will not be clear about what happened in a moment. Elder, I just asked other people. The patriarch let the security team at the back of the village disperse today. This time we may encounter the same thing as the Hyuga clan. 3. After discussing for a long time, they also found out that the family was missing some people, as well as the previous Uchiha Fugaku's order. This combined with the past Hyuga clan, the faces of the elders of the Uchiha clan were all green. This is so obvious that they ran away, and these, the people who left with Uchiha Fugaku, happen to be people who can't get along with their ambitious group. If it is still can't think of the specific situation, then they really got kicked in the head by the donkey. Did you defect or say, it's Rock Shinobi who's making a ghost again? The elder thought of Rock Shinobi for the first time. After all, this is not the first time. The Senju clan, the Hyuga clan, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina, and even Mist Shinobi's Terumi Mei and others have all been killed by Rock Shinobi dug in the past. Since the exposure, the villages have been guarding against Rock Shinobi like thieves, but they didn't expect that no matter how they were guarded, such a thing would happen in the end. The first time they thought of Rock Shinobi, except Rock Shinobi can do such a thing, is there anyone else? As for the people in other villages, Uchiha Fugaku will go to other villages unless he is crazy. When he goes, he will wait for various targets, which is Rock Shinobi. With so many precedents, Uchiha Fugaku will make the final decision. Read more at fictionzone.net. Let's think of a way to deal with Konoha's high-level leaders. The Uchiha clan patriarch has defected. With such a thing, the village will have a rightful chance to attack our Uchiha clan. The plan is temporarily postponed. If such a thing happens, it must be hidden for a while, and now that there is no Uchiha Fugaku in terms of strength, there is no way to compete with Konoha's senior management. The elder said very helplessly that this time he really wanted to postpone the rebellion. Of course, what they didn't know was that the senior Konoha was more frantic than they thought. They are the same wolf ambitions, generations, so they are dead this time. In desperation, the elder knew that the matter could not be hidden, so he passed the news to the third generation. After the third generation, who was planning to send someone to investigate, got the news, he was directly dumbfounded. The patriarch rebelled and left some disobedient people wait for familiar methods. The situation is almost the same as that of the Hyuga clan. In an instant, the third generation knew that something was wrong. This is because Rock Shinobi has dug the wall again. He has nothing to say. Yanti is. I just planned to restart the Uchiha clan, but Rock Shinobi has already come to dig the wall, and he is almost crazy. After that, the first time third generation was thinking about finding Danzo, and Danzo was much faster. When third generation just called someone to find him, Danzo had already rushed over, and third generation also told the specific situation. Danzo. Sarutobi, see it, I have asked you to act on the Uchiha clan earlier, you can see what the trouble is now. Danzo said with a gloomy face. He failed to capture Uchiha Shisui's eyes, and his eyes became stone. He was already angry and sent someone to find Uchiha Shisui, but there was no news yet. After that, the Uchiha clan had something like this. This makes Danzo even more angry. Starting early, how can there be so much trouble now, and some people have been taken away by Rock Shinobi, and there is nothing more to say. He is so angry, people are fast exploded. Now Danzo wonders if he is bad luck, how could he encounter so many bad things in such a short period of time? Do you think the old man doesn't want to? But think about it, if the Uchiha clan is destroyed, how big the village will be. The loss of Konoha, who is already weak, can barely survive without the Uchiha clan, but when a civil war is launched, not only the Uchiha clan will die by that time. Third generation said with a headache. Konoha's big family was almost completely destroyed by them, and now there are only some small families on his side, but these families, although they have some secret techniques, but this strength is also capped. Elite Jonin is out. This matter is left to the old man. The old man will find a way to take them down without losing Konoha's soldiers, but you need to authorize the old man. Danzo said with a gloomy face. He actually thought of Akatsuki a long time ago. At first, Akatsuki left after killing fourth generation, and Danzo beat Mist Shinobi in reversing the water. In fact, he has always had some connections with Akatsuki. This time, to deal with the Uchiha clan, he actually planned to ask Akatsuki to do it a long time ago, but the third generation still has no choice but to carry him. And now, such a thing has happened, plus the Uchiha clan has been treated in the past. Incomparably profound stereotypes. Third generation couldn't help but explode. Then call it to you, remember what you said, don't let Konoha cause too much loss. Third generation finally gave the right to Danzo, and then Danzo left contentedly, but what third generation didn't notice is that when Danzo left, the flash of killing in his eyes disappeared. Obviously Danzo has been murderous against third generation, and the reason is because third generation has been dead and not letting go, and he will not give way. It is already hard enough for him to limit Jiraiya, but third generation does not let this Hokage. The location, which makes Danzo blow up. Coupled with the excitement of Tsunade, he is now getting closer and closer to the final abyss, and even has a lot of killing intent on third generation. Chapter 131. Danzo, the person who desires Naruto to the extreme, has never given up becoming Naruto, but because of second generation's questions, his hesitation caused him to lose the opportunity to obtain this position, and then third generation was also on the top. In the beginning, Danzo didn't have much other ideas. After all, everyone should live like this or how to live, but as he established his roots, tasted the taste of rights, and made some achievements, he began to be dissatisfied with third generation, so the methods began to become more and more extreme, feeling that Konoha can only flourish in his hands. To be honest, I don't know how many people have been pitted by this kind of self-confidence, and he is one of them. I feel like this inexplicably, but the third generation was still a mature man at the time, and he had no chance. When the third generation is old, he has a chance. However, third generation has supported other people. He can be described as abolishing Konoha's talents one by one. He is confident. As long as he becomes Hokage, Konoha's strength will show a blowout growth, so now he is killed. It's okay. From the death of White Fang, to the Senju family, to the Orochimaru and the others, and then to the fourth generation, he went to the abyss again and again, and he was not accidental this time, but Jiraiya was killed halfway. At this moment, Danzo also suddenly realized one thing, that is, it seems that third generation is still, he has no way to be on the top. As long as third generation is still, Konoha will definitely compete with him for this position if there are other strong players. Coupled with the excitement of Tsunade becoming Tsuchikage, Danzo began to explode with the killing intent of third generation. This companion of the evening has become his biggest stumbling block now. If this is the case, then simply destroy this stumbling block. As for Jiraiya, as long as third generation is dead, Jiraiya doesn't have much, the real power person. He can use the same method as Orochimaru, a shit basin is buckled on Jiraiya's head, and he can even forge it completely. Moreover, Danzo has used his own methods to get the recognition of the daimyo. The daimyo is the existence of the economic lifeline of a village. As long as the third generation dies, he will have a chance to rise to the top. This is what you forced me. I didn't want to do anything to you, but you are too in the way, so don't blame me. Back to the roots. After that, Danzo said the last sentence, and then made up his mind to eliminate third generation in an instant this time. This is the best opportunity. He will do something to the Uchiha clan, and third generation will definitely order his subordinates. People don't get involved. At this time, it was also the weakest time for third generation's defense, and it was also the best time for him to start. Danzo, who was already on the last road, didn't want to care about the life and death of third generation anymore. Immediately, read more at fictionzone.net. He sent his cronies to contact the Akatsuki organization. This time, he not only wanted the Uchiha clan to be destroyed, but he also took the life of the third generation away, and then took the position of Hokage as a matter of course. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Danzo has already contacted the Akatsuki organization, and the people on the Akatsuki organization are not calm at the moment. Danzo is complete. This time he actually asked us to help him kill third Hokage. They were teammates when they were young, and they were taught by a teacher. Are these guys really so dark? Konan couldn't understand it. Although she couldn't understand the matter of fourth generation before, she couldn't say that fourth generation was too unlucky and blocked Danzo's way. This time it changed again. Danzo was actually frantic and wanted to do third Hokage. This is different from fourth generation. Going big, they used to be a small team. This is the so-called high level, this is no longer saved, so the world needs to be cleaned up, but Konoha has no value at all. If it is not for snake prevention, this time I will just kill Konoha. Nagato also had a gloomy face. Originally, he planned to take advantage of Konoha directly, or destroy most of Konoha, so that they can realize what is real pain, but when he thinks that Konoha wants tail beasts without tail beasts, he needs strength. Without the strength, he just gave up. Although the Gadu statue is gone, it does not prevent him from catching the tail beast. There is not only one way to seal the tail beast. The tail beast is a strategic weapon and he must take it away, but Konoha is no longer worthy of his early exposure, so he produced this after thinking about it. They rejected it, but they knew that the organization needed to continue to grow. Since Danzo gave such good conditions, they would naturally take it. Just as Nagato and Konan were talking, a whirlpool appeared in front of them, and then Obito wearing a mask appeared. Although it was already Jinyang and the others, he still stayed with Obito and passed on information to him. It's just that Jinyang is the last player to play chess, and Obito and the others are just chess pieces. So Obito also got this information from White Zetsu. For the Uchiha clan, Obito is also very crazy and wants to exterminate it, just because it is Konoha's clan. As to whether it is his own clan, he even has his own teacher. Don't let it go, let alone a family. Madara, what are you doing? For this person who calls himself Madara, Nagato is very jealous, on the one hand because of the ability of the other party, on the other hand, because the other party knows the foundation of himself, so Nagato is very jealous. I will participate in the Uchiha clan. Obito only has one idea, and that is to participate in this matter, get a little more Sharingan back. Izanagi also needs Sharingan's support. As the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, why would you want to destroy the Uchiha clan? As for how Obito knows this information, Nagato has been too lazy to ask. It's supernatural, it's normal to have this kind of information, but he is a bit puzzled, although he doesn't think Obito is Madara, but it should be the Uchiha clan. The talents are right. If you want to work on your own family, you need to personally participate. What kind of operation is this? You don't care about this matter, you only need to know this time I will participate in it. Then the Uchiha clan will leave it to me. As for third Hokage, it's yours. After leaving a sentence, Obito turned into a whirlpool and left. Did you see Konan? Nagato didn't care about Obito, but asked instead. I can see it clearly, although it is very short, but when he uses this trick, his body should be in a state of materialization for a moment, but there is not much specific contact, and more attention is needed. Konan opened his mouth and said that since the first meeting with Obito, the two of them have begun to observe Obito's abilities, whether there will be weaknesses, and over time, some weaknesses have been exposed. Chapter 132. Obito got the news, and Jin Yang was naturally no exception. He also got the news, but this time he didn't plan to go to Konoha. It was unnecessary. The most he went to was, get a little Sharingan, but this things, Jin Yang is not rare, he has already got Shisui's eyes, so the other things are unnecessary. And knowing that this time Danzo is already frantically planning to take action against third generation, Jin Yang said that he raised his hands in agreement. If third generation doesn't hang up, he won't be able to dig other people, but Danzo doesn't need him to do it now, and will automatically target third generation. Generation fired. It can only be said that third generation does take his position in Danzo's eyes high. He will not do anything to Danzo, but Danzo will do it to him. Third generation, which has become a stumbling block, does not need to exist. Now that Danzo has made up his mind, plus Akatsuki's shot, Jin Yang can't imagine the third generation 370. How could his strength survive this battle, and even because the attacker was the Akatsuki organization, third generation estimated that he would not even have a chance to seal it up with a ghoul. In short, third generation must be dead. Jin Yang is not surprised at all. Xiao organization is still not dead, unless third generation is a god. After that, Jin Yang continued to let White Zetsu stare at Konoha's situation, and Konoha indeed directly launched a plan to destroy the Uchiha clan. Danzo's roots, the organization, Uchiha Obito, and some of the outer members of the Akatsuki organization, directly crushed it. Overwhelmed the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is currently the highest but the elite Jonin, but facing the shadow level, these elite Jonin can't even fight a little splash and die. So the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Sharingan was also divided by Obito and Danzo, and the corpse was directly destroyed. On the other side, under the siege of Six Pen, third generation did not have much resistance at all. It was destroyed by Nagato 3 times and 5 divided by 2, so the ninja world, which had just been calm for a few years, set off another stage. In the storm, Konoha screamed moths again, and Rock Shinobi dug out a part of the Uchiha clan to make other Shinobu villages even more frightened. But it was not Rock Shinobi that really made them confused, but Konoha's own operation. Not to mention the extermination of the Uchiha clan, and third Hokage by the way. Now Konoha is left with Danzo and Jiraiya. This made the people in the ninja world startled. What the hell is Konoha doing at a certain interval of time? It will perish without the need for others to take action. Read more at fictionzone.net. Fourth Ryakai AI now looked at the intelligence in his hand and felt that he was speechless to the extreme. He was very suspicious of what the previous ninja war was for. In Konoha's current situation, they don't need them to do it, so he slowly engages himself. Died. Regardless of enemies do not exist, anyway, this Konoha has become a habit. After a while, everyone is recuperating. Only Konoha is constantly doing things, and he also gave Rock Shinobi special benefits. This time it is even more so. Sent the Uchiha clan. It's not about the combat power. It is mainly the blood family. Now Rock Shinobi has directly taken away the 3 blood succession families of Konoha at the beginning, and also gave Mist Shinobis Mizusuki and Kagaya, this blood succession family it bursts in an instant. Forget it, there is no other way now, as long as Rock Shinobi doesn't take the initiative to engage in love, strengthen the guard against the village, I don't want to see when our Cloud Shinobi people are also at Rock Shinobi. Fourth Ryakai said that although he is very afraid of Rock Shinobi, it is useless. The only thing that can be prevented now is to prevent others from digging his own corner. As for other things, you can flatten your village if you can't defend yourself. Tell me, what kind of defensiveness Rock Shinobi does not seem to intend to start a war, let them breathe a sigh of relief. Similarly, the story about Konoha's constant self-determination has spread throughout the ninja world, and everyone's expressions are very exciting. On Konoha's side, after killing 3rd generation, Danzo directly obtained the consent of the Fire Country Daimyo with a Thunder, and got his wish to sit in the position of Hokage, because the Fire Country Daimyo also participated. Danzo himself has a high status, at least under Naruto, it is, Danzo, so he became a Hokage, a 3rd generation person, although he was very unhappy, but he had no choice but to pinch his nose to recognize it. Of course, others can bear it, but Jiraiya can't. He still holds a glimmer of hope that Konoha can grow back and dig the others back, but the truth is cruel. Because of Jiraiya's ignorance, Danzo, who became Hokage, was the first time a shit bowl was buttoned on Jiraiya's head. He did a lot of dirty things, and these things were pushed onto Jiraiya by him. At the moment when Danzo was surrounded by a group of Umbu, Jiraiya finally knew that Konoha would not develop well with Danzo, a cancerous tumor, and people like him could not say much. Jiraiya, let's catch it with your hands. For the sake of your previous contributions to Konoha, the old man can open the net and take the initiative to accept the restrictions of the curse seal, and the old man can forget the blame. Danzo said very succinctly, the purpose is very simple, control this shadow-level powerhouse, Jiraiya's combat power, needless to say, anyway, Danzo is very important, but this guy is not under his control, so you can only use something else. Way out. Old dog Danzo, I really underestimate your shamelessness. I will abolish you Konoha's malignant tumor today. With you, Konoha's greatest sorrow. Jiraiya is also angrily smiling. He is not busy running, but intends to kill the old Danzo directly. If Danzo is killed, he can directly control Konoha. But just after he shot fire style directly on Danzo, he saw Danzo smile, and then disappeared into white smoke. This is just a shadow clone. How could Danzo, who knows Jiraiya's strength, come over by himself, but now Jiraiya has taken the name of resisting arrest and attacking Naruto. Before, it was only Danzo's side words, just suspicion, and now the crime has been fully charged. Implemented. So now that Jiraiya talks about breaking 5, Datien is useless. 3. Nashida also knew that he had been calculated by the old Danzo and could only escape, but before he ran far, Jiraiya felt that his body was beginning to be a little out of control, and chakra was also restricted. Jiraiya, you are still one of the 3 forbearances. Do you think the old man is really unprepared or let you leave the food you eat and drink? You have been drugged long ago, and you just talked nonsense with you? It's just a delay of some time. The chakra of the shadow-level powerhouse is indeed not easy to limit, and now your chakra is temporarily unavailable. Come, bring him back. At this time, Danzo's body came out. How could he let Jiraiya this high-level combat power run unless he was looking uncomfortable? Chapter 133. Damn it, Danzo, what the hell do you want to do? After Jiraiya was caught by Danzo, chakra was completely restricted, and even no chance was left to Jiraiya, but Danzo also knew one thing, that is, he is a shadow-level powerhouse. There is no way to control it with the curse. Danzo has no such ability to wash away a person's memory and completely brainwash it. Otherwise, he didn't know how to take Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo before. The purpose was to give himself some convenience at that time, but what Danzo could not imagine is that now Shisui is completely gone, and he can't find it no matter how to find it. They have never even thought about death, so they have a headache for Jiraiya and Danzo. He is thinking about what way he needs to control Jiraiya, a movie-class powerhouse. If he really pushes people, even if they die, they won't be able to make it to him, and there is Mount Myaboka behind Jiraiya, which is what makes Danzo the most jealous. Each of the 3 legendary holy places is terrifying. He Danzo hasn't felt that he can be unscrupulous enough to affect these places, but after thinking for a while, Danzo, who has no lower limit, thought of a new way. Jiraiya, I don't have many requests. I just need you to obey me. That's all. Now the old man is also the Hokage of the 02 village. The old man will lead Konoha to a stronger future. As long as you promise to help me, I will immediately just let you out. Danzo stood in front of the cell and said, looking at Jiraiya inside. What I said is, the righteousness, Uchiha annihilation is yours alone, right? As for the old man, why did Akatsuki act on the old man? Do you really think I don't know at all, except you are behind? Is there any other possibility besides messing up? Jiraiya said with a sneer, wanting him to give Danzo his life. This is completely impossible. It seems that there is no more to talk about. Originally, the old man didn't want to get to this point. You can force it. Come out. Danzo clapped his hands, and 2 roots, the members of the organization, appeared at the door of the cell. As for Umbu, Danzo has not yet fully grasped it, but after he has mastered Umbu, then Umbu will become the root. These people, he doesn't need it. The curse seal control is not at ease at all. 2 roots, organization members, kicking a person with one hand. These 2 people are children, one is about 3 or 4 years old, and the other is 6 or 7 years old. Naruto, Konohamaru. Danzo, how dare you? Read more at fictionzone.net. After seeing these 2 people, Jiraiya's eyes almost came out. He never expected that Danzo would be so insidious. He directly captured his apprentice's son and his teacher's grandson. This is also what you forced me. If you compromise earlier, the old man will not cause trouble for the 2 juniors. Both of these boys have been cursed by the old man in their bodies. The old man disdains directly imprisoning them. How should they live or how to live afterwards? The old man will not interfere, but if you are not obedient, the old man will activate the curse seal. Then don't blame me if these 2 boys are dead. Danzo, who even killed 3rd generation, has all entered a state of madness. He doesn't care about other things. As long as he can achieve his goal, he will do nothing. A hole, Danzo, one day I will kill you. Jiraiya's eyes are bloodshot, and Danzo doesn't care how he treats him, but Danzo stretches his hand to the 2 children, enough to make him throw a rat. Sometimes, in order to achieve a certain method, even if it is despicable, it is not as good as it is, and the old man has also said that the decision is yours. Whether they die or live depends on your decision. I still disdain to target the 2 children. You must know that everything the old man does is for Konoha. I have given a day to think about it, and Ming will come back again. After speaking, Danzo took 2 roots. The members of the organization planned to leave, but before he took a few steps, Jiraiya's voice came over. Wait, you won. Jiraiya's eyes were bloodshot, but he had no other way. He didn't need so much time to think. How could he look at the 2 children because he was dragged down, so he could only admit it. A wise decision. The old man will not impose any restrictions on you, and their old man will also put it back, but you had better not think about unlocking the curse mark in your body. The old man will send his cronies to keep staring at them. Number, location, you can't know, they will report to me once a day. Once there is any problem, the old man will directly activate the curse seal. When the time comes, don't blame me for the dead. Danzo finally got a layer of insurance, and Jiraiya originally planned to find a way to unlock the curse of the 2 children after going out. This is no longer a little careful. Danzo is an old dog who does things too much, and he can't do anything. In the end, Jiraiya was released, and Danzo did not give him any curse seal restrictions. To deal with Jiraiya, the curse seal was useless, mainly because these 2 little guys were enough in their hands. This is Jiraiya's fate. Jiraiya's business is settled, then the next step is, the name of the country of fire, Konoha's economic lifeline. I don't want to give it to others. After Danzo got Jiraiya, he set his sights on the daimyo of the country of fire. The status of these countries is higher than that of the shadow, and the reason why this happens is because of the economy. Rock Shinobi has basically completely separated from the control of the land of the country, and now Ōtsutsuki's identity is even higher than that of the land of the country. The only thing that is controlled is the economy. The economic control is lifted, whoever has the big fist forget it. But other shinobi villages are different. They don't have Jin Yang, so even if they want to imitate Rock Shinobi, they can't compare with Rock Shinobi at all. The most is a little increase in income. To put it bluntly, it is. Rock Shinobi eat meat, they drink soup. Many things can be learned directly without imitating, so there is always no way to get rid of the daimyo's control, and in order to gain absolute control, Danzo intends to do it on the daimyo. These, Ming knows very well that they are all wine bags and rice bags. People who are afraid of death don't need distinguished heavenly gods. They only need some simple curse marks, then the other party will definitely be controlled by him. As for guarding the 12 ninja, Danzo doesn't care at all. I have to say that Danzo is indeed a ruthless person, but this kind of tough policy, although effective, but the sequelae will be very big. After Jiraiya was released, Danzo directly released the news that Jiraiya has pleaded guilty and hoped to be guilty and meritorious. Already repented, he is still from the village, but Jiraiya has no previous status at all, and can only be regarded as a thug. Now Konoha, there are only 2 of them. Among them, Danzo is still a parallel trade. He played the resurrection coin like this. It was really blind. There should have been a Uchiha Ōtsutsuki, but Uchiha Ōtsutsuki experienced family defect and was abandoned. Even after the death of 3rd generation, Danzo came to power, and after all kinds of direct genocide, he was once confused, and even doubted the thoughts Shisui instilled in him, but his talent was favored by Obito, so he was brought in. Akatsuki organization, it's just that whether he will be able to open Mangekyo in the future, and when he will open it, I don't know. Chapter 134. When Danzo was planning to take action on the name of the country of fire, news about Jiraiya also spread. Everyone was shocked. Anyone who has dealt with Jiraiya knows Jiraiya's character, those. The unwarranted charge is just looking at it and smiling. They think Jiraiya will just get to the end, but they didn't expect to be subdued. Jiraiya can actually be subdued, this matter has a big problem. Looking at the information in his hand, AI looked disbelief. What kind of character Jiraiya? Now this shit basin is buttoned, there must be a handle, and it has fallen into Danzo's hands, otherwise he will not believe that Jiraiya will succumb. What do you think of this matter? 4th Ryakai groped his chin and asked, this guy is also a muscular man with a brain. At this moment, he thought of some possibilities, a very feasible thing. Master Ryakai means. Tutai didn't answer directly, he could see that AI had already made a decision. This matter must be tricky, Jiraiya has a handle and it falls into Danzo's hands, so can we get some convenience from it, for example, dig Jiraiya into our village? AI said his thoughts. The people of Cloud Shinobi are very greedy, longing for the excellent blood inheritance of other people's villages, and they have important combat power. Therefore, the people who took Konoha twice in the original work were right. Kushina shot, once against Hinata, but because of Jin Yang's intervention, Hinata must have gone wrong this time. Cloud Shinobi doesn't dare to provoke Rock Shinobi now. The same method cannot be used in Rock Shinobi. Once used, it is endless, but he is also greedy. Rock Shinobi digs out Konoha and Mist Shinobi so many people. He has set his sights on Sand Shinobi and Konoha. As for Mist Shinobi, there is nothing left to dig. Their Cloud Shinobi is the first to follow the development of Rock Shinobi, but unfortunately, although useful, it is not as good as Rock Shinobi. Rock Shinobi is much more advanced than them, but he also tastes the sweetness from it. Since Rock Shinobi can dig out people from other villages, why can't he? So he made the decision now. Before Rock Shinobi made a shot, he shot himself first. Originally, he also focused on the Uchiha clan before. But before he did it, Rock Shinobi did it, so he believes that this time he must seize the opportunity. This, Master Ryakai, is this feasible? Read more at fictionzone.net. Tutai asked in a daze. It's not that he doesn't believe in fourth Raikage at all, but this is a bit unrealistic. Although they have learned some of Rock Shinobi's methods over the years, what is Jiraya's compromise? They don't even know that if you want to interfere, you can't find it. Of course it is possible, but Jiraya's attitude is needed. This matter is left to you, you go and find a way to contact Jiraiya, and see what he is in Danzo's hands. If Jiraiya is dug up, then we will make a lot of money, and there will be more Konoha in the follow-up. A lot of pictures. AI seems to have seen Konoha's talents beckoning to him. Although there are not many families in the blood succession boundary, but they have secret skills in the family, they can use it well, and they are not weaker than others at all. He naturally wants give it a try, and even if it fails, there is no loss. Why not? Tutai didn't say much afterwards, and went to deal with it immediately. And this series of things were recorded by White Zetsu, and then passed on to Obito and Jin Yang. These guys are really good enough to do things. Cloud Shinobis, muscle guys are not stupid, but Jiraya's situation is not. These guys can do it. After getting this information, Jin Yang almost laughed. Through White Zetsu, he knew the specific situation of Jiraiya, Naruto, and Konohamaru. These two were taken directly by Danzo, and in the end Jiraiya was eaten to death. Death. The curse seal, as long as it is activated, the person who has the curse seal will explode directly, which can be said to be very vicious. Moreover, Danzo also arranged for many of his men to be there. This kind of curse imprinting method is only available to Danzo. It is impossible to study the way to solve the curse in a short period of time, and Danzo's men have to report to Danzo every day. It directly put an end to the possibility of Jiraiya using Mount Miyaboku's power to solve all this. If Jiraiya is eaten to death, the people of Cloud Shinobi want to learn from him. Jin Yang to dig the wall, that is nothing, this matter, except for Jin Yang, the three holy places can't help it, because of this curse seal, which is very poisonous. Jin Yang can use the sun's grace to directly burn the curse seal, violently break the curse seal, and, using the power of magic to directly destroy the curse seal, seal the curse seal, and extract the curse seal. But these methods are unique to his Jin Yang. Cloud Shinobi wants to help, and there is no chance at all, unless they can find a 6th-level powerhouse. This level powerhouse is still worth seeing, but it is only a little bit. Just watch it. But where does this world look for a 6th-level powerhouse? Cloud Shinobi wants to poach Jiraiya, no doubt it is. Idiot, talk about dreams, don't behave like others, nothing else. Jin Yang doesn't care at all. Jin Yang, can you help Jiraiya with this matter? Tsunade can abandon the teacher-student relationship with third generation, because third generation first apologizes to them and him first, but Jiraiya is different. Jiraiya, she and Orochimaru are always a small team. So Tsunade inevitably couldn't bear to see such a situation. Don't worry, Jiraiya is also my goal this time, or it's not only from Zhao Zhao, but also from Konoha's other families. Danzo likes to be Hokage and let him be. I will dig all the talents inside. When he is his lever commander, I see what he can do. Jin Yang didn't feel surprised. Tsunade would be called a hell if he ignored it. In this case, if Tsunade ignores it, Jin Yang will wonder if Tsunade was directly replaced. And Jiraiya was originally his goal. Third generation is dead, Danzo is in charge. This is what Jin Yang originally planned to do from the beginning. Even if Danzo doesn't do anything to third generation this time, Jin Yang will find a way to kill third generation. Only when third generation is dead, will he have the opportunity to poach Konoha's other people, but Danzo doesn't need him to be a pusher behind his back, so he can get it up by himself, and it saves Jin Yang a lot of effort. Chapter 135. Speaking of which, Danzo is, remind me that the existence of Deming is always one of the hidden dangers. Jin Yang said that although Rock Shinobi is completely independent now, it is still located in the land of the earth. Rock Shinobi is, there is one iron bucket, but the daimyo is different. The guys are all wine sacks and rice bags. Jin Yang has always forgotten these guys before. Now that he remembers it, then he also plans to take action on the name of the land, and control the name of the land. Ōtsutsuki is his wife, and the name of the land is in existence under his control. The whole land of the land, who would dare to say more? because the existence of the name of the land has weakened a lot before. Jin Yang is busy doing all kinds of things. I forgot about this guy after a long time. Now that I think about it, then there is no need to say anything more, and it's done by doing it. You have to do something to the daimyo. Because the place where I was before was Konoha, for the existence of daimyo, other people can say that they have never thought about the existence of daimyo, because daimyo, in control of the economic lifeline, they can easily kill daimyo, but who will give the money after it is killed? Managing a village makes them feel bad, let alone coming from a country, so they will not engage in the existence of a daimyo. On the contrary, they will have to provide 370 to protect them and create benefits for themselves. Therefore, the status of this daimyo will be high, and Tsunade has not completely changed this kind of thinking, and I can't help but be stunned when he hears that Jin Yang is actually planning to do something with the daimyo. Just do it, it's not about killing him, it's just about controlling it. After all, it's our back garden. If something goes wrong, it can be easily solved, but it's more disgusting. Just kill these things in the cradle. That's it. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he left directly, and Tsunade couldn't help but shook his head. There was nothing to say. Let's continue to deal with her official affairs honestly. As for the outside affairs, just leave it to Jin Yang to do it. She trusts her man unconditionally. The way to deal with the daimyo with Danzo failed. Danzo can't fully control it, but Jin Yang can. Jin Yang directly modified the memory of the daimyo of the Earth country and his descendants. In this way, it can be guaranteed that there will be no problems. He is not familiar with the land of the country, so he can only use this kind of violent means. After getting the land of the country, Jin Yang went to Konoha again. Konoha nowadays is more depressing than when Jin Yang came to take away the Uchiha clan. If you use one word to describe it, it is lifeless. Danzo's thunder method is much tougher than the third generation, resulting in the entire village become miasma. After coming to Konoha, Jin Yang went directly to Jiraiya. As for the people of Cloud Shinobi, Jin Yang has no reason to give them a chance, and they can't do it, so just don't wait. Read more at fictionzone.net. As for Jiraiya at this moment, he is alone drinking. During this time, pigs, deers, butterflies, and so on, the supporters of third generation and his family patriarchs have come to visit him, hoping to get Jiraiya from him, but Jiraiya dare to say it. And Jiraiya knows very well that if he speaks it out, others can't get rid of it. This kind of curse mark, after knowing it, will be a little bad, and it will be targeted by Danzo. So he did it tightly, yes. Did not say. A person will hold back in secret, but because of him, not only the son of his apprentice, but also the grandson of his teacher are also involved. He is called one, and can only drink to calm down his breath. And Danzo, he won't be used for the time being, so he is still quite free, but his reputation is a bit unpleasant now. There will always be a lot of people who don't understand things. Now there are people who constantly scold Jiraiya on the street. They don't know anything. They only know that Jiraiya has done a lot of things. It doesn't matter whether these things are Jiraiya or not, people admit it. So Jiraiya has a lot of infamy now. Hidden at home drinking boring wine alone, it seems that you are indeed very depressed. Jin Yang appeared directly at Jiraiya's house. Danzo was very relieved of Jiraiya, just staring at the other two children. As for Jiraiya, he can guarantee that Jiraiya is completely under his control and does not even need to be monitored. And Danzo believes that this time Rock Shinobi has nothing to do, that kind of curse seal, but he still has a route, researched by a talented person, and the solution is to be researched within a day. It is impossible. Is Jin Yang drunk? Why would I see you when I was drunk? Jiraiya thought that he was drunk and had hallucinations, but suddenly realized that something was wrong, and almost half of the wine woke up in an instant. I basically know about you. Tsunade asks me to help you. So I am here. Of course, I am not just helping you. I want to invite you to join Rock Shinobi. Now Konoha is not what it used to be. Konoha is gone, it has been scrapped by Danzo. Jin Yang said straightforwardly. Tsunade? It seems that my teammates didn't do it for so long, but this time, even you can't help me. Danzo holds a handle that I absolutely can't resist. When Jiraiya thinks of the two controlled little guys, the pain is extremely painful. Then you are talking about the curse marks on the two boys, why do you think I can't deal with it? I also solved the caged bird of the Hyuga clan at the time. Dealing with this curse mark is too easy. Jin Yang said that it is not a problem at all. In the past, he did not fully control the sun's grace, so he could not burn the curse marks on the opponent's body in detail, so he could only ask other people to study it, but now it is different. Burn these curse marks? Seriously? You know, I can't afford to bet, and once the bet is lost, the two of them will be over. Jiraiya has repeatedly confirmed that this is a gamble. Once he loses, he estimates that he will apologize. I dare say that it can be done, but if you don't leave Konoha, the hidden danger of Danzo will always be on your heads. Jin Yang's meaning is obvious, he can help him, but after joining Rock Shinobi, and Jiraiya also knows that this is to dig people. In fact, Jiraiya didn't think about using Jin Yang's power to destroy Danzo, but this idea is one when he appeared, Jiraiya gave up, which was unrealistic. It's not bad to come to help, Jin Yang is here to dig the wall, how could he help him kill Danzo, so Jiraiya doesn't want this problem. Chapter 136. In fact, Jiraiya didn't think about a problem, that is, he shot Danzo by himself. It was because of being overcast before, but now he really fights, he is not fake Danzo at all. But if you think about it carefully, I promised Jin Yang, then he will join Rock Shinobi afterwards, not Konoha's person, and he can indeed kill Danzo by then, but then what about those people in the village do? Ninja village, which does not have a strong shadow level, is not qualified to be among the 5 major villages. Maybe it will be directly killed by other people in Ninja village. Everyone will be beaten to the water dog, especially the geographic location of Konoha, so Jiraiya is right. Danzo is sure to do it, but the people in the village must also do something to deal with it. Master Jin Yang, if you are leaving, can you bring more people with you? After thinking about these things, Jiraiya's name for Jin Yang has also changed. Although Jin Yang is not old, his strength and status in Rock Shinobi, he joined Rock Shinobi and become an adult is not an exaggeration, and now he has asked for each other. Jiraiya wants to directly evacuate Konoha's old background. This Konoha has died in name. Now for others, there is only one best way out, and that is to join Rock Shinobi. If he doesn't join Rock Shinobi, even if his Jiraiya kills Danzo, for these people, a broken Konoha, there is no way to continue to survive, and this will become the second Uzumaki country. So the best way is, to join Rock Shinobi. This is not the only way out, but it is the best way out. Tell me, what kind of people are you bringing along? More people? Jin Yang smiled at the corner of his mouth. His goal is not just Jiraiya, but Jiraiya has asked about it himself, so he doesn't need to spend any more words, let Jiraiya say it and it's over. There are 3 families of pigs, deer, and butterflies, the Aberame clan, the Inyazuka clan, and some small families, as well as a large number of civilian ninjas. They will also hope to leave the current Konoha. Jiraiya opened the mouth and said, since we are going to do it, then we should do it thoroughly, and directly remove Konoha's heritage without leaving Danzo at all. You are crueler than me, but with so many people, it's hard to control, and it's okay to be obedient. I don't dare to ask for it. After all, Rock Shinobi doesn't need these at all. These people are just icing on the cake if they say nothing. Jin Yang said that once there are too many people, those who are familiar with him are fine to say, but those who are unfamiliar, they may do something, but I don't worry about these people doing things at all, but once they do something, it will inevitably not be a big trouble. Read more at fictionzone.net. It's okay to dig people. Jin Yang's goal at the beginning was, to hollow out Konoha and make a Konoha directly in Rock Shinobi. This is what he thought of after knowing that he had crossed to Rock Shinobi, and now, it is already a plan. The last step. But this last step is not so easy to take. It takes at least 10 years for this person to fully integrate into Rock Shinobi. Although there is the kind of cooperation during the 3 world wars, most of Konoha Rock Shinobi's sense is not bad. However, the two previous battles between the ninja world and Konoha were completely opposites, so naturally there was a lot of hatred. These people, Jin Yang doesn't need them, but the base number is too large, and it is almost impossible to completely exclude them. I know, I will screen out and take it away. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. He knew that it was not practical to evacuate Konoha directly, so he could only take away a part, and this part must be someone who has no conflict with Rock Shinobi. As for the extra, he can only be cruel. Give up. In the past few years, studying with third generation, Jiraiya has already learned a lot of choices. This position is not so easy to sit. Some things are not your final say, unless you have the ability to suppress everything is like Jin Yang. Otherwise, there are some things that must be discarded. This project has a huge amount of work. Now Danzo is going to find the daimyo in the country of fire. His goal is to control the daimyo. Before he comes back, this is all your time. After this period of time, I don't care about it. Whether you have made a decision, I will leave. During this period of time, I will help you to look after the two boys, at least to ensure that they are still alive. As for the curse, you will unlock it when you leave, otherwise Danzo will directly sensed. Jin Yang directly gave Jiraiya the last deadline and let him handle it himself. As for Jin Yang, he just waited to watch the show, and he didn't need to do these things himself. After Jin Yang left, Jiraiya threw the wine bottle in his hand directly to the ground, and then separated a lot of Shadow Clone, and then Shadow Clone used the transformation technique, becoming a stranger, and quickly left Jiraiya's house, left toward each family. He also has a certain understanding of the family that is in conflict with Rock Shinobi. After all, he also participated in World War II. Although one dare not say that all of them can be determined, at least most of them can be determined. And his shadow clones are going to discuss the matter with the patriarchs of these families. He needs the help of these people, and then quickly screens out the ninjas and other people in the village. As night fell, Jiraiya notified these, after the families he trusted. The people of these families were not calm. Even that night, the patriarchs of the three Ludi families gathered together. You know everything, Luju, tell me what you think. Yamanaka stared at Naruto, and now he has been waiting for this think tank to speak. Anyway, he knows that no matter how much he thinks, he can't compare to his own teammate with super brains. Is there any idea to go to Rock Shinobi now? This is the best choice. Do you still want to be controlled by the guy Danzo? Except now, Hai Yi, your family, the two of us, there are not many of them in any family. A root, the people stare at. Loyu turned over a Byakugan, only the Hai family is the safest, because the roots can't get in at all. Of course, the two families of Inyazuka and Aberme are also, the Perception family is, so convenient, and the Nara clan is different from the Akamika clan. Although they can find a few people, there are still hidden ones that have not been found. They are not stupid, so keep those guys. Anyway, there are not too many secrets to talk about. People are too dirty to dig out the people of the Yamanaka clan. Where are there any secrets? The secret technique of their family, it is estimated that they have long been touched by others. Chapter 137. Then I have no choice, right? I really never thought about leaving Konoha one day. Yamanaka Haya was helpless, but now he has no choice. When Konoha became Naruto and Danzo long ago, Konoha was gone. You all know what happened to Jiraiya senpai. Danzo has been so crazy that even the juniors will not let it go. I really can't imagine, if one day this guy shoots Koji, what will I be like? This village, now is not Konoha, don't worry about it. Although Akamika Dingza is a rough person, what he said is indeed very incisive. The three of them quickly discussed it, but they were also fortunate. Fortunately, their family is not big, and there are almost no contradictions with others. They can still easily control the whole family, so their family is completely different. The news was spread 370. I handed it to the families, and soon these families responded, including Kakashi. He also knew very well that Konoha could not stay, and Kakashi found that the routes near his home, there are many more people, no for other things, just because of his Sharingan. Kakashi is also very fortunate. Fortunately, he is only a foreigner, and he has not exposed Mangekyo. Otherwise, it is estimated that he will not be able to survive Jinyang and will be destroyed by Danzo. After all, Mangekyo Sharinon, that is Danzo's pursuit. Each family made a decision, and Jiraiya did not meet with them, but asked them to screen some ninjas and their families that could be taken away from the village. Jinyang saw all of this in his eyes. He came here for a week, and there was information coming back from the name of the country of fire. According to the information sent by White Zetsu, the whole family of the name of the country of fire was taken down by Danzo. After the curse seal, none of them were let go. This method is similar to Jinyang, except that Jinyang is even more thorough, directly changing the memory of others. Danzo did not have this method, so naturally he could only use the curse seal. In addition, Jinyang also obtained another piece of information, Sarutobi Asuma, as the guardian of the 12 ninjas. As a result, because he knew Danzo's plan, he was eventually threatened by Danzo with Konohamaru. After being distracted, Danzo did it easily. Jinyang is also speechless about this. He obviously has the ability to kill people, but he still needs to use methods. It is indeed an old yin ratio, insidious enough, but this guy is not bad if he hangs up. As the son of the third generation, it is because of Jiraiya. Jinyang will definitely poach Konohamaru and Naruto. But Asuma is different. The thought of this product has taken shape. It can't be changed randomly. It doesn't matter if Jinyang is dead, it saves Jinyang and needs to think about how to deal with that guy. Now that Danzo has handled those things, it will be at most a few days. So Jinyang went to Jiraiya directly. Read more at fictionzone.net. Danzo has returned. I am leaving now. I will give you 1 day to gather all those who are leaving outside the village. After leaving a sentence, Jinyang left, and Jiraiya knew that there was no time, so he could only quickly notify other people, so the whole Konoha was a pot of porridge, and the curse marks on Konohamaru and Naruto were directly affected. Jinyang burned it, and took away those roots. The people who organized are all Danzo's roots, although there are a large number of people facing most of Konoha. They will integrate their strength, and even a little splash will hit. If he didn't come out, he was destroyed directly, and after Jinyang burned the curse seal, he felt it, but even if he speeded up, he couldn't come back in a day. On Konoha's side, a large number of ninjas kept their family members moving out, and in a moment, most of the people in the village were gone. I still underestimate these guys. They pulled so many people out in a week. Give me some more time. Maybe Konoha will be really empty, but this time Konoha really only has a polished commander left. Jinyang couldn't help but smile. His final plan has been completed, and Konoha was almost emptied this time, and the rest of these people are just some abandoned guys, and they can't become a climate. As long as these people have some brains, they will naturally not stay in Konoha. It is estimated that when Danzo returns, they will see a ghost village, and almost everyone has run away. 1 day is enough time for these people to gather together. Looking at the densely packed people below, Jinyang intends to move them away in one go. Originally Konoha belonged to hundreds of thousands, but because of many things that happened in the past, so Konoha can be said that the population has shrunk a lot. But even so, there are nearly 100,000 people here. This is really a big project. But it is really troublesome with more people. Let me shrink it a bit. Jinyang used shrinking magic, and instantly the densely packed tens of thousands of people were directly reduced to the extreme, close to 100,000, and they were directly reduced to the size of Jinyang's palm. After wrapping it directly with magic, Jinyang teleported. Just disappeared. Shrinking the team of about 100,000 people to the size of a slap, he can be regarded as showing enough fists. At this moment, the people inside a small slap-sized ball wrapped in magic by Jinyang already showed expressions of incomparable consternation. What's going on? Dingzo is your family's doubling technique. Looking at Jinyang, who was as huge as the sky at this moment, and couldn't see his head at a glance, even Lu Ju's think tank had already stuttered, and even confused his thinking. How can it be the doubling? The limit of our family's doubling technique is that the tail beast is so big. This size is too terrifying. Dingzo shook his head directly. What a joke, the doubling technique is so awesome, then the Akamika clan has long been heaven-defying. I said, you guys, didn't you think that it's not that the other party has become bigger, but that we have become smaller? After comparing the surrounding environment, Jiraiya said helplessly. After Jin Yang moved to Rock Shinobi, he saw the surrounding situation, the body shape of the surrounding environment, and 1 Jin Yang is about the same. In other words, they are nearly 100,000 people, and they have been reduced to the size of a slap, let alone ants. Standing here alone, it is estimated that most people can't see them with the naked eye. Shrinked. The others immediately looking around, they all became silent. Sure enough, they were reduced, but is it a bit too small? Exaggeration is not such an exaggeration. Before feelings, we didn't even consider other people's methods. How many whole cards did we hide? In the face of such a person, if it were an enemy, they would no longer dare to imagine the consequences. There were still some people who thought carefully, and in an instant, the careful thoughts disappeared. Chapter 138. Arriving outside Rock Shinobi, Jin Yang directly restored all the people who had been shrunk. Nearly 100,000 people suddenly appeared on the originally empty ground. This densely packed appearance, with intensive phobia, is absolutely the first. Kneeled for a while. Let's go. When I received the news, I had already asked Tsunade and the others to prepare a place for you to live in. But let me say it first. Although I will give you a place to live for free, I will give you enough for the first month. Time to rectify, then do whatever I should do. It is impossible for me to raise you for nothing, right? Jin Yang said to the group of people standing in the front. It was the first time that he recruited so many people in one breath. The number of people was indeed a little overwhelming. This adaptation period is very long. When there are many people, it is easy. The best way to make trouble is, let these leaders restrain the people below, and then slowly integrate into Rock Shinobi. We know what to do, it won't cause trouble to adults. Jiraiya sighed. He used to be in Konoha, and only someone called him an adult. Now when he comes to someone else's site in 02, he is called someone else's adult. Of course, this adult is convincing. That's good. After Jin Yang nodded, he led everyone to the residence prepared for them. In the past, Jin Yang had never thought that there would be 100,000 more people in the village, nor did he think that he could dig up 10,000 people in one breath. There are 10,000 people, so the village has been expanded again. Fortunately, it is in Rock Shinobi. The person in charge of the expansion is the ninja of Rock Shinobi, which is very convenient. And even without their help, Jin Yang's magic can be done. No matter how bad, it is okay to use the history of the corpse to directly get Senjo Hashirama, a super construction worker, but Rock Shinobi's ninja can do it, and he doesn't need his effort. When Jiraiya gave Jin Yang the answer, Jin Yang knew that there would be a large number of people, so it was a bit simpler. Let people start preparing in advance, a large number of ninjas act together, and a week, enough to create an area for 100,000 people to live in. That's why Jin Yang feels that earth style is very good. As for the others, wind style can be used for wind power generation, but it is too labor intensive. It can't let people stand there all day long and put wind style. Fire style is good for fighting, and so is lightning style. Although water style can produce water, the water produced in places where there is no water is the product of chakra and will soon disappear, unless it is removed from the outside. Water is brought in. Therefore, earth style is the most affordable, and it is also convenient to make some things. The current Rock Shinobi is a proper super infrastructure madman. Of course, this week's time is just a prototype. The decoration and other things will take time, but Jin Yang also plans to let them live in first, and then they can become familiar with the people of Rock Shinobi, and then expand these ninjas. In Rock Shinobi's reserve army, it gradually became familiar. Read more at fictionzone.net. It's been a long time since I saw Jiraiya, but there are a lot of people you brought here this time. At this time, Tsunade also came out. After all, this is an old friend who has not seen him for many years. Although Jiraiya also came last time, he did not meet with Tsunade. Now it can be said that he has met for many years. At the beginning I was still wondering why you and Orochimaru joined Rock Shinobi. It is only now that I understand that this is the most correct choice and the last choice. Jiraiya grinned. Although he has accepted it, Konoha is still somewhat unforgettable. Slowly you get used to it. Let's talk about the current situation. Now that Konoha's people have been brought over by so many people, the old Danzo will definitely not let it go. After Tsunade and Jiraiya said a few words, they turned their eyes to the sun. Now Konoha has been hollowed out. The ninjas in the village in the middle of summer are all civilian ninjas. It is estimated that the troops who want to gather 3,000 people are all. It's very difficult. Konoha was dug by Jin Yang and almost turned into a ghost village. In its heyday, the resident population was hundreds of thousands, and it is estimated that there are only tens of thousands now, and it is estimated that it will continue to leave afterwards. This village is not a ghost village. What is it? It's just an old dog. Even if he can't give up, how can he play yin? How can his every move escape our eyes? Jin Yang said with a look of disdain. White Zetsu is all over the ninja world. If he wants to know, even if Danzo eats a few dishes tonight, he can figure out what dishes he eats. Is there any secret? It is true, the current Rock Shinobi, no matter whether it is power or intelligence, etc., there is no need to worry at all. Tsunade also nodded. There is no need to worry about Danzo. White Zetsu's intelligence network is simply invincible. Who dares to engage in Rock Shinobi? When he enters the door, he will find that Tien Luodi is already waiting for him. Uncle Jiraiya, you can take them to settle down first, and the rest will wait for you to settle down. Jin Yang didn't bother to care about Danzo, and after hearing this, Jiraiya didn't say much, and went straight to settle the others. Now that Konoha has been hollowed out by you, do you have any ideas? Tsunade asked humorously. Konoha, which used to have a lot of scenery, is now completely integrated into Rock Shinobi. It can be said that Jin Yang really made a Konoha in Rock Shinobi. If you have any ideas, you can live your life well. As for other things, I don't bother to care about it. By the way, Tsunade, after you go back 370, put all these things in the bathhouses and crush them. Speaking, Jin Yang took out purple and blue balls one by one and handed them to Tsunade. What is this again? Tsunade asked curiously. To prevent some people from peeping into the bathhouse, I set it up. As long as it is crushed near the bathhouse, men can only enter the man's side, women can only enter the woman's side, and no one can run to the other side. Not even transformation technique. Jin Yang said. Jiraiya is here, then he can't rest assured. This guy may not be going to do things now, but when he slowly gets acquainted, after coming out of this kind of depression, he may go to collect materials again. Therefore, Jin Yang said that Rock Shinobi's bathhouse must have a barrier to guard against a little Jiraiya. Others are okay, but Jiraiya is a shadow-level powerhouse and it is difficult to be caught, so directly go to the barrier to guard against a little. Ahem, you really know Jiraiya. Tsunade is a little bit dumbfounded. Jin Yang really understands Jiraiya. This product is usually a strange flower. After all, Konoha's sunin corresponds to pornography, but Tsunade's gambling is not completely stifled, but it is still by Jin Yang. There are a lot of restrictions. Chapter 139. Jin Yang, Tsunade's addiction to gambling, can't completely quit it. He can only control Tsunade's financial resources, and the borrower is afraid to lend Tsunade because of Jin Yang, plus the work in his hand. Over time, gambling addiction. It slowly came down, but it was unrealistic to quit completely. Anyway, Jin Yang didn't have that kind of thinking anymore. In the past few years, Jin Yang has actually begun to think about the lifespan of other people. In the magic, there is the kind of magic that is resurrected, and there is also a special beauty magic, and even a special pharaoh to rejuvenate to extend life. Magic, but these magic are only a temporary means. He can't teach magic to other people, because magic is a huge problem. There is no such thing as magic in this world. Because of the system, Jin Yang has a constant source of energy, and there is no exhaustion. Finish. But other people can't do it, so he hasn't been idle in the past few years as a salted fish. With the help of some of Jeff's magic, he is thinking of ways to improve these magics to adapt to the natural energy of this world. With the help of sage art, the magic is fused to generate a new energy source, so that other people can practice magic, but this project is not small, so even if it took a few years, he did not completely complete it. After it is completely completed, plus his ability, not to mention that other people will live forever, but living for hundreds of years is as simple as a joke. He does not believe that after hundreds of years, he still can't find a solution, and besides, on the other hand, Orochimaru is also working on it simultaneously. Maybe this product can really study something incredible from Kagaya's blood. The last time Orochimaru passed a message to him was half a year ago, and half a year ago, Orochimaru said that he had a new method to study Tenseigan, so after a period of time, continuous research will not be transmitted to him. As a result, the blink of an eye was, for half a year, there is still no accurate news yet, but Jin Yang is not in a hurry. This kind of thing has not been researched so easily, and he himself is a little overwhelmed. Many things that Jeff has made cannot be made, because this world has no magical powers, and there are no magical materials. Many special materials are not available, and a large number of things made by Jeff, who directly rejected it. Read more at fictionzone.net. Even the top demon Jin Yang couldn't make it. It was because of insufficient materials. This was really embarrassing. He could only convert it and constantly replace it with other materials. Don't talk about Jin Yang. What should Jin Yang do or continue to do? And on the other side, knowing that there is a problem with the curse, Danzo speeds up, and even ignores the consumption of chakra along the way, and rushes with the grain pill back to the village. But after he hurried back to the village, he found that the village was not said to be completely unrecognizable, but there were also some ruins, which were left during the battle with Gen, and some ninjas, and Konoha at this moment is more like a ghost village. There are hardly many people anymore. There are almost no people in the street. After Jin Yang took away those people, the others were not stupid, so they knew that Konoha was basically finished, and they all packed their things and left slowly. Because time is too tight, some of the people who have not passed the screening have moved on. As for some arrogant people, they feel that since Rock Shinobi doesn't need them, they will go to other places. There will always be places where they are needed, and some people even join in gangs after they leave the village and directly become in the country of fire. Bandits. Some people found a small village directly and settled down. In short, after Konoha left Jin Yang, most of the people fled again. The whole Konoha can find no more than 20,000 people. It has been a tragedy. Let alone an army of 3,000, Danzo can. It's a problem if you can't find 1,000 ninjas. It's estimated that hundreds of them are the limit. There is still that kind of, I know Danzo's strength, so I flowed down to seek protection. After all, this is a shadow-level powerhouse. And Gen, most of the people were killed because they were on the way to blocking Jiraiya and others, and the rest were also a group of young people. The whole Gen, there are only a few dozen people left in the Konoha forest. After Danzo found them, after listening to the report of his subordinates, he suddenly felt that his eyes were dark, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed directly from his mouth. At this moment, Danzo felt the deep malice from Rock Shinobi and the deep malice from the world. He pursued the position of Hokage for a lifetime, when he became, but he changed hands and made a wedding dress for Rock Shinobi. He is still Hokage right now, but who has seen a Hokage with only a few hundred people in his hands and only 2 cronies more than a dozen people? It's not wrong for Danzo to get rid of the blood. If Jin Yang is in Konoha, the first one to kill is Danzo, but Jin Yang is not in Konoha, so no one can kill Konoha. Leaving Danzo, the polished commander, for the end. At this moment, Danzo feels a constant anger fills his chest, but he turns anger into anger. He is completely lost. Now how to retaliate Rock Shinobi? What revenge does not say much. People Rock Shinobi randomly dispatched to movie class. The strong can also kill him directly, unless they have been using Uchiha to yin others. But how many people he can yin is like Jin Yang. Does the yin have it? The number is not counted. The strong is not the strong. The economy is required. Rock Shinobi is now the largest economic link in the Shinobi world. The rich are there. He can launch the power of the country of fire to directly impose economic sanctions, but this method is to kill 100 enemies and self-defeating 30,000. So he was completely lost, and wanted to retaliate against the other party, but he couldn't find any way. Rock Shinobi, always at odds with Hello Zhao. After being extremely depressed, after another mouthful of old blood spurted out, Danzo was directly fainted with anger. It is not to blame him, after all, the situation is, in such a situation, what else can he do, Master Danzo? After seeing Danzo become like this, the other people were also panicked, but there were also a few fierce eyes flashing, but in the end they still suppressed the dust. As the root people, they are all covered with the kind of curse that can't be done to Danzo, so even if they want to kill this guy who controls their life and death, they can't do it, like a tongue. There is a curse seal that can't tell a secret, if you say it, you will die, and the truth is the same. Obviously the opportunity is right in front of them, but they can't do anything, they can only sigh helplessly in their hearts. Chapter 140. How could Rock Shinobi emptied Konoha directly? Sand Shinobi, in Luasha's office, it has been a while since Konoha was hollowed out. The spies in Konoha have also returned helplessly, including the spies in Konoha in several other villages. No more, I'm still a fart spy. After returning to their village, they sorted out the information and handed in everything they knew. Originally, they planned to take advantage of the messy inspections, such as doing something in Konoha, getting some ninjutsu scrolls, etc. thing. But it turned out to be counterproductive. Jiraiya is not an idiot. He just packs everything and takes away, and Konoha is valuable, the techniques mastered by the high level, and the family's secret technique, blood inheritance, and other things. None of them were left, so they also had nothing to gain, and they could only return with information in a dingy manner. After returning, the information appeared directly on the desks of the various shadows. Mist Shinobi was only an old man marshal. The right shadow was really hard to find on Mist Shinobi, and Luasha, after reading the information. He suspects that he has been fooled. He couldn't understand how this kind of thing was done. He didn't understand it. Before digging people, it was digging people. They were all digging by a single person or by a family. This time it was a ruthless one, directly 370 people. The village moved away. The rest of the people were also separated, which caused Konoha to survive in name only. He was already annihilated, and it was not blown up by someone, but was hollowed out and destroyed. Luosha's mind was for a while. I couldn't turn a corner in time. In a life of extreme suspicion, Zhou and Hai Laozang and a group of elders were also invited over, and seeing this piece of information, all of them felt incredible. Rock Shinobi is really strange, and it really emptied Konoha. It's hard to imagine what kind of behavior this is and how to do it. After all, their intelligence network is not good. They can't capture many things, and can only barely guess that it may be related to Danzo, and nothing else is clear. In the end, Sand Shinobi also went under martial law directly. Even as long as they heard that someone came from Rock Shinobi, they had to undergo strict investigation before entering the village. There was no way, this was all forced, and they were also afraid. In the past, Rock Shinobi's main goal was Konoha, but since Mist Shinobi was severely injured by the excavation, they have also begun to be frantically prepared. They finally stopped, but they did not expect Rock Shinobi to throw another one heavy pound bomb. This time it's not, the previous fish ponds are as simple as frying fish. This time Rock Shinobi directly blows up all the others' fish ponds. If Konoha's big fish pond is gone, then the opponent's target will definitely be placed elsewhere. The village is on. And Cloud Shinobi is definitely the most difficult to penetrate, so Luasha's face is directly green. After that, won't he aim at him and shoot? It's not that he is afraid of Luasha, he doesn't think there is anything in his village. It's worth digging, read more at fictionzone.net. He is a bit disgusted by himself, but now he has another thing to do, and that is the plan for Yakang, although the political Yakang who should have died in the war in the original book is not dead. However, as Yakang's strength continued to grow, he was already in the shadows, and if he went further, Yakang would threaten Luosha's position. Because he had done too many things, Luosha's position was stable. And Yakang's strength in the past was not enough for Luosha to target, but now it is different, and further, Yakang will break through to the shadow level, and Yakang's reputation is not low in the village, and her scorch style is also very good. Strong. Even some of the elders have already begun to build momentum. Not surprisingly, once Yakang breaks through again, there is a high probability that Luo Sha will be pulled from this Feng Ying position and replaced. He has an ambition that does not match his strength, so he plans to shoot against Yakang. Once this person's jealousy is ignited, there will be no way to put it out. Look at Danzo. I became like this. And Luo Sha actually had a plan. He didn't think Yakang would also be targeted by Rock Shinobi. Originally, he was still, hesitate, do you want to do it, but this time Rock Shinobi's fish pond operation let him the vigilance came up at once. If this continues, if he starts slowly, maybe Yakang will really be dug away, so he plans to immediately. Let's do it, because this plan has been prepared for a while, so he plans to take advantage of Rock Shinobi's just finishing things, and directly bury Yakang. And the partner he chose is Cloud Shinobi. She has secretly had some small things with Cloud Shinobi in recent years without hiding other people, cooperation, by selling other factions, in exchange for Cloud Shinobi's help, so he mixed back. It's okay, but Yakang has already threatened him, so he can't be blamed for the harsh action. It can only be said that Yakang is also unlucky enough. Without the original book, he was sent to Mist Shinobi as a victim, but Luo Sha continued to watch him, and this time he directly replaced the person with Cloud Shinobi. Luo Sha doesn't think that if he cooperates with Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi can still get in and dig Yakang away. This is almost impossible, but where does he know that his every move has been given by White Zetsu under his feet? The investigation is clear. Over the years, White Zetsu has not been staring at the actions of Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. Luo Sha directly sent the information to Cloud Shinobi, and this piece of information was delivered to Rock Shinobi, Jin Yang, and others at a faster speed. Tisk tusk, these guys are quite good at playing, but Luo Sha is so anxious to act on Yakang, it seems to us, it is very defensive, but now the intelligence is in our hands. That's it. Jin Yang smiled and listened to White Zetsu's report. So you plan to do Sand Shinobi again? Tsunade looked at Jin Yang a little weird. She didn't know what Jin Yang thought, why she was so enthusiastic about digging walls, but she also felt a bit of a sense of crisis, because the person who was going to dig this time seemed to be a big beauty. She is also a little helpless now. She found that Jin Yang didn't even need to take the initiative to approach these women. During the digging process, she almost filled her good feelings. Just like her, after she was rescued by Jin Yang, she added the attitude of Jin Yang and others towards the Senju family. She was almost taken over by Jin Yang without taking the initiative to attack, so she was also very helpless. In fact, Tsunade had already given up, and several sisters in the family had actually reached an alliance, and they could not be monopolized, so just alliance. Even Jin Yang didn't know that there was about to be an ancient costume harem drama in his own home. Chapter 141. Master Ryakai, Luo Sha is looking for us to cooperate, what shall we do now? After Tutai saw the information that AI gave him, he was also a little confused. Luo Sha felt restless no matter what. It was okay before, at most selling a few people who are not very powerful, but this time even the quasi-photographs of his own village. To sell, it feels a bit similar to Konoha's Danzo. Of course, Luo Sha is not crazy enough to sell his own village. Luo Sha is smart. This Yakang is not weak, and what is the Scorch-style successor? In terms of strength, once it reaches the shadow level, Luo Sha's magnet style can hardly be pleased. To put it bluntly, he is worried about his position. It's unstable, so I asked us for help, asking us to help him get rid of Yakang. It's really a waste. AI has a look of disdain, for this kind of people who don't even let the people in his own village go. He is the most despised person who can sell the people in his own village for his own position. After all, Cloud Shinobi is famous for solidarity and mutual assistance. Although this guy is a trash, but it is also a trash with a little brain. Rock Shinobi and Konoha have just had such a big incident. This guy is also afraid that Rock Shinobi will come back to them Sand Shinobi, so he asked us directly in advance. Get rid of Yakang, so that not only will he keep his position, but there is no need to worry about being targeted by Rock Shinobi. After speaking, AI threw the intelligence directly on the table, and his brain started to move quickly. Last time, he wanted to do Jiraiya and planned to dig Jiraiya into his own existence, but he did not expect Rock Shinobi to do it faster. Moreover, the action was bigger, and Konoha was used to waste in one breath. With this method, AIU was shocked for a while. After the shock was over, the rest was hot eyes. He was greedy to the extreme. Before imitating Rock Shinobi to find Jiraiya, but he was always a step slower, causing Rock Shinobi to still succeed, and they could only return without success, but this time the information was secretly obtained by him and Luo Shat. Does this kind of thing still need to think too much? He is eager for talents from other villages. This time Luo Shat will send one to himself, or there are some the strong man who succeeded in blood. So he has the confidence to dig it over, and Luo Shat didn't know AI's careful thinking, so he asked AI to help, but he completely took the wolf home. This wolf has already aimed. The fat in his family is gone. Tutai, this time you and Bai will act together, bring the information Luo Shat gave us, and find a way to dig Yakang to our village. Although I dare not say that it can be digged 100%, the probability is not small. Even if it is unsuccessful, it is not unprofitable. AI said a lot to Tutai afterwards. In fact, it is more difficult to dig Yakang. Yakang's reputation in Sand Shinobi is very strong now. Once she knows the situation, she will not directly transfer to other villages, absolutely. Go back and fight Luosha to death and death. So AI wanted to dig out Yakang, it was almost impossible. After the news was passed to Jinyang by White Zetsu, Jinyang also looked disdainful. Although the methods were similar to him, he did not consider other things. So the probability of AI's failure is too great. Read more at fictionzone.net. In this case, explain to Yakang. The probability of Yakang being dug away by them is less than 10%. If you want to really dig Yakang away, you still need Luosha's help. After all, Yakang can now fight against Luosha in the village, because he wants to dig, it's not that simple. However, Jinyang intends to cut Hu directly. He does not expect to dig Yakang over directly, but first brush a little favorability, and then he can help Luosha a little, using some other means. If he wants to dig someone away, then it must be when the other party is most vulnerable. Cloud Shinobi's idea is good, that is, not practical. White Zetsu, this time the action is left to you, and you will be controlled by Yekara. Remember, it must be before Cloud Shinobi. Don't reveal that you represent Rock Shinobi. Jinyang also knows that as soon as Rock Shinobi's name is spoken, everyone's mind is the first to jump out, that is, it is strong, and then, the wall is very powerful, so the identity of Rock Shinobi was exposed at the beginning. The possibility of leaving the Leaf Warehouse will be infinitely reduced. She also knows that Rock Shinobi contacted her to poach her, so what else can be said? Now she has no intention of giving up to her own village. She definitely started to guard against Rock Shinobi in the first place. With defensiveness, this is basically impossible to complete. Therefore, if you hide your identity temporarily, wait until the other party can't hang on, and then reveal your identity, then it's not a problem. Zero White Zetsu, who got the order, quickly dived directly into the ground and disappeared. White Zetsu shot, that 100% can be 100% ahead of others, without even thinking about it, so Jinyang asked him to do something, that is, put 100% hard percent. After all, the master of White Zetsu is in the Hyuga clan. As for Black Zetsu, he is not busy at all looking for a suitable body. His mother was rescued, and he values him very much. This is enough, and he plans to accompany him. Have a good time with Obito and Uchiha Madara. Now Black Zetsu doesn't need to worry about the layout, you can come as you want. Sand Shinobi, after receiving the news from Cloud Shinobi, he quietly got a task out and handed it over to Yakang, and Yakang didn't doubt that he was there. To put it bluntly, it was. Sand has never done anything to her, so she is still innocent. After receiving the task, Yakang took a team and set off. At night, the Yakang team camped and rested, but at this time, White Zetsu appeared and quietly released a breath. As a quasi-shadow, Yakang had very keen senses, and she quickly caught this breath. After waking up the others, Yakang chased in the direction of the breath he sensed. Soon Yakang saw a strange white guy, half of the body was under the ground, and the other half was on the ground. Above, it looks weird. Who are you? Several fireballs appeared around Yakura, and he looked at White Zetsu with a guard. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to trouble you, I think you will be very interested in some things, so I left it for you, goodbye. According to Jin Yang, White Zetsu did not expose Rock Shinobi, but only came forward. After putting down some information, White Zetsu sank directly into the ground and disappeared, while Yakang tried to perceive, but couldn't find the opponent at all. Trace. At this moment, her heart sank. This white guy is too weird and can't be found at all. Once hidden, her breath will not be exposed, but after Yakang found that there are no traps around, she still couldn't bear her curiosity. The upper glove picked up the materials on the ground. Chapter 142. These things, Feng Ying really intends to do it on me. After reading these things, Yakang suddenly became angry. In this world, there is nothing in this world that is more angry than being betrayed, and the data clearly writes Luosha and Cloud Shinobi's plans. But after thinking about it carefully, Yakang also suppressed the anger in her heart. Until she was completely sure, she would not believe these things casually. If it was used by others to fool her, it was to split Sand Shinobi. So Yakang feels that he needs to investigate. According to the report, if the information is true, then Cloud Shinobi will be provoked afterwards, and it is 8 tails Jinchuriki, then basically it is okay. Make sure this thing is real. Now Yakang didn't think much about it. After burning these things directly with his own scorch style, he left the 370. It's opened. The next thing she needs to do is to find out what is going on in this matter and if it is true. After returning to the temporary camp, others asked about Yakang's specific situation, but Yakang just found an excuse and swayed past. Early the next morning, Yakang and others continued to rush, and it took a few days to arrive. Mission location. But when they arrived at the mission location, they found some people rushed out of the dark, and Yakang subconsciously wanted to do it. Your Excellency Yakang, please don't do it, we are not enemies. At this time, Tuatai spoke, and Yakang also saw these people clearly. Except for some unfamiliar Cloud Shinobi ninjas, the two most familiar people are Tuatai and Killer B. Seeing these two people, her heart also shook. These guys appeared, so does it mean that the previous piece of information is true? Cloud Shinobi guys, what do you want to do? Yakang hadn't spoken yet, and some of the teammates behind Yakang spoke with jealousy. We have no plans to be enemies with you. We came with kindness. There are some things that Your Excellency Yakang might be more interested in. Speaking of the soil platform, he handed the scroll passed by the previously prepared Luosha to Yakang, and after Yakang took a deep breath, he opened the scroll. It is recorded that many Luosha sold Sand Shinobi ninjas before the record, and finally about Yakang. After reading these things, Yakang was frightened and angry. The anger was that Luosha had done something to so many people, and she planned to do it to her, but what was shocked was that the white guy who appeared that night had a complete insight. After learning about the methods of the two villages, knowing what the other party intends to do next, and telling himself the news, Yakang suddenly felt that he was in a huge vortex, but he didn't know what was going on and it would happen. What? What do you mean? Yakang didn't say much, but directly asked. If there is no accident, then these guys are going to recruit themselves. Read more at fictionzone.net. In fact, our intention is very simple. Sand intends to borrow the power of Cloud Shinobi to get rid of His Excellency Hakura and stabilize his power, but our Ryakai adults don't think so. I invite you to join us, Cloud Shinobi. We Cloud Shinobi will not be right. Do it yourself, and stay in the dark place of Sand Shinobi, it's better to just abandon it. Tuatai said with a faint smile, Zhibi, he is a background wall, and also a deterrent. No surprise. Yakang has completely believed in that fake, these guys really intend to recruit themselves. Your Excellency Tuatai, can you give me some time to think about it? Originally, Yakang wanted to refuse directly, but after seeing Killer Bee, she hesitated. The strength of this perfect Jinchuriki is not easy, so just in case, it is better to hang the other's appetite first. Of course, we do not force it. Of course, even if you refuse, we will not force you to stay. After all, we came with sincerity. If you have an idea, you can come directly to our Cloud Shinobi, the gate of our Cloud Shinobi will always be open for you. After speaking, Tutai took the people away. Of course, although he left, it was only temporary. According to AI's statement, the blood was sent to the door. How could it be rejected? If Yakang refused, then use a bit of force. S method. This is a kind of blood inheritance limit. It is also good for cultivating offspring. Therefore, Aida did not plan to let Yakang and the others go back from the beginning. The fat is not eaten when he is delivered to his mouth. He is not stupid, and Killer Bee coming here is not just for deterrence, but also to catch Yakang directly. Let Yakang go back. She and Luo Sha fight a life and death. For AI, there is no benefit, there is a Rock Shinobi between them, so to Rock Shinobi is also cheaper at the time. His order is, if it can be recruited directly, it is best, but if it can't be done, it will be taken directly. Now that they leave, they are just letting the other party relax a little, and letting it go is definitely not letting it go. It is not so simple to capture a quasi-film alive. Master Yakang, what shall we do now? The information is in Yakang's hands. Even if they are curious, they don't dare to ask anything, they can only ask what Yakang is going to do next. Leave here first. Yakang is not a Ziobai either, she is not sure whether Cloud Shinobi really let her go or not, so it's important to run quickly. But Tutai and others were not in a hurry. They followed Yakang and others all the way. Killer Bee and Tutai were there, and they would not be found out after tracking. But after all, Yakang had some oil bottles behind, and she couldn't move the distance at all. She didn't encounter Cloud Shinobi's attack along the way. She also let go of some wariness. It was not until the night that she took the team and began to rest. But before Yakang set up the temporary camp, White Zetsu appeared again. You again? After seeing White Zetsu, Yakang couldn't help but feel a little bit shy. Doesn't it mean that she is always under the eyes of the other person? If I were you, I would not stay here anymore. The people at Cloud Shinobi never thought about letting you go. After dropping a word, White Zetsu disappeared again, and Yakang immediately shook his head. Call others to leave quickly. Do they not rest at night? Killer Bee and others who came up to are a little depressed, whether they can run like this, and plan to wait for a sneak attack when they are slack, and now they are in the water. It may have been discovered. From the traces, they should intend to stay here. They must have found us, so they ran away. I will leave it to you next. After Tutai glanced at the surrounding environment, he already had a guess. Chapter 143. Now that it has been exposed, then there is no need to hide Killer Bee. The speed is much faster than Yakang and others. It is said that Yakang was still dragged by a few teammates, and he couldn't run fast at all. Soon, Yakang was directly blocked by Killer Bee. Master Yakang, what shall we do now? Looking at Killer Bee, the stumbling tiger that appeared in front, not only Yakang was afraid, but everyone else was also afraid. Killer Bee is a long-established shadow-level powerhouse, or a perfect Jinchuriki, and ordinary shadow-level powerhouses encounter him to be hammered on the ground. What's more, Yakang is a quasi-shadow. Prepare to fight, I will hold him later. They spread out and flee, and one can get away. Yakang also had nothing to do. She was angry, but she did not lose her mind, nor did she question Killer Bee. Now everyone is on the road. She has nothing to say, Yakang has nothing to say. Okay, what? Maybe I went to silly questioning people. The fireball formed by Scorch style directly surrounds Yakang. However, before Yakang and Killer Bee started to work, Killer Bee suddenly oozes some white things, like cotton candy, which is constantly spreading. This is one of White Zetsu's best 02 tricks, the spore technique. White Zetsu was attached to these people in a very tiny form from the beginning. Because it is almost impossible to be detected by itself, White Zetsu is lurking very well. Once activated, it can directly capture the opponent's chakra, and the appearance of White Zetsu directly gave Yakura a big smile. Watching Killer Bee suddenly be White Zetsu is entangled, Yakang can't manage so much anymore. Although she is full of doubts, she has no time to think about it now. Go! After greeted, Yakang took the others and left quickly, but after leaving, Yakang let everyone scattered and flee. She was not sure how long White Zetsu could entangle Killer Bee, so as soon as possible running is better. After dispersing, there is one who can run away. Yakang also knows that the goal of those people is himself. Now that they are together, that is to give people their heads. After dispersing, several people slid in different directions. Better than these things will absorb chakra, just go directly to the second state. At this moment, on the Killer Bee side, the appearance of White Zetsu has only been seen by the tail beasts in the 10 Tails period. Other tail beasts have incomplete memories when they were in the 10 Tails period. Therefore, I don't know White Zetsu very well. Impression, read more at fictionzone.net. But now, 8 Tails can clearly feel that this thing is absorbing Killer Bee and his chakra. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that 8 Tails is extremely afraid at this moment. The existence of this thing was only 1,000 years ago. It has also appeared now, and 8 Tails is also very helpless. His memory is incomplete, and he does not know what is going on, but he can be sure that it is definitely not a good thing. After hearing the words of 8 Tails, Killer Bee was in the second state of the direct beast. The White Zetsu, which was still attached to the 8 Tails body, was directly blown up. The chakra of the tail bee was not so easy to absorb, and the state had a terrifying destructive power. White Zetsu knelt just like that. The spore was destroyed, and White Zetsu below also felt it. He also knew that it would be useless to continue using such a trick. He simply caught up with Yakang, and at this moment, Yakang is running away. Damn it, so soon! Did you catch up? In order to help other people share the fire power, Yakang even took the initiative to leave traces of Scorch style, attracting people to his side, and can only say that the empathy and righteousness really make people speechless. In order to give others teammates create a chance to escape, and they don't hesitate to sacrifice themselves. And the result of this is that Killer Bee, which has become the second form behind, quickly chased up, the kind of tyrannical chakra. Even if it is not a perception ninja, she can clearly perceive it. You are really great. In order to let your companions escape, you took the initiative to expose your whereabouts. While Yakang ran the road, under the ground, White Zetsu quickly stuck out his head, and at the same time kept moving at a high speed. This state also made Yakang very envious. If she could do the same, it wouldn't be as invincible, but this is obviously impossible. Just think about it, don't think about so many unrealistic things. I can help you, or we can help you attract the other person's attention. While they were talking, dozens of White Zetsu came out from under the ground, and Yakang, who saw this scene, almost staggered and fell directly. Unexpectedly, there were so many such things. Who are you and what is your purpose? Although I know that it is not the time to ask this, Yakang can't bear it anymore. White Zetsu is too weird, and has been helping her from beginning to end. She doesn't understand why White Zetsu wants to do this and why he wants to help her. What is she worthy of the other party's help? She Yakang is also a human, and there is no way to ignore this problem. You will know later, and now we will help you escape and create opportunities for you. White Zetsu still didn't say the purpose, but dozens of White Zetsu immediately turned into Yakang's appearance, one by one came out of the ground. This scene made Yakang's eyes widened again, because she was surprised to find that, these, White Zetsu, actually imitated her appearance. It is not as simple as the transformation technique, and even she herself can't see the difference between her and her. Knowing that when I asked White Zetsu, I wouldn't say much, so Yakang could only leave a word of thanks and ran away quickly with a stomach of doubts. This time she was. No clue was left. After Killer Bee chased here, he discovered that there was a group of Yakang here, and he was a little blinded, and in his perception, these, Yakang unexpectedly they are all exactly the same, and it is impossible to tell who is real and who is fake. With his perceptual ability, it is still possible to perceive some clones, but everyone here is actually an entity, which is called a hell. After that, a group of White Zetsu who turned into Yakura was scattered in Killer Bee's stunned gaze. After escaping, Killer Bee didn't know who was who, so he directly caught up with one of them, and then swiped a paw, but this Yakang was directly divided into two in his eyes, but it did not disappear, but slowly changed to the appearance of white Zetsu, and gave him a smile before he died. What the hell is this? Why is Yakang's method so weird, but is she not Scorch style? Why is there such a method, Jayaki, do you know what happened? And you can tell which one is the real Yakang. Killer Bee had no choice but to ask Eight Tails for help. Chapter 144. It can't be distinguished, it's exactly the same. This time your plan has failed, and you can't catch her at all. Eight Tails said indifferently, if it wasn't for Killer Bee who belonged to Cloud Shinobi, he wouldn't be involved in this kind of thing. After all, he is a tail beast, not a human, and he is not a part of Cloud Shinobi. The only thing that matters is Jinchuriki. Knowing that there is no way to tell, Killer Bee is too lazy to continue chasing, and chasing is for nothing, so just sit down, rest, and study the body of white Zetsu by the way, but there are other white Zetsu here, and even the corpse is not left. When Killer Bee recovered, the corpse had been directly fusioned by other white Zetsu. Soon, Tuatai and others chased over. After asking about the specific situation, they were also puzzled. What is the guy who killed halfway? Who completely messed up their plan? Forget it, if you fail, you will fail. After Yakang goes back, let her and Luo Sha go into trouble slowly. In desperation, Tutai shook his head, and then everyone went back. On the other side, Yakang, who finally escaped, didn't dare to stay any longer, but changed places all the way without listening to prevent people from being caught by Cloud Shinobi. Watching, this delay caused her not to return to the village the first time. After all, everyone knows to run in a straight line, so she used other methods. However, after a few days of detours, Yakang was finally sure that there was no pursuit, and she was relieved, but she still couldn't forget the extremely weird white Zetsu. That thing was definitely not a human, and he could be sure of this, and could only say it's a humanoid. Moreover, there are a lot of them, their abilities are extremely strange, and they have been helping her all the time, which made Yakang very confused, but the doubts turned to doubts. White Zetsu no longer appeared, she had no choice but to return to the village. After another few days of rushing, Yakang finally returned to the village, but before he got close, Yakang was surrounded by a group of people. This is Sand Shinobi's Umbu. What are you doing? I am Yakang. Yakang's heart sank, and he didn't understand what was going on. We know that you are Yakang, but now you are only a wanted criminal. This is a wanted order jointly issued by Master Feng Ying and the Elder Group, immediately. Catch it with one's hands. Read more at fictionzone.net. Umbu didn't care about these, but directly took out a wanted order, and this wanted order directly made Yakang stunned. How could she become wanted? I don't understand it at all. What the hell is going on? This is totally slander. Although she didn't know what the crime was, Yakang vowed that she had never been sorry for the village, but now the wanted order appeared in front of her, and finally escaped home, which turned out to be like this. Leave me away. I'm going to see Luo Sha and ask him what the hell is going on. Yakang was also angry, and the fireball circled around his body again, and the Umbus who saw this scene did not dare to step forward, because Yakang's scorch style was famously powerful, and it was almost finished. In desperation, the Umbus couldn't just let go, they just froze, but soon, Luo Sha brought a group of people here. The first time Yakang was discovered, these Umbu has Luosha. Yakang, catch it with your hands, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Luo Sha looked at Yakang indifferently as if nothing happened to him. Lhasa, what is going on? Even if it is, you must at least give me a reason. Yakang called in anger, while Luo Sha raised his eyebrows and clapped his hands, and two people walked out of the crowd behind him. Yakang immediately recognized these two people after seeing them. They were the two in her team, but she didn't see the others. Master Feng Ying, Yakang peeped at your location. For Feng Ying's location, she teamed up with Cloud Shinobi and planned to seize the adult's position. Since the people in our team learned of this news, everyone else was killed. We the two came out with great difficulty. Yakang hadn't spoken yet, so the two of them spoke first, and they killed him in one bite. Yakang peeked at Feng Ying's location, so they did something like this. These words came to Yakang's ears like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. She didn't expect that the teammates she desperately saved would sell herself. What is it that Yakang is in a state of persecution? In fact, this everything was planned by Luo Shat. The blame is that Yakang has been out there for a few days. In the past few days, the people in her team who ran away have returned to the village one after another, but they were intercepted in advance by Luo Shat, who had been paying attention to this matter. Later, through severe torture and various coercion and temptation, 2 of them were successfully instigated. As for the remaining, they are all hard bones, so they were dealt with by Luo Shat. And these 2 people are from the Yakang team. They acted as witnesses, even though many people are discerning people, knowing that Luosha is playing a ghost, but Luosha has already seized the opportunity. Yakang has no way to set off any storms, and even the people around her have been directly instigated. These, the elders who plan to support Yakang, have nothing to do. They can only say that they also have a part in this matter. If they hadn't been playing Yakang with great fanfare, they would not have appeared. Such a thing. Now, Yakang has no chance to come back, because Yakang only has one mouth, and Luo Shat even has people around Yakang as a witness. What is more to say, although Yakang also wants to resist, think he wanted to escape, but he was only a quasi-shadow. Facing so many people surrounded, there was still a Luosha staring at him. How could she run away? And in extreme disappointment, he no longer had that kind of fighting mind. In the end, Yakang was taken directly, and then sent to the cell. Luo Sha did not directly kill Yakang. After all, he was not alone in killing Yakang. If he killed Yakang now, it would be inevitable. It will make others dissatisfied with the dust. So Luo Sha is not stupid at all, just sealed the chakra of Yakang, and Zhao's imprisoned her in the cell. It should have been a shiny new star, but now it has become a prisoner. A high-level meeting was held, intending to kill Yakang as soon as possible, so as not to have many dreams in the night. But this time White Zetsu didn't make a move. In this case, White Zetsu no longer needs to make a move, but Jin Yang needs to do it himself. As for Yakang, he is already in the cell with a desperate heart. Jin Yang, who has been paying attention to this matter, has learned the whole situation through White Zetsu, and even he has obtained the crystal ball for ultra-long-distance contact. His research this time is not white research, although the key is things haven't gotten out much, but there are still some general ones. These, the crystal balls, are distributed to White Zetsu in various places in the ninja world. White Zetsu can also be activated directly. A special magic circle is set on it, even ordinary people can use it. So he can see pictures of various places through these crystal balls. Chapter 145. In fact, Jin Yang has another method. It can create a huge eye directly in the sky at a super long distance. This eye can see all the information he wants to know, but the movement is too big. It is estimated that eye is enough to cover the entire Sand Shinobi. So let White Zetsu be more convenient and concealed. Through the crystal ball, Jin Yang saw all the pictures, and he was also a little emotional. Luo Sha is indeed the one who attacked his son when he was so cruel. Everyone said tiger. Poison doesn't eat seeds, but this person, when it becomes poisoned, it is not. A tiger can be compared, and human nature is the most difficult to speculate. And Luo Sha, he is, a frantic existence. Naruto was treated like this by Konoha because of the death of 4th generation and Kushina, but he is Gaara's father. In the end, what did he do anyway? 4. Luo Sha, Jin Yang's evaluation of him is, not only the strength is not good, but the character is also rotten and scum, let alone what he said to Gaara, there is no washing at all. If he is still a father, he should consider how to judge the value of his son if he is not dead. The existence of Jinchuriki is not judged like this. And at the time Gaara was only a few years old, Sand Shinobi's sealing technique was already rotten to the extreme, and they were not allowed to run away. They could only say that they were speechless. After Yakang was in prison, Jin Yang also set off 370 directly. A space move, directly from Rock Shinobi to Yakang's cell. Suddenly there was another person in the cell, even Yakang, who was already heartbroken, was a little stunned. Jin Yang, you are Jin Yang from Rock Shinobi. After seeing Jin Yang, Yakang was stunned. Jin Yang's appearance can be said to be changed every year in major ninja villages, and Jin Yang did not hide his appearance, so as long as he is a ninja, it is estimated that he can directly recognize it at a glance. Come out of him. After all, he is the god of shinobi now, an invincible existence, and Yakang recognized it at a glance. It's true, depending on your appearance, it's not very good. Even if you help you return to the village, it turns out to be like this. Jin Yang said with a faint smile. After hearing this, Yakang was stunned for a moment, and then he was stunned. That, the white guy is in your control, so you have been paying attention to this matter, right? Yakura finally understood that besides Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, this mysterious third party turned out to be Rock Shinobi. Yes, I control White Zetsu. I have been staring at the information of Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. Naturally, I know everything about you. We Rock Shinobi, according to the current ninja world, that is, I like to dig into the corners of other people's homes. Of course, this kind of digging is limited to the talents who have been abandoned and persecuted by the major shinobu villages, so I have been paying attention to you from the beginning, and my idea is very simple, showing enough sincerity. Read more at fictionzone.net. Now you are already betrayed by your relatives, so do you want to join us Rock Shinobi? Jin Yang asked. This time I really didn't do push hands behind him, just like Danzo, he didn't need him to push it, people made things happen by themselves, and found a loophole, took advantage of it, and this time, the sincerity he showed was enough. Why did you not show up at the beginning, but now you are so sure that I will join Rock Shinobi? Yakang felt a little strange. Where did Jin come from? If Luo Sha is not yin for her, then how could Jin Yang dig her? Can Jin Yang still be wondering, does this kind of question still need to be asked? I have already said well, I just insert the needle. Everything is done by you. I just find the most suitable time to intervene. If Luosha does not target you this time, I will not appear in front of you. Sand Shinobi has nothing to do with me. The reason why I am here is because you have nowhere to go, so this kind of question, whether you ask or not, is actually the same reason. It depends on you, not me. Even if nothing happens this time, I won't show up, but Luosha won't let you go. Sooner or later I will come, but the time I come here depends on you. Jin Yang shook his head. Naturally he wouldn't appear here if he couldn't dig, and he would appear here if he could, so he felt a little helpless about Yakang's question. Is it right? It seems that I am really stupid, otherwise I wouldn't have been made like this by Luo Sha. Yakang couldn't help sighing, there was nothing to say. Okay, give me the answer now. Jin Yang didn't continue to talk nonsense. The guards outside had been drained by White Zetsu. Chakra became half a dead person. Otherwise, it is estimated that a group of people would come around when Jin Yang appeared, and he would not be given time to talk nonsense here. I don't seem to have any other choice now, but I still have a question. Does the person who dig Konoha use this method? Yakang asked with some doubts. If Jin Yang also used this method, then Yakang would really underestimate the darkness of Konoha. Almost, it's just that Luosha is not as vicious as Danzo, and the means are not enough. Really hot, if you are not facing Luosha but Danzo, I guess you are already dead. Jin Yang smiled and said, Danzo broke Konoha, it was also because others were ruthless, basically personal talent, and they were all forced to death. As for Jiraiya, it was also because he became a polished commander. If there are other strong people still there, he definitely got rid of Jiraiya in the first place, not conquered. That's it, I really underestimated this ninja world. Yakang didn't say much, she has made a decision now, and Jin Yang directly removed the things that bound chakra on Yakang's body, but these guys are indeed cruel enough, not just Yakang's chakra was sealed, and it was locked with a chain. This locked elephant is not so exaggerated. Okay, the protective measures are satisfactory. It is a pity that Luo Sha has not counted that there will be outsiders directly into the prison. Can you wait a moment, I still have some close people in Sand Shinobi, can I take them away together? Yakang thought of other people at this time. She was not a lonely family member. Of course you can. After all, I'm here to dig people. From now on, everyone will be friends. This little thing is not a problem at all, let's go. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he took Yakang and moved outside. At this moment, Yakang's relatives and friends are actually not doing well. Some of them have directly become the wall grass, but some do not believe that Yakang will do such a thing. As a result, these people are naturally scolded to death by the people in the village. It is also a tragedy. When Yakang appeared in front of them, all of them were happy, knowing that Yakang was leaving. They also immediately keep up. This place is indeed not suitable for them to continue to stay. Chapter 146. As the saying goes, see the truth in adversity. Now it is so. Yakang has something wrong, and the people who still support Yakang are already very few, and this small group of people is either Yakang's best friend or her relatives. So they are not doing well this time. Originally, Yakang had a lot of friends, but there were too many grass on the wall. Now there are only a dozen of these people, plus a forest of trees. To this degree, Yakang can only be said to be really unlucky. However, it is easy to bring a small number of people. Soon everyone disappeared in Rock Shinobi. Yakang and others disappeared. No one else knew. The reason for the discovery was that there were a lot of half-dead people on the ground when the cell was changed. That's why I realized that something went wrong. At this moment, Yakang had already disappeared. This incident reached Luo Sha's ears for the first time. Someone attacked the prison and took Yakang away silently. What he thinks his head is about to explode. This kind of weird method made Luo Sha think of Rock Shinobi in an instant. The team of about 100,000 Konoha before, logically speaking, it takes at least 2 to act together. It takes 3 months to get to Rock Shinobi. But according to the time of their spy report on Rock Shinobi, the date that nearly 100,000 people appeared on Rock Shinobi happened to be the day when Konoha turmoil occurred, so Rock Shinobi was very exaggerated in less than a day. After transferring 100,000 people from Konoha to his own village, everyone felt weird after reaching this conclusion. But the facts are already in front of you, no matter how you don't believe it, you must believe it. Now, the situation in Yakang is also the same. The people are immediately gone, and even the people around the village have no trace of being triggered at all kinds of barriers. The perception ninja didn't perceive anything, didn't know how this happened, it was simply weird to the extreme. With this method, it is difficult for Luo Sha not to focus on Rock Shinobi, and spent some time contacting the spy at Rock Shinobi. This time and again, the spy still needs to be investigated, so another time has passed. However, Jin Yang didn't hide Yakang, so he didn't need it at all. Konoha was dug out by him. What other existence could say? Eventually the information was put on the table of several other village shadows. This time, Mist Shinobi was even more funny. Now, he couldn't laugh about Konoha's affairs. After all, they were gone, and the most laughed at Danzo, but couldn't see much jokes. Except for Konoha, they had a problem with Mist Shinobi, but this time it was completely different. Their Mist Shinobi has always been expecting other villages to be patronized by Rock Shinobi. They are at a loss, right? So Yakang is a quasi-shadow being dug away, and if he has the ability to become a shadow class, or has the blood inheritance limit of Scorch style, they will naturally gloat. Read more at fictionzone.net. They Mist Shinobi watched the jokes, but Luosha couldn't laugh at all at the moment. He was absolutely guarded, but in the end he couldn't prevent it. The current Luosha is a depressed, he can't understand, what is Rock Shinobi's person. The specific situation from where I got it is simply inexplicable. Konoha's people have not been well. However, in a blink of an eye, I was staring at Yakang, and the time was just right. After thinking about it carefully, Luosha couldn't help but fight a cold war. He found that his own intelligence seemed to be not secretive to the other party, otherwise, how could it be? This was when Yakang had just been imprisoned by him. Don't be too accurate. Why is this? Where did he get the information from? Luo Shacho's head is almost white, leaving, sooner or later, he will deal with him, but this is not the point now. the point is that their intelligence system has become transparent, and everyone knows that he is moving and quiet, so why he is not frightened. Now talking about this, what is the use of Luasha? You better not go down the old way of hiding, otherwise, Sand Shinobi will be ruined in your hands, and there will be another next time. You don't need to say that you know the consequences. Cho knows Luasha's methods, and also knows that this time it was Luasha's ghost, but this time, she has nothing to say. Although she knows those things, Luasha blocked the back road, and she has nothing to say. But Cho said that Luosha must be reminded. Konoha's Danzo is a best example. Danzo's situation is not very good now. Although he has taken control of the daimyo and relocated a lot of people to Konoha using the power of the daimyo, these people are just ordinary people, there is no blood inheritance limit, or even no army resources. Zero. Now Danzo can still deter those around him, at least others dare not directly do it. Danzo is now at the limit, whoever does it again, it will be easy to take down Konoha, but in the face of a shadow-level powerhouse it's not. Every village is Rock Shinobi, so some surrounding villages look greedy but dare not do it casually. And Danzo wants to redeveloping Konoha, which is unrealistic, let alone whether he can hold it, and now it is completely impossible to get the resources of the ninja army. It takes at least a few years to develop a genin. Kakashi and Uchiha Ōtsutsuki, etc. are all exceptions. Their own family belongs to the kind, not weak, so the education is naturally advanced a lot. And an ordinary civilian, no matter how genius is, it takes a long time from receiving education to reaching genin. Therefore, it is estimated that Konoha will not be able to completely re-establish, Danzo will die. Genin is a few years, not to mention Chunin and Jonin. Chunin is okay, and Genin is not too far apart, but Jonin is completely different up. A genius like Kakashi, it took so many years to become Jonin, this is a heaven. And the most embarrassing thing is, there is no village to solicit Danzo, because this guy is too vicious, although it is a strong movie level, but the recruitment is taken back. Isn't it doing things for your own village? Isn't it even Xiao organization? Incorporating Danzo can be said to be a tragedy to the extreme. Now Luasha is a bit on the old path of Danzo, it is because of this position. Cho reminded Luasha, this time it is estimated that it is her limit, if Luasha still dares to mess, then Cho will probably kill Luasha by hand. After Cho left, Luosha also had a face of iron blue, making a shadow for his sake, and any elder coming out can threaten him, which is enough, but this time things are indeed his pot. A big pot that can't be shaken. So he has no other choice but to get sulky, but for Rock Shinobi, he is still very worried. Chapter 147. Not to mention Luosha's distress due to the transparency of information. In fact, Cloud Shinobi also noticed some problems, but they knew that the distress was useless. Instead of continuing to worry here, it is better to imagine a way to strengthen the unity of the village. This is the difference between Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, one is still infighting, and the other is unity. On the other side, after Jin Yang left the matter to others to deal with, he continued to study magic problems. The time flickered, and it was a year later. During this period, Jin Yang did not pay attention to other things. He has made some progress, although Ryakai Cave was offended by him, but the wet bone forest is different from Mount Mayaboku. They are now in the same camp. Therefore, studying the combination of sage mode and natural energy and magic is World 370. People who practice magic have a source of magic power in their bodies. In the later period, Uchiha also found redundant sources of magic power. These magic power sources are the source of power. So Jin Yang is now also trying to turn on the natural energy source, but this is not easy. After all, this is equivalent to getting an energy source in someone else's body. It must be a dream to open it directly on others. He needs to use his own power to do it. Guide, only afterwards. His research has reached the final stage of experimentation. As for the experimenter, there is actually no need for more people. One death row is enough. He can use time magic. As long as he fails, he will be restored back. And the death row of Rock Shinobi, that they are all types that are not regrettable, so Jin Yang is, there is no psychological burden at all. However, just as Jin Yang studied the last step, news finally came back from the moon, and the crystal ball handed to Orochimaru before finally lit up, but after seeing Orochimaru in the crystal ball, Jin Yang couldn't help it. Frozen for a moment. Have you successfully transplanted eyes to yourself? At this moment, Orochimaru's eyes have completely changed. Of course, they have not become Byakugan, but have become a pair of blue eyes, which is the legendary Tenseigan. Yes, it succeeded, but I didn't change a pair of eyes, but changed a body. Without the blood of the Ōtsutsuki clan, it is almost impossible to resist Tenseigan's backlash. Read more at fictionzone.net. My original body was directly scrapped for this reason, but now I feel very good. The 3 fetal movements you mentioned, the first time has passed, and there are 2 more. This pair of Tenseigan is even complete. However, the specific situation is not very clear, and it needs to be tested. There may be sequelae, but it has been successful so far. After Orochimaru had succeeded in his research, he couldn't wait to change his eyes, but after he changed his eyes were on the same level as Rin-Egan. What's more, Orochimaru, so even if he didn't have much, he just condensed a one truth-seeking ball body and it was directly scrapped. In desperation, Orochimaru only put his eyes back in the previous body, and then replaced it with another one. Body. It's crazy enough for you, but I told you to be careful a long time ago. Once the soul is damaged, it is not easy to restore it. Jin Yang shook his head. No matter how perfect, the pill's reincarnation technique will consume the soul, it is just a slight difference in the eyes, and it can't completely immune the side effects. For the sake of science, there are always some sacrifices, and this body is cloned using my own cells. Kagaya's blood is added to Kagaya's offspring, and it fits me very well, not too much of a problem. Orochimaru said indifferently, but Jin Yang didn't expect that, with his full help, plus Kagaya's blood, this guy Orochimaru would actually get Tenseigan out. Of course, whether this Tenseigan is complete is also a question, just like the Renmin, it seems to be complete, and Tenseigan's ability is also very strong, but after the defeat, Tenseigan disappeared and returned to Byakugan. Jin Yang didn't know what was going on, whether it was overconsumed or could not be defeated. In short, except Kagaya is the perfect Tenseigan, the Orochimaru pair remains to be examined. Kagaya fully turned on Tenseigan a long time ago, coupled with the power of 10 tails, Kagaya's strength has completely surpassed the peak of the past, and there are a series of combat experience teachings. Kagaya is not the same, the battle that needs Black Zetsu's help white is 0. So this strength is horror. Kagaya is also purifying Byakugan for Hinata, Hanabi, and Niji for a while. According to Kagaya, it is, the entire Hyuga clan, there are only these 3. Byakugan barely qualified. With her ability, she will help the 3 people to purify Byakugan once every month. Favorite. When the 3 are a little older, Orochimaru's technology is fully mature, and then they can directly evolve into Tenseigan. Remember to keep the technology and don't leak it out. Leave a copy of the information and I will get it later, and then the other information will be destroyed. My research here is at the end. When it is successful, you will learn my ancient documents. And then I will back up all the data directly to your ancient documents, so that there is nothing wrong with it. Jin Yang said that these materials must be destroyed. He doesn't want to make the whole Hokage directly add a lot of Tenseigan at that time, and then cut the ground just like cutting a cake. Tenseigan is too powerful, although most people can't bear it, but it can't be popularized. I see, I'm 3. 1 but, I am looking forward to your research there. I have been greedy for a long time with your ancient documents. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, ancient book magic, a recording type of magic, can of course also be used to control some magic equipment, and ancient documents, as long as the person holding the magic does not want it, other people can't see it at all. I installed a super huge hard disk on my body. These data are stored in ancient documents, completely preventing other possible occurrences. If you do, Jin Yang will not worry about problems. But Orochimaru did give him a surprise. Tenseigan can be made out, so the next thing is no surprise. Mangekyo and Rin-Egan, but with Kagaya's blood, Rinnegan's eye-opening conditions are actually nothing. Up. Chapter 148. After Orochimaru researched those things, time flickered and another few years passed, and it came directly to the beginning of the plot in the original. Except for the 12 Xiaoqiang, except for Niji and the 3 who are 1 year older, the others are now all of them have graduated from school, and Jin Yang is also a little funny about this. When he was digging people, he never thought of digging all the 12 Xiaoqiangs. But with the passage of time, there are still changes in the situation, and gradually people have completely dug over, and it is very smooth, and some of them don't need to be dug, and they followed by themselves. Until now, he feels a little bit untrue. Of course, Jin Yang now has no thoughts about these things. He has been nested in his laboratory for almost 2 months. Before, Jin Yang thought he would succeed soon and create a natural energy source, but the result he was very surprised. Even if it was the last step before, it took him several years. In fact, it has been created for a while, but after testing, Jin Yang found that 02 is unstable, this natural energy source will collapse, and once it collapses, this result is naturally clear, and now, it has been tested in these 2 months. He has already fixed the final stability, which can guarantee absolute stability. In 2 months, this death row prisoner has not had any problems, and even his strength is constantly increasing. During the period, Jin Yang also found a few more people to test, and there was no problem. The main reason is that Jin Yang tried too much. Although time magic can reverse the state, it looks no different from being injured, but in fact, the spirit is quite fragile, so this guy has a mental breakdown. Moreover, they have been bombed several times by natural energy sources. In this regard, Jin Yang can only say that they are unlucky, but it is not a pity for such people to die, so Jin Yang has no psychological burden. For 2 consecutive months, the natural energy source has been completely stabilized, with no fluctuations at all. Jin Yang feels that after several years of testing, this thing can finally be put into use. Finally finished, I actually walked on the road of Orochimaru, obviously I can be a salted fish. Jin Yang left the laboratory and the experiment was successful. As for these, the death row prisoners have been wiped out by him, anyway, have no consciousness anymore, keep what you are doing, and there is no use value anymore. You unexpectedly came out of the laboratory. Tsunade's sister said before that you have become like Orochimaru. After Jin Yang returned home, Kushina was shocked when she saw Jin Yang. Unlike Terumi Mei, after knowing that Terumi Mei is no less than herself in handling things, Tsunade directly expropriated Terumi Mei, which can be regarded as reduce the burden. The 2 people in the original book are both shadows, and it is very simple to deal with things now. Read more at fictionzone.net. So Tsunade's free time has also increased a bit, and Terumi Mei was unwilling at first, but gradually got used to it. The most important thing is that Tsunade has been stalking, making Terumi Mei really helpless. With the 2 of them, even if Rock Shinobi is yet, and has grown many times, but they are also well managed by them. It can be said that both of them are very talented in this aspect. For Kushina, her hot temper is not suitable for this kind of thing, so just study and study the sealing technique one day, or take the group with you. Why do you think I stay in the laboratory all day? Although you have the 100 healings mark, you can keep your face at best, can you keep your lifespan? Jin Yang couldn't help turning over Byakugan. Even in magic, there are not many that can keep his life. The reason why Jelf is not old is because of the curse on him, but it is because of the dragon, including Aku. The same is true for Narukia. After being transformed into a dragon, they have the lifespan of a giant dragon, so they will be immortal for 400 years, so Jin Yang can't increase their lifespan to infinity or several thousand years for the time being. But magic is very magical, and now it has been replaced by Jin Yang as a natural energy source, and natural energy, not to mention a lot, is cultivated to the extreme, and it also has the effect of prolonging life. The life type of magic, not to mention the lifespan of thousands of years, but hundreds of years are completely okay. For hundreds of years, Jin Yang didn't believe that he could not find any other way. No matter how bad, he used the dragon veins to train his percentage to the full. After Jeff's power was completed, he could even fusion Sun Grace. Take a higher step directly. If you can reach the level of the gods in the fairy tale world, then there is no need to worry about things like lifespan. A curse can make Jeff immortal, and then he has no reason to do it with a blessing. So after Jin Yang has researched the natural energy source, he has relaxed a lot, at least don't have to worry about these things around him. Someone who cares suddenly hangs up, although there are also resurrection types of magic. But it is more troublesome, but you can use impure world reincarnation to cooperate with Rin-Egan, which is much more convenient than the resurrection in magic, but it is better not to die. You solved this problem. Kushina is very surprised. In the ninja world, there is no way to control the lifespan. Don't you see that Sage of Six Paths is also dead? Except for the Ōtsutsuki clan, just there are only three immortals in the three holy places, but even so, they are now very old. 370 they may be able to survive for hundreds of years, but the lifespan is always limited, and the summoning beast itself is a little special, so it is not comparable to them, otherwise the six ways will not die of old age. Forget it, but it hasn't been completely resolved, but to extend your lifespan to a few hundred years, there is no problem at all. Jin Yang nodded. He did this research, these sisters all know it, and now, there is finally a result. It is false to say that it is not happy. A few hundred years old is enough, after all, our current age is a little too far behind compared to a few hundred years old. Kushina said that a few hundred years old is enough, but looking at Jin Yang like this, it seems that Jin Yang is not happy for a few hundred years, and even a little dissatisfied. I'm not satisfied when I am a few hundred years old, but these hundreds of years are enough time for me to continue to research methods to extend my life. If it doesn't work, I will take the last resort. Jin Yang shook his head. If he couldn't find any other method afterwards, he would directly use the Dragon Slayer magic to raise the lifespan to several thousand years. It was not a problem at all, but he didn't believe that this would happen. It was only the last. It's nothing more than Orochimaru, a two-line development. I am looking forward to what his next ability will be. Chapter 149. Okay, stop talking nonsense, I will help you turn on the natural energy source first. This thing is not only about lifespan, but you can also learn some of my abilities at that time, such as my spatial movement, as well as zooming in and out. Wait, ability. Jin Yang suddenly smiled, and after hearing what he said, Kushina's ears were straight up, her eyes lit up. Jin Yang's abilities, she was quite greedy, and all abilities were extremely convenient. Especially after Jin Yang had shrunk 100,000 people to a slap as big as she knew it, it was even more out of control. Now Kushina is completely intolerable. Then hurry up. Kushina said with an anxious look, who would refuse such a good thing? Seeing Kushina, who is anxious, Jin Yang didn't say much, but just let Kushina sit and stay still, and then he will use your own power guides and turns on the natural energy source. Now there is no nine tails in Kushina's body, not only Kushina, but also the other two. Since Jin Yang took Kushina, in order to prevent the nine tails from being live, watch the live broadcast, although Kushina can also be blocked, but nine tails is always a big light bulb, so he used his own power to release nine tails. It's just that he left a link in Jinchuriki's body. This link allows Jinchuriki to borrow the power of the tail beast, which is no different from Jinchuriki, and can still use the power of the tail beast. After all, almost all of their tricks are derived from the power of the tail beasts, so if they really do not stay at all, not to mention starting from the beginning, but almost a half of them are affirmed, and after the tail beasts came out, they did not get together, but one occupies one direction. Located in the 444 positions of Rock Shinobi, it can be said that it is almost the same as the Zhenshan animal. Of course, these are digressions. At this moment, Jin Yang has used his own power to continuously extract the surrounding natural energy and transform it into Kushina's body to create a natural energy cycle, thereby forming an energy source. In this process, Jin Yang is careful and careful. After all, natural energy is not so well controlled. If it absorbs too much, there will be a lot of problems. It is not to say that it will become a stone frog. Petrochemical does, but it does not change. Become a frog. The absorption methods of several sacred places are different, so some have become stone frogs, showing the characteristics of frogs, some have the characteristics of snakes, and the most abnormal place of natural energy is direct petrification. Absorption can be done, but if it cannot be controlled, just waiting to be petrified, so Jin Yang is now creating a perfect cycle. Let this cycle run automatically, even if Kushina is messed up by itself, it will not be petrified. The whole process took half an hour. Finally, the cycle is constructed as an energy source. With this energy source, Kushina absorbs it. Natural energy will be automatically stored in it, which can also be regarded as a permanent sage mode turned on. Read more at fictionzone.net. However, this is not a wireless energy source, so Kushina is equivalent to entering the permanent sage mode, but once the natural energy is consumed, it will take time to recover with chakra, but this energy source is now perfect and better than chakra. There are many, so it will recover quickly. Okay, after the energy source is built, you still need time to adapt to the power. The current you are not, the previous you can compare. Jin Yang said that as long as Kushina does not use sage art, the effect of sage mode is continuously maintained, which means that strength, defense, speed, perception, etc., are all raised to the limit. And Kushina herself also feels that she is fully charged now, and Kushina at this moment is a little impatient to test her own strength. If she didn't hear Jin Yang at all, she just kicked the ground directly. If it is normal, this will not happen, but this time it was completely different. Boom! Needless to say, in the end, the ground jumped to pieces, the house collapsed in an instant, and Jin Yang's home became a ruin at this instant. Didn't I tell you to use your power carefully, and whether you can test at home? Jin Yang looked at the house turned into ruins with some help, and used time magic to directly restore it. This time magic is completely 10,000 gold oil. It is too convenient to restore these things, and it is even more convenient to clean the battlefield. That, I didn't hear it. Kushina knew that she was at a loss, so she started to sell cute maliciously. Forget it, you go to Nine Tails and get used to your strength first. Jin Yang simply transferred the price of Kushina to 9 tails. As for learning magic, Kushina needs to adapt to this energy source first. Brother Jin Yang, what happened just now? Just after Jin Yang sent away Kushina, another girl appeared, a girl named Uchiha. Actually, there is no reason for Jin Yang to contact Uchiha more, but Uchiha Fugaku can't hold the chicken thief. Uchiha Fugaku watched Hyuga Hayashi's two daughters and Jin Yang get closer. Although they are still young, looking at this momentum, it is estimated that they will be married when they reach adulthood, and then look at their own son. Well, there is nothing to say, who told him that he has no daughters, so Uchiha Fugaku happened to be eyeing Uchiha Kwan, a genius girl in his own family, and then began to secretly match up, and gradually, the relationship between Jin Yang and Uchiha Kwan also it's established. This also made Jin Yang a little speechless. If he didn't do anything, someone would send him a girl, but after that Uchiha Fugaku was directly blocked by Tsunade and others. At first, they were a little worried. Jin Yang went out to dig someone back, and turned out to be a big beauty. Yakang is, almost all the good feelings are directly covered, so Zhao Yi's relationship is getting better and better, and they are helpless. Now Uchiha Fugaku is still sending people over. Isn't it a problem with them? So their spearhead is directed at Uchiha Fugaku, which makes Uchiha Fugaku almost not beaten into pigs. So when they heard these people coming, they directly sent their own. The daughter-in-law was pushed out as a shield. And Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina have a good relationship. Fugaku has become a turtle by himself, and after a long time, except for meeting does not give each other a good face. Tsunade and the others have not bothered to find Fugaku. This also made Fugaku breathe a sigh of relief, but the relationship between Uchiha Kwan and Jin Yang was confirmed, so Jin Yang suddenly discovered that there are a lot of girls in his family, and there are a few reservations. It became like this without knowing it. Of course, unlike Jin Yang's situation, Jiraiya is still an old bachelor. Chapter 150. Speaking of Jiraiya, Jin Yang also had to sigh. It was indeed a good choice for him to enchant the bathhouse in his village. It was okay because Jiraiya only came to Konoha, and nothing happened, but when Jiraiya mixed with them after being cooked, the situation is completely different. This happened 1 year after Jiraiya came to Konoha. When they first came, basically they couldn't integrate into Rock Shinobi. Although the two sides are in the same village, they seem to be separated by a line like a sky. The two sides belong to two completely different concepts. In this regard, Jin Yang at that time directly waved his hand and asked the people in the village to go to other people's sites. We'll give some, and then return the gift. So taking advantage of this, the people in the village and Konoha soon became acquainted, and the relationship between the two parties was getting better and better. Time is a catalyst. Over time, they also know that Rock Shinobi is indeed to them. Yes, I slowly integrated myself into Rock Shinobi, and the leaders like Jiraiya were also relieved. After all, they brought the people. If there is really a big problem of 370, they can't help it, but the current situation is exactly what they want to see. In 1 year, Jin Yang originally expected it to take several years in order to be fully integrated. But because they were the promoters behind, this plan was completed in 1 year. After it was completed, Jiraiya started his own actions again. Don't forget what the old line of this product is. They are the easiest ninjas to follow. He came out of the loss, so he soon started to return to his old business, but when the goods ran into the bathhouse and planned to collect materials, they directly ran into the barrier, and the movement was not small. It's also because this guy runs fast, otherwise he will be caught directly. Since Jin Yang went to the enchantment, the bathhouse has caught many people of this kind, but Jin Yang is not worried about his sister being taken advantage of. I really think it is. People are vegetarian, and Kushina is still proficient in perceptual types. Whoever goes there is uncomfortable. After entering the barrier, the existence of Jiraiya is useless, and it directly hits the barrier, but although he was not caught, Jiraiya was unwilling to give up like this, so he went to investigate again. As the saying goes, people are in the river. How can you not wet your shoes while walking? Jiraiya is a model, although it has never been caught, it is inevitable to be seen. After that, Jiraiya was in a tragedy. Everyone looked at him like a pervert. Only a group of male compatriots gave him an expression that I understand you, and we all know it. After all, many people have read Jiraiya's works. The most obvious of them is Kakashi. This product is regarded as a treasure. In the end, Jiraiya can only be used to harm people in other places. Jin Yang said, "Don't cause harm to your family. As for the outsiders, it doesn't matter." And Jiraiya has been famous for this thing for a while, and Rock Shinobi is climbing technology faster, so the speed of information transmission is also very fast. Basically, a little thing is easy to be affected by others. No. Jiraiya is gone, only, until now, this guy is an old bachelor. Read more at fictionzone.net. Of course, this is the hidden danger of Jiraiya and Kakashi, and Jinchi has eliminated it. Thanks to Orochimaru, this product has developed a medicine specifically to deal with Mangekyo's excessive use. This time it wasn't Kagaya's blood that was used. Kagaya's blood was used for this, which is a cannon to beat mosquitoes, so he used Senjo Hashirama's cells and made it into a potion. Jin Yang had to sigh, this Senjo Hashirama world feels like Tang monk meat, as long as something goes wrong, transplanting his cells will be fine. In the follow-up, even Naruto's cells are remade with Senjo Hashirama's cells. Obito also relies on Senjo Hashirama's cells, resulting in his Mangekyo can be used almost infinitely, but after Orochimaru's improvement, there are no hidden dangers, at least there is no need to worry about having a human face or turning white on his body, so Kakashi can now use Mangekyo unscrupulously. Without the drag of Mangekyo, Kakashi picked up his father's weapon again, and his strength increased steadily. With his accumulation and thin hair, he reached the level of shadow level. With Mangekyo, he is also a leader in the shadow level. It's nothing big, just. Kushina made a little noise, but it has been resolved. You came just right, so I don't have to look for you afterwards. Although the relationship is almost certain, Uchiha Kwan has not yet moved into his home, including Yakang, but since it is here, the natural energy source will naturally be equipped. After half an hour, Jin Yang turned on the natural energy source for Uchiha Spring, and then sent her to Kushina for adaptive training. After that, the other people in succession were all dealt with by Jin Yang. By the way, Orochimaru is coming. Jin Yang came directly to the moon in a flash, and now crossing such a small distance is just like playing, and he will be there in an instant. I spent some time explaining it to Orochimaru, then turned on Orochimaru's natural energy source, and taught Orochimaru the ancient clerical magic, but Orochimaru would need some time to master it. Therefore, Jin Yang has not transmitted the data for the time being, at least until Orochimaru has mastered the ancient documents. It's a good feeling. By the way, didn't you tell me before to resurrect second generation? He is a super genius. Orochimaru said that second generation Senju Tobirama is simply a god-level forbidden curse master. Flying Thunder God created a fourth generation shadow clone, created Naruto, and even a life-saving thing, Naruto, who has reached the level of 6, can even use shadow clone to play more exaggerated tricks than Rinnegan pupils like the Wheel Tomb. I have to say that this is indeed very abnormal, and there is also impure world reincarnation. In the original 4 wars, those strong men who were resurrected, all of them are powerful and explosive, and they are also super tricks. The guy second generation is indeed a talent. Jin Yang and Orochimaru discussed whether this product should be resurrected. Jin Yang also said that he can try it, but he can put a little more protection on second generation. After all, second generation is too gloomy. Now, the people who have been taught are more cruel and poisonous than the other. Jin Yang wondered if what he did for the Senju clan could make this guy grateful, but after that he was busy studying the natural energy source, so he temporarily forgot about this matter, and now Orochimaru reminded it before remembering it. Chapter 151. I really need his wisdom more, but this guy will be difficult to master. Let's talk about their impure world reincarnation first, and then look at the situation. If it doesn't work, give him some insurance. Jin Yang nodded. To be honest, he could use the history of the corpse to realize the second generation, but there is a problem, that is, the operator can't go too far. The victim it's easy to find, there are not many people who have seen second generation. But let him Tenten and second generation nest together, he can't do it, and a scientific research talent can't just be realized for a short time, so this is very troublesome. Just use impure world reincarnation to resurrect it, and then look again. It's okay, but you still need to find people from the Tsunade and Senju clan. Orochimaru said that after impure world reincarnation, something happened. Putting it in front of you, this is much better than empty words. I think so too. I will go to Tsunade and Senju Shugwang first, and since I want to resurrect, I will resurrect a bit more. Jin Yang said that this is also a good opportunity to solicit and buy people's hearts. Kakashi's father can be resurrected. As for the matter of Rin Nohara and Uchiha Obito, this time, I also need to talk to Kakashi. And Tsunade's younger brother Senju Noeke. Anyway, the situation is just like this. As for how to resurrect, just use impure world reincarnation to get it out, and then you can find Kagaya. Kagaya's vitality is unlimited. The trick of changing lives, but Kagaya is different, she doesn't need to care about it at all. So Kagaya's use of this trick is enough, and there is no need to think about other things. So if you want to resurrect, just go ahead and do it in one step. Of course, he won't use things like resurrection everywhere. Otherwise, there are not many relatives who want to be resurrected, and all resurrected are not messy. This is limited to getting close to yourself. The talents are good, and there is one more thing, at least you have to find the bones. If there is no bones, it is no use. After returning, Jin Yang quickly visited these places. Except for the Tsunade and Senju clan, everyone else either had no bones to be found, or no one needed to be resurrected, and even Tsunade. Neither of his parents had any trouble finding the corpse. In that era, the corpse was not easy to collect. Of course, in fact, the resurrection of first generation and second generation is a bit risky. If fourth generation is not necessary, the resurrection of first generation is also because he can suppress second generation, knowing that the 2 apprentices of second generation have used his village to waste. No, I know if Senju Hashirama will hang Senju Tobirama and beat him. Resurrecting these 2 is risky. If they still think about Konoha, they may be split within Rock Shinobi at that time. Of course, Jin Yang will not have such worries now. After resurrecting the 2, he will be in the other party has insurance, triggering insurance, such as the situation that harms Rock Shinobi in their mind, then Jin Yang will naturally perceive it. However, Jin Yang felt that the possibility was not great. After all things were clear from beginning to end, they had nothing to say. Even if they still have such an idea, it is estimated that it will slowly dissipate over time. Read more at fictionzone.net. But insurance still needs to be in place. If it is true, Jin Yang can only ask Orochimaru to give the two distinguished heavenly gods, or give them some hints or something, or he modified some things, but this possibility is too small, so Jin Yang probably won't use it. What he values is second generation's wisdom. He doesn't worry that second generation will get out of control. In terms of strength, he will not allow second generation to do so. After bringing the man into the moon, Orochimaru has prepared the preparation, the white Zetsu as a sacrifice, and those, part of the bones. As for the spirit, there is almost nothing in the world. The existence of the soul disappears. Even if it runs into Shinigami's belly, it can be released. Jin Yang seriously doubts what Shinigami is. It is probably a container or something, or the soul that is eaten can be released. Can it really be resurrected? At this moment, both Tsunade and Kakashi looked at the things in front of them in a daze. The bones can only be resurrected. As for the white teeth, it is also incidental. A high-end combat power is not bad, and it can be a thug after being resurrected, otherwise he will not control Kakashi. Of course you can, but it depends on Kagaya. Jin Yang set his sights on Orochimaru and Kagaya. The existence of Kagaya is actually unknown to Kakashi and others, that is, the people of the Tsunade and Hyuga clan know. After all, Kagaya does not want to be too high profile. Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Orochimaru slapped the ground with both hands, and the black patterned circle directly wrapped several white Zetsu, and then several white Zetsu became Senjo Hashirama, Senjo Tobirama, Senjo Nawake, and Heitake Sakumo. This is the old man's Impure World Reincarnation Technique. After Senjo Tobirama opened his eyes, he looked at his hand with some confusion. Except for Impure World Reincarnation, he really couldn't think of other possibilities. You are Xiao Gang. As for Senjo Hashirama, he didn't care about the others, but focused on Tsunade. Kakashi, how am I here? Heitake Sakumo was also confused. As for Senjo Nawake, he was even more sluggish, looking at his sister in a daze. Tsunade, Kakashi, please explain to them. After that, Jin Yang and Orochimaru turned around and left, and then he was not suitable to get in, and left it to Tsunade and Kakashi to explain it, and worry-free, Tsunade and others explained that it was comparable to Jin Yang's explanation. Wait until the explanation is clear, and then resurrect. When everyone explained, Kagaya was too lazy to stay inside, but walked out. She is now just reading a book when she is idle. Anyway, there is nothing for her to do. After almost half a day, Tsunade and others finally came out, but during this period, the chakra inside also rioted several times. It is probably because of anger. Senjo Hashirama is not very good, but Senjo Tobirama is different. The two apprentices I taught had mastered Konoha, but as a result, after mastering Konoha, he immediately started to kill the Senjo clan and killed the Senjo clan. Even Danzo quietly killed his other grandson. And after that, they sent people to chase Tsunade. Coupled with the various things that these two people did in the village, Senjo Tobirama at the time was awkward, and Senjo Hashirama had some thoughts of hanging up and beating his younger brother. He had to kill even Uchiha Madara for Konoha. Although Uchiha Madara still ran away afterwards, Senjo Hashirama really killed him at the time, but in the end, his brother did so many things. Moreover, the two apprentices trained, one more capable of doing things than the other, killed Konoha abruptly. Other people, such as Kushina and their relatives Uzumaki Mito, Minato, etc., I will find a new plot to insert, and then Konoha has been scrapped. This is also an alternative to digging the wall. Now it is important to write, everyone don't worry about this one point, you will never forget to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 152 The Second Pot King, Senjo Tobirama? Subscribe. Boy, Konoha's thing is really the same as Tsunade said. After seeing a few things, Senjo Tobirama stared at Jin Yang with an ugly face and asked. After all, there is no proof. Although Tsunade said, he is not very clear about the specific situation. He can't believe that his two apprentices will be assholes. To this extent. I know you would say that, but I have recorded all those things in my ancient books, so you can read it for yourself. Speaking of Jin Yang showing a series of information from the past, as well as the information he had seen, all kinds of information were displayed in front of them. I took a hand, turned my head, and saw my elder brother staring at him with an expression that you dare to say another try, and Senju Tobirama instantly held back what he wanted to say. Sorry, 370. Tobirama has always been like this. Just now, Zayazuna and the others have already told me specific things, including this. We also learned about Heitake Sakumo. Tobirama taught such an apprentice. This is also our problem. Tsunade even told Senju Hashirama about Jin Yang's help to become stronger, and Senju Hashirama is also proficient in Sage mode, so he can sense the surging natural energy in Tsunade. Moreover, the surrounding natural energy is constantly being absorbed by Tsunade, which is terrifying. Although it takes a short time to enter Sage mode and does not need to stay in place, it has a little restriction, but Tsunade is like this, which is permanently maintained. Although Senju Hashirama is naive, he is not an idiot. He knows very well that people who have given Tsunade this kind of benefit can harm Tsunade, but they have died for so many years after all, and they have just been resurrected in the way of impure world reincarnation. It is still difficult to accept such a thing. After all, after being resurrected after hanging up for decades, I suddenly saw that my village was gone, and even people were hollowed out by another village. This feeling was not very good, but Senju Hashirama knew that if it weren't for life forced, a few people will choose to leave their hometown. At least he Senju Hashirama can't hollow out other people's villages. My village was hollowed out, and even my granddaughter and family were dug up by others. This can only show one thing, that is, Konoha has a problem, otherwise this kind of thing is impossible. Read more at fictionzone.net. Don't look at Senju Hashirama's innocence, but he is also very courageous and tolerant. If an outsider destroys his own village, he will definitely do it directly. There is nothing to say, but Konoha is defeated by Danzo and Third. In Generation's hands, he has no reason to put his fault on other people. Adding to the incident of Heitake Sakumo before, a shadow-level powerhouse unexpectedly committed suicide. The reason was only because of a failed mission, and this mission would be made to the extent that the civilians in the whole village knew him. Senju Hashirama was naive, knowing that there must be someone pushing everything behind, and Heitake Shimao is dead. It shows that this matter is inseparable from Third Generation and Danzo. You don't need to apologize to me, but you don't want to give up. Then let Sarutobi Hiruzen come and talk to you. He is already a dead person. Facing you as a teacher, it's true. Jin Yang still has one hand. He won't know Third Generation, but he will let Third Generation and Senju Tobirama meet to make things clear. After all, this matter, Third Generation knows quickly. Impure world reincarnation is completed. Third Generation he also appeared in front of everyone. After the initial confusion, facing the question of the Senju brothers, he also emptied everything. Beans were poured out. In fact, Third Generation himself did not expect that Danzo would kill him for Hokage. When he reacted, it was too late, but after knowing that Jin Yang rescued Konohamaru and others, even if it was hostile, Third Generation was very grateful. Jin Yang, although the son was not saved, the child was innocent, so he was relieved that Konohamaru was rescued. Tobirama, look at the good apprentice you taught. After watching the Third Generation shake everything out, Senju Hashirama couldn't help himself. The terrifying chakra leaked out of control, but none of them are weak, so it is, and it didn't cause too much shock. Senju Tobirama has nothing to say. This matter, Third Generation has said clearly, and even Third Generation has made itself for the development of the Sarutobi family, so it has acquiesced to Danzo to deal with the Senju family. Senju Tobirama has a lot of pots at all, it's just, no two-pot king zero. Maybe it's also because he is grateful to Jin Yang for saving Konohamaru, so he has nothing to hide. After Third Generation finished speaking, Orochimaru directly cancelled Impure World Reincarnation, and Third Generation disappeared again. Originally, there was no plan to resurrect him. just let him come out to prove it. Now Senju Tobirama doesn't have that kind. I'm embarrassed to yell at Jin Yang again. If it weren't for Jin Yang, the current Senju clan would have gone to the party below. It seems that things have been made clear. Then Kagaya, please revive them. Jin Yang said, now that he has figured it out, Senju Tobirama's hostility towards him has disappeared. Even Senju Hashirama is full of gratitude to him. For Konoha, he can only blame himself for being unsatisfactory, no other people. Just forget what I said, to be able to see my son again, it's enough, my wife is still waiting for me. Heitake Shimao suddenly said. Jin Yang also nodded. In fact, he can also resurrect Heitake Shimao's wife, but in this way, it will be endless. But since Heitake Shimao does not plan to stay, then forget it. Kakashi has completely embraced this wave of people. The previous Kakashi can only be regarded as a member of Rock Shinobi, but now Kakashi can definitely be said to be Rock Shinobi's diehard, or his diehard, the two cannot be confused. One talk. And Heitake Shimao also knew that he couldn't extravagantly ask the other party to resurrect his wife, so he simply went to accompany his wife. Heitake Shimao still knows things like humanity and sophistication. As for the other three people, they all looked at Kagaya. They still don't know who Kagaya is, and why they have the ability to resurrect them. Resurrection can't be done with just a move. In addition to being depressed and angry, Senju Tobirama himself is left with curiosity, wondering how to do it to resurrect them. You must know that the impure world reincarnation he studied is only an alternative resurrection. It is not a real resurrection, and when he died, this thing was still a semi-finished product. Chapter 153. Kagaya, leave it to you. Jin Yang said to Kagaya. After that, Kagaya didn't hesitate, and directly activated the revolving heaven technique. This renaming technique was in Kagaya's hands, that is, to consume some chakra, without any other side effects. Jin Yang feels that the combination of impure world reincarnation and Kagaya is simply invincible. This is seeing the cracks on their body disappear little by little, and then the body that should have been fake turned into flesh and blood. Several people couldn't help but stare. It's really resurrected. This turned out to be a real body. Several people couldn't help but squeeze their bodies, feeling a little unreal. Just resurrected so inexplicably, isn't it a bit too nonsense? Xiao Gang, this, in the end yes. Senju Hashirama looked at Kagaya with some horror. At this moment, Kagaya has completely changed to what it was during the time when it was sealed. The blood-red Rinnegan in the center of his forehead has also been turned on, and it doesn't look like a human being. Seeing the expressions of his two grandfathers, Tsunade also said about Kagaya's identity, and then several people who were resurrected were once again caught in a complete bewilderment. The first ancestor of the Ninja World 02, it was a bit too exciting. This is a legendary character. No, it's more exaggerated than the legendary character. After all, the 6 ways are, the legend, Kagaya is even more terrifying. It turns out that Hyuga, Uchiha, Senju, and Vortex are all descendants of Kagaya. So, this is my ancestor. Suddenly Senju Hashirama tapped on his palm and pointed to his nose. Suddenly, the few people next to him couldn't help but start to twitch their mouths. Don't they understand this truth? But suddenly an ancestor popped out of your head. Are you really real? People's ancestors didn't know this, but they avoided it directly. However, Senju Hashirama didn't open the pot or pick it up. A generation of thousands of years, how can you be called ancestor after meeting, Zone? But she is also your ancestor anyway. You, like Tsunade, call her Lord Kagaya. Up. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang couldn't help turning over Byakugan. As expected, it was Senju Hashirama. Jin Yang has decided that in the future, Senju Hashirama will be used as a high-level master and will never let him enter the top of Rock Shinobi, as well as Senju Tobirama. When researchers come to use them, if these two really enter the top of Rock Shinobi, Jin Yang suspects that Rock Shinobi will be defeated by them. Senju Hashirama went crazy to deliver benefits. Senju Tobirama frantically suppressed a member of the village, and Jin Yang said that he would never let Senju Tobirama be a teacher, and no one would be an apprentice. He was afraid that this product would make a third generation and Danzo come. Now Rock Shinobi has swallowed Konoha, and Senjo Hashirama also wants to see what Rock Shinobi looks like now, and then make the final decision. As for Senjo Tobirama, he is the trouble of creating Danzo. So soon, everyone left the lunar space directly, and Senjo Tobirama estimated that they would be sent here again. Of course, let Senjo Tobirama let the scientific research talents, but Jin Yang has to be ensured. As far as his understanding is concerned, it is not worth it. Completely trust, he knows Orochimaru's pursuits and his character, so he dares to use Orochimaru, but second generation must be ensured. In this way, except for Orochimaru, everyone else left the moon and came to Rock Shinobi, and the Senjo brothers have also used the transformation technique. As for Senjo Nawake, people know him, so there is no need. Recovery also returned to the Hyuga clan. This guy has now become a squat at home. It seems that my worries are superfluous, and they feel pretty good to me now. After Senjo Hashirama observed it, Konoha's people are now fully integrated into Rock Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi is also very good to them, so Senjo Hashirama is also convinced, and there is nothing to say now. Then trust your kid for now, but now the old man is going to do one thing. Senjo Tobirama's face became squalid after speaking. His good apprentice, who defeated Konoha with one hand, he wouldn't let him go easily. If you want to go, go, anyway, no one is stopping you, I will send you there. Jin Yang said that watching Danzo finish playing, this was a good opportunity. He wanted to see the scene after Danzo met his teacher, so without saying anything, he brought everyone to Konoha. It's this kind of space ninjutsu. The old man's flying thunder god is completely incomparable. It can return from the moon to the world of ninja in an instant, and from Rock Shinobi to Konoha in an instant. It's simply unthinkable, and with other people. Second generation saw this weird spatial movement again, and once again sighed. In fact, his flying thunder god is not weak. It depends on the user and the position of the technique. For example, Terumi Mei is rushing to the battlefield. At that time, it was transferred directly with Flying Thunder God. As long as chakra is sufficient and has coordinate positioning, the moving distance is actually very far, but if you want to directly transfer multiple people at one go, and if multiple people move so far together, second generation can't do it himself. Second grandpa, the one in front of you, he has achieved the feat of directly transferring 100,000 people from Konoha to Rock Shinobi. At this time, Tsunade turned on the Suinfa mode. 370 100,000 people, are you sure you are not saying something wrong? It's not 10 people 10. After hearing this, second generation almost thought that there was a problem with his ears. That was the last group of people to leave Konoha. Because of Danzo's oppression, most people chose to escape Konoha. At that time, there were indeed 10 people. Around 10,000 people. Tsunade shook his head and said that he hadn't made a mistake, and second generation hadn't heard it wrong. Ha 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 ha, it's really amazing. Tobirama, this kind of thing actually doesn't need to be entangled, people can even resurrect, and people can run to the moon above, and the ancestors of chakra can be found thousands of years ago. Isn't this normal? Senjo Tobirama hasn't spoken yet, but Senjo Hashirama couldn't help laughing first. Although this guy has a problem with his brain, he is also very receptive. That's right, so many things, it's not too bad for one or two things, but it's still a bit shocking, and Konoha is really. While talking, second generation has already diverted its attention and focused on Konoha in front of him. At this moment, Konoha, even if Danzo has brought a lot of people over, but the cohesion is still scattered, and I want to re-establish a Konoha. How can there be such a simple thing? Chapter 154. Obviously, I feel the difference, it's just a dish of loose sand. Although there are a lot of people, everyone is in the state of strangers. Even if there are shops, there is not much change in their expressions, and there is no human touch at all. Senjo Hashirama also made his own evaluation. In this state, you can see that there is a problem at a glance, like a stagnant city. This is all done by Danzo. He controlled the name of the country of fire, and used the name of the country of fire to admit a lot of ordinary people from the surroundings. These people are all pieced together and came out. That's why this happens. Circumstances, and even though this village is still called Konoha, it has been removed from the position of the 5 ninja villages. Tsunade explained it a bit. As for the problem of removing the ranks of the 5 great ninja villages, this is not a proposal among several other great ninja villages, because the current Konoha is dead in name, and it is not worthy of attention at all, so other ninjas the village is too lazy to manage. But Takiguru is different. Takiguru's strength is second only to the 5 ninja villages. At the beginning, there was an angle, and there was 7 Tails Jinchuriki, a village that was not among the 5 ninja villages, but it happened to have Jinchuriki, and no one else went to the other villages. Make an idea. This Takiguru's strength is indeed okay, so they proposed to remove Konoha's position, even if Konoha still has the country of fire, but Konoha has been made like this by Danzo, so Takiguru's proposal appeared in after the desk of several big Ninomura shadows, everyone signed it directly. The current Tsunade, wishing to see Danzo's bad luck, in addition to the 5 big ninja villages, other small ninja villages also have shadows, but they are all self-proclaimed shadows. This kind of shadow, the strength is also in general, it is not recognized by the 5 ninja villages. But I didn't go to nosy. Although they are all small country and small villages, they are not small together, so everyone is too lazy to care, but after Konoha is kicked out, Danzo is angry with old blood. But he didn't dare to trouble Takiyan, he himself, I'm not afraid, and he still has a lot of Sharingan on his body. Although he didn't reach Mangekyo, he had a lot of attention to the tail beast, will also work as a starting point, but his subordinates will not allow it. Now in his hands, the talents of other families are almost dead. Because the Hyaga clan is controlled by him, those people in the clan can't run at all, and they are used as a species by Danzo, using them to continue to multiply their offspring. These guys have also become tools, and more importantly, after Takigura became one of the new 5 great Shinobu villages, he began offering rewards for Danzo's head. In the end, this task was also received by the corner, all, so Danzo experienced attack after attack. He and Xiao, both have resurrection coins, but the way is different. Xiao, both have 5 hearts, and he has a lot of resurrection coins. Of course, Danzo is all over his body, that is, 11 resurrection coins. No matter how much, Senjo Hashirama's cells can't be suppressed. The battle between him and Xiao Du is extremely anxious. Because he doesn't understand the characteristics of Xiao Du, Danzo didn't attack at the beginning. Du's heart, after all, there are many ways to kill people, but Xiao, all this kind of, already transformed itself into a non-human being. Read more at fictionzone.net. Only 5 hearts are the weak point, and by the time the resurrection coin has been lost by 2. And the horns, they are also fighting for 4 hearts, knocking off Danzo, a total of 4 complexes. Then he retreated helplessly. Izanagi was too incomprehensible. The less his heart, the weaker, but there would be too much influence. But now Danzo is also old and miserable. Xiao, he is also unhappy, and finally got a big deal, but in the end, Danzo has more resurrection coins than him, which made him feel bad, and most importantly, he was at the time. Did not bring Haiden. So this is a bit embarrassing. If you bring Haiden, Zhang has already knelt directly. Haiden can be said to be Tianqi Danzo, no matter how many resurrection coins do you have, you will always die. It is a misguided not to bring Haiden. Horn. After I plan to replenish a new heart, I take Haiden to find Danzo's troubles, and Danzo has also been stunned by the horn for a while. I am so nervous, I dare not use the body. I have seen people, the body is hidden very tightly, and Shadow Clone appears in front of everyone every day, until now the arrival of Jin Yang and others. Even the location of Konoha's 5 great ninja villages has been lost. What he did with Hokage is very relieved. Second generation laughed angrily. This time he had to kill this damn BD, dare to do anything, but Konoha was defeated, and the saddest thing, the thing is, it's not someone else's, but it's one's own, and one's own. Although he has played second generation in this way, it is limited to Uchiha. He is unhappy with the Uchiha family. He has never regarded Uchiha as his own, so he made such a decision. Of course, now even if he knows that Uchiha is still in Rock Shinobi doesn't have any trouble, Jin Yang is still there, he is standing here, second generation can't move Uchiha. Unless he intends to tear his face with Jin Yang, although he doesn't know Jin Yang's strength, he is directly teleported with 100,000 people, and where he can be weak enough to go to a space ninjutsu, he can hang him countless times, more not to mention the abundance of talents in the village. There is also a Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. If he dared to mess around, then wait to die. Second generation's hatred of Uchiha was the beginning of the battle between Senju and Uchiha. Later, because of the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama was seriously injured. After hanging up like this, he was even more upset, and the Uchiha clan was more threatening, so he did it. But now, the situation is different. Uchiha and their ancestors are the same person, and they are still, this is a fart, and they are not the people under his control, so he directly dispelled this idea. Let's find it first. This old thing is tightly hidden, and the body is not in Konoha. I guess I was scared. After Danzo was assassinated, Jin Yang knows clearly. After all, White Zetsu's eyes are still there, so they also watched a good show at the time, but Danzo was also lucky, otherwise there will be fewer resurrection coins. Senju Hashirama's the cell will run away, and he will have to die if he does not die. Good Zhao's, you found him, Dusty. Second generation asked with a look of surprise. It's awesome if you can't find it so quickly in the village. It's a simple thing, isn't it? Jin Yang didn't say much, he could do it just by detecting magic. What's more, Danzo is under the control of White Zetsu's keys. Unless he can go to the sky, don't try to avoid White Zetsu's sight. Without paying attention to this village, Jin Yang directly led everyone to Danzo's secret base again. Apart from him, there are only a few of his confidants and the Hyuga clan. Regarding the plot of Shinin Village, I suggest Eujian Juexian from the book review area, but made a little modification. After all, Danzo insists on calling himself Naruto, and no one can control it at all, so simply let Konoha's position be affected by Taki. Chapter 155. Today's Danzo's face is even more sullen. He is kicked off the position of the 5 major villages, he is chased by the strong, and even the resurrection coins are less than a few. Fortunately his Sharingan storage, the amount was a lot, and it was retransplanted after returning. If he had only one life, it would have been ruined in Jiao. Both are in his hands, but the weirdness of Jiao Du also made him try his best to search for information. But now, his intelligence network is completely paralyzed. Where can I find other people's secrets? This is a discomfort. Apart from hiding, he can't think of any way. He can only now the target was placed on those of the Hyuga clan. Use these people to create a large number of children with Byakugan's blood inheritance boundary, and then cultivate them. After more than 10 or 2 decades, he will rise again. The gentleman will take revenge. It will not be too late for 10 years, but I don't know if he can carry it. Got it. Just as Danzo was making his future plans, several figures appeared in front of him. Who, old teacher? Suddenly a few more people appeared in front of him. Danzo was taken aback, and immediately afterwards, he stood up, but after he saw the person who came, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why did his teacher show up? Isn't it hung up? And the one next to him? The person is first Hokage Senju Hashirama, right? Didn't he hang up after the fight with Uchiha Madara? 370. The kid on the other side also emptied his internal organs by his own hands to ensure that the dead can't die again. Why did they follow suit? There are also Tsunade and Tsunade. Jin Yang, Danzo's brain can't turn around at this moment. Why are you very dissatisfied with seeing me? I ask you, what exactly did the old man teach you in the first place will make you do so many maddening things? After second generation saw Danzo, it was a meal, he scolded. Danzo shuddered in fright. No, you are all dead. Why do you appear here? Could it be that the technique of impure world reincarnation has been perfected? Danzo quickly reacted. Now these 2 people appeared in front of him. If they weren't pretending to be people, then only impure world reincarnation would be possible. He was also very greedy for this technique. But without Orochimaru's help, Danzo is now being made like this, so there is no time to study this technique. Of course, Danzo's heart is already cold at this moment. Let's not talk about the existence of the Senju clan, just say that this new god of ninja world named Jin Yang, how to fight, he can only trust his Izanagi now. As long as this thing is still there is still salvation. Forget it, the old man doesn't want to talk nonsense with you, today the old man will clean up the door. Second generation looked at Danzo and shook his head suddenly. At first, he wanted to question Danzo, but after the actual meeting, it suddenly didn't matter. It was the same thing whether questioning or not, so he didn't care anymore. Let's do it directly, read more at fictionzone.net. Wind style, vacuum jade. Then, he hasn't done it yet, Danzo is there. Danzo is good at wind style, but compared to second generation, it is still too scumbag. In addition to Flying Thunder God, second generation has the most famous just now because he had just been resurrected. He had a shuriken in his hand, and he didn't have time to make a mark. He just opened a mouth, a lot of water sprayed out, forming a water wall, blocking him. Moreover, second generation hasn't done much to seal the seal. At his level, almost all of this seal is omitted. It only needs a few simple seals to release the horror. Water style water severing wave. An ultra-long water jet like a high-pressure water gun cut directly in the past. This type of water cutting is not something Danzo's attack can withstand. In an instant, Danzo's body was directly cut in half, and then he hung up after struggling a few times. So simple. Second generation is a little confused, so why did he hang up like this? This guy has a lot of Sharingan. Sharingan can release the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. You don't need to know the specific effect, then you just need to know, you need to kill him several times. The Sharingan on him, a 1 represents a life. Jin Yang said at this time, and Danzo, who was planning to pretend to die to the end, felt cold again. The corpse on the ground disappeared, and he himself appeared next to second generation again, opening his mouth just. The wind blade hit it out. It's just that the second generation at this moment has directly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. When is Shadow Clone? Danzo is blinded. How did this second generation suddenly become Shadow Clone? It seems that you have forgotten my best thing. Shadow Clone is an old man's creation technique. In addition, you are so simple and defeated by the old man. At the moment in hand, the old man is, replaced the old man's real body with Shadow Clone. Although it looks older, your methods are still immature, and you have forgotten what the old man is good at. Several arms appeared in the water directly dragging Danzo, and at this moment, second generation was hitting Danzo with a spiral water spear. Tisk Tusk, hit Danzo with a hard vortex water blade. It's really a cannon for mosquitoes. Jin Yang recognized the second generation trick. The hard vortex water blade after the water attribute changed was huge. After hitting the opponent, it would become a huge water spout. At that time, the location here was not very good. Go out first. Jin Yang took a few other people and left first, and this cave was directly destroyed by a huge water spout. And second generation has long left its mark on Senju Hashirama, so a flying thunder god also ran out, and the people below suffered, except Danzo launched Izanagi again. Outside, everyone else died. The Hyuga sect family who had been regarded as a species also disappeared, as did Danzo's only few henchmen. What a disgusting trick! Looking at Danzo's arm, second generation looked disgusted. Now that he has 2 eyes missing, he killed Danzo's 2 lives. It can only be said that High Done is High Done. Second generation is not playing water style anymore. Second generation's water style accomplishments are really comparable to blood succession boundaries, and even many blood succession boundaries cannot match second generations. Compared to water style, the battle after that was one-sided, without any suspense. Danzo's resurrection coins were also knocked out one by one. Jin Yang said that if Danzo had no resurrection coins, he would have been the best among the shadow-level powerhouses he had ever seen. The original book wasted a lot of resurrection coins in order to test the tricks of the second 2 pillars. Now, facing a strong like second generation, there is no resistance at all, so don't drop the hammer every minute. Chapter 156. After the resurrection coins were knocked out too much, Danzo's balance was broken. Sharingan is a thing, but foreigners use it with huge restrictions, and so many in him, he uses Senjo Hashirama's cells to counteract it. Otherwise, it's over long ago. However, after a large number of resurrection coins were destroyed by second generation, the balance in the body of this body was broken. The face formed by the cells of first generation began to madly pop out a lot of wood, and Danzo directly turned into a big monster. This is why there is a very familiar feeling. Senjo Hashirama asked in a daze. Obviously, he transplanted your cells. By the way, your cells are very delicious. As you can see now, most people can't counter the side effects of Sharingan, but your cells can directly treat this side effect. Get rid of it. Overuse of Mangekyo Sharingan is blindness, but your cells can eliminate this side effect, not to mention 100%, but 99% is almost the same. Your cells are very popular in the Shinobi world, and one more thing is that your grave has been planed by this guy, and the flesh and blood are all distributed everywhere, so it is impossible to find your whole corpse. Jin Yang said that first generation was indeed very miserable. It was tricked by Uchiha Madara. People turned on Rinnegan with his flesh and blood, and he just died. After that, the corpses did not get better. The Cell King is injected into the body. Just for first generation's wood style, and because of Ashura's relationship, first generation's body has become the same as Tang monk meat. Is my cell so popular? Senjo Hashirama's expression is a bit bad, no matter how open-minded and generous, but his body has been assigned as a treasure by others. Should he be happy or angry, he really has nothing to say. Then what's going on with him? At this moment, second generation also saw Danzo's weirdness, so temporarily chose to stay away and came to Senjo Hashirama. Obviously, Sharingan and cells form a balance. Now that he has used so many Sharingan, the balance that was originally a check and balance has been tilted, so the cells have run away. After all, although your older brother's cells are called universal cells, they are not so good. Controlling. Jin Yang waved his hand, and at this moment Danzo suddenly sprayed out dark objects in his body. Seal, this guy is really cruel. Even if you die, you have to be buried with others. Seeing Danzo's reappearance, second generation is speechless. This is what messed up his body. It's really helpless to say. Unfortunately, this kind of trick is useless for people like you, the person who knows space ninjutsu. The target disappeared the moment he activated the seal. Let's go, this guy is cold. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang also planned to leave. Of course, he won't leave some hidden dangers. He has to watch Danzo finish playing, so he just started to send this guy a little sun. After the explosion, Danzo was completely dead. Since then, there has never been a Danzo in this world that has been turned into ashes, and Konoha is truly dead. The rest of the people can't lift the slightest wind. Before Danzo, even if it is a Western Shelly goods, but at any rate he is also a strong shadow rank, but now Konoha is not a third-rate force. What a mighty power! Seeing that Jin Yang's casual blow has a greater power than the tail beast, second generation's heart is a little bit timid. It is not a weak one, it is so strong when it is shot, and there is no need to prepare, just let it go. After all, Yang is now also a new generation of god of ninja world. Tsunade scratched his head and praised Jin Yang again. Brother-in-law is the god of the ninja world now, grandpa is the god of the ninja world in the past, who is stronger now? At this time, Senjo Noeki had accepted this reality and asked curiously. This. Although Tsunade has always been in the husband mode from the beginning, she really dare not speak anymore. She wants to say that Jin Yang is stronger, but her grandpa is still there. How much? Give some face, so now it's a bit embarrassing. Why don't you give it a try? Senjo Hashirama is a little moved. He really seems to know how strong Jin Yang is. With his personality, he can really do such a thing. Forget it, if you want to fight, I will find you an opponent. As Jin Yang snapped his fingers, a man in red armor and a big fan appeared. Madara. Senjo Hashirama was shocked, and Senjo Tobirama slammed and carried Senjo Noeki away from Uchiha Madara. He was also blinded. How could Uchiha Madara appear in front of him? Don't get excited, second grandpa, this is a Yang's. Means, he can manifest the opponent's enemy, and the manifested existence has the strength, consciousness, and memory of the past, which is equivalent to creating a real Uchiha Madara, but it can be manipulated. Tsunade knew the effect of the history of the corpse. At that time, Jin Yang directly showed Senjo Hashirama to her. If Tsunade hadn't known that from the beginning, Senjo Hashirama was a fake, I guess he would completely treat that Senjo Hashirama, own grandpa, fake but with all the strength of the past. Senjo Hashirama was shocked, and so was Senjo Tobirama. I want to refute it, but the chakra uploaded from this Uchiha Madara is too strong and does not look like a fake at all. Before this Uchiha Madara could speak, Jin Yang snapped his fingers again, and another Uchiha Madara appeared. No matter. There is Uchiha Madara in the memory of first generation or second generation, so he now makes another one. Is there a limit to this trick? Senjo Tobirama has blown up hair, one is not enough, and one is coming. This time Senjo Hashirama is also persuaded. Although he is a little better than Uchiha Madara of this period, he can't hold two groups to beat him one by one. No, if Kagaya is here, I can even create a Sage of Six Paths. Pay attention, it is the true Sage of Six Paths in its heyday. Jin Yang said with a smile, the history of the corpse did have weaknesses, but would he say that and this weakness is a bit ridiculous? May I ask how to defeat him as a speller? This is a question. Secondly, to make Uchiha Madara fear, may I ask how to do this is another question. As for Uchiha Madara's personality, I want to make him fear, unless it is Black Zetsu's looking back. Chapter 157. Metamorphosis. After listening to Jin Yang's words, second generation directly jumped out with a perverted sentence. This is out of instinct, not that he really wants to curse, but Jin Yang doesn't care. 4. Naruto World, he is indeed perverted now. Somewhat powerful. That's great, brother-in-law, can you let Sage of Six Paths teach me ninjutsu, the one that is so powerful that you can beat grandpa? Senjo Noeki has come out of the impact of the resurrection. At this moment, he is very emotional. It is worthy of his own older sister. He found himself such a powerful brother-in-law. Don't even think about it. If you want to defeat your grandfather, it is useless to use conventional means. After all, he is the reincarnation of Ashura. Do you think Ashura's reincarnation is so simple that it can be defeated? Jin Yang said silently, Naruto World without his intervention, it would be 370. For the housework of the Ōtsutsuki family, no one else has the opportunity to be nostalgic. What is Ashura? How could I be Ashura's reincarnation? Senjo Hashirama is blindfolded again. What's the matter with this? Why is there something he doesn't understand again? Sage of Six Paths has two sons, thinking that something is constantly going on. One is called Ashura and the other is called Indra, the ancestors of Senjo and Uchiha. After Indra died, Chakra continued to reincarnate, and so did Ashura. The previous generation reincarnated Anu and Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, why would you think the strength of the two of you would explode so much? Jin Yang flipped a Byakugan, and the strength of these two was obviously the kind of dumping dozens of other people, and the Senjo Hashirama clan. Besides, Senjo Hashirama, who else can use, wood style has the most restorative power. Don't you see what everyone else said? First generation wood style hit the world, Yamato wood style was engaged in greening, because of the qualitative change of Ashura's chakra, so it is not impossible for Senjo Noeki to surpass this guy, but it is too troublesome. That's why, no wonder. Senjo Tobirama was stunned. It's no wonder that he and Uchiha had a pervert at the beginning, and the strength surpassed the others by too much, and the other people in front of them are not cannon fodder. This is the reason for the relationship. He also wondered why he couldn't catch up with his old brother. Obviously his talents are already good, but compared with his own brothers, they are still rubbed on the ground frantically. It turns out that the problem lies here, not because of lack of talent. It's high, but when someone opens it, then there is nothing to say. Okay, this time the business ends here, then I also ask you, do you want to join us Rock Shinobi? Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang asked. It seems that we have no choice now. The current situation of IWA is indeed the village I am longing for. Of course, joining the ninja army is exempted, and it is time for us to take care of the elderly. Senjo Hashirama will do it again after speaking, haha, yes therefore, Jin Yang also feels good. As for joining the ninja army, don't tease, he can't worry that this guy will run into the army to do harm to other people. Once this stuff gets involved, it will give away all of Rock Shinobi's background, and it's a good thing not to join the army. As for the combat power, if Rock Shinobi really has something to ask Senjo Hashirama, I am so embarrassed to watch it. Since the eldest brother has made a decision, let me join in too. Senjo Tobirama shook his head. Konoha is gone. The family is also in Rock Shinobi, and life is good. Where else can he go if he doesn't go to Rock Shinobi? I recommend a place for you. You know that on the moon before, Orochimaru is here. A research institution has been created above, and you can join in later. After all, with your personality, you probably won't be able to relax. Jin Yang knows that this guy is a master of things, a master of cursing. How could it be such a simple old age care? Instead of letting him study secretly, it is better to let this guy work for himself. As for the two of them, he has already taken out the insurance. Is that the junior research site? It's really okay. Senjo Tobirama also acquiesced that he really couldn't be idle, so he just went to Orochimaru to mix it up. In fact, he still had a lot of ideas and didn't start researching it. He died too fast at the beginning and many things weren't done. Although even impure world reincarnation has been perfected by younger generations now, he still needs to study other things. In this way, everyone returned to Rock Shinobi, and Konoha directly became History Zero. After the country of fire broke out of control, he reorganized the country. He is now scared by the ninja, so he directly ordered that it is not allowed to continue training ninjas in the country of fire, only samurai. After this order appeared, many people were surprised. After all, ninjas are now the mainstream. This kind of thing does not train ninjas, train samurai or something. It is indeed a bit of a show. After all, not everyone in the samurai is a three-ship, and there is only one three-ship. So giving up the mainstream ninja stunned everyone, but Jin Yang felt it was normal. The big names of the 5 big countries are all wine bags and rice bags. The Fourth Ninja World War was fierce, but these guys were actually there, staying up late to play mahjong, and almost blinded Jin Yang's eyes. He couldn't understand the thoughts of these people. Although they were indeed not helpful at all, they were really optimistic and didn't care about anything. However, it is estimated that this has been raised in the past, and no one will do anything to the daimyo. Regardless of the fierce battles in the ninja world, no one has affected the daimyo. How the daimyo should live or how to live, as if it has nothing to do with them, they probably regarded the Fourth Ninja War as the same war as in the past. This time, the name of the country of fire was different. He was controlled by Danzo, and he was actually controlled. After that, he was ordered to do a series of things, so he was scared. Even 3. 1 because he didn't leave a few ninjas by his side, that's why he gave such an order. For this kind of person, it is not strange to give such an order. However, if such an order is issued, it means that the country of fire will be a piece of fat in the eyes of other countries. You don't have a ninja anymore. I think it is not easy and convenient to bully you. Feel free to find a reason. Can gnaw a piece of meat from you. It can only be said that the country of fire is sending itself step by step into the abyss. And Takigura rose rapidly, and began to swallow Konoha's turf. Of course, this is something later. Now, in Rain Shinobi Village, Akatsuki is ready to take action, but they need to think more about how they know Rock Shinobi now. Chapter 158. Are everyone here? At this moment, in a cave in the ninja world, a group of people wearing red cloud robes with black background are meeting in the cave. Nagato has been searching for news about the new Rinnegan since there was no Gadu statue, but it is a pity nothing was found. So he can only give up, but his plan has never changed, causing pain to the shinobi world. Everyone, I call you back this time. I won't talk too much nonsense. The past plan is about to start. The tail beast capture limit will begin now. The primary goal is 3 tails, 7 tails, 6 tails, and then capture 8 tails and 2 tails. The person who spoke was Yahiko, or Pen according to Nagato. The leader of the Akatsuki organization can only be Yahiko, which is now an alternative way. It's just that among the group of people here, there is no Deidara, and Uchiha Itachi has not opened Mangekyo, but Uchiha Obito is the incarnation of Afei joined them, and Sasori formed a team. Uchiha Itachi is actually quite sad. He was cut off by Jin Yang halfway, so that he could not see Uchiha Shisui's death with his own eyes. This kind of thing, seeing and hearing with his own eyes, is two different 02 concepts, the disappearance of Uchiha Shisui. The intelligence of is detectable. After missing for so long, although the body cannot be found, it can basically be determined that it is right. Obito originally wanted to use this to stimulate Uchiha Itachi, but the result was a failure. Obito actually didn't have much expectations. After all, Uchiha Shisui disappeared for so long, Uchiha Itachi himself has counted a bit in his heart, so this stimulation is not enough. Uchiha Obito is gone, now and Uchiha Fugaku can be used by them, but Uchiha Obito is afraid to go to the current Longtan Tiger Den, that place is a bit horrible. In addition, in the original book, Loquat Jozo, who was supposed to team up with Uchiha Itachi, was also killed by Jin Yang before, so Uchiha Itachi could not witness the death of Loquat Jozo again. Up to now, Mangekyo has not been activated. Of course, Uchiha Itachi's talent is still very good, even without Mangekyo, his strength is still very strong, even without the drag of Mangekyo, his own talent is enough to support him to enter the film level. Strictly speaking, although Mangekyo is an increase, there is no way to eliminate the side effects. This increase will become a burden after a period of time. We all know the specific situation. The purpose of our organization's existence is also this. However, what does Rock Shinobi do with that, the iron barrel-like defense? Even if the Akatsuki organization rushes in collectively, it will not be pleased. After listening to Pain's words, the others were silent, and Sasori spoke quickly. He claimed that he was good at it, and even third Kaze cage was planted in his hands, but what is Rock Shinobi? That kind of Longtan Tiger's Den, Akatsuki can take advantage of. Rock Shinobi's problem is put to the end, and there will be arrangements later. Read more at fictionzone.net. Pain's voice came, and other people kept complaining, but everyone said that they couldn't do what Pain, so they could only give up temporarily. Let's talk about the other tail beasts first. This meeting ended immediately, and after that, Rain Shinobi Village, Konan Kazuna looked at Nagato. Sasori is right. We are not Rock Shinobi's opponents at all. The power that Rock Shinobi has accumulated now is really a bit scary. Konan looked at Nagato and said that other shinobi villages are to Ori, that is their own gate, come and go as long as they want, but Rock Shinobi is a fully armed base, it is not a gate, and you will die if you go. Maybe we don't need to worry about Rock Shinobi, Konan, we know what the purpose of the organization is to create. Nagato took a deep breath and asked. Bring peace to the ninja world, what's wrong? Konan looked at Nagato unexpectedly, not knowing what he was going to say. Yes, it brings peace to the ninja world, so I don't need to say anything about the power of Rock Shinobi. Rock Shinobi has completely swallowed Konoha Rock Shinobi, but also removes Cloud. There are a lot of talents from other villages besides Shinobi. According to our intelligence, the combined strength of these people is not weak anymore, plus a Jin Yang, the god of the ninja world, and 4 big-tailed beasts. Our Xia organization confronts them, basically, 10 deaths. No life. If the Gadu statue is still there, I might still dare to fight, but the Gadu statue is gone, and the tail beast is not so easy to control. So our strength is too far behind them, but there is one thing. Rock Shinobi sits on such a huge power, but does not care about other villages. If it is placed in any other village, then it is not surprising that Shinobi it has become a pot of porridge, and even other Shinobu villages may be wiped out by them. But the current Rock Shinobi, there is no movement at all. Their power is enough to sweep the ninja world, but they have been letting other villages in the ninja world run. What kind of attitude is this, disdain, or that they themselves are eager for peace? If you keep this status quo, I think it's not bad, but other Shinobu villages are different and need to be beaten. Nagato is also helpless. If he can, he will definitely go to Rock Shinobi to make a fuss. His kind of person, to put it bluntly, is the kind of worrying type. Now Rock Shinobi longs for peace, but after changing a leader in the future 3 I don't dare to bet, but what can I do if I don't dare to bet? It's gone. This kind of thing is not his decision, but depends on whose fist is big. Of course, these things he said, in addition to self-hypnosis, there is also a part of the truth, that is now Rock Shinobi didn't start a big battle, so it's good. Do you really think so? Konan looked at Nagato's eyelids and took a few uncontrollable eyelids. After spending so many years with Nagato, she naturally knew what kind of person Nagato was. If Rock Shinobi were not too strong, Nagato would definitely go to Rock without hesitation. Shinobi engages in a wave of things. But now they are too strong to do it. Maybe. After Nagato finished speaking the last 3 words, he stopped talking. The reason was that he used hypnosis himself. He was also very helpless. I was able to do it a long time ago, but although I want to do it, my strength is not allowed. Well, when I go, it is. Nagato is helpless in his heart, he can only slowly hypnosis himself, at least as long as Rock Shinobi does not move, he will not target Rock Shinobi. Chapter 159. Not to mention that Nagato can only act on other villages because of Rock Shinobi's strength. On Rock Shinobi's side, Jin Yang is also very surprised to look at a flyer that Kushina gave him. The contents on the flyer are also very surprising. When did the Akamika clan change to play this as a ninja? Jin Yang is a bit speechless. This thing promotes the opening of the Akamika family chain restaurant, and then there will be a big stomach king competition. Anyone who wants to participate can participate. As for the winner, you can get the Akamika family chain. The restaurant's 1-month free meal roll, which surprised Jin Yang. It's not an improper ninja. Other than being a ninja, there are also family businesses, alright, and their family likes to eat. Now they are also very popular in Rock Shinobi. After all, these people are wide-body, fat and very tolerant. This time it was organized by other people in their family, but this kind of activity is basically, the fat water does not flow into the outsiders' fields, and few people can eat their family. After all, they are famous for their food. Kushina shook her head, just like Ino's mother was in a flower shop. Others have more or less family businesses, involving all walks of life, and the Akamika family is most famous for eating. And the part of their main battle is the ninja, but there are also ordinary people. It is definitely impossible for these people to stay at home. For this time the restaurant opened, after the Akamika family has been completely integrated in the past few years, they finally started to act. However, they are indeed ruthless enough. People open restaurants, that is, they open chain stores when they are big enough, but the Akamika family is different, this one is, more than 10, all over Rock Shinobi. Well, they are very smart. What they eat can be quickly broken down and stored. As long as they consume enough before, they can continue to eat. Their own family participates in the competition. Otherwise, everyone else is basically blind. But what are you doing to me with this stuff? Jin Yang asked with some wonder, why should I give this thing to him? They are much smarter than you think. They directly invited Sister Tsunade and Terumi Mei to attend the opening ceremony. By the way, I also invited you, and Sister Tsunade sees you have nothing to do all day long, so you agreed too. Kushina glanced at Jin Yang helplessly. Since the research on natural energy sources was successful, this product has been a salted fish for a while, making Tsunade unable to stand it anymore. What's the meaning of doing nothing all day long? How much I have paid for this natural energy source before? Do you know that this is called doing nothing all day long? Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood, which is called doing nothing nonsense. How long did he rest? There is nothing for half a month, so I can't stand it. Jin Yang is very upset at this moment, of course, he does. That's right, Tsunade and Terumi Mei really can't stand it anymore. They are very unbalanced at this moment. Why do they both have to get up and greedy those documents, and why Jin Yang can sleep 3 nights in the sun? Looking at Jin Yang's life like a salted fish, the two of them are envious, so this time Tsunade has a problem with the Akamika family's store and launched Jin Yang without even thinking about it. Jin Yang's reputation in Rock Shinobi is called a horror. Forget it, since they all agreed, then. It's good for one trip, anyway, some of them are good for free, maybe I can get the free coupon for that month. Jin Yang decided, since these guys invited him, then he is naturally not welcome. Are you sure you can eat them all? Kushina looked at Chen Yang with a strange look. Joke, who do you think I am? The Akamika clan can eat because of their family's secret technique. They need to store fat and use enough fat to fight, so they eat a lot and like to eat. With this, ordinary people really can't compare with them, but I also have this ability. I can break down the food I eat in an instant. These guys dare to interrupt my vacation, and I will eat them this time. Jin Yang said, don't say who he is, let's just talk about the sun's grace in this body. He can instantly burn the things eaten by this thing, refining it into energy, and then borrow the sun's grace to absorb it. Convenient. Not to mention that he still has a lot of magic. In Jeff's magic book, all things are inclusive. This is accumulated over hundreds of years, and the strange magic is not there. Among the few, there is gluttony magic. Through eating, what he eats is converted into his own energy. It is a very special magic. He can also use this magic. Jin Yang is really bragging. He can eat up the entire Rock Shinobi's reserve in one day as long as he thinks about it. You guys are really... Kushina has nothing to say. The Akamika family is originally a type of cheating, but this is an event organized by others. You can't say anything more, and this is the secret technique of others. You are not satisfied, okay, what forbearance do you use? Surgery is fine. But there are few ninjutsu that can be compared with others. It is estimated that the Akamika clan will regret it when they know that Jin Yang will participate. This is a super abnormal. Regarding Kushina wants to complain but has nothing to say, Jin Yang doesn't care at all. At dinner, a crowd of people gather together. The Akamika family is in Rock Shinobi. There was a lot of noise, so everyone knew it, but the people here were all girls, so basically he didn't put his face down to eat and drink. But they all said that they will definitely be there tomorrow, anyway, even if they are younger generations, they all graduated except for Hanabi. As for Hanabi, a genius like her, over there in school. I don't bother to worry about it. Now at the school, it is Hao Xiao's rule that he is 12 years old. It's not that you can graduate if you want to graduate, and some interesting courses are also added. It's not just as simple as the ninja course. To be honest, the ninja course, people who want to learn, don't need 6 years, people who don't want to learn, 6 years not enough. So I just reformed it and took the route of cultivating elites. After all, the number of troops on Rock Shinobi has exceeded 30,000, so it has begun to change to the elite route. In the school, after the real talents have passed the assessment, they can get key training, but you must wait until the age of 12 to graduate. However, the Akamika family is also smart. They use the holidays to open stores, so there is no need to worry about school issues. In this way, early the next morning, everyone looked forward to the location of the Akamika family's main store. There are more than a dozen shops in total, but this is the largest and the most concerned. Chapter 160. There are so many people. Looking at the crowded streets at this moment, everyone is also a little emotional. It seems that the Akamika clan has integrated into the village and done quite well these years, and it has driven so many people in one breath. This reminds me of some tourist attractions. Forget it, let's go straight ahead. Jin Yang shook his head and couldn't help but think of the past. Tourist attractions, that was really terrible, but now the people gathered here are almost the same, and the crowds are not too much. He directly led everyone to use the space to move to the backstage. The location of the main store of the Akamika family is very well selected. This is the largest commercial plaza after the reconstruction of Rock Shinobi in the later period, and the Akamika family directly took the prime location. This time the event is directly placed in the central location. Stage. I heard that the Akamika clan also invited a lot of people to perform, and it almost turned into a celebration. Kushina pointed to the huge stage and said, "It's not just about eating, there are other shows after the game. The Akamika clan is really out for fun, no wonder Tsunade will participate, and the relationship is so big." Jin Yang is a little bit emotional. This time the Akamika family action is indeed very big, and there will be performances in the follow-up. Isn't this equivalent to 370 as an alternative celebration? Is it conducive to driving economic development? So Tsunade's support is not excessive, and the Akamika family is still the ninja family is even more supportive. It is no wonder that opening a store can make such a big move. Everyone, please be quiet, the Akamika family gourmet chain store is about to open soon, and now I invite you all the guests. The host speaking on stage made Jin Yang stare. How could Shirihong become a host is not in line with her character. Jin Yang was a little dazed after seeing the people on stage. You won't be fancy, how come you know her so well? The few people next to me all looked at Jin Yang suspiciously, knowing his character so well, and saying that you have no ghosts in your heart. What messed up when I used to pay attention to Konoha, basically as long as it is an important person, I pay attention to it. Not one or two. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang flipped through Byakugan, he wouldn't say that he saw it from the anime, but Shirihong's role as the host is indeed not in line with this person's personality setting. Really? Forget it, I don't bother to care about it. Anyway, there are more and more people in the family, and there are still a few prepared. The red is because of Anko. At that time, Anko took over the Akamika family. This task, but she herself wants to participate in the competition, so after receiving the task, she can only ask Hong, and finally Hong has no choice but to agree. To be honest, Kushina has given up. Jin Yang's ability to squeeze the grass is really out of the question, and although Jin Yang's character loves her family, it will not become the same as Minato's inflammation, so after a long time, they will all I'm used to it, anyway, Jin Yang just needs to be nice to them. This can be regarded as very helpless, but the situation is, such a situation, what can they do? The most important thing is that this is the ninja world, so there is no such inherent concept, so this situation will occur, otherwise it will be it's hard to say, it is estimated that Jin Yang's harem will burn in a while. So it's Anko who got a hit, right? Jin Yang looked at the unnatural red face on the stage and really had nothing to say. Hong's personality belongs to the quieter type, and Anko belongs to the escape type. It is understandable that such things happen. By the way, the relationship between Orochimaru and Anko has also eased, mainly because of Anko's own choice. When Orochimaru asked her if she wanted to leave, she said that she did not want to leave. After all, Konoha was her home at the time. But since Danzo started all kinds of things, Anko has also had enough of Konoha, and knows the reason why his teacher defected, so a bunch of black pots have been thrown on Danzo. To say that Danzo is not worthy of Shinobi. The king of black pot, he can memorize any pot, and because of this, Orochimaru has become Anko's teacher again. And Jin Yang has also earned some favorability, of course, it can only be regarded as a friend, and it has not yet developed to the point where it will be later. Now the number of sisters in Jin Yang's family is indeed a bit too much, and this is all unknowingly happened in time. Hey, aren't you going up yet? It's your turn. Kushina suddenly interrupted Jin Yang's thoughts. Now Tsunade, Terumi Mei, and even Datimu are here, and now he is left, and Jin Yang didn't think about any more problems. Father, it looks like your body is very tough. Jin Yang hasn't seen Dayemya for a while. The main reason is that this product often travels now. According to what he said, he has carried the banner of Rock Shinobi for a lifetime. Now he finally has time to rest, so naturally he wants to go around and play. So this guy has become the kind of Shenron who sees the first but not the end. Jin Yang hasn't seen him for almost half a year. Old man, my body is indeed very tough, but your kid is indeed very powerful, and now that fellow Huang too can't wait to burn you. Oyemya was also a little speechless. His apprentice and his granddaughter got involved, and Jin Yang had nothing to say about it. Hei Tu's personality is somewhat similar to Anko, but this is not his pot. Strictly speaking, this is the pot of Huangtu and Ohaimu. Because Ohaimu is Jin Yang's teacher, Jin Yang is often shown off, and the same is true for Huangmu. After all, Jin Yang can be said to be Rock Shinobi's pride. They have completely forgotten that they have children in their own family, so under the too crazy praise mode, the black soil has been established a concept. Jin Yang is the most powerful person in the ninja world, that is, Rock Shinobi is the greatest people, so after the black soil grows up, when the yellow soil and the big wildwood react, they are gone. Huangtu was a little desperate for a while. How could the little quilted jacket he raised in his own family wear it on someone else's body? After that, he might really marry someone else. He regrets it, if God gives it again. He had a chance, he would never brag about Jin Yang in front of his daughter. Now he is fine, he has blown out all his daughters. That's not my business. By the way, after this time, I will call Uncle Huangtu to my house and give you something good. Jin Yang intends to help Lois and Big Yemu to turn on the natural energy source, and others will gradually turn on it, but still need to count. As for Ohaimu, to be honest, Jin Yang is very grateful to Ohaimu. This guy is not Danzo. In the beginning, when Jin Yang's ability still had drawbacks, he was hidden by Oyemu. Therefore, although Oyemu has not taught him anything, he is indeed very grateful to Oyemu, so naturally he will not look at him. Don't care about it. Chapter 161. On this, Oyemu didn't think much about it. Since Jin Yang wants to give himself something good, it must be a good thing. His face is not thin, so he can stand it completely, and then Shirihong slowly let go. I became a qualified host, and after Akamika Dingza and others had said a few words, the game officially began. Uncle Dai, you also come to participate in the competition. Jin Yang, who also chose to participate in the competition, saw a familiar figure, Might Dai. When he went to the Mist Shinobi battlefield, he happened to encounter this plot, so he saved Might father and son once. Now Might Dai is almost 50 years old. Mr. Jin Yang, you have to participate in the competition. Indeed, the things made by the Akamika clan are pretty good, and don't think I'm almost 50 years old, but I also want to pursue my youth. Might Dai said excitedly, and Jin Yang also smiled, and chatted with Might Dai a few words, and then two green skins approached here, Might Guy and Xiao. Uncle Dai, you are sure that Xiaoli is not Guy's illegitimate son? If it is someone who doesn't know, there will definitely be 100 of them saying that they are father and son, believe it or not. Jin Yang looked at the one big and one small and two thick eyebrows and green skin that was walking here. This is completely carved out of a mold. I am not very clear about this. Might couldn't help but shed a huge drop of sweat on his forehead. It was obvious that not only Jin Yang said this, others said the same, even those who knew the truth, even he was a little skeptical. Because these two people are so alike, especially the thick eyebrows, the green skin, the mushroom head and the personality can all be cultivated, but how to cultivate these eyebrows anyway? Might Dai also doubted his son for a while. Is there any romantic debt outside? But think about it again, even if his son wants to have some romantic debt, but this condition is not allowed, he knows exactly what his son is, he is basically a Zhen beast. 4. Emotionally, it is even more of 0 out of 0. I think you should ask them to do a paternity test, anyway, it's too suspicious. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang said a little funny, he naturally knew that Xiaoli was not Guy's son, but he still couldn't help but want to engage in a prank. At this moment, Might's face changed, and he was thinking about this problem too. It should be checked. These years, this kind of identification Rock Shinobi has been able to be carried out, and Pantek is not, just for fun. Master Jin Yang, you also participated in the competition. It is really great, Li, father, our opponent turned out to be Master Jin Yang. Although I am not an opponent in terms of strength, I finally have a chance to defeat Master Jin Yang. Guy suddenly uttered a wolf howl, and said something in his voice. Suddenly, a group of people's eyes were placed on Jin Yang. Just as Might Guy said, Jin Yang's strength, basically all people who have experienced the 3 wars knowing that one person can press another village on the ground and explode, so with such a meeting, the fiery emotions of these people began to skyrocket. You really caused me trouble, but if you want to outperform me, you have to be mentally prepared. Although Jin Yang feels a little troublesome, these troubles are also minor problems. In terms of eating, he is definitely the strongest in the entire ninja world. Grandpa, are you sure you want to participate in this competition? At the moment, at the registration point, Senjo Hashirama also holds a number plate in his hand. Senjo Nawaka looked at his grandfather with a helpless expression. According to Jin Yang's words, they, resurrected people must hide their true colors. It's not that they really can't show people in their true colors. The main thing is that once they know that Senjo Hashirama is resurrected, then what will the resurrection trend look like? It is estimated that a wave of riots will not be able to hide. Therefore, the resurrected people, no matter what, must hide their identities. After that, Jin Yang finds the opportunity to throw the pot to others, so that they can truly appear in front of everyone. Of course, after all, I haven't participated in such a big event before. Senjo Hashirama said that he likes the lively scene very much, and he is even more happy with today's lively scene, so he naturally wants to participate once. Well then, you can figure it out by yourself. Senjo Nawaki also feels numb scalp. He feels that his grandfather is no better than him in terms of maturity. It is simply an old child, so there is nothing to say. 0. In addition to these people, there are actually a group of people, such as Naruto. Now Konoha Class 7 has become Rock Shinobi Class 7, and Kakashi is still their teacher. Of course, according to the original plot, Kakashi, you won't have your own students. Of course, the situation is different now. Orochimaru was busy researching and didn't have the opportunity to teach the second two pillar, so Kakashi naturally came on top, and Mangekyou's Kakashi was already available for unlimited use. In addition, in terms of strength, it was more than enough to be a teacher of the second two pillar. Moreover, there is a father who opened Mangekyou in the second two pillar, and the family is still there. The secret technique has not been lost, and the second two pillar is now the third view is also a thief, mainly because Uchiha Fugaku began to teach it before, when he was a child. The second two it is still okay when the pillar has not experienced the night of genocide and the various excitements of Uchiha Ōtsutsuki. Now he has everything, he is actually living well, so with multiple education, Jin Yang's attention, even Indra's chakra, don't want to touch his three views, and Naruto, then there is no need to say anything, the three views don't need to be overly guided. After all, under the influence of Ashura, Naruto did not explode after Konoha had been treated like that. Three views of the thief, let alone now, so the education of the 12 Xiaoqiang is normal. As for the young Sakura, Jin Yang does not do it. He doesn't bother to evaluate any evaluation, he really doesn't like this role, so he doesn't bother to pay attention. Now it's no surprise that little Sakura will not have a relationship with Tsunade, and of course Jin Yang will not take care of it. This is not Konoha after all, anyway, let it go. The registration time passed quickly, and many ninjas participated, and the participants swelled to a terrifying level for a while. Of course, the Akatsuki clan can't afford this stuff. After all, as a ninja, the most indispensable thing is money. What's more, people are a ninja family, and the Akatsuki clan is also in the business of Bingliang pills. It can be said that the industry is diversified. Now there are S on the counter. Akatsuki, the Yi clan, also used this opportunity to promote its own soldiers and grain pills, and it didn't suffer at all. There are huge differences in the money and prices of Naruto World. Ninjas will never go bankrupt because of what they eat, just, so simple. Chapter 162. So you all participated in the competition. Looking at the group of small carrot heads in front of him, Jin Yang was a little speechless. Although Uchiha Quan, Yekang, and others did not participate in this competition because of their skin, the juniors all participated, and Hanabi just dragged him to death. Hinata was also pulled over. After seeing Hinata, Jin Yang suddenly remembered something. Hinata's appetite seems to be a bit horrible, too much, not to mention, just the scene of Hinata and Naruto ramen in the original book. Hinata ate at least 10 bowls of ramen in one breath, and directly spit Naruto, and Hinata's later record, 46 bowls of ramen, a terrifying one. So Hinata is also a super big stomach king, and it belongs to the type, the real type that won't gain weight after eating it. Jin Yang feels that even if he doesn't compete this time, he is estimated to be 370. Planning Hinata can also make the Akamika clan doubt life. Of course, in front of so many people at this moment, Hinata has already blushed shyly to the roots of his ears, and visible smoke appeared above his head. Being shy to such an extent, Jin Yang has to sigh, it is worthy of the anime world. Danzo, is it a bit too much for you to participate in the competition yourself? On the pig deer butterfly's side, Luju and Hai Yi both agreed to Danzo to join the competition, so they both participated, but seeing the Damajin Deo sitting in their place, they had nothing to say. There are also many contestants from the Akamika clan. We didn't stipulate that our people should not be allowed to participate in the competition, and such a competition should be lively, right? Even Mrs. Jin Yang participated in the competition, we can't help but give face. Danzo randomly found a reason, but Jin Yang also participated in the competition and directly raised the competition to a level. He was naturally very happy. After that, he can already predict that his restaurant business is booming. To be honest, he himself doesn't really value these, but everyone in the family is looking for something to do, so he opened this restaurant, otherwise the mission bonus will be sold. The pills money is enough for their family to consume, read more at fictionzone.net. For the ding seat, others are also helpless. For the Akamika family's own competition, they are also helpless, but you have nothing to say, they didn't say that they can't participate, so they can only pinch their noses and admit it. As for the food in the competition, fried tempura, fresh shrimp type, the taste is very good. Now there are a large number of chefs working in the back kitchen, and the ingredients are not a problem, enough for the contestants here to consume. At the beginning of the game, a group of people began to eat and drink, but the truly experienced people just keep a constant speed. This thing is like running. No matter how awesome you are, you will eat too fast at the beginning, and you will know the follow-up. Something went wrong. But for Jin Yang, this is not a problem, but he did not speed up, but maintained a constant tasting speed. This taste is indeed good. The Akamika family is accurate, and in terms of taste, it is still very good. The time of the game is 2 hours. People who can continue to behave for hours are absolutely terrifying to the extreme. People who ate fast before, after 10 minutes, there are already someone who can't tell the truth. Jin Yang is not very optimistic about the average contestants. If there are ninjas in the competition, it will be uncomfortable to come back. Not to mention, the average ninja has a huge amount of training and the amount of food cannot be reduced. Therefore, unless the average person has the talent of a big stomach king, he will be compared with the ninja. After half an hour, the non-ninja will go straight. Was emptied. The rest were ninjas, and the Akamika clan began to exert their strength at this moment and accelerated their speed. They were shocked that the other ninjas couldn't help but open their mouths. In the end, they also gave up directly, not to blame their self-reliance, mainly because the enemy is too cruel. After this wave of cleanup, the number of people quickly decreased, and only a few of them were stronger, and the stomach capacity was still larger. Persist. As for the youth trio, their training volume is also large, but they can't eat so much. Things, arbitrarily, were also eliminated. These 3 people, Might Guy is okay, they are almost 50 years old, so they are much mature, but Might Guy and Xiaoli started to hug each other and cry, making everyone around them afraid to approach them. Such a young and passionate fool is really lethal, and Senjo Hashirama is also terrifying, but he is a strange face, so no one pays much attention to it. Anko and others have completely retreated, they are not opponents, they can only admit it. Of course, the most eye-catching at this moment is not the Akamika family and other ninjas, but Jin Yang, Hinata, and Kakashi Zero. Yes, it is, Kakashi. This product has a large stomach capacity, and thanks to Guy, often looking for Kakashi to compare this to that, to support Kakashi's stomach capacity. In fact, Tsunade is also an amazing player, but because of Ōtsutsuki's face, she did not participate in the competition. In fact, she also wanted to participate. However, the most attractive part of Kakashi is not the appetite, but the mask. Jin Yang has always wondered how this product eats, and it can be eaten with a mask, but in the end, this product is in order not to take off the mask, on the mask. I opened a hole, and it was shocking. This product is really a weird thing. If you didn't know what this product looked like, I guess Jin Yang would have doubted whether it was a bucktooth mouth underneath him. In addition to Kakashi, it is Hinata. A plate tower has been erected next to her, once surpassing all the Akatsuki clan. The amazing appetite makes people can't help but slap their tongues. She is only a little girl, but the appetite it is surprisingly big. Hanabi, your sister has such a big appetite, why don't you tell us? The black soil has long been eliminated, and he looked at Hanabi with a dumbfounded look. At this moment, Hinata's combat effectiveness is simply the crazy rise, and it is almost immediately exploded. In fact, my sister is not like this usually, probably because of the competition. Hanabi is also skeptical about life. After all, Hinata doesn't eat a lot, but it is 3-1. It is amazing that such a huge combat power will erupt when participating in the competition. The last thing is Jin Yang. Jin Yang does not seem to be rough at all, but the speed is horrible, and the movements in his hands have formed phantoms. This trick Jin Yang is still learning, the king of food, and he is elegant. It doesn't seem to have changed much, but people's speed is fast, so I eat a lot. So the plates accumulated in front of Jin Yang are 3 times as many as on Hinata's table. Jin Yang has been covered up. Kakashi is not so good, but Hinata and Jin Yang, that is the authentic monster. Let the Akatsuki clan at this moment begin to doubt their lives. This is so wrong. Who is Akatsuki? People of the same family. Chapter 163. It's too exaggerated. This is how much you have eaten. With the passage of time every minute, at this moment, Jin Yang can no longer put plates on the table, so he directly requisitioned the table next to him. A plate of tempura is 10-10, and now on Jin Yang's table, more than 300 plates were placed. This number is still increasing rapidly, which means that Jin Yang ate 3,000 tempuras alone. At this moment, let alone other, it is Akatsuki Dingza. The chopsticks in his hand have been scared to the table. Now, this thing is not just shrimps, it is also wrapped in flour, and after eating so much, there is no reaction at all. He suspects that his eyes are wrong. It's served, although I didn't dare to say that the Akatsuki clan is the strongest in eating, but they are still amazing in general, but now I finally see the existence of the crushing Akatsuki clan. It's worthy of being Jin Yang, but I think it's normal. I heard that when Jin Yang burst out with all his strength, his body size would skyrocket to 5 or 6 meters, and it would be excusable to eat so many things. At this moment, a group of people 02 began to talk constantly, mainly because before Jin Yang was unable to fully control his power, his body shape was indeed very scary. At noon, it was a proper little giant. At that time, as long as Jin Yang was in chaos in the village. Akira, that is a behemoth moving, but fortunately, you don't have to worry about this problem if you fully grasp it in the later stage. But it's only in the past few years that everyone remembers the appearance of Jin Yang, and Jin Yang's horror at the time will never be forgotten. Nawake, tell me why Grandpa would run inside too. At this moment, Tsunade is looking at Nawake speechlessly. Since the resurrection, Senju Nawake's philosophy has also changed a lot. You have to jump more than Senju Nawake. I can't help it, you don't know the character of Grandpa, he is the first to rush to this kind of thing. Senju Nawake couldn't help scratching his face, helpless. He didn't persuade him, but persuasion was useless, so Nawake said he was innocent, and also felt very embarrassed, although no one recognizes Senju now. Hashirama, but as a grandson, he always feels very embarrassed to look at his grandpa now. Read more at fictionzone.net. Damn it, I envy them too. If it weren't for the identity of Ōtsutsuki, I would have gone too. Tsunade squeezed his fist and forced it softly, and after hearing this, Nawake on the side shut up. There was nothing to say. I thought his old sister was better and normal, but I didn't expect it. It was just because of envy. What else can he say? Finally, after the time is up, the plates in front of Jin Yang piled up to more than 700 plates. It can be said that Jin Yang ate food several times larger than his body. The concept of 700 plates, a total of 7,000 tempuras, piled up are more exaggerated than people. But this thing is, it was eaten by Jin Yang, and it was relaxed, and Hinata on the side also showed a very exaggerated talent. He just ate more than 100 discs, which caused Akamika to put it directly and fall. The plate is gone, and the street is cursed, the things they prepared are full of weight, and not the same, these people actually ate so much. Looking at the plates in front of him that were less than Hinata, he had already exploded. In fact, Jin Yang was also very surprised. How did Hinata eat so many things? Although her record contains 46 bowls of ramen noodles, but that was also after I got married with Naruto. How long has it been since I graduated now, and I have walked so far on the road to food, and even Danzo has eaten it. Jin Yang originally thought that Hinata's combat effectiveness should be better than that of adulthood, but he still underestimated the potential of human beings. The appetite that Hinata showed was indeed terrifying. Of course, he was the least qualified to say this, because of the appetite he showed. It is no longer human food intake at all. Who told him to directly convert food into energy, so there is no problem at all. Of course, what surprised Jin Yang the most was that Hinata's belly didn't mean to bulge at all, and it turned out that the second element is, the second element, awesome. Forget it, I can squeeze into the top 3 anyway, if the first 3 can't squeeze in, the face of our Akamika clan will be lost. Danzo was also very helpless, and could only give up, accepting this third place. At any rate, the third place is also the top 3, right? Don't compare with non-human beings, this is Danzo's current thinking. Danzo, your first 3 dreams seem to be broken. I just counted them. The one over there ate 2 more dishes, so you are 4th. Lu Ju suddenly laughed and said to Danzo. As for Kakashi, his fighting power can't be maintained in the late stage. It can't be compared with these monsters. Although it is powerful, it is just to bully Guy and the others. What am I 4th? Danzo was stunned again. After turning his head mechanically, he saw a position not far behind him. An unknown person was smiling and waving his hand, which seemed to say hello. The person is Senju Hashirama. And Danzo also used his own training for countless years to scan his eyes, and instantly obtained the number of plates, and then found that there were 2 more plates than his own. At this moment, 37, he was completely oh no. How could it be possible? Our Akamika family didn't even squeeze in the top 3. Danzo was sitting on the spot with a grayish stupor, and there was nothing to say. Forget it, anyway, starting from 4th place, most of the top rankings are from your family, and your son eats a lot, so he should be able to rank in the top 10. As a teammate, Hai Yi also began to persuade. In the end, Danzo slowly recovered. Finally, the game was over and the statistical results came out. Not surprisingly, Jin Yang took the first place. That non-human appetite, it really shocked everyone. In the later stage, Jin Yang's incident became more and more ridiculous. From the more than 700 discs he ate, they were more than dozens of times more than what these people said. Some people even said that he ate all the ingredients used in the game in one breath. This kind of rumor is indeed the strongest, and Jin Yang afterwards is also suspicious. This will not become such an exaggeration that he eats the entire Rock Shinobi's reserve in the future. As for the free coupons in his hand, to be honest, Jin Yang doesn't need it. This thing. It's okay to eat the food in this world once in a while, but he still likes to open fire by himself, and some are not used to eating these things, so he gave the free coupon directly to Hinata. Chapter 164. Jin Yang found an excuse for giving it to Hinata. He said that Hinata was second, so it was given to others. As for the others, to be honest, he was really not easy to give it to one of them. Others estimated that it would be bombed. Mao, there is only one free coupon. So he gave it to Hinata decisively, and it won't be a problem. Tsunade and the others are not good to grab the little ones, right? And the little ones, also because they are second, there is nothing to say. The Akamika family's affairs did not completely end after the game, but continued to let the people invited to perform. Jin Yang also felt very surprised and felt that he had participated in a different world party. However, the Akamika family will definitely not lose. This time, the incident was spread up and down. What Jin Yang didn't even think was that the Akamaika family asked him to advertise and make posters. It made Jin Yang speechless, but he directly refused. In desperation, the Akamaika clan I found Hinata, as the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, not to mention the image. Although he is younger, it does not hinder the fight. Advertising, so Hinata's for the Akamaika family appeared outside the Akamaika family store, and a huge poster was posted. After seeing the behavior of the Akamaika clan, many shops suddenly realized the problem, so each shop began to advertise. For example, Marikodian found Anko, and Yul Ramen was even more outstanding, and even gave Senjo Hashirama the third place. Pulled over. This time, although Senjo Hashirama is a stranger, he is third in the family, so the popularity is not small, so he was pulled over by the big by Uncle Yul. This follow-up development also made Jin Yang a little bit dumbfounded. How well did Hinata become an advertising star? In fact, apart from the Akamaika clan, because Hinata has become famous, many shops have found Hinata. For a while, Hinata has become a star girl. Even the female ninjas in Jin Yang's family have received a lot of mainly because they are beautiful. I won't mention the digressions for the time being. Akasaka organization has already started to pay attention to the tail beast, but Nagato is. I was quite surprised, but it was a bit interesting. White Zetsu, the scroll of impure world reincarnation, give it to Obito. After Jin Yang has returned to his normal life, he also received news from White Zetsu. Xiao organization is now the last one in the ninja world. Jin Yang also counts on them to fill up their magic encyclopedia percentage, so just keep it. Especially 6 Pain, as long as this thing leaves the most important resurrection of the other few, he can continue to brush it. Read more at fictionzone.net. Of course, just in case, he still asked White Zetsu to hand over the scroll of impure world reincarnation to Obito. After this thing is handed over to them, it will definitely be used by large batches of powerhouses. Then Jin Yang can make a good wave up. Obito and the others are totally unaware that they are working for Jin Yang, and White Zetsu is still Obito's diehard. Of course, when the scroll is handed over to Obito, some things in Jin are removed. For example, if people who know the trick of impure world reincarnation will get rid of the fact that they will get out of control. Impure world reincarnation is known to Uka. Although Orochimaru is used, second generation has already researched most of it. Therefore, Uchiha Madara has also detected this news. Master Jin Yang, what on earth are you planning to do? Why should you give this kind of thing to Uchiha Obito? The vote is a little confused. He has his own, not a machine, and he will also ask questions. You don't have to worry about it, just leave it to him. Jin Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with White Zetsu, and said nothing. In this regard, White Zetsu also shook his head helplessly, and then left with the scroll. A few days later, this thing had already come to Obito. Hands. The filthy soil turns into a positive technique, and it's a good job. With this kind of thing, Rock Shinobi is not a problem. Now, immediately. Find the dead body of the strong man, and when you get the other villages, you can start dealing with Rock Shinobi. Obito looked at the scroll in his hand with excitement at the moment. He never thought that there is such a wonderful technique that can resummon the dead, and then have an immortal body, an infinite chakra, and can be controlled at will. White Zetsu steals. He often uses this point of ninjutsu. After all, people are silent, and peeking at the secret technique is extremely simple. This time White Zetsu also found an excuse. It was after Jin Yang left Rock Shinobi that he took the opportunity to make it. In this case, Uchiha Obito is still afraid of Uchiha Madara and Rock Shinobi, who are farts, so he doesn't care at all. Now it is time to collect the body parts of the tail beast and the dead strong as soon as possible. When the White Zetsu army plus the impure world reincarnation army, he will be invincible, as well as Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama. That's the real horror. Of course, he didn't know that the Senjo brothers had been resurrected, so he had no chance and could only beat other people's ideas. On the other side, Nagato and others' tail beast capture plan has already begun. Although the tail beasts and Jinchuriki are powerful, they can't hold Akatsuki's wonderful organization ability. It is like a hidden. In fact, Akatsuki can take the blood of other people. Then hand it over to Haiden to deal with them one by one. Haiden's real strength is not very strong, even some water, but his technique, as long as he is given blood, unless you are also immortal, anyone will be killed if you replace it. No matter how strong the strength is, if someone penetrates their own heart, they will basically die, except for a few abnormal dust. Akatsuki and Obito have both started their own plans, and the first ones that were recruited were Wild Three Tails and the defected Six Tails Jinchuriki. For Yu Gao and Jin Yang, I really don't have much interest, so I don't care about it. In this way, first Three Tails was caught directly, and then Yu Gao was Zhao Zhao, but Obito quickly noticed some problems. Nagato, why don't you have the 9 seals of the magic dragon and the tail beast? Where is the Gadu statue? After capturing the tail beast, it is reasonable to say that they should seal the tail beast in the body of 10 tails, which is the Gadu statue, to control the tail beast, but now after capturing the tail beast, Nagato has not asked them to help. The seal was issued, and the Gadu statue was gone, which made Obito couldn't help but start suspicion. You don't need to worry about it, the Gadu statue is in a safe place, and I will take care of the tail beast. Nagato doesn't have a good face for Obito, and he himself doesn't know where this stuff is. Now, Yu Gao is dangling by him. As for Three Tails, he is controlled by the black rod made by Rin-Egan. Yes, although it is definitely more difficult than using Gadu statue to control, but it is also controlled anyway. Chapter 165. It seems that Nagato is already wary of me, absolutely. Can I find the location of the Gadu statue? Obito didn't continue to talk nonsense with Nagato, he just felt that Nagato was beginning to doubt him, so he made the final preparations. The Gadu statue was moved by Nagato, but we have determined the location. He is using his own power to seal the tail beast. Black Zetsu said, he is a little funny now, the Gadu statue has already returned to his mother, but he is still fooling Obito now. How could Obito know that these things around him, that's all spies? That's good, keep an eye on them, but Nagato doesn't care. Don't worry about hiding this thing anywhere, as long as Rin-Egan is still there, this thing won't run away. Obito also nodded. He actually doesn't care. As long as the Nagato's Rin-Egan is taken back, it will be okay. As for Uchiha Madara's plan, he has long been left behind, but his thinking is indeed somewhat weird. After the blackening, even if he got the impure world reincarnation technique, he didn't even think about getting Yuan Lin out again, mainly because he believed that there was no one worthy of trust in this world, so he made such a choice. Although the plot was changed by Jin Yang, Uchiha's small plan continued to be executed. Even without Three Tails, Uchiha Madara used Kakashi to kill Lin, causing Obito to collapse. 370 Obito entrusted Nohara Lin to Kakashi once, but Kakashi did not protect Nohara Lin, so although he now has the ability to resurrect Nohara Lin, he does not. Once he captures Rin-Egan of Nagato using the revolving heaven technique, he was dead, and even though Nohara Lin was resurrected, there was no one to protect him, and he couldn't believe anyone else. So from the beginning, he never thought of directly resurrecting Nohara Lin, but planned to create a hollow world. Now that the news was confirmed, Obito did not continue to say anything, but was practicing impure world reincarnation technique. As time passed, 3 tails and 6 tails were caught. After that, Takiguru, who had 7 tails, also had a problem. Directly after being arrested, although other people in their village tried their best to protect Jinchuriki, their strength was far from that of Akatsuki. No need to take a few pain shots, just a group of 2 people rushed into the village to have a meal. Chaos, none of them can stop. 7 tails was caught. After that, Akatsuki set his sights on the last Cloud Shinobi. Read more at fictionzone.net. Cloud Shinobi's defensive strength has always surpassed Taken's defense by a lot, so Akatsuki directly dispatched the 6 pens in this wave, and the door and their thoughts are, let Cloud Shinobi experience the pain. After all, this is their main purpose. As a result, Cloud Shinobi was almost razed to the ground and embarked on the trail of Konoha in the original book. Cloud Shinobi's cry for help, Jinchuriki in their village was directly arrested by Akatsuki, and the village was almost completely destroyed. Ask us Rock Shinobi for help, what do you think? At this moment, there are a lot of people in Tsunade's office, all of them Rock Shinobi. Of course, basically all people on Jinyang's side, and the reason for gathering is Cloud Shinobi's distress letter was on Tsunade's table. In fact, many people already know that Cloud Shinobi was blasted, and White Zetsu's intelligence network it's not, it's just a joke, it's okay for Cloud Shinobi to come directly for help. What they are doing has nothing to do with us, and the Renjiakuyo organization has also left, and their village has been destroyed. In the past, helping them in the past is nothing more than a gun. Terumi May turned over a beautiful Byakugan, the current Cloud Shinobi, and said that it is no better than Konoha after being hollowed out. Pen's original attack attacked Konoha. Although the village was blasted, Naruto's mouth was not carried away. So in the end, the village was lost, but everyone lived. But Cloud Shinobi is different. Now Cloud Shinobi has a chance to be blown into ruins by pain, a super god Luo Tianzhang. Almost all ordinary people are affected to death. Ninjas are not right and are emptied out of 10. If you are lucky, you will do it outside. The mission didn't go back, so I survived. As for the survivors in the village, the authentic 10 does not keep 1. In order to resist foreign enemies, the 4th Ryakai AI was blasted several times by Pen with the Shenluo Tianzhang, and he took a super Shenluo Tianzhang, and his bones were broken a lot. Directly reaching the level of serious injury and hammer death, it can be said that Cloud Shinobi is miserable this time, and it makes people feel terrified. Yes, don't worry about them, the current Cloud Shinobi can't sit in the position of the 5 great shinobi villages. Jinyang also nodded, asking for help. Why are they so stupid? Rock Shinobi is going to help others with this kind of thing, it is not that there is too much to do, so it is completely worthwhile. However, Nagato blasted Cloud Shinobi so decisively, which also surprised Jinyang. Sure enough, Cloud Shinobi became Konoha's substitute. So asking for help or something, I resolutely refused directly, and now Cloud Shinobi does not have the slightest ability to be an enemy with Rock Shinobi. In fact, it is reasonable now that Luo Sha should thank him. Jinyang. If he hadn't taken Xiao He away, San Shinobi would have to follow suit. Of course, Luo Sha's life has become more and more difficult in the past few years. It's not that there is something wrong with the management, but because of Yakang. Yakang was overshadowed by Luo Sha, so after joining Rock Shinobi, with the backstage, Yakang began to madly target San Shinobi. Of course, only people in Luo Sha. After contacting Jinyang, he also knew the darkness of this village is ridiculous for my previous innocence. Although she is not San Shinobi's person, it is impossible to say that she can completely give up her feelings, so she is targeting Rose's subordinates and those betrayed her people. After several times of targeting, Luo Sha also reacted. This way of death, the person killed by Scorch style can still be easily identified. And Yakang didn't have any hidden meanings, but swaggered towards San Shinobi. Although San Shinobi also intends to question Rock Shinobi from a political perspective, Jinyang and others will not give him face at all. Now San Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are like a newly established company and a company with a market value of more than 10 billion. How can this company with a market value of more than 10 billion give this newly established company face? On the same platform, it is naturally a tragedy, and Luosha's subordinates eventually dispersed most of them and transferred to other people's subordinates, because the mortality rate is too high, not to mention the death rate is 100%, but in Luosha the death rate is more than 80%. If you don't run, you are waiting to die. As for the remaining part, they are all civilians. There is no need to go out of the village, so there is no need to worry, and Luosha, the wind and shadow, is also abrupt to make Yakang complete. A polished commander. Chapter 166. The 5-headed beasts outside were directly captured, and Nagato also used a special method to control Jinchuriki, and did not kill them, but controlled it with a black rod. 1 is not enough, just 2, and 2 are not enough. Only 10. He just stabbed these guys into hedgehogs to completely control each other, but these people were also made into a living dead state. Of course, the current Nagato is also very helpless. It was originally expensive, and now it is even more expensive, but it happens. He didn't know where the Gadu statue went. Summoning is gone by someone else, but he can also summoning technique, and Rin-Egan. At the beginning, Gadu statue was, by him summoning, but now summoning has no effect at all, so he can only be hard. Supporting and controlling these Jinchuriki, fortunately, the Black Rod has absolute control over the tail beast, but now he can't throw out the most lethal big move. If you continue to use the tactics of Super God Luo Tianzheng and Planetary Devastation, you can't continue to control these Jinchuriki. It can be said that two super big tricks have been abandoned in exchange for the opportunity to control a few Jinchuriki. But now that Akatsuki's goal has been completed, and there is no follow-up goal, Nagato is also beginning to wonder what he should do next, deterring other villages, but he can't deal with the behemoth Rock Shinobi alone. Nagato, what shall we do next? Will we maintain the status quo? Konan asked. It seems that there is really nothing to do now, except for Rock Shinobi. Other villages regard their Akatsuki organization as their biggest enemy. This situation is what they want to see. With a common enemy, the war will naturally end. It looks like you are very distressed. While they were speaking, a whirlpool appeared in front of them, and then Uzumaki's face, Obito, appeared in front of everyone. Madara, what are you doing again? Nagato looked at Obito with some trepidation. This guy was so mysterious that he couldn't be sure what the other party wanted to do. Why is it that you are very distressed? You have seen it. Now, although other shinobi villages have estimated that there will be no war for a long time because of your deterrence, Rock Shinobi is different. This is a big worry, but if these people rush into Rock Shinobi, you don't need to say anything about the consequences. Obito said deliberately in his own voice. Read more at fictionzone.net. Since you know, then why do you say so much? Nagato asked indifferently. Everyone knows the truth, but what do you want to do? Isn't this bringing you a solution? Since the number of strong people is not enough, and the strength is not enough, then find some strength. Enough, although Rock Shinobi's strength is good, it is not invincible. If you have a few more powerful players, you can naturally get in, such as these. Speaking of the space in front of Obito again a figure appeared in front of Nagato and Konan. How is Third Hokage possible? Isn't Third Hokage dead? What the hell is going on? Konan couldn't help exclaiming. Dacian was in front of them, third-generation movie Sarutobi Hiruzen, but at this moment he was completely controlled by Obito. Calm down, Konan, this person shouldn't be alive. Although Nagato was also a little shocked, he also determined that Dai Hokage was not a living person. The dense cracks on this body could not be faked, and it looked like this. How this is a technique developed by Second Hokage, which can revive the dead. If the shadows of several other villages are completely resurrected, and some powerful men in the ninja world have already passed away, I don't need to say more about the effect. Obito said indifferently. In fact, he is a bit puzzled now. He tried Uchiha Madara and it was indeed successful, but he has not directly used it yet. Uchiha Madara is used as the whole card. But other people, he also tried, first generation and second Hokage all failed. At that time, he thought he was fooled, this technique was useless, but later he found that it was still useful, at least third Hokage, fourth Hokage, these, all of them came out, and so did Danzo. The other thing is, there are many strong people, of course, you can't find the corpse, except, for example, third Raikage, who was directly beaten by Jin Yang, was wiped out, and the world evaporated, as if there were no corpses. But if he can find it, he can use it, and even most of the people killed by Cloud Shinobi this time and those in other Shinobi, the dead powerhouses, add up one by one, then strength is really scary. 0 with their strength. We have the capital to impact Rock Shinobi, and these, people who have been impure world reincarnation have S*X, even if they kill them directly, will recover, it's completely, the immortal body, no matter how terrifying Jin Yang's strength is, he has nothing to stop him in the face of these strong people. Speaking of Obito, he cut off third Hokage's head directly, but he recovered in the next second, even if he stabbed dozens of holes in his body, he would still recover. Are you sure that these people can follow your instructions? Nagato suddenly asked. Although he knew Obito must have a certain purpose, he still needs to do what he should do. As for Obito's conspiracy, it doesn't matter. Nagato is very confident. As long as he is still alive, Obito will do it. Can't make any waves. Of course, I can't use it if I'm not obedient. Obito said very confidently, and Nagato also made a decision at this moment. He was persuaded before, of course, not because of the problem of sending death. If he can achieve his goal, he will die if he is dead, but he knows that if you hit Rock Shinobi, you will die, but it is not certain whether the goal is achieved. That's why he was persuaded at the time, but if Obito can really summon these people again, he doesn't need to worry at all. This power is beyond the control of Rock Shinobi. Even with the invincible existence of Jin Yang has nothing to do with the immortal body. As for the others, they are even weaker, so with the impure world reincarnation army here, Nagato's confidence has followed. But soon he thought of Yahiko, but he gave it up directly. If Obito controls Yahiko, he doesn't know what he will become, so he gave up the idea of letting Obito revive Yahiko. That's good, hold a meeting immediately, and then our goal is Rock Shinobi. There was madness in Nagato's eyes. This was the last step to peace, but he didn't realize that he was actually going further and further on the path of terrorists. They knew the organization, and now it is a real terror. A molecular organization, not a peace organization. Chapter 167. Finally I made a decision, and it is not in vain that I send the dirty soil conversion scroll over. This time, not surprisingly, the percentage of my magic book can also be fully used. Although there are fewer strong people, it is a big deal to brush a little more dirty soil to normalize. The army is ready. When Jin Yang went to another parallel world through the dragon veins, in fact, there were not many soldiers who had been brushed from the dirty soil. Because the battlefield was divided into several, and he appeared on the battlefield where Uchiha Madara was located, so the people who were brushed at the time were not many. That is, the existence of the last few 6 levels gave him a lot of experience. However, these people are under Jin Yang's supervision. After that, he will not let these people come into the village, just stop them outside. But what Jin Yang doesn't know is that at this moment, in Rain Shinobi village, it happened again. One thing. In fact, after Kagaya was resurrected, Lu Dao had already sensed it. Don't look at his 370. He is old and dead, but he continues to live in this world as a soul. He is not to Kagaya, his son's feelings to his mother. It is reasonable to say that although Kagaya broke the seal, Kagaya is not doing anything now, but has become a real home squatting, so he can't control it, because this time he also stood on the stepping stone of righteousness. It's unstable. But Kagaya got out of trouble, he was unhappy. This guy is quite stingy, he thinks Kagaya may threaten him after he comes out, although he is just a soul, but if Kagaya really wants to, he can still deal with it. Even if he didn't do it now, he would deal with himself when he didn't know what to do, so he still chose to do it first. Thousands of years ago, he could do such a thing. After 1,000 years, the so-called mother-child friendship has long been dissipated. For his own safety, he decided to do something, but this time he knew that Ashura and Indra could not be used, so he focused on the last one. A chess piece, Nagato. Although Rin-Egan is not owned by the leaders, he can also come and hang it. It's like Uchiha Madara spent so many years starting Rin-Egan, and after swallowing the tail beast, he entered the 6 levels, but he can instantly make Naruto and the second 2 pillars enter this level, nothing more than. The watch burst instantly. At this moment, in Rain Shinobi village, Nagato originally planned to take a rest, but suddenly realized that his surroundings seemed to have changed. He appeared in a special space, which was very peculiar, like standing on the water. Read more at fictionzone.net. But soon he found that there was something in front of him. It was an old man who was very weird in appearance and dress, and most importantly, he saw the other person's eyes. He couldn't be more familiar with these eyes. Rin-Egan. Who are you and where are you? You also have Rin-Egan, so you took the Gadu statue away. Nagato asked his own questions in a series of questions, and he found that he was not the original, because he didn't have those black sticks, and he could act freely. You really have a lot of questions, so let's do it first. The old man's name is Ōtsutsuki Hago Romo, but you probably don't know the old man's name, but you should have another name. The old man is, to be called by later generations. For the existence of Sage of Six Paths, this time I come to you, and there is something to get rid of you, here. I first talk about the specific situation now. With that said, Sage of Six Paths didn't wait for Nagato to continue to inquire, and started to explain the original things on his own, but he slightly modified some things, such as hiding the real purpose, but from the perspective of justice. Kagaya was sealed by the great righteous extermination. Only when I clarified my past events clearly did I get to the topic. The Gadu statue is, the main body of 10 Tails. Before, the Gadu statue was taken away by summoning, and the mother who had already escaped absorbed it, and your Rin-Egan is not from your blood. Rin-Egan, the Vortex family will never be opened. Having said these 6 ways, he also told the source of Nagato's eyes. He has no other way now. He wants to take the initiative, but he can't find the opportunity. Now Kagaya, the only thing he knows is that the other party is out of trouble. He took away 10 Tails' body again, but he didn't know why Kagaya didn't collect other tail beasts. His Sage of Six Paths is not all-knowing and omnipotent. How could he have thought that Jin Yang would travel through the dragon veins to parallel time and space, and he would also get back the tail beast of others, and Kagaya also opened Tenseigan, and the combat experience was also complemented. These, he didn't know about Sage of Six Paths, and he didn't dare to investigate Kagaya's situation. Once he was caught by Kagaya, his consequences could be imagined. He was puzzled. That's why Kagaya didn't even collect the tail beasts after he got out of trouble. I was a little puzzled. Of course, if he knew that Kagaya had reached its heyday, then he would definitely run to hide in the first place, and he would definitely not dare to come out and do something. Still, staying in the situation where Kagaya only has one shell, the strength is very weak, so I plan to use Nagato to seal Kagaya again. Kagaya hasn't recovered yet. No wonder, it's ridiculous. My eyes are not my own, and they made me like this. Nagato suddenly felt a little ridiculous. Through the explanation of Sage of Six Paths, he knew that this eye belongs to someone else, and that it is a tool that others use to do things with him. It can be said that the Six Paths will directly poke everything out. Although this pair of eyes is not yours, the old man can teach you yin and yang escape. Even if the side effects of the eyes cannot be completely eliminated, it can also restore your freedom of action, reach the peak of strength again, and even surpass the peak, and barely reach the same level as the old man. The old man is already dead, and he can't interfere with the current affairs himself, so I can only rely on you. Liudeo said, Nagato is always the Whirlpool family. Although it is not the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra, he also has 2 chakras in his hands. He himself is the father of those 2 people. It is too simple to give up this kind of thing. For thousands of years, he hasn't improved at all. 3. Knowing that this product can bring the soul directly from the Pure Land, it can be seen that this product has almost mastered the Pure Land. Therefore, it is not a big problem to open a link to Nagato, and Nagato has a few head and tail beasts. Others may not be able to seal multiple tail beasts in the body, but Nagato is completely possible. He is also a Vortex family, plus Rin-Egan and Liudeo. For him it's not too much of a problem to barely reach the 6 levels. At this moment, Nagato has been completely fooled by the 6 ways. After all, the 6 ways belong to the ancestor level. They did not interfere with the ninja world before, but interfered after Kagaya came out. So Nagato did not have too much doubt. The most important point. Liudeo is still relying on this point, and Nagato is also for peace. In that case, there is nothing to say. Chapter 168. With the help of the 6 paths, Nagato gained the yin and yang escape. Although he couldn't make the Rin-Egan a perfect fusion, it was basically not much different. With Rin-Egan's power mastered, Nagato's body began to recover quickly, and the black stick on his hands and back was quickly forced out, and the whole person walked directly out of the huge machine. It feels good to recover, but it's still the last step. According to Sage of Six Paths, although the tail beasts here are uneven and there is no 10 tails body, the five-headed tail beast is enough. Nagato did not hesitate, and directly absorbed all the tail beasts under his control into his body. The beast was absorbed, and all Jinchuriki died suddenly. Only one three tails was directly absorbed. As for the other Jinchuriki, they were all dead. After absorbing the tail beast, Nagato, who was supplemented by a large amount of chakra, changed his body again, turning into a white, and appeared a cloak on his body, a Zen stick appeared in his hand, and a truth-seeking ball appeared behind him. However, Nagato is still not a complete version, so there is no way 02 to become. It is as complete as Uchiha Madara, and somewhat similar to the incomplete form of Uchiha Obito, but it is also more complete than Uchiha Obito, which is considered to be a 6th level. Now his strength is, being above Obito, becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki, at the same level as Ryudeo Naruto and others. This is the benefit of Ryudeo Songhang. Sage of 6 Paths is the same level of strength as Sage of 6 Paths. What Sage of 6 Paths said is right, there are indeed a lot of eyes in this dark place. While talking, the truth-seeking ball behind Nagato rushed directly into the ground, and instantly cleared the white Zetsu who was monitoring him. He could not find it before, but now that he has reached this level, white Zetsu has not escaped his eyes. Up! Nagato, what happened? It happened. Konan quickly rushed over after hearing the movement, but after seeing Nagato, she couldn't help being stunned. Nagato is like this now, it is really weird, like a different person. Konan, don't worry, I'm just taking a step towards a higher level. Now I have a level of Sage of 6 Paths combat power, Rock Shinobi, will no longer be a threat. Nagato said that he told Konan about the situation in Sage of 6 Paths before. Konan is the only person he can trust unconditionally. Of course, he will not conceal this kind of thing too much, so he directly told Konan the news. Read more at fictionzone.net. Konan was shocked and speechless. This kind of thing is like listening to a fairy tale. For her, she always feels a bit weird. Of course, Konan, who is not as paranoid as Nagato, is always worried about Sage of 6 Paths' purpose. Nagato's heart has been completely distorted because of Yahiko's death. In this case, he will not doubt Sage of 6 Paths too much, or it is not a big deal to doubt. Even if he is exploited, he can achieve his own purpose. It's like he knew that Uchiha gangsters had bad intentions from the beginning, and now it is the same. He knows very well that the other party will definitely not give him such benefits in vain, but then Uzumaki Nagato only needs to do what he needs to do. Enough, the other is just incidental. Therefore, even if Nagato knew that others were using him, he still chose to cooperate with Fang, because this did not conflict with his purpose. Even if it conflicts, he is confident that he will start the so-called conspiracy. Okay, Konan, I don't need to talk about this matter anymore. Go and inform others, gather directly, and speed up. We will launch the general attack on Rock Shinobi as soon as possible. Nagato didn't hesitate anymore. He got this power, the impure world reincarnation technique of Earth. He didn't believe that he couldn't get a Rock Shinobi. As for the killed white Zetsu, he would only think that Obito sent it to monitor him. Jin Yang is also hidden behind the scenes. On the other side, the death of white Zetsu's clone can be sensed, so Jin Yang naturally got the news the first time. White Zetsu shouldn't be dead, even Rin-Egan of Nagato can't find white Zetsu, maybe something unexpected happened. Jin Yang is very surprised, but he hasn't exposed yet. White Zetsu is obviously Obito's person, so he doesn't care at all, but since the other party killed the clone of white Zetsu, it means that something must have happened. At this point, Jin Yang directly activated the magic enchantment he had prepared long ago, and directly enveloped the entire Rock Shinobi, and asked white Zetsu to call all the four-headed beasts back, and Jin Yang's series of actions were also alarmed. The rest of Rock Shinobi. What's the matter? Why did the enchantment suddenly start? Jin Yang suddenly activated the enchantment and naturally alarmed the others. It's nothing, it's just that this time there has been a little change in the Akatsuki organization. Not surprisingly, they will come and attack soon, but it's not a problem. They are already prepared, at least they can't come in here. This level of barrier is enough to block them. Jin Yang didn't panic at all, but in order to prevent someone from stealing the house or spreading to Rock Shinobi, he activated the barrier. This barrier was prepared in the past, and only people he trusts have control. Can be activated and removed. However, Jin Yang launched it to prevent his home from being stolen. He wouldn't be foolishly waiting for the opponent to call. What happened? On the other side of the face, Jin Yang usually does things, but there is no change in 370. Does the change mean that he is out of control? An individual puts on an expression that the sky has fallen. Okay, although this matter has changed a little, but it was only White Zetsu that had some changes, and White Zetsu, who was in charge of monitoring, was killed. But it's not a big deal. When Jin Yang thinks that he feels a little bit casually, these people become nervous like this. Is it necessary? I don't say too much, there is still a Kagaya in the village. When people sit here, whoever comes here is not asking for death. Although that is the case, the subsequent investigation seems to have been interrupted directly. It would be very troublesome if there is no source of intelligence. Tsunade frowned. After lack of information, it was difficult to determine the movement of the East, which was quite troublesome. What makes you think I only have an intelligence network like White Zetsu? I have other methods, but the dynamics are definitely much larger than White Zetsu. Under normal circumstances, I don't plan to use it, but now I know it seems that there is no need to worry about organizational use. Jin Yang said that he had more detection methods, and White Zetsu was just one of them. Chapter 169. In fact, as far as Jin Yang is concerned, it is very simple for him to probe the other party's bottom, and he can go directly by himself, anyway, with space movement, or other perception magic, or directly let the thinking body pass. There are more ways to go. The dead White Zetsu are only a few, and the other Akatsuki members are still being monitored, but it will be sooner or later that they are unplugged, so Jin Yang now plans to use a little other method. Anyway, no need now. If you care about this, it's absolute that Akatsuki will call the door. Eye of Insight. Jin Yang activated this magic. This magic is the magic used by Irene. After using it, it will form a huge eye above the target. The scope of the eye is even larger than that of the city. Although the movement is a bit larger, it is also no harm is done. Jin Yang didn't pay attention to the other Akatsuki members, which is not worthy of his attention, and what he wants to see is what happened to Nagato, and even killed White Zetsu, which is unexpected. Above Rain Shinobi village, a huge eye with a scarlet cross appeared in the center. Its coverage extends beyond the entire Rain Shinobi village, just staring directly at the Rain Shinobi village below. With such a huge eye appearing, anyone who saw the eye basically sat down on the ground in fright, staring at the huge eye in the sky incredibly. Then, what is that eye? Why are there such huge eyes? Looking at the eyes in the sky, they really can't understand what is going on with such eyes. How can such huge eyes exist in this world? Gods have such power. What the hell is this? At this moment, after Konan was attracted by the commotion outside, he also saw the huge eyes in the sky. Watching this scene incredible, with the huge eyes of the entire Rain Shinobi village. No, it is even bigger. Where are such huge eyes? What also popped out is who has such huge eyes. This should be a special technique, but this is the first time I have seen such a peculiar technique. Is this blatant investigative intelligence? Nagato also walked out at this moment, looking blankly at the eyes above. If it is only to detect intelligence, is this movement too big? This is a blatant look. Tell you, I'm here to investigate intelligence. Then it doesn't matter, read more at fictionzone.net. I don't care about the feelings of the people being observed. It feels like this eye, as if a god is inspecting an ant on the ground. Nagato is the first time to be treated as an ant, and he usually plays the role of a god himself. And through the eyes of insight, Jin Yang also saw the change of Nagato at this moment. It is so obvious that it has become the six-dimensional mode. It is really easy to recognize. At a glance, you can see it is really interesting. I even entered the six-dimensional mode. Six paths mode, so to speak. No one can do it except Sage of Six Paths. Lao Yanbai. Jin Yang directly retracted the Eye of Insight. Now that he has seen what the change is, there is no need to watch it anymore. In the entire ninja realm, People can enter the 6-way mode, and only Kagaya has the 6 ways. However, the conditions will be very harsh, so Lu Dao chose Nagato at this moment, and not everyone has this qualification. Did it disappear? It seems that our information has already been taken. If this is the case, there is no need to continue preparing. Although Nagato doesn't know why someone will come to investigate this not, since Kagaya is in the opponent's camp, it is possible how to detect the existence of Sage of 6 Paths, just like 6 Paths can detect Kagaya breaking the seal. Lu Dao couldn't find a chance to intervene before, so he only started doing it now, and he, Nagato, almost guessed who it was. Okay, everyone go to rest, I will take care of tomorrow's affairs myself, and they can't run to Rock Shinobi in one night. Jin Yang said, take a break first, and then wait until tomorrow he will take care of it himself. It is already night, and there is no need to go by overnight. He will not let these people run to Rock Shinobi to fight, so he will directly dispatch and place the battlefield where their Akatsuki organization is. Everyone didn't care after seeing Jin Yang understand the specific situation. They naturally didn't care anymore. Should they go to rest or go to rest, and Nagato's side, because the information was completely taken away, so they simply took Konan overnight. Acted, the other Akatsuki members also went directly to Rock Shinobi, which is the meaning of Nagato. They originally planned to go to Rock Shinobi after gathering, but now that this kind of thing happens, Nagato is too lazy to wait, and Nagato is now at the level of 6 and can detect White Zetsu's surveillance, so Obito can't find Nagato's trace. In desperation, Obito could only send his own dirty soil conversion army to start the action. Except for, Rock Shinobi's people are still there. Aside from taking a break, Akatsuki's organization is rushing out, and it's already very busy. Time passed quietly, and one night passed by in the blink of an eye. The next morning, no other people were called. These guys are all experience packs. How can he leave the class to other people to deal with, so don't say anything. I went straight on my own. However, the Xiao organization did not get together because the action was too hasty, so Jin Yang simply activated the magic directly and sent these people directly together remotely. It can be said that these people have been moved by space. Jin Yang can easily do this now. He can even directly shatter the ninja world and reorganize the world, reconstruct the magic, but now there is no need to spend so much trouble, but he bringing these people together. It was also Xiao's that shocked the people in Xiao's organization. This is, what's the matter, aren't we on the way? How come we suddenly appear here? Kisame looked at several colleagues around him unexpectedly. Their teams were separated. He and Uchiha Itachi were also on the way, but suddenly people appeared here, and he couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, Kisame does not have same hata in his hands, but his strength is still good. As for Uchiha Itachi, without Manjikyo, it can be said that he has been weakened a lot, but his own strength is also good. What a weird method, it brought us all together. Sasori is also a little surprised to hide in the puppet at this moment. Although he has transformed himself into a puppet, it does not mean that he has no feelings. At this moment, surprise is also inevitable. Chapter 170. What kind of place is here? It's really dead and not letting people live in peace. At this moment, in addition to the members of the Akatsuki organization, there are also a large number of impure world reincarnation beings. They are used in the original work of dirt transformation. Although Uchiha Madara is also released, there are many he couldn't find the human body. For example, Jiraiya has many people who died in the past, but Obito is different, he has White Zetsu. Under Jin Yang's order, White Zetsu tried his best to help Obito find the materials needed for impure world reincarnation, so that the existence of Obito impure world reincarnation is more than what it can get out. At this moment, the person speaking is second Mizukage, Mustache Ghost Lantern Moon, and there are many shadow-level powerhouses nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Hanzo, the shadows of various villages and shadow-level powerhouses. There are still a lot. Even less even Heitake Sakumo is inside. At this moment, Heitake Sakumo is also confused. He was summoned before, and now he is here again, and there is still no end to it. Anyway, his whole person is not good, he has already planned to go to the Pure Land. It turned him out again. But there is no way, who called him Heitake Sakumo. Konoha White Fang, a shadow-level powerhouse, so Obito would not let go of any high-end combat power, so he was also taken out. For this, Heitake Shomao is 370 really has nothing to say. This place has become a place like a vegetable market, mainly because there are too many people, and how many, the kind that used to be a little bit grudge. At the same time, the other two directions, Nagato and Konan hiding in the dark, it was also extremely surprised, because these people were transferred based on their location. It's just that there is still a distance from them, they are not exposed to everyone, but since the other party moved people here, doesn't it mean that their whereabouts have been exposed? Nagato suddenly felt a strong feeling about this. A sense of powerlessness. How did this happen? Even if he entered the 6 levels, he didn't have such a weird means. And in the other direction, Uchiha Obito at this moment is also stunned. He is still hiding in a dark corner and planning everything, and he is also transferred here, but Jin Yang has not directly exposed his whereabouts, so he is still in a hidden state, but like Nagato, his heart is cold now. They were all transferred by others, doesn't that mean they were exposed? But Obito is not very panicked, because he still has Mangekyou's hollow, and as long as he is hollow, others will not take him. Everyone, this is not a vegetable market, can I trouble you to be quiet? At this moment, there was a pot of porridge, Jin Yang couldn't stand it anymore, and he simply appeared in front of everyone. Jin Yang. Read more at fictionzone.net. Everyone who knew Jin Yang had a face change, and people who didn't know him, and watching the reactions of other people, knew that this was definitely not a simple character. The people of Rock Shinobi are our village. After seeing the Rock Shinobi mark on Jin Yang, second Ōtsutsuki squinted. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Nagato, who controls Pen, didn't say anything, but he threw out a big move. These years, in addition to the power of the sun that was initially shown, the other party also showed the ability, such as one day. Within the feat of transporting 100,000 people to Rock Shinobi, now that Jin Yang appears, it is basically, the other party's ability. And the other party is Rock Shinobi's person, that is the enemy. Nagato doesn't do anything directly, and he throws it out when he sends Shen Luo Tianzheng. Hey, is there any mistake, boss, we are still here. Heavenly Dao Pain was lost, and other people were naturally affected, but Pain would not answer any of their questions. Just do it when you meet, there are not many people who are ruthless, but such things can't hurt me. Without any fancy, Jin Yang drew out the magic axe Rita, and directly struck it with an axe. The repulsive force of Shen Luo Tianzheng collided with the axe, and Jin Yang's axe directly split the repulsive force of Shen Luo Tianzheng without hindrance. Although Nagato has reached the 6th level, Jin Yang is not. Naruto's tail beast state, the repulsive force is directly torn a huge hole by Jin Yang easily, unable to get close to Jin Yang, this is the ultimate strength. Seeing Jin Yang easily split the Shen Luo Tianzheng, Tiandao Pain directly stopped the action in his hand, and other Pain quickly followed, with rockets, various techniques, and a lot of summoning beasts directly to Jin Yang. Toss. The trick is, it's fancy, but it's a bit impractical, shrink it. Jin Yang directly activated the magic. It was originally responsible for the summoning beast the size of a small hill, and it was directly reduced to an ant. Jin Yang stepped on it directly, and instantly broke his bones. As for the split dog, the reason it splits is because it has no attack power. The upper limit is reached, but once the upper limit is exceeded, the split is a joke. Except for Hell Dao and Heaven Dao, the other 6 penins and summoning beasts were all trampled out, and Jin Yang's percentage of stagnation for a long time finally began to fluctuate. Is this the people in your village are a bit too powerful? Looking at such a hot scene, Ghost Lantern Huanyu looked at Wuvendao. These two are the same, but seeing such a talent in the other's village, he is also a little envious, jealous, and hate. Why not in his own village talents? How can the old man know that after all, he has been dead for so many years, but he should indeed be our Rock Shinobi person. At this moment, it is inevitable that the mood is a lot better. Although he is controlled by others, the younger generation is strong, but he has just fallen off and found that his body cannot be controlled, including the existence of other drawing reincarnations. Jin Yang rushed over there. Damn, Junior, be careful, we can't control our own. Before the words were finished, the unconsciousness disappeared, and it was completely controlled, and other drawing reincarnations were also like this. They were directly controlled completely, without consciousness, they only knew that they would continue to move toward Jin Yang as a dead man. Pouring in. And Wu hasn't rushed to Jin Yang yet, just, a blast of dust escapes, and the power of dust escape is indeed very good, but Jin Yang is not even afraid of truth-seeking ball, let alone this dust. After escaping, a little sun was thrown over, and the dust was completely wiped out in an instant. By the way, the non-surgeon and the surrounding shadow-level powerhouses were blown to dust. In fact, Jin Yang can remove the dirty soil and turn it right, but this thing is used to gain experience, he is not so stupid, and he has to keep it. Chapter 171. This monster, do we have to participate in this kind of battle? Watching Jin Yang face dozens of shadow-level powerhouses with ease, and easily destroy the opponent directly, Impure World Reincarnation was beaten to death again and again, and Six Pain also seemed to be a car repair shop. The repair of Hell Road has never stopped. Only Jin Yang seemed to be an invincible god of war. Faced with these guys frantically beating and fighting with wheels, there was no change at all. If the attack could not come to him, he would be burned out by the flames. Regardless of what kind of attack do you use, explosions, various attributes, a few as if you are in an invincible field, and the tricks you use are dazzling, flames, storms, water currents, shock waves, etc. Don't throw money away. At this moment, the other people in the Xiao organization can't get close. This is a battle between the invincible god of war and the undead. They can't interfere at all, but there are also kinds of crazy, such as Haiden. It's really great. If you dedicate this kind of guy to Lord Thulhu, you will definitely get a reward. Haiden looked crazy, and then rushed in. Nagato and Obito, who knew Haiden's abilities, were actually planning to let people take Jin Yang's blood, but the people they controlled couldn't even get close, which was extremely embarrassing. Is this the little devil back then that has reached such a level? At this moment, next to Uchiha Obito, a person has appeared again. This person is Uchiha Madara. 4. Obito resurrected him with Impure World Reincarnation. Although he is not happy, he also knows Obito's careful thinking, but Jin Yang's strength, it really attracted him. Yes, that's that guy. You said at the beginning that he is destined to be unable to become a top powerhouse, but there seems to be something wrong with your prediction. This guy's strength is enough to suppress the entire ninja world. Uchiha Obito said, don't be too perverted. Is it difficult to deal with these people? I and Hashirama can do the same. Before resurrecting, let me try his strength first. Read more at fictionzone.net. After talking about Uchiha Madara, he planned to join the battle, but before he could do it, he saw Tiendao Pain directly cohesively throw a small black ball into the sky. Planetary devastation, then look at it again. Uchiha Madara did not rush to participate in the war, but chose to wait and see. The power of this trick is not small at all. If you don't destroy the core directly before forming, then you need a strong strength to break. The small black ball condensed by Tiendao Pain directly burst out terrifying gravity, lifting the ground a little bit. You know, the current Nagato is a real 6th level, so this power is also dozens of times greater than when it was against Naruto. Much. The horrible gravity even lifted it up directly. Uchiha Madara, who saw this scene, couldn't help but squinted his eyes. He knew how expensive this trick was, and whether the length was a bit too exaggerated. The use of this kind of trick will definitely consume a lot of money. He doubts whether Nagato can afford it. But before he could react, a huge meteor suddenly fell in the sky, directly bombarding the planetary devastation, and the entire planetary devastation was smashed in an instant, and the stream and the fragments of the planetary devastation turned into streamers from all directions. Rushing to the ground is almost as powerful as a missile washing the ground. Naturally, This move was Jin Yang's use of star collapse. The 10 meteorites he summoned could not even stop the 6 states of Naruto and Er2 pillars. This planetary devastation was enough to explode in one shot. What I am after is eternity, but I don't want to fold it directly, here. After seeing this scene, Sasori decisively dropped a word and ran away. Just kidding, he pursues eternal art, otherwise he won't transform himself into a puppet. He doesn't want to die. He organized his life for Akatsuki before, completely. It's because the other party is a huge organization, which is beneficial to him, but letting his life take care of it is a foolish dream. Bump! Before the person ran far, Sasori directly hit a barrier, and then a strange pattern rose up, and a few large characters appeared in the sky. What does it mean to be unable to leave without the end of the battle? Seeing the big characters appearing above, Sasori's face showed a ridiculous expression. What is this? But Sasori tried to attack a few times. Even if third Kaze cage was dispatched, he couldn't break it. 0. This is spell magic, and spell magic has a very special point, that is, the rules represent everything. If you want to break it, you must meet the above conditions or directly use huge magic power to break the spell magic. But the magic required for this is quite terrifying, so Sasori and the others can't do it, and the condition to meet is, the battle is over, that is to say, Jin Yang is one side, and the others are the other side. Only one of them can win. Only when the conditions are met will the magic barrier be opened, otherwise the evil will not want to go out. Jin Yang has turned this place into a huge trial field at this moment. He is here to learn experience. You can't run away from experience packs. Xiao organization is not a single mind. This is for sure. I can't understand it, but it's impossible to run out now. At this moment, Jin Yang, who was on the battlefield, naturally sensed that someone had triggered the technique, but he didn't care. Now his percentage is rising steadily. It seems that Nagato and Obito are too. This guy is planning to fight him attrition. Obito uses dirty soil to transform and has Senju Hashirama cells, so the amount of chakra is not a problem, and Nagato, even reaching the 6th level, doesn't care about chakra anymore. They just want to weaken Jin Yang, it's that simple. But how do they know that Jin Yang has an almost endless source of energy, and it is still getting stronger with the passage of time? In this way, the percentage went up frantically under these people's death, and finally rushed to the top. Finished. At the moment it reached 100%, Jin Yang felt that the energy in his body had once again rushed up a large amount, and quickly began to continue to fusion, but this fusion still took some time to complete. At that time, the two energies will be perfectly fused, and his strength will go further. It will not be limited to the strength of the people who are the source of power, but will go further and reach a higher level. After the completion, the power in Jin Yang's body suddenly exploded, forming a huge coercive inch. Chapter 172. At this moment, Jin Yang has almost turned into the real sun, and the terrifying magic is gushing out, as if it was during the serious island level examination. Naz faced Gildas, and the huge power spurted, making the entire ninja world. They were all caught in coercion, and the ground began to tremble slowly. Jin Yang's power surged, and the whole world directly trembling followed. This is the ultimate performance of power. How is it possible? What kind of power this is? It makes me feel a little trembling, and the body of the dirty soil turned righteous. It is a little unbearable under the huge pressure. Uchiha Madara looked at Jin Yang, who looked like the second sun in the sky, with horror. His impure world reincarnation body began to collapse because of the terror pressure. What level of power can this be able to achieve him? No 370. The law understands, but this coercion comes and goes fast. Jin Yang instantly fully absorbed his power, just like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who can rewrite the map in the ninja world. Jin Yang now even the entire ninja world can be wiped out, so this energy can't be scattered. It will not be good if it spreads to one's own people. Let me see what the third draw is. I am really looking forward to it. Jin Yang is too lazy to care about the people below. The second ability is complete, which means that the third draw can also be carried out. In this case, don't waste the following surprise packs, just try to get the third ability. Accumulate a little experience. Soon, the third ability draw came out. "Hi, this thing is too much, why did you even take out this stuff? Wait a minute, this ability won't let my hair fall out." Jin Yang looked at the newly extracted ability with some amazement. "This ability is a bit too much, and the full name of this thing is Saitama Teacher's Limiter, which is the third ability. No one should know who Saitama is. The legendary bald devil, after the Limiter is opened, he can jump from the moon to the ground in an instant. Note that this is using absolute brute force to almost trample the moon with 1 foot. Broken, read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang can do this, but he uses magic to move, not pure brute force. As far as brute force is concerned, he can't do this, and it's just a very easy jump, even if it is full of strength." Poros, who was also wiped out by this serious series. What is the upper limit of Saitama's strength is not clear at all, and he has only turned on the Limiter for 3 years, only 3 years, give him 30 years, and what will it look like after 30 years? Jin Yang feels his scalp tingling. However, Jin Yang is also a little worried. Because of the Limiter, Saitama has lost part of his feelings. Besides, his hair fell out. He doesn't want to be like this, Wang or something, I don't want to be. Forget it, Laozi doesn't believe it yet, even if it's a bald head now, I will have other abilities in the future, and I still have magic and grace, and I won't necessarily lose my hair. Jin Yang definitely can't abandon this ability. Once this ability is abandoned, there will be no follow-up. He still doesn't believe it. With such a strong strength, he will still lose hair. Even if this ability cannot be resisted, it still loses hair, but there will also be other abilities in the future, which are much better than the Limiter, so Jin Yang thought about it and didn't care. However, just when Jin Yang let go of all this information was directly instilled into his mind. At this moment, he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. What he got was Saitama's craftsman. But now this ability is based on the percentage to determine the ability to open the Limiter, rather than directly inheriting Saitama's power, which means that once he fully fills this ability percentage, then it will be perfectly looking at the Limiter. There will be no side effects, such as hair loss and loss of feelings. So Saitama's Limiter is actually not fully opened, right, as long as I fully open it. Jin Yang also understood that this thing has nothing to do with strength this time. It is mainly the opening degree of the Limiter. As long as it is turned on a little bit, his strength will start to rise, which is equivalent to opening a part of the Limiter. And as the percentage gets higher and higher, the speed of improvement will get faster and faster. This time Jin Yang I didn't expect it, I thought he would gain Saitama's power, I didn't expect it. It's just a simple Limiter 0, but that's okay. Jin Yang doesn't want to become a bald devil himself, and lose his feelings. However, the percentage of this ability must also be raised as soon as possible. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't mention it. Now a small part has been opened. Although it is small, his strength is also growing, but the difference is that it costs in this state. It is estimated that the question set for 1,000 years is not as good as the 1 year after waiting for 100%. And because this ability is an auxiliary ability, any ability he uses, the percentage will be attributed to the Limiter. Until the Limiter percentage is full. It's really good, this ability is simply, 1,000,000 gold oil, as long as it reaches the extreme. Jin Yang is very happy now. To be honest, the power of the mysterious side is enough for the time being. A magic encyclopedia has almost cultivated him into an almighty level existence, and the combat power is also included. There is also a sun grace, and the combination of the two is also invincible. Now there is another Limiter. Through the Limiter, he can continuously increase his physical strength and even his energy level. This is the real ability. At this moment, Jin Yang was happy, and once again rushed to the enemy pile below. A new round of brutality began, but Uchiha Madara, even if he has already seen Jin Yang the strength, but he also found it incredible. This is 3-1 at the beginning, he even looked down on people, but now he trembles, which makes his proud heart intolerable. So Uchiha Madara directly asked Obito to stop the other impure world reincarnation. If this continues, he will not be able to do other things except for himself being consumed, and he intends to directly challenge Jin Yang. Seeing that all the strong players who came out of Impure World reincarnation had disappeared, Jin Yang was also a little speechless, and the experience pack was gone this time, but he was very satisfied to be able to train the second ability to the full. As for the others, let's talk about it later. It's a big deal to wait for 50 years until the dragon veins are opened, and then the effect is the same. As for Uchiha Madara, if it is 6 Madara, he is still interested. Uchiha Madara, Jin in this state Yang couldn't raise any interest anymore. Chapter 173. Uchiha Madara has admitted your strength, let's fight. After the disappearance of other Impure World reincarnation powerhouses, Uchiha Madara came to Jin Yang. At the beginning, he looked down on Jin Yang and believed that Ōtsutsuki is supreme, and there is no threat or attraction to him without the blood of the Ōtsutsuki clan. However, Jin Yang's performance today made him seem to see another enemy who can rival him besides Senjo Hashirama, so Uchiha Madara's fighting spirit is high at the moment, and Obito withdraws from other Impure Worlds. Reincarnation powerhouse, got on himself. I don't seem to need you to admit my strength, it's a pity, those guys are very good experience packs, and also, I can't afford the slightest fighting spirit for you now. Jin Yang doesn't know what he should say. Uchiha Madara, what's so good about Uchiha Madara? I can feel the momentum just now. Is that momentum really something he can bear? And Jin Yang has already played against Uchiha Madara, and it's even stronger Uchiha Madara, so for this Uchiha Madara, he has no interest at all, and he doesn't even want to use the history of the corpse. When Jin Yang said so, Uchiha Madara's face was full of anger, and the whole face was directly frozen. What is it to look down on him? Uchiha Madara? Apart from anything else, Uchiha Madara directly activated Susanoo. He has seen Jin Yang's strength, so he started the big move at the first time. He never thought that he was dignified Uchiha Madara, only he looked down on others, how could anyone look down on himself, so after using Susanoo's weapon with a pull, he slammed down at Jin Yang. Boom! However, the weapon in Susanoo's hand directly collided with the magic axe Rita in Jin Yang's hand. In an instant, the huge weapon in Susanoo's hand was directly cut in half, and this axe not only split the weapon, it was huge. Susanoo was split directly from the center, and Uchiha Madara, who was at the center of his eyebrows, was turned into 2 halves. How can it be? At this moment, an incredible look finally appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. He couldn't hold the power of this axe at all. With this, his body and Susanoo were directly scrapped. If it weren't for he is now in the Impure World reincarnation state, it is estimated that he can't die anymore. Nagato, aren't you coming out yet? The only thing that is worth seeing here is you. Read more at fictionzone.net. After Jin Yang smashed Uchiha Madara with an axe, he said in the direction of Nagato, almost without any interval, a white figure flew out directly, and then fell in front of Jin Yang, and behind him, there was Konan. Konan also used his own paper to make wings and flew over. What the hell is going on with Nagato's posture? Uchiha Obito, who is slowly recovering from Uchiha Madara's continued observation, couldn't help but stun. What is this situation? Nagato's posture is completely unimaginable, and the thing, Uchiha Madara has also guessed that it is truth-seeking ball. Uchiha Madara? Thank you very much. Without you, maybe I won't be where I am today. Nagato shook his head. Through Sage of 6 Paths, he already knew the specific identities of the guys lurking around him, including the origin of his eyes. You know. Uchiha Madara was taken aback again, and so was Obito. Then their expressions changed from shocked to puzzled. Why would Nagato know that Rinnegan came from Uchiha Madara? Of course, Uchiha Obito, you still haven't come out. Nagato said and looked in one of the directions. This is where Obito is hidden. As for Jin Yang, he looks like watching a play at the moment. He just takes out a small bench and eats melon seeds. Now this scene it's interesting. Damn it, what the hell is going wrong, what the hell is this guy? Obito didn't mean to hide it. In fact, his whereabouts were under Jin Yang's control from the beginning. Although he changed positions, he couldn't escape Jin Yang's sight. Your changes should be caused by Sage of 6 Paths. At this time, when the Uchiha duo was dumbfounded, Jin Yang spoke up. Besides, 6 Dao, he couldn't think of anyone else who could bring such a huge change to Nagato. Well, you know Sage of Six Paths is also right, after all, the mother of Sage of Six Paths is with you, Rock Shinobi. Nagato was a little surprised, but after another thought, although he has 6 ways to help, it is not surprising that he also has Kagaya to help. But at this moment, after the Uchiha duo heard the conversation between Nagato and Jin Yang, the two turned into black question mark faces together. What is the situation? What are these two bastards talking about? How can they even both Sage of Six Paths and his mother? Pulling in and looking at it, it seems that these two people are playing a game behind, which makes people feel unclear. Of course, in fact, Uchiha Madara is the most confused. He knows a lot of secrets, but now he suddenly feels whether his original choice was wrong and whether he died too early. How long has this been dead? How come the world has changed after coming out, and the now dead Sage of Six Paths and the sealed Kagaya have all popped out? What is the 370 situation? Uchiha Madara feels that the situation he has controlled is completely away from him. He himself is like a clown. He does not even understand the situation as much as the other party. This is the first time that he feels. Kagaya is indeed at Rock Shinobi, but is that guy in Liudeo a bit too much? Why should he keep holding on to his mother? It's not enough time to seal people for thousands of years. Jin Yang doesn't know how to evaluate the 6 ways. It's really a daughter-in-law who has forgotten her mother. And after thousands of years of time passed, this kind of affection has completely turned into nothingness. Kagaya is still unlucky. Why did she give birth? What about such a Byakugan wolf? The existence of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya poses a threat to the shinobi world. She is the ancestor of the shinobi world and the origin of chakra. Sooner or later, she will regain her chakra. And you Rock Shinobi, who are in the same line with her, will sooner or later deprived of chakra. Nagato talked a lot about what he said, basically, Kagaya threat theory, because Kagaya needs chakra to recover, so we'll get everyone's chakra back, and chakra is taken a little bit, and the ninja is also just hung up. Basically, Jin Yang can be sure, this guy has been fooled by 6 old men, and the situation is not clear. Chapter 174. 4. Your ideals. I don't make any comments. To be honest, I personally think that all of you have some problems in your mind, no matter. It's you or Uchiha Madara, the ultimate goal is world peace, but what you have done is to make this ninja world unstable forever. For you, I really have nothing to say. For these people here, Chen Yang is really speechless, all thinking about peace in the ninja world, but this method, Nagato's method is better, to create the most powerful enemy, and let the ninja world unite with him. Contending, feeling the pain of the war, and adding a strong enemy's eye on him, the others will naturally not be able to fight. Nagato's plan can also achieve an alternative peace, but to put it bluntly, it is not as good as Naruto. Although the peace created by Naruto will slowly die away due to the passage of time, the peace he created by Nagato is not so good. Uchiha Madara, that's a joke, immersing everyone in their dreams. Jin Yang doesn't know how to evaluate him, and can only say that once a person gets into the horns, it is really hopeless. Ninja World Peace Uchiha Madara. Nagato's face became more and more weird. He was for peace, yes, it was, so at the beginning, but did any of Uchiha Madara's things have anything to do with peace? He was really wondering up. Look, you also think that what he did has nothing to do with peace, but his purpose is, so, and so is you. In the eyes of those of us, what you do belongs to that. It's incomprehensible. You might think that my vision is short-sighted. You can only see the trees but not the forest. You have a big picture. But you who can't do a small thing well, do you have the right to talk about the big picture? Chen Yang finally felt a lot more comfortable after releasing his mouth-opened cannon. To put it bluntly, these guys are, let's spray, permanent peace, but he can do it, as long as he does not die, he will always suppress the ninja world, and even the ninja world. Unite. But even so, Jin Yang knows very well that the human heart is the least able to guess. Even if he suppresses the entire ninja realm, there will still be people coming to him for rights or money, etc. Trouble. It's just a matter of time. He makes a shot once, and it will deter him for more than 10 years. He hasn't seen him in the follow-up. People who don't know his strength will also have problems. He doesn't dare to fully guarantee that Nagato and the others will take it. What guarantee? It seems that it is useless to say more. I agree with the sentence you just said, that is, you really only saw the tree but not the forest. I thought that you would understand me better if you said this sentence, but it seems that I was wrong. You are still limited to your own ideas and cannot understand my ideas. I will prove that everything I have done is right, but you may not see it anymore. Read more at fictionzone.net. Nagato shook his head. I thought this was his person, but this person really understands his ideas, but he can't agree with his ideas. There is nothing to say. That's why I was curious about Naruto's mouth. The gun convinced you, and it proved that, for your paranoid, the mouth gun is useless at all, but the fist is more effective. Jin Yang is helpless, he dug so many corners of others, thinking that he has also practiced mouth escape. Yes, but in the face of this kind of paranoia, it really has to be beaten. If you can't persuade, then just brainwash it or kill it. After listening to Jin Yang, Nagato didn't know what Jin Yang said. What's the situation? But this does not prevent him from directly working, and the two truth-seeking balls behind him shot over. However, after these two truth-seeking balls arrived in front of Jin Yang, they were directly grasped by Jin Yang one by one. How is it possible that truth-seeking ball has the ability to obliterate everything? Why is it held in your hands? Nagato is still stunned. Uchiha Madara exploded. He knows the characteristics of truth-seeking ball best. It is known as the sacred and all-encompassing. If you are touched, you will wait for it to be eliminated. The power of real decomposition. Nothing is impossible. This thing claims to wipe out everything, and it is limited to chakra products. It is not a chakra product, and naturally it is invalid. Even sage art can restrain this kind of thing, so you still take this thing as a treasure. After the vision is high, Jin Yang really doesn't like truth-seeking ball, and it is not as good as the reality of dust-seeking ball. At least dust-seeking ball is not even unable to decompose sage art, and truth-seeking ball is strong enough in decomposing power. However, it is limited to ordinary items and chakra products, which directly pulls the force down several levels. Once there is something with sage art or other energy, this thing cannot be eliminated at all, and it can only be destroyed by violence. To put it bluntly, once you face the energy that does not belong to chakra, the elimination power of this thing does not exist, and it can only be used as a weapon. At most it has a bit of lethality. After listening to Jin Yang's words, Uchiha Madara felt that he had a lot more things that he didn't know. For example, sage art restrained truth-seeking ball. How could he know? He felt as if he understood the unclear look in Senjo Hashirama's eyes when he left, and he didn't understand what it meant, because he knew too little. After the truth-seeking ball was useless, Nagato was panicked. Without the truth-seeking ball, any other tricks that could be used just enough have been used by Tiendao Pain, and he only has the last truth-seeking ball, but now truth-seeking ball is useless. In desperation, Nagato had no choice but to bite the bullet and go straight. The 6 levels of blessing are not only these. Zhao's good also has his physical fitness, but he is in harmony. After Jin Yang played against each other, Nagato was deeply aware that what is the real gap. The truth-seeking ball was used as a walnut plate by others, and the amount was crushed by the opponent's hand. Using Rinnegan's various tricks, it was also easily broken by the opponent. Jin Yang was in front of him, like a huge mountain. Can't climb, can't cross, and can't destroy. A minute later, Nagato was already lying on the ground and lost consciousness. He didn't even touch Jin Yang, and he was hit directly by Jin Yang and collapsed. The truth-seeking ball was also completely crushed by Jin Yang, and even his whole body was crushed. The power of the up and down horror was also directly sealed by Jin Yang with a magic seal. At this moment, Nagato has become an ordinary person with the most physical strength and more powerful. Konan on the side was planning to help, but after being teleported to his side by Jin Yang, he fell down with a hand knife. Chapter 175. You, forget it, if you are too lazy to talk nonsense with you, just leave the show. For people like Uchiha Madara, Jin Yang said that he could not dig, and this product is a dead person, he does not need to dig a dead person, and besides, unless Black Zetsu sends him back and pays it back, Jin Yang will dig a little. There is no chance, just get rid of it. As for Nagato, he will hand it over to Jiraiya afterwards. After all, this product is also Jiraiya's apprentice. It is not a big problem to hand it over to him. If he can't handle it, Jin Yang will change his memory and it will be done. Therefore, Jin Yang did not hesitate, and directly gave a little son to Uchiha Madara, who was confused, and instantly burned the impure world reincarnation directly, and there was no scum left. It is impossible to recover. Finally, Jin Yang set his sights on Uchiha Obito. This guy is in a similar state to Lu Dao. Lu Dao can beat his mother for his wife, and Obito can beat the entire ninja world for his wife, no matter. What's the situation, anyway? It's over. This kind of person is completely crazy, so Jin Yang did not compare with Obito, directly lifted Obito, and completely sealed the chakra in his body. If you want to use as an Aki, you must to mobilize chakra. Chakra can't be used, even if there is Sharingan 370, it can't be used, so first I imprisoned Obito's chakra. After that, Jin Yang dug out his other Manjikyo, which represents hollow. Obito's eyes, once gathered, are terrifyingly powerful. After all, it involves an attack in space, which is indeed incomprehensible. However, it is a pity that the means of attack is in Kakashi's hands, and Obito's hands are just the ability to escape. Kamui's move cannot even be blocked by 10 tails, even facing people who can't use space skills. One trick can instantly trap people in their own space forever, not to mention strangulation. Trapping is enough to make people uncomfortable. So Obito's eyes are still very good, and I will take it to Kakashi later. As for Obito's situation, Kakashi will not say anything after knowing it. After all, these things Obito has done are indeed unforgivable. The enemies that should be dealt with have already been dealt with, defeated Nagato and Uchiha Madara. This time the percentage increase is even less, a 6th level existence plus these other people, it is only a 5% development level. It can be seen that this limiter is indeed difficult to open. You guys. After Jin Yang settled these people, he set his sights on the group of people in Xiao organization. This group of people belonged to the kind of lawless people. Just a little bit, Jin Yang directly modified their memories. Now everything is fine. It's over, so the strength of these people is still pretty good, and they can be used as the black forces under their own hands. Read more at fictionzone.net. After getting it done, Jin Yang once again looked at Nagato. Nagato's palm has traces of yin and yang escape. This thing is Sage of 6 Paths, and it seems to be connected to Sage of 6 Paths, so Jin Yang directly follows it at this moment. With this force, he quickly followed the connection to find 6 ways. Although this guy had already died, it was a threat, so he didn't plan to let Lu Dao continue to exist, so he simply killed him. Now Jin Yang feels like climbing along the network cable. Originally, there was a bit of numbness to find Liu Dao, which took a lot of effort, but to ask this guy to pop out and leave marks on Nagato, so he can't be blamed, but Liu Dao is not careful. Following this force, Jin Yang soon chased directly to the position of Lu Dao, and marked it with the coordinates. Now even if it is Lu Dao, this force has been recovered. Hiding in the Pure Land, you can hide. Jin Yang very simply created a thinking body. The thinking body is equivalent to the clone, but it is also a soul incarnation. In the fairy tale world, the creator of Nirvana, Mr. Robin Lu, is relying on the thinking of the soul. The body has stayed for 400 years, and disappeared after seeing Nirvana's demise, and his condensed thought body, although the strength cannot be compared with the body. But this thinking body also belongs to the soul incarnation, and its strength is good. It is not too easy to destroy the 6 ways of a soul state. After determining the coordinates, Chen Yang directly sent his thoughts to the Pure Land. After he appeared in front of Sage of 6 Paths, the face of Sage of 6 Paths at this moment was extremely ugly. Just now when Jin Yang tracked his location, he broke the contact very decisively, but even if it was very decisive, it was too late. Jin Yang had already marked him, and he had no chance to escape. Why? After finally seeing Jin Yang appear in front of him, 6 questions asked. What why? Jin Yang glanced at Lu Dao in surprise. Why do you want to help your mother? You also know her situation. After she gets out of trouble, she will not give up the opportunity to regain her strength. Once she succeeds, the Shinobu village you are in will also turn into nothingness. Why do you want to help her? Liu Dao looked puzzled. It looks like you don't know everything. Do you know that Kagaya was released by me personally, and now Kagaya has regained his own power and has become much stronger than 1,000 years ago. And by the way, I am stronger than Kagaya. Since I dare to keep her, it means that I can control her power. You don't even know these, you dare send it to Nagato. I admire you too. Jin Yang is a bit funny. It turns out that Lu Dao doesn't understand the situation now. It's no wonder, after all, it is impossible for Lu Dao to completely monitor the every move of the ninja world here, and it is normal if he doesn't know it. It's impossible to recover, the tail beasts are clearly there, how can she recover? Lu Dao's complexion became worse. He thought Jin Yang was fooling him. How could Kagaya's strength be restored? Isn't this nonsense? There is no shortage of tail beasts, only an empty 10 tails, what can I do to restore I? Naturally there is my own method, the method you don't know. Okay, are you ready to go on the road? Keeping you is always a hidden danger. Jin Yang didn't want to continue talking nonsense, but Lu Dao's body suddenly changed at this moment, a lot of illusion. You are too arrogant, the old man admits that you are very strong, but with the soul, the old man has been groping for thousands of years. You should never use the soul to face the old man directly, die. A ray of light burst out of Lu Dao's body, and a spiral spike pierced towards Jin Yang. Chapter 176. This trick is that Lu Dao sacrificed most of his soul origin and used the soul attack. This 1,000 years of time, he did not come here in vain, he also retained a large part of his own power, and developed such a soul killer. It's just that this trick is very expensive. After using this time, it will take at least decades to recover. However, after the soul spike rushed in front of Jin Yang, a terrifying golden flame burned, and the surrounding space was burnt and deformed. The soul spike faced this terrifying flame defense, and was instantly burned out. Impossible, the old man has condensed the power of the soul for thousands of years. You are a living person in the shinobi world, and you are even less than 1/12 of the old man. How can you block the old man's soul attack? Lu Dao screamed, Soul, this is the biggest drawback of the shinobi world, there is no way, who calls this world the Naruto world, it does not repair the soul, and even many techniques also damage the soul, such as Orochimaru. This product is, so. And Lu Dao has explored for thousands of years, and even can freely enter and exit the Pure Land, and take other souls away. For the attainments of the soul, he is definitely the strongest existence in the entire ninja world. You don't understand what you said, so please go and die. The flame turned into a huge cage to envelop the soul of Lu Dao, and it continued to shrink and burn. In the end, the puzzle of Lu Dao holding a brain was burned out. Congratulations to host for killing this world. Finally, the system is officially fully opened. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Just after Jin Yang killed the 6 ways, the mind body disappeared in the Pure Land, and Jin Yang's body, who was in the ninja world, recovered his mind body, and heard a sound. System, you are a system. Jin Yang was stunned. He thought this system was the kind that was completely unintelligent. Why did it suddenly pop up again? Because there will be plots from other worlds next, the protagonist will catch the blind all by himself, it must be impossible, so join System Intelligence. Yes, host, I am System Intelligence. The system sound appeared again, but Jin Yang found that the sound seemed to be very mechanical, and it felt like intelligent and cold from the past, but Jin Yang didn't care about this, it's best to have that. Read more at fictionzone.net. Well, now I ask you to answer, why did you wake up now, what did you do before? Jin Yang has a toothache, and the sense of existence of this system is too low. When he used it before, he would only check it when he extracted new abilities. Other times, he looked at the percentage at most, and the system had almost no sense of existence. The current world is the host trial world, and the host has completely attacked this world. After eliminating the biggest hidden danger, the system officially recognizes the owner. After a systematic explanation, Jin Yang also understood that this is a world of trials, so he is only qualified now, right? Can you still do this nonsense? I don't have much nonsense. Now I will tell you your purpose, and how are you sure that this world is? Isn't there another Ōtsutsuki clan behind the 6 paths? The biggest original work should be Kagaya. Jin Yang is now full of doubts and asks all those questions, and then the system intelligence also answers them one by one, and the biggest in the world is determined according to it. If Jin Yang was cooperating with Liudeo at the time, then Kagaya was undoubtedly the biggest. As for the other Ōtsutsuki clan, they were not qualified to be the final. After knowing this, Jin Yang couldn't help but complain again. Sure enough, Kagaya just didn't know what he was guarding against. The system doesn't recognize those guys as the ultimate OK. He and Kagaya reached an agreement to become a united front, so the 6th Dao will naturally become the last, so now after Jin Yang defeats the 6th Dao, he has completed this trial. As for the purpose of the system, according to the system, it is for world fusion. The system originated from the consciousness of countless worlds. These worlds are the same as the world Jin Yang is in now. They are all small worlds, very weak worlds. The world wants to be promoted, it is almost impossible, so the world consciousness of a large number of worlds has begun to jointly manufacture this thing, wanting to fuse the world, and thus transcend a higher level. However, as world conscious them, doing so naturally violates higher existences, just like the way of heaven wants to transcend the avenue, and after higher level existences discover every move of these world consciousness, before this system is completed, they will hands-on targeting other world consciousness. In the end, the plot is very old-fashioned, the two sides fight together to die. This system itself is a semi-finished product, and finally completely absorbs the strength of both parties, thus breaking the barrier. As for Jin Yang, he is completely out of luck. Coincidence? Zero. Jin Yang also had to sigh with emotion, how exploded his own luck, he can still encounter such a thing, and after the system absorbs the world consciousness, it has completely evolved, but because this system was still a semi-finished product before, so without your own consciousness, even the system intelligence that appears at this moment is at best an artificial intelligence. Following the ideas left behind by many world consciousnesses, after being picked up by Jin Yang, Naruto World has become Jin Yang's trial world, and now that the trial is successful, the system is fully opened. That said, those world consciousnesses have completely collapsed, right? Jin Yang squinted his eyes and asked, and the system responded quickly. Although Jin Yang was still a little wary, he suddenly felt that he seemed to be on guard or not. The same, everything about me is given by this system. The meaning of that alert is the same. Instead of alert, it is better to improve as much as possible. When the time comes, you can verify everything by yourself and it will be over. With strength, there is a chance to come back, so Jin Yang has never had it. I think about this problem a lot. System, you said before that the world consciousness created you for promotion, and your existence is, to lead the world fusion, right? So, you now fully recognize the Lord, then does it mean that there will be the world and Naruto World are completely fusion? Jin Yang asked. Yes, but because of the collapse of the world consciousness, after pulling the world, the host needs to completely conquer this world, and finally the new world will be fusion. At this stage, after the host has unified the ninja, it will ensure that the consciousness of most people is unified, and then it will be drawn. The world, if there is too much opposition, the world will not be able to lead it normally. The system responded, saying that this time Jin Yang was to unify the ninja world, and then a new world would be fusion, otherwise the system would not lead other worlds. To explain, some people will think that there will be system conspiracy theories here, but the pen is in my hand, so my setting is not. After all, there are so many systematic articles, almost no explanation of the source, so there is no system. Conspiracy theory, explain it here. Chapter 177. After chatting with the system for a long time, Jin Yang has a very thorough understanding of the system, but what he has to do next is to unify the ninja world. If the ninja world is completely unified, there will be a new world fusion. With the new world, he can quickly improve his strength, so he must want the fusion world. And according to the system, if he completes all the small world fusion, then there is the possibility of surpassing everything, and the possibility of surpassing everything, but Jin Yang almost didn't directly translate Byakugan into this statement. How small is this? The world, the system itself doesn't know how to count, let alone him. Therefore, he does not have many requirements: become stronger, protect the people around him, at least let those around him be exempt from the threat of life and death forever, and live a good life. Everything else is secondary. Slowly develop, one world. World 370. Raiders. At this moment, he has begun to spread his plan of digging the wall to other worlds, and let the digging of the wall continue to the end, but he can't make any plans before he knows what the next world is. The system is also unclear. Yes, this cargo can only be towed randomly. After returning to Rock Shinobi, Jin Yang directly threw the sealed power of Nagato and Konan to Jiraiya, and gave him a month. If he can't figure it out in a month, Jin Yang would do it himself, and Jiraiya found that his apprentice became like this. There was nothing to say, and he took the two of them and left, and went to deal with the problem. As for Jin Yang, he directly gave orders to others. Since then, he is respected by Rock Shinobi, and his methods are very tough. Whoever doesn't match and who resists, lets Yao organization go for a while, basically just use it. After a few months of work, there was only one voice left in the shinobi world. Among them, the most rebellious one is, the other big shinobi villages have been abandoned without giving Cloud Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi and Jin Yang did not let Akatsuki to do it, but let Yakang go there, but they also took it by the way. Just a few heads and tails. Takiyan is, very simply. He directly recognized his eldest brother and was willing to be a member of the subordinate. In fact, they are very smart, knowing that the first person to surrender will definitely get more benefits. As for rebel, stop teasing, rebel against Rock Shinobi, that is, you can't get along with yourself. Rock Shinobi is a much more terrifying existence than Akatsuki, so rebelling against Rock Shinobi is tantamount to looking for death. Without the tail beast, they are the first to surrender, which can hardly be found even in the shadow level powerhouse. Cloud Shinobi was directly abolished after Jin Yang took the Thunder Country, and Fourth Raikage was directly brainwashed and incorporated into the Akatsuki organization. That guy was too stubborn, no way. Sand Shinobi was directly raged by Yakang with the tail beast. In the end, Luo Sha was directly abolished by Yakang because of his stubbornness. According to Yakang, killing such a person would not only leave a chain of hatred, but it would be better to keep the reality that made him suffer. Therefore, once this girl turns black, it is really incredible. Read more at fictionzone.net. And Luo Sha directly stepped down, because he saved his life. Rock Shinobi's huge influence, and Yakang's affairs were made public, so the hatred chain was not established. After that, Sand Shinobi was controlled by Cho and Hai Lao Zhang. Knowing the hidden law and Rock Shinobi contended, so they also chose to surrender. The other small villages, all of which were handed over to the Akatsuki organization to deal with, including those that only appeared in the first edition of Shinobi. Guys! After being cleaned up by Akatsuki directly for 2 months, there was only one monster left in the world, Rock Shinobi, because the name was used to it, so there was no change to it. Unexpectedly, one day you will be unified in the world, but why haven't you done it before? For Tsunade and others, it is that Jin Yang has a little bit of hands. Jin Yang had this ability before, but he hasn't done it. Now he has done it inexplicably. I naturally have my reasons, you will know soon, don't be scared by then. After Jin Yang smiled, he stopped saying more, but directly found the system. System, let's start. I have finishing this ninja world, and I can almost integrate the new world into it. By the way, does the integration of the new world into the new world directly complete the fusion? Jin Yang asked another question. Yes, the two worlds will directly fuse, but the main place of the other world will be directly integrated into this planet. After the system is finished, it starts to work. Others may not be able to feel it, but with such a strength, it can sense some subtle changes, such as spatial fluctuations. Similarly, Kagaya, a person who is proficient in space technology, also feels. With such a change, the entire world is undergoing earth-shaking changes at this moment. The world fusion is over. This time the fusion world is the world of One Piece. After leaving a sentence, the system was hidden again. Jin Yang almost figured out the situation of the system. It was like a machine. Only when he asked, he would speak. When he didn't ask, it seemed as if he had never asked. This thing has never appeared before, and there is no reaction at all. The pirate world, but this world doesn't seem to be particularly powerful. Jin Yang revealed the information of the pirate world. The pirate world hadn't ended before his journey, but this didn't affect it. Now if you compare the ninja world and the pirate world, super high-end combat power, the level of the 6 levels of the ninja world is stronger than the opponent, but on the following, the comparison between the super shadow and the shadow level, that is, Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. This kind of talent fights against the top powerhouses over there. Downward, unless you use special abilities, such as illusions, etc., as well as Obito's space-type eyes, if you play hand-to-hand, you will basically be rubbed on the ground by the opponent. Of course, that is also the group of people who Jin Yang trusts most before and now, Open 3. After receiving the natural energy source, he also started to learn magic, and in terms of strength, he is now in a permanent sage mode state, and it is not at all false. In the past, they encountered pirate world's high-end combat power may still be rubbed on the ground, but this will never happen now. Now these people around him, it is very easy to smash the mountain with their fists one by one. Not to mention that there are various sealing techniques in the ninja world, special phantom ninjutsu, etc., plus Jin Yang and Kagaya who are beyond the pattern. In terms of combat power, there is really no way on the opposite side compared with them, but once the situation is discovered, it is estimated that the real war between the worlds will begin. With the urinary nature of the world government, after detecting the existence of the ninja world, it will definitely do things. Chapter 178. The bordering location is on the water countryside. Let me see the specific situation. Jin Yang was a little speechless. This strange system came out and brushed a wave of existence. After telling him the world fusion and the location of fusion, he did not tell him the position of the opposite side after fusion. He asked him to investigate by himself, so he said that this is a wonderful system. Originally, Jin Yang planned to use the Eye of Exploring, but the Eye of Exploring has no specific position, so this is very embarrassing. Most of the pirate world is water. He glanced at it and it was all the sea, even if it was luck. It's easy to lock to several islands. These islands are also a type of desert island, so after using the Eye of Exploring a few times, Jin Yang gave up. Instead, he directly found white Zetsu and dispatched all the white Zetsu in one breath. After all, the scope of the pirate world is not small, so the intelligence network is arranged first, and white Zetsu has a crystal ball in his hand. As long as white Zetsu spreads to the whole world of pirates, it is equivalent to his eyes spreading over the whole world. Now I just have to wait for the news. As long as white Zetsu is in place, for me, there won't be any secrets in that world. Jin Yang stopped paying attention after sending white Zetsu. In fact, he didn't think that white Zetsu would be discovered in 02. The opposite world has many strange fruit abilities, and there are things like observation haki, but it is specific. It also depends on the news from white Zetsu. If observation haki will find out, then he will start to transform white Zetsu. But before that, let's take a look at the specific situation. After dispatching white Zetsu, Jin Yang gathered everyone together and told them about the borders of the world. After all, the ninja world has been unified by him, so now all he has to do is send some in the water country. Defensive force is good. Not to mention that there are many pirates in the world, just those, big and small pirates are very troublesome, no one's fault now, it has nothing to do with him, and belongs to him. Territory, so you can't let it go. It's true. Are you sure you are not telling a story? After hearing the news of Jin Yang, everyone was a little confused. Although the world is climbing fast, as mentioned before, the technology of this world is quite deformed and not fully developed. Therefore, Few people actually understand this statement about the world. Now that Jin Yang said this, it is a bit of listening to the heavens. Fortunately, after fully explaining the situation, other people are still a little confused, always feeling that it is abnormal. Read more at fictionzone.net. Is it right? You will know the story later. Now that the water country is bordered, the main defense force must be placed in the water country, and 2/3 of the troops from various places will be directly stationed at the water country border. By the way, I have dispatched White Zetsu, but I don't know if I will be discovered. In addition, I may run around the world over there, so Kagaya, I will trouble you to guard the border of the water country. Jin Yang made a series of arrangements. Besides, it will really evolve into a world war later, but it is not a world war, but 2 direct collisions, so it is necessary to do one. The concubine body is okay here. Kagaya is, it doesn't matter, anyway, where is Shinada house, and Kagaya still carries an Orochimaru by his side to get Tenseigan's Black Zetsu, and Black Zetsu has changed his body. Completely transformed into the Ōtsutsuki clan, and turned on Tenseigan's body. So now Black Zetsu's combat effectiveness is also 10, and if they too stay on the side of the water country, then it is not a problem. What about us? Kushina and others are a little eager to try. How can this kind of thing be less than them? You can also go there. After all, it is impossible to completely hand over to Kagaya in the future, but no surprise, there should be no major conflicts in a short time. That's right. Jin Yang waved his hand. The 2 worlds are bordering, and the other party can't know the world borders like himself. It is not easy to find out at will. At most, some scattered pirates and merchant ships will find this place first. It will only be noticed by Marine gradually. After Marine notices this and finds out this place, it will take a long time, so this series is enough to defend the water country like an iron barrel on the Ninkai side. Although Jin Yang unified the ninja world, but the name has not changed, otherwise the country of water will suddenly become the province of water, the district of water, etc. He listens to it himself. They were all awkward, so I just gave up. At the same time, White Zetsu began to spread wildly, and Jin Yang has been paying attention. In addition to focusing on that world, there is also, the energy in his body has reached the end step. This fusion is definitely a must. The power he will gain in the future is mixed. Without fusion, his body is like a utility room. There are everything, but after the energy is unified into fusion, this problem will no longer exist. Just discard the tricks you don't want to use. His current body is like a huge melting pot. After having other abilities incorporated into it, it can also be melted quickly, fusion, and finally form an energy source. Time has passed tentons. White Zetsu's Mayfly technique is indeed very good. No matter. You can move freely everywhere, including in the water. A month passed in a hurry. During this period of 370, most of the reserve forces of the ninja world have been placed on the water country, and the masters have also stationed there, completely setting up the Titong defense. But to be honest, Jin Yang is not optimistic about the basic combat power of the ninja realm. The number of people is too small. After all the people in the entire ninja realm are taken out, Jin Yang found that the number is not as large as it was in the 4 wars in the original book. The number is less than 80,000. After all, Cloud Shinobi was directly destroyed by Nagato and others, and other villages. By the way, after knowing what happened, the awkward guy from Nagato was finally convinced by Jiraiya. Since Jin Yang has achieved peace, then he doesn't have much worried. The most important point. Jin Yang resurrected Yahiko from Kagaya. So Nagato and Konan must have nothing to say, and many others have also resurrected a lot of people. The resurrection of these people, Jin Yang directly pushed to Sage of 6 Paths. The reason is very simple: let Uchiha Madara act as the top tank, and then gave Lu Dao a good reputation. He can actually push the matter to Kagaya, but he still pushes. It was given to 6 Paths, so those who wanted to resurrect their loved ones, began to search for Sage of 6 Paths throughout the ninja world. Chapter 179. The reason why the pot was thrown to Liu Dao is also because of the resurrection, and only the existence of the legend can do it. If you push it to Kagaya, then don't think about it, you will definitely use it in the future. There are a few people who have no relatives and companions. Those who want to be resurrected, so this kind of thing cannot be made public. Jin Yang threw it to Lu Dao. And Lu Dao has been killed by him, so other people can't find it if they want to find it. Jin Yang can let these, the resurrected people, blatantly move under everyone's eyelids. There is no need to hide, and on the other hand, there is no need to worry about a series of sequelae caused by the resurrection, so after Lu Dao died, he also carried a pot, which can be regarded as waste use. The only thing hidden now is Kagaya's identity. Definitely cannot expose her identity as Lu Dao's mother, otherwise it is estimated that she will be annoying. If there is a problem inside her family, there is no need for the opposite world government to do things. The number of masters is okay. The most important thing is that there are 6 levels, but the low-end combat power can't help it. Just when the top of the war, the elite drawn by Marine and the people of the Whitebeard Pirates group are exaggerated up. In the later period, there were a lot of people after Luffy formed the big ship. This is nothing. The world government still has a lot of hidden forces. The number of major forces in the 4 emperors is always added up. Although Jin Yang does not want to admit that the world is very scum, but let's be reasonable, the army of the Shinobi world fills in, and it really can't beat a little splash. And most of them are Genin and Chunin. If you don't have Jonin, facing the pirates, the body will suffer a lot. Even if there is a special ninjutsu, it will not account for much. It's cheap. This is the biggest problem in the Shinobi world now. So Jin Yang started a new round of his own plan, not to mention a lot. In terms of digging the wall, the Revolutionary Army is a good choice, even inside Marine, as long as he exposes all the black information of the world government. It is estimated that it will be done in an instant. Poach most of the people. Inside Marine, only the high-level people know about the world government, and the people below are all executing orders, just like O'Hara. Everyone who participated in the demon-slaying order knew what was going on, but it was all external. It is claimed that a group of scholars are going to destroy the world, and people are crazy, so most people are concealed, and what they know is limited to what others want them to know. There is also the deep-sea prison, but for those people, Jin Yang does not intend to dig them away, but intends to brainwash them directly. Of the people detained in the deep-sea prison, 99% of the people are burned. Killing and looting are all evil and do not do that. So Jin Yang doesn't dare to let it out casually. Brainwashing is necessary, including most pirates. It can be said that the pirate world is chaotic, and the ninja world can't be compared even during the Ninja World War. Of course, that's all for later. Now Jin Yang has determined the specific location. The bordering location is the East Daxia Sea. As for the time, Jin Yang asked White Zetsu to go to a few special places to determine the timeline. In a month, White Zetsu has spread throughout the East Daxia Sea, and Jin Yang has almost determined the time. This time is 1 year before Luffy goes to sea, so Jin Yang has a lot of room. Of course, at the moment he is still busy with Fusion's own ability. Read more at fictionzone.net. 1 month has passed, and Jin Yang at this moment has finally completed the last step. The Sun's grace and Jeff's magic source are completely combined, and the new energy generated at this moment has filled the whole body. Jin Yang can feel that although the amount of energy has not increased much, it has slowly increased according to the original rhythm, but the quality, the aspect has indeed improved a lot. At this moment, Jin Yang's body is turning upside down, his 5 senses, body strength, etc. are all rapidly climbing. This is a crazy increase in Jin Yang's speed, which Jin Yang can feel for himself. It lasted for an hour before stopping. At this moment, Jin Yang realized that he seemed to have sensed some very special things around him, and he didn't even need to use the energy in his body to fly directly. He didn't use energy at all and just flew directly. What the hell is this? A few things are a little incomprehensible. Compared with ordinary people without using energy, he is, that terrifying physical fitness, but there is no difference in other aspects, but now, he realizes that he does not need it. The energy can fly. System, do you know what has changed in my body? Jin Yang doesn't know what's going on, so he can only ask the system. Others have almost had some guesses, just look at what the system says now. The host has perfectly fused 2 energies, and the life level has been upgraded from a mortal level to a level at night. At this moment, the host can fly without using power. This is the performance after the life level has been improved. The level of life is increased, not only the physical fitness can be quickly increased, the host can master some special abilities, specifically like a world with the existence of gods. Gods are not just powerful beings, but also existences of higher life levels. Host's current power has long surpassed many gods, but the level of life has just climbed to this level of dust. The system explained a lot, and Jin Yang finally knew, which was similar to his guess. Wait, you say that my level is equivalent to a god, then what I have mastered is not just flying as simple as it is. Jin Yang asked speechlessly, if there is only such a useful life after the level of life is raised, then it will be really useless. It's not like that, because there is no god in the world where host is located, so the authority of gods is completely blank, and the life level is improved. Host can solve the law well. Zhao's analysis, but host has just increased the life level, so the analysis method will be somewhat difficult, but as the host's life level is improved, the system will activate the rules and comprehend subsystems to help the host resolve the rules. The law, this thing sounds like, very big, but if the abilities I extracted before belong to that, very advanced, all the power of a god in a certain world, does that mean that my level of life has been directly improved? Jin Yang asked again. According to the system, his strength surpassed many gods, but his life level was not comparable, but he always felt a little strange. He spent so much effort on fusion and two powers, and only just met the gods. Threshold is a bit nonsense, right? So Jin Yang was a little unhappy, as if he had studied hard for a long time, but after taking it out, it was only a part of the finished product, and his heart was unbalanced. Chapter 180. That's not the case. Host got the wrong direction from the beginning. God and life level are two concepts. The life level of the gods is almost the same as that of host now. They are stronger and have infinite possibilities. Once the gods are born, they have a level of life beyond human beings. But it does not mean that their life level can continue to be improved. At the beginning, they are stronger than others, and their life level is higher, but they also have the possibility of continuing to improve, unless they can transcend the world they are in. At that time, this possibility s*x is almost zero, because when they were created at the beginning, the level of life was already locked. Strictly speaking, everyone in every world is like this, and host is an existence that can break some rules. As for the people in the world of host, if the world continues to fusion, their life limit will also increase, but they will always below the world. Only host can improve infinitely. Even if the host acquires the god's ability at the beginning, it will only turn into a part of the life level. The two are not the same concept. In the end, after listening to the systematic explanation, Jin Yang also understood, nothing more than, the god is in the life level, and the life level is higher than the god 370, so he is equivalent to just entering the second life level. But he has the possibility of surpassing everything, and this requires his continuous improvement, continuous fusion, until his energy source is improved, which drives the improvement of life level, and the people in his world, such as Tsunade and Kushina, etc. It can be improved, but the world needs to be able to accommodate it. The natural energy source that he helped Tsunade and them to open was like giving Tsunade and others a key to open the door, but after the door lock was opened, they needed to rely on their own strength to push the door open. Only he Jin Yang can continuously improve, surpassing the improvement of the world level, and the law is also something that the gods began to comprehend. The reason why he was able to fly without relying on power before is, relying on the so-called power of law. The power of heaven and earth. Of course, Jin Yang actually sees another benefit after the life level is raised, lifespan. Once the life level reaches the second level, then regardless of your strength, your lifespan will directly reach a level equivalent to that of the world. Therefore, although the gods of those worlds will be killed, their lifespan is almost infinite, and if the world is immortal, they will not die. This is a truth, but according to the standard given to Jin Yang by the system, Tsunade wants to raise the level of life. Too difficult. He Jin Yang also relied on two powerful forces, fusion, to forcibly upgrade his life level, and Tsunade and the others, unless there is an external energy source, or Jin Yang helps them continue to improve the natural energy source and speed up the absorption rate, or at least they need it. Time for 10,000 years, read more at fictionzone.net. 10,000 years, now Tsunade and the others can live up to a few hundred years old. This is already the limit, so Jin Yang knows that he will be busy next, but he is not very anxious. As long as his life level continues to improve, it won't be a problem. He still doesn't believe it. He hasn't been able to continue to raise his life level to a level for hundreds of years. In addition, the system also explained to him that although the life level has been raised, the God level is the second level, but the upper limit of the gods also depends on the world level. Yes, the second level of life cannot touch the God level, and even higher levels. It's hard to touch, for example, the world like Xiuxian is, so. Although many people have been promoted through their own lives, to put it bluntly, they are not gods, and they can also understand the laws, but the gods of that kind of world are born high. However, the system has already told him that in most anime worlds, the life level of the gods is at the second level, which is his level, so there is no need to worry too much, and the life level does not represent combat effectiveness. Although Jin Yang's life level has just risen, his combat effectiveness is a bit too terrifying. After a series of questions and answers, Jin Yang finally understood these things. Therefore, the life level is the most important. In the Naruto world, the existence of Kagaya is equivalent to entering the pseudo-second level of life. Strength, it is powerful and has an infinite lifespan, but it is unable to understand the law, so Kagaya is now a pseudo-second life. However, she is only a short shot. As long as the natural energy source exists, sooner or later, she will be able to enter the second level. Now Jin Yang has opened another subsystem. He is desperate for the equipment subsystem. The Sun Grace has given a good weapon anyway, and Jeff has nothing. As for Saitama, it seems to be the same. Nothing, an embarrassing one. These, each of the unequipped guys, Jin Yang doesn't know how to complain about them. Learn from the world of cultivating immortals, who doesn't have any magic weapon, and the holders of these abilities he has obtained are all poor and white, and they are drunk when they think about it. But fortunately, now another subsystem is finally useful, and that is law comprehension. The so-called law is nothing more than all kinds of abilities. Understand the law of fire, then use the power of the fire system to add the power of the law. If you really do it, then it means that you can continue to raise the temperature of the common fire, even the fire of the sun. The degree is beyond the degree of the fire of the sun. This is another terrifying thing for Jin Yang, but there are a lot of laws. According to the system, he has just raised his life level, and he wants to comprehend more advanced time and space. The law is undoubtedly idiotic dreams. The upper limit of the law is very high, and it is not comparable to ordinary abilities, so he can learn some of the simplest ones now. Jin Yang directly chose the flame. His solar grace power originated from the flame of the sun, and it also belongs to the flame. Once it is increased, it will be even more terrifying. So he chose the law of fire. Through this subsystem, he can instantly enter the law space and absorb the law energy. If it is someone else, without such a subsystem, the time required to enter the space of law would not be known. And he can enter it instantly, and the subsystem will help him absorb it. But even so, Jin Yang found that he had absorbed all day's work, but he still had no reaction at all. According to the system, it would take him a whole year to reach the level of entry, which is still in the subsystem. With the help of the pirate world is mainly used to do things to dig. Only the Revolutionary Army, Marine, and world government people are big forces. As for the others, it should not be regarded as digging. In general, it should be regarded as a strategy. Chapter 181. The improvement of the life level has been completed. As for the cultivation, Jin Yang will not stop the cultivation of the power of law when there is nothing to do, and at night, but the pirate world cannot be left alone. For a month, except for some white Zetsu remained in the East Daxia Sea, and the other white Zetsu had moved towards other sea areas in the Grand Line. Then Jin Yang's main focus was on the East Daxia Sea for the time being, but is there anything worth digging in the East Daxia Sea? After thinking about it, Jin Yang suddenly discovered that this is all. There are only a small part of the protagonist's party worth digging in the East Daxia Sea, but Luffy is straightforward, and One Piece will not be able to run away unless Jin Yang brainwashes him directly, so it is impossible for Luffy. Zoro, this can be digging. In the later stage, Zoro's combat power is extraordinary and can be cultivated. Usopp, this is just abandon, it is not reliable. Sanji, the color embryo is one, it is more dangerous than Jiraiya. Jiraiya will only go to see the bathhouse anyway, but if you get this stuff back, you will definitely look at him. The people around me, so I just skip it, and then only Nami is left. Nami's combat power is not a big deal, but they are sisters. And there are a few people who watch anime that don't like it, so this must be dug, and the last person who can dug seems to be Smoker from Logtown. According to Jin Yang's understanding of Smoker, it is indeed possible to dig this stuff. Moreover, he is Zephyr's apprentice. In the later period, Zephyr betrayed Marine directly. Jin Yang is not a pirate. He can also be poached away. Once Zephyr is gone, if Jin Yang gets a series of black histories of the world government, to at least half of Marine's people can be wiped out at that time, but it will take some time to poach Smoker. He needs white Zetsu to record the black information of various Marines. By then, he knows that Marine is a place where dirt and dirt are hidden. Smoker will probably blow up the hair directly, not to mention, this is the East Daxia Sea, which is completely a thief cave. Jin Yang will not deny that most people in Marine are good people, but many things are not like this. The good people decide, but the 5 elders on the head, Sengoku as the marshal, it is also impossible to disobey the meaning of 5 elders. What 5 elders said, Marine was going to be like an obedient loyal dog immediately. Keep up and help the world government do what they want to do. So it is understandable that Marine is sure that most people are righteous, but these mouse shit and 5 elders on their heads are enough to directly pull down more than half of Marine's justice, so Jin Yang said that Marine has huge problems and it is not bragging. To dig Smoker, you need information, so just wait for White Zetsu to send it to yourself. Before that, Jin Yang plans to kill Along and the group first. This group of Murlocs is, to be honest, it was true at the beginning. Jin Yang's nausea reached Jin Yang, read more at fictionzone.net. What these guys did, another example would explain everything. Eren and a group of Murlocs are like people who are robbed of money by others in the school and are constantly bullying. They dare not go back and find the trouble of these people, but the price is turned to people who are weaker than themselves. The same to bully others, to vent their anger. Eren and the others can't mix in New World and Grand Line, so they can only come to the East Daxia Sea to do their best. People say that they are wronged and indebted. Eren's behavior is what Jin Yang looks down on most. Who killed Tiger? You have to find someone. The Murloc was bullied by celestial dragons, and you have the trouble to find celestial dragons. To put it bluntly, it may seem hard, but it is extreme. Otherwise what? He will run to the East Daxia Sea to bully others, and Jin Yang's current goal is Coca West, a spatial movement teleported directly to the island where Kakasha village is located. Of course, Jin Yang didn't go directly. Now he just intends to make a deal with Nami, just like dealing with other people at the beginning, to help Nami solve the hidden dangers. What May needs to give him is loyalty. Without any stay, Jin Yang came directly to Nami's house. In fact, Jin Yang was a little curious. It is reasonable to say that there are soul dwellings in this world. It is like Brook's death and returning from Huangquan to find his body again. So, will Kagaya's revolving heaven health technique also affect this world chi? This is worth studying. Maybe you can use Burmal to experiment. Who are you looking for? Seeing a person standing at his door, Nyakajo asked with some doubts. Zero Nami, she should be there. Jin Yang said with a smile, Nami is indeed here, but she is not at home, but in the Orange Grove. She is burying the treasure that she has just obtained in the Orange Grove. To be honest, Jin Yang admires Nami very much. Where did she come from? Confident that she can collect 100 million Baileys, and even dare to go to Buggy's treasure without any combat power. It can be said that Nami is completely desperate for this village. Jin Yang admires Nami very much. Under the same conditions, it is estimated that the only thing he thinks is to escape first. instead of choosing to steal this billion Baileys. To put it ugly, if there is even a little problem, Nami will basically not survive now. What are you looking for Nami for? Nyakujo is a little worried at the moment. What if it is the kind of, who comes to trouble Nami is a lot of people outside, so it is not impossible for this to happen. A stranger ran to the village and asked about Nami's situation. Didn't this tell her clearly that there was a problem? A deal. After Jin Yang finished speaking, Nyakujo's face remained unchanged at all. In this regard, Jin Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense. There is nothing like killing a Long's gang directly at the time, so he has no nonsense. No, Nami never came back. As soon as Nyakujo's mind turned, he said, directly denying that Nami had come back. Then I will wait here. Jin Yang didn't talk nonsense. He took out a chair from his own space and sat down. The space was magical and opened up a small space to hold things. It was also very easy for Jin Yang to do without any effort. But his hand made Nyakujo's eyes widen. People in Donghai know that demon fruit power is not much, and Nyakujo is not very clear. On the side of Donghai, it can be said that the news is blocked to the extreme. Seeing Jin Yang's hand, Nyakujo's heart was, he didn't know where the chair was taken out, but she couldn't help being stunned by appearing out of thin air. Chapter 182. Nyakujo, why are you standing here, and who is this guy? After Nami buried his treasure, he came back and saw this weird scene, which was also a little confused. This, Mr. said he has something to find you and wants to make a deal with you. Nyakujo is already standing in front of Nami when she talks. Although she has no blood relationship, she really treats Nami as her sister. What is the transaction and how much is the transaction? Nami didn't even know Nyakujo's thoughts and concerns. As soon as she heard the word transaction, she thought of money. As soon as she had money. As long as there is money, then everything is easy to say. It's very simple. You will work for me later. I will help you get rid of Aaron's gang, or in other words, I will give you the power to destroy Aaron and the others. Jin Yang didn't talk nonsense, but 370. He said his purpose directly, he was, to dig Nami. You are playing with me. Nami's face changed. Aaron's strength is very scumbag in New World and Grand Line, but it is different here. This is the East Daxia Sea. Nami herself often leaves Kokosia village over the years, and she has also seen it when she leaves Kokosia village. Quite a lot, but she also knew Aaron's status and strength on the East Daxia Sea. Aaron's strength basically cannot find a few people who can deal with him. At least Nami has never encountered such a person since his sailing, and Aaron and Marine are in the same way, so Marine is useless. Thinking that Aaron is, Nami, the overlord of the East Daxia Sea, she doesn't believe that someone can help her get Aaron, so she immediately believes that Jin Yang is fooling herself. Is there any benefit in playing tricks with you? You can experience it yourself. Jin Yang directly used additional magic to add power to Nami. Irene's high-level additional magic, let alone power, can be added even if it is personality. At this moment, Jin Yang added power to Nami, surpassing the power of Along's group. To put it bluntly, Aaron's strength is, a chicken, that is, a larger cannon fodder, so it is enough to add a little strength to Nami. What is going on? Why do I suddenly feel that my strength has increased a lot? Read more at fictionzone.net. Nami waved his hand with some doubts, but found that his wave of his hand actually caused a flow of air. I give you additional power, which is stronger than Aaron and others. How can I trade with me? I can give you the power to defeat Aaron, but then you have to work for me. Jin Yang smiled and asked, nothing is more convincing, while Nami's expression is directly frozen. She was still suspicious of the guy in front of her, but it turned out to give herself such a strong power directly, which was a bit embarrassing. At this moment, Nami tried to step on the ground with his foot, and finally opened, and centered on him. Large or small depressions. You better be careful, your strength is not weak now, if you hit someone, it will basically be useless. After Jin Yang reminded him again, the action became cautious. Of course, this additional magic is not permanent, unless Jin Yang maintains it forever, which can be done, but it is not Nami's own power. I promised, I will work for you in the future. Nami agreed without even thinking about it. She still understands Aaron's strength, so now this power has surpassed Aaron. She can steal money desperately in order to redeem the village, and she can naturally sell her own labor. So Nami agreed without saying a word. Then the deal is established, you can now go to Aaron and the others for revenge. Jin Yang nodded. Nami, in this case, get her to his side first, and then speak slowly. Nami, who had the power, left without saying a word, and went to trouble Aaron. Aaron is not dead, she really can't feel at ease, now that she has the power to defeat the other party, she no longer hesitates. Jin Yang waved his hand, and a screen appeared in front of him. In this screen, Nami was heading to the Dragon Paradise at an extremely fast speed. As for Nyakajeo, although she was worried, she is doing everything now. If she didn't, she couldn't chase after Nami, but because she was worried about Nami, she still chased it, and Jin Yang didn't bother to care about it. After Nyaki reached his height, it was estimated that Nami had already dealt with Aaron's gang, while Jin Yang was watching remotely. Originally, he planned to use the history of the corpse to show that Tiger tidy up Aaron and then destroy him. But now there is no need, zero. Just leave it to Nami to handle it by himself, but based on Nami's situation, it is estimated that Aaron and the others will not be killed by then. To put it bluntly, even if it is because of hatred, Nami's nature is also extremely kind, and he will meet again later. It can be seen that I forgave Xiao Ba at the time of Ba. Xiao Ba followed Aaron to do things. Even if he was not involved in certain events, he was also Aaron's group, and Aaron's group, none of them were innocent. So according to Jin Yang's understanding of Nami, the most is, defeating Aaron, and then he still needs to do some sort of aftermath. This kind of existence is, Scourge. Of course, now the stage is Nami's own, let Nami went to smoke Aaron, there was nothing more comfortable than this. Nami in the picture soon came to the evil dragon paradise. Nami, you are back, how much money did you stole this time? After seeing Nami, some Murlocs began to laugh constantly. They knew Aaron's character very well, let alone 100 million, even if it was 1 billion, tens of billions, Aaron would not let go of Kokozia village, so Nami is a joke at all, they just take Nami's affairs as a joke. Where's Aaron? With strength, Nami also has the confidence, and there is no need to talk nonsense with these Murlocs in a low voice, and when she said this, almost all the Murlocs looked unsightly. You actually called A3. One, the name of boss dragon seems to be lacking. A Murloc looked at Nami with an uncomfortable face and said, and planned to teach Nami, but before the words were finished, Nami's fist had already hit his body, and the Murloc turned into a cannonball and flew out. He directly smashed into a house, and he didn't know his life or death. Be quiet, at this moment the remaining Murlocs have shut their mouths, and the movements are still the same as they were just now. They are completely unable to understand how Nami did it, and why it can be so easy to directly fly a Murloc into the air. When did Nami have such a terrifying power? Isn't the power superior to their fish talents? So all the Murlocs are stunned at this moment. Chapter 183. After blasting a Murloc with a punch, Nami became more confident in himself. After the other Murlocs reacted, they were shocked that Nami suddenly possessed such a powerful power, but Nami did indeed work on their companions. As a human being, even though Nami is one of them, how could they not know that? In fact, Aaron only took a fancy to Nami's navigational knowledge. As for the village, it was the rain that tied Nami. To put it plainly, it is, let them work for white hits, a temporary wage earner, who dares to attack these, regular employees. Most of the fish people under the anger were stunned, completely ignoring the power of Nami just now. In this world, there are so many idiots, they can't determine their own strength. This kind of thing only knows to rush and fight, but the pirate world does not lack such desperados. But now Nami's power is not, they can compare, none of the Murlocs who rushed over can withstand the impact of Nami's punch, basically, it beats a kid with one punch. The number of Murlocs is also good. After a few minutes of tossing like this, all of the Murlocs 02 either smashed into the wall or fell into the ground, basically in a state of half-dead. This time, Nami obviously still kept his hands, so although they were defeated one by one, they didn't hurt the killer. Soon Eren brought some of his confidants over. Several cadres of the Murloc pirate group, Zyoba, Krubai, tweeted. Nami, it looks like you have gained incredible power, but do you know this power, but we Murlocs specifically restrain this power. Although Nami's power has increased so much, Eren is not panicked at all. Nami suddenly has such a big change. It is obvious that he has eaten some devil fruit, so he has such a terrifying combat power, and in the evil dragon paradise, it just happens. There is a sea water channel to the sea, and there is sea water, which means that the capable person has no problems at all. In fact, Eren had already discovered Nami's situation when he started Nami, but he didn't come over the first time, but to prepare the sea water. Whoever cares about your ability, as long as you have sea water, wait for death. Xiao Bahe and several other cadres held a huge bucket in their hands. The bucket was full of sea water. With so much sea water, Eren was not at all empty. Along, today I will give you everything that you impose on our village. Read more at fictionzone.net. Nami didn't know what Eren meant by saying this. She had heard of devil fruit when she sailed so many outside, but she didn't pay much attention to it, and she had never seen devil fruit, so she didn't think Eren in the end at the first time. What are you thinking about? Then try it, do it. Along yelled. The few people behind threw the bucket directly into the sky, and then a stream of sea water attacked from the mouth of the chirp, directly exploding the wooden bucket, and the sea water fell as if it was raining, and there was no way to avoid it. Avoidable. Naturally, Nami was showered with no exceptions. She was still a little confused now. She thought that the other party had used some strange weapon, but she didn't expect it to be seawater. After seeing Nami's body getting wet in the sea, Eren stopped waiting and directly chose to do it. It seemed like a sharp arrow rushed to Nami. At this moment, Nami didn't know why, but it didn't prevent her from doing it. Eren rushed over so brightly. Such a large body is simply a perfect target, so this time Nami a very simple kick directly hit Along. Boom! A dull sound came from Along's body, and then Along flew back directly at a faster speed. With this kick, Nami not only kicked him up, but also kicked Along's ribs. There are several. Boom! Eren's body went back and directly hit the largest building of the Evil Dragon Orchestra. In an instant, the building was directly destroyed, and Eren's body was directly buried by the building. Brother Eren! Xiao Bahe and a few cadres looked dumbfounded in an instant. At this moment, their heads were still buzzing. If they said that the demon fruit power is good, they are weak when they hit the sea. Why are they all right now? It was straightforward, but after reacting, I quickly went to the ruins to dig Eren. At this moment, Nami was still a little confused. What is the matter with this? She was a little confused. First was a wave of useless sea water attacks. Immediately afterwards, he rushed upright in front of her to show off the head. Nami himself was a little confused. Is there something wrong with the brains of these guys? But before a few cadres dig a few times, a shock suddenly came from the ruins, and then the ruins were blasted into a hole, and Eren was very embarrassed. Quickly crawled out of the hole. Just now, his ribs were broken several times, and there was internal bleeding. In addition to internal bleeding, he hit this building just now, and he directly broke his head 5 times, blood flow, building after collapsing, he was smashed down, and he was smashed all over his body. Therefore, at this moment, Eren's combat power has directly gone by more than half. Of course, if this product is desperate, there are 2 concepts. How is it possible? Why seawater is useless for you? Seawater should be the nemesis of all devil fruits. 370 powers. There is still blood on Along's head, and he roars at Nami with an incredible face. The laws on the sea can't be broken even by the 4 emperors, but now, those who have the fruit ability are not afraid of the sea, but Nami. For those with fruit power, you regard me as demon fruit power. Nami finally understood, but she didn't talk nonsense anymore. She wanted to pay back all the pain that Eren had put on them at the beginning. Seeing Nami no longer said anything but rushed over, several Murlocs the cadres quickly climbed up, but they were not as good as Eren, so it was natural that Nami punched a kid. However, this guy Along was vicious enough. Seeing his little brother fighting with Nami, he also rushed over at the right time, and put his sharp-toothed nose directly on Nami's back. After all, Nami has no combat experience. Even if his strength is soaring, he can only throw his fists and kicks, so he was caught off guard and was hit by Eren. However, after a huge force came from behind, Nami's foot slammed directly on the ground. Let the impact cancel out, but Eren was once again stunned. He found that his attack could not penetrate Nami's body and was directly defended. Is it possible? Thank you. 185. Chapter 184. What Jin Yang added to Nami is more than just power. Otherwise, Nami has power, and the crispy defense will be blown up when someone sneaks. Therefore, Jin Yang also added enough defense to Nami, at least invincible. Ground. Eren's attack was useless at all, and after Nami knew that she was invincible, her eyes lit up. She would dodge the attack before, but this time she couldn't dodge, which led to several other murlocs. It exploded in an instant. Nami didn't evade the attack. He took the impact and knocked down a few murloc pirate cotters to the ground in minutes. Then Nami put the target on Eren, and Eren saw that the situation was not right, so he planned run away, but how could it be possible to give him a chance? Grabbing a large piece of ruin from the ground, Eren violently threw it over, like a shot throw, but the shot became a ruined stone the size of a wall. Because Eren was facing Nami, he too there is no observation haki, it is directly hit. The smashed Eren fell to the ground like a gourd, and after being overtaken by Nami, his fist fell on Eren like raindrops. This is the share of the village, and Uncle Aegeans, and Burmels, these, all the people you have hurt. Almost every punch, Nami will say a word, Eren's debts are too much, it is not clear at all. After Nami hit Eren in the last punch, he directly smashed Eren's blade-like nose. And Eren has only one last breath left at this moment. But at this moment, Nami has stopped. She still can't kill the opponent. She can only say that she is still a bit too tender, and her heart is a little too kind. If she changes to any other person next to Jin Yang, she will definitely be the first time killer. After Nami finished venting, Nyakajeo also chased here. Seeing the evil dragon paradise that had been turned into ruins, Nyakajeo was completely blinded. After Nami's explanation, she knew that Nami really owned the power that can defeat Eren and the others. Let's go Nyakigao, now they are no longer a threat. Read more at fictionzone.net. Nami, who was unable to kill the killer, finally called Nyakajeo to leave together. In this regard, the corners of Jin Yang's mouth were constantly twitching, so what should he say? You guys. Cutting the grass and roots, so letting go of the other party means a few meanings. Although all of them have been beaten to death, but the vitality of these guys is quite good, although it is indeed useless even to notify Marine now. But just leave it alone. Jin Yang is also considered a long experience. He left such a big hidden danger for himself, he has nothing to say, and those. Treasure, don't you want this? When did the little thief cat dislike treasure and shook his head, Jin Yang used space movement to transfer all the treasures of Dragon Paradise, and then use additional magic to attach a ball of flames above the Dragon Paradise, and then hit the wave, like a meteor, directly hit the Dragon Paradise. The entire Dragon Paradise is huge here. Under the impact of, it instantly turned into a huge hole, and the terrifying vibration spread far away. The Nami and Noki people who had not gone far were also taken aback. After they dispersed, they hurriedly returned to the place where the Dragon Paradise was before, but apart from, a huge sinkhole. Outside, there is nothing left. What the hell is going on? In shock, Nami almost missed herself and asked with a stumbling stumble. This kind of thing, it is estimated that only the one that gives you strength can do it here. Nami, let's go back and have a look. Nyakajeo is, I almost guessed it, Jin Yang naturally bestowed Nami the power to defeat the murloc, so it is not incomprehensible to do such a thing. Wait, those guys will die if they die, but there are many treasures in the treasure, I forgot it just now. Nami suddenly let out a scream, she didn't care very much about the death of the murloc. Although she was kind and left the other person alive, it didn't mean that she would be sad for these murlocs, but the treasure was her weakness. There was a lot of emotion between them, and Nyaki Gao came over, so she forgot, but now, there is nothing in this. Nami, if the treasure is gone, it's gone, let's go back first. Nyakujo didn't know how to describe her own sister. Isn't it a means to shock the other party now? Such a big dragon paradise would be destroyed if it was destroyed. She didn't even know how to do it. She felt like there seems to be a problem with my sister's mind. No matter how much you love money, you won't love money to such an extent. In the end, in desperation, Nami could only go back with Nyakujo. After returning to the village, they also told the specific things, but the whole village was shocked, and they all knew it, no matter. Nami or Nyakujo wouldn't be joking about this kind of thing. So a group of people quickly rushed to the evil dragon paradise. When they arrived, they found that the place had directly become a sinkhole, so everyone in the whole village began to cheer, and some were crying. There was no way, the oppressed too. Crap. As for Nami and Nyakujo, they returned home the first time, but after opening the door, Nami and Nyakujo were shocked, because besides Jin Yang still has a lot of treasures behind him, and many baileys and gold and silver jewelry are directly piled outside. When Jin Yang transferred, these things had been crushed, so the things were transferred, but Zhao's also scattered all over the place. The moment Nami saw these things, Nami's eyes turned into Pele's symbols, rushed over in a trot, and then plunged directly into the treasure pile. On the other hand, Nyakujo covered his forehead in disgrace. Sure enough, even if Nami became, no matter how strong, she would definitely not change the character of love for money, and now it is too much. It's embarrassing, shouldn't you thank you first? Why did you get into the treasure pile in the first time? Of course, Nyakujo is also a little worried now. What is his own sister, what is the other side's fancy? It seems that besides the appearance, there is only the knowledge of a navigator, but this big shot, is there really a lack of navigators? So she was a little uncertain about what Jin Yang meant. She was not. Nami, now her mind is very clear. Chapter 185. I have already reported the grudge for you, then you will work for me in the future according to the deal. Jin Yang suddenly said a word, so that Nami, who was addicted to treasures, came to wake up. At this moment, Nami realized that he seemed to have sold himself before, and the grudge was indeed avenged, and the other party seemed to have come to kill the roots in the end. But she also sold herself. At this moment, Nami's whole person is not good. Is this what he just got out of the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den? So at this moment, Nami suddenly felt that the treasure in front of him was not fragrant. Did you two misunderstand what I said to work for me, that is, to be my subordinate normally, and I will not do the same thing as Eren, those guys are disgusting. Jin Yang was a little speechless after seeing the expressions of the two of them. This is regarded as a docking between him and Along, what you said is really just a normal job. Nami suddenly realized that there doesn't seem to be anything about this big man in him. Yes, but you should get up first now. These treasures were captured by Eren from Eren, so they should be regarded as mine. Jin Yang said 370 humorously, but Nami was not happy anymore. What did you seize? Obviously I defeated Eren and the others. I originally planned to send Nyakujo back and then take it. But you did it. This is obviously a robbery. Yes, it is. Robbery. Regarding the treasure, Nami also lost his face and began to quibble. It seems that I gave you your power. The power you use is mine. To put it bluntly, I defeated Eren from start to finish. Jin Yang suddenly felt interesting after seeing the sophistry of Nami, and planned to tease her. This is the power I gained through trading, that's mine. At this moment, Nami directly exploded, and after thinking for a long time, he thought of reasons to refute Jin Yang. Really, I forgot to tell you, your power can't be possessed forever, it's only temporary. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jin Yang threw another blockbuster, and then Nami felt that the terrifying power in her body was fading quickly, and then she changed back to the one who didn't have much combat power before. No, this is not at all. It meets the content of the transaction. How can the power be recovered? Nami's whole person is messed up. Although she is very grateful to the other party for giving herself the strength to deal with Eren, she has sold herself. What's wrong with the treasure? But the man who is angry now, if he doesn't give himself the treasure, forget it, and take the power back. Up. Okay, stop teasing you, I will give you another strength later. This power is only temporarily given to you by me, so you can't use it for a long time. You need to eat one bite at a time, and the road needs to be step by step. As for these treasures, you will be overdrafted in advance of your salary in the future. Jin Yang doesn't tease Nami anymore. He will help Nami turn on the natural energy source. The two worlds are already connected. He asked the system. After the world is connected, the so-called is also connected. So now people in the ninja world can practice Marine 6 styles NBA, and those on the side can naturally also practice ninjutsu. So he can help Nami open the natural energy source, and then Nami will naturally become stronger. This natural energy source does not require any chakra. After the power is penetrated, he can open it for anyone he wants. And White Zetsu, under his order, in addition to looking for the dark history of various marines, he is constantly looking for these cultivation methods. These things can be used to enhance the combat effectiveness of the ninja world. He really didn't want to say more about ninja world's combat power, except for high-end combat power. It was too scumbag, it was simply unable to take action. As for whether the things in the ninja world will be learned by others, he is not worried at all. He has stored various important secret techniques in ancient documents. There are not many people who know ancient documents, so these important things will not be leaked. And even if it is leaked, whether the other party can practice is still a problem. After all, Chakra's cultivation was first uploaded from Kagaya, and then gradually, through generations, people formed chakra seeds. Even if the world is connected, chakra is more special and needs this one seed. In other words, people who are not in the ninja world cannot practice chakra, but can practice sage art. Because sage art does not have such a requirement, but chakra has it. Everything comes from the sacred tree. Even if the world is connected and the power system is connected, other people cannot learn this power. Unless a strong person like Kagaya implants chakra seeds for him, or they marry people here, and the next generation they raise can cultivate chakra, otherwise they can't practice. This is also considered one of the few in the ninja world. One of many advantages. You really belong to me. All these treasures. Nami's eyes, which had just been blown up like a kitten, returned to the Pele symbol again, completely obsessed with Pele, and couldn't help himself, but, Nakgao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party it's enough to treat your sister well, and everything else is secondary. However, seeing the other party's situation, it will not do to his sister. After all, there is almost nothing in them. After indulging in the treasure for a long time, Nami recovered. After that, her behavior did not surprise Jin Yang. She distributed part of the treasure. The village was looted these years. Of course, it's only part of it. After all, Aaron is not ruling a village. As for other villages, Nami can't control it, and now it is her limit to distribute to her own village. At night, the people in Kakasha village began to hold a banquet, and Jin Yang also participated. He naturally liked this kind of lively thing, so he also participated in it. That is, Nami and Nyakajeo were a little confused. Such a strong man destroyed the strong man in Dragon Paradise with a wave of his hand. Isn't it the kind that should be very lonely? How can he participate in the banquet with other villagers? It was shocked once and for all. Jin Yang didn't say much about this, and early the next morning, he helped Nami directly turn on the natural energy source. Now this power is completely yours, but your foundation is too bad, so you have to go step by step if you want to become stronger. There is no way to instantly become as strong as before, but it doesn't take much time. After Jin Yang helped Nami turn on the natural energy source, Nami also had the capital to become stronger. Now, Jin Yang has to do another thing, first deal with Colonel Mouse, and then go to Log Town to find Smoker, a Logia-capable person. He is not afraid, he can even attack the soul, and his power level is too high. Logia is basically useless to him. But it also requires experimentation. Chapter 186. Logia fruit ability is a super even in this world. If Logia ability is nestled in the world, there are not many people who can restrain them, or even very few, especially in the East Daxia Sea. Just don't provoke Garp casually. One type of powerhouse, that is, a proper Earth Emperor, who can be unscrupulous. For those with Logia ability, Jin Yang is also not sure if there is anything, the ability to attack the opponent, so he needs to use Smoker to do a test. After all, Haki's training takes time. Too long. In the ninja world, except for the powerful human body that turns on the natural energy source, the others are crispy mage, even Raikage. This horror is only when the lightning style chakram mode is turned on. The defensive power, otherwise the same body will not be strong. The ninja world seems to have a strong physique. They are all piled up by chakra and sage art, but it cannot be denied that they are all crispy, and the pirate world is different. That is the authentic defense horror. It is Doflamingo alone, and it is Luffy. Such a beating didn't seem to cause much damage on the surface, and the ants, steel balloons were even more terrifying. The cultivation of armament haki requires a strong physique, so most of the strong people in the ninja world do not meet the standard, so you can only try other methods first, and the test object Jin Yang is looking for is Smoker. Smoker is not very strong. Chiang is also Logia, and it is also the Logia he can find most easily. As for the other experimental subject, that is Jiraiya, and Jiraiya also turned on the natural energy source. After the rat is solved, he will let Jiraiya try to fight Smoker to see the specific situation. If you want to ask why it is Jiraiya, it is that he is the most suitable candidate. Others, Jin Yang can't let his sister come to fight Smoker, so naturally it is to pull Jiraiya, a strong man. If Jiraiya knows Jin Yang's ideas, I will definitely spit out a few words. It really doesn't have human rights. My lord, can I call you that way? Nami doesn't know how to call Jin Yang, she doesn't seem to know what Jin Yang's name is. Just call my boss, and my name is Jin Yang. Just tell me if you have anything, don't hesitate. Jin Yang saw the look of Nami, this little Nizai obviously has something to ask him. Boss, can you also help Nyakajeo turn on the natural energy source you mentioned? Because Nami's foundation is too weak, she just turned on the natural energy source. She can feel that her body is constantly getting stronger, so she also knows that she may be able to get some benefits for her sister. Nyakajeo depends on your performance in the future. If you perform well, I will naturally help her turn on the natural energy source. In addition, I will tell you one thing by the way. After turning on the natural energy source, not only can your strength be continuously improved, it also has the effect of keeping your face, and letting you live for hundreds of years is not a problem. Jin Yang's words blasted directly in Nami's mind, not to say whether it was true or not, she didn't care. Read more at fictionzone.net. After all, she is still young, but her strength is indeed irresistible. If her boss hadn't lied to herself, then Nami would have been unimaginable. Regardless of the fact that it is easy to turn on the natural energy source, in this world, no one except him can open it. Even if he gives the method to other people cannot open it because of his terrifying strength and terrifying power. It was only developed based on energy and control of terror. So even Orochimaru can't do it. Orochimaru understands the principle, but he can't do it, and with continuous improvement, Jin Yang will only change this natural energy source, more and more terrifying. This other people simply can't learning eliminates the possibility of others learning. Of course, there is no guarantee that some powerful existence in the future can do this, but for now, this is Jin Yang's own patent. I know the boss, I will definitely work hard, but what my future job will be I can only sail. Suddenly, Nami realized that he seemed to be able to use only sailing. No, you just need to be a secretary for me. Jin Yang said, digging for Nami is because of her sailing ability, of course not, but because Jin Yang likes Nami very much in the original book, so she dug her, so just put it next to her as a secret technique. The secretary is doing it, it's okay. Well, it seems that you can't say too much, otherwise the river crab beast will interfere. So Nami is just a little secretary he puts next to him. Strictly speaking, it is a little like a little maid, just like the elite with Tsunade, he also brings a Nami. A secretary who handles documents. The word secretary is not a big deal in this world. After all, company secretary has these words, so it is not difficult to understand. No, you will know after getting familiar with it in the future, and now you are going to do another thing related to you. Jin Yang is too lazy to say something, and Nami will naturally gradually become familiar with it. What's related to me besides, Aaron? Nami asked with some confusion. Colonel Mouse, this name shouldn't be unfamiliar to you. He and Aaron are treacherous, causing your village to become like this, and it also made your impression of Marine at that time. It's an incomparable difference. Of course, the East Daxia Sea is not just such a marine. If you went to Logue Town and pierced this matter into the ears of the garrison in Logue Town, Colonel Mouse would have fallen a long time ago, and he won't be arrogant until now. Now that Aaron is gone, he will directly target your village, so go and kill him first. Jin Yang said that Colonel Mouse is a scourge, and he doesn't know how this kind of people climbed into this position. He can't understand it, and Smoker also does not come out when staying in Logue Town. Donghai Marine has changed. What's going on? He is really not a qualified manager. It turned out to be him, but does Marine of Logue Town really take care of this kind of thing? Nami asked with some confusion. She naturally knew about Logue Town, but at the time she was made to think that these marines and pirates were a nest of snakes and rats, and after leaving here, she also saw too many marine borers. I lost my confidence. Of course, but the entire marine of the East Daxia Sea is basically a huge thief cave. Only a few marines still insist on justice. Most of them are moths. Logue Town is one of them. Jin Yang shook his head. Since Nami hasn't asked Marine for help for so many years, you can see how rotten the Marine in the East Daxia Sea is. Chapter 187. The defender of Logue Town should be the Marine with the highest status in the East Daxia Sea. If he insists on justice, how could the East Daxia Sea become like this? Nami still couldn't believe it. That's why he said he is too house. You have to know that if you don't check it yourself, some things will be concealed. And he has always stayed in Logue Town. The most is, send someone to check it out. Those people are also easily bought off. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he stopped talking. There were worms everywhere, and Nami was messy. Because I had seen too many messy marines, she also thought that the highest commander of the East Daxia Sea was also a nest of snakes and rats. Who would have thought that it would turn out to be like this in the end? Anyway, Nami was speechless to the extreme. This is the end of the nonsense. Now we should go to Colonel Mouse's May 17th. Trouble. Jin Yang stood up after speaking. I'm going to prepare the ship now. After Nami finished speaking, he planned to go out, but Jin Yang stopped her directly. No need, I don't know how to use a boat wherever I want to go. Jin Yang smiled and said, he uses spatial movement and needs coordinates. He can also use spatial movement to transfer to places that he has not visited before, but it is not suitable to transfer to a strange place, but now White Zetsu is acting as his eyeliner. In the entire East Daxia Sea, as long as there are islands with people, there are White Zetsu, so he already has the coordinates, and he can move directly in space wherever he wants to go. Naturally, there is no need for a ship such as a ship. She found out before Nami had recovered. The environment around him changed directly, and he appeared in the sky above a sea area. The two just floated in the air. Wow, where is this place, and how do I fly in the sky? Nami is completely blindfolded. At this moment, the two of them are flying in the sky so well, but Nami is supported by Jin Yang with energy, and Jin Yang himself is floating in the air by his own strength. Space movement, as long as I want, I can go to any place in the East Daxia Sea in an instant. As for flying, your natural energy source will grow in the future. You can also fly by learning some special magic, but now you can't do it. Our goal right below. Read more at fictionzone.net. Speaking of Jin Yang pointing to the sea ahead, there is a warship sailing on it, and this is Colonel Mouse's warship. On the warship, there is White Zetsu, but now White Zetsu has left, because this warship, Jin Yang didn't plan to stay. Can I learn these things in the future? Nami's eyes began to shine. If she flies in the sky freely, and even has the ability to go anywhere in a single thought, then she will be quite expectant. Of course, but for the time being, you can't learn it, wait until the self-reliance in your body grows. As he said, a small sun appeared on the tip of one of Jin Yang's fingers. After sweeping away the treasure on the boat, he directly threw the small sun down. Originally, Zyoma, who was only the size of her fingernails, swelled instantly after arriving on the warship, and immediately wrapped the warship in. The people on the ship were burnt up before they even let out a scream. Since then, there will be no such person as Colonel Mouse in this world. This is gone. After the little sun disappeared, the hole in the center of the sphere was instantly backfilled by sea water, and then disappeared, as if the warship before it did not exist at all. No accident, you can do it in the future, and this kind of power is nothing to some strong people. Jin Yang doesn't care, just destroy a warship, and many people in this world can do it. So this world is so dangerous, why haven't you heard of it before? Nami's face was speechless. The world's feelings are so dangerous, but she doesn't know anything. Strictly speaking, compared to other places, the East Daxia Sea does not count those few guys, so the overall combat power is less than 1/10 of the other places, and it is even weaker than Grand Line and New World. The existence of Eren can be mixed in Grand Line a little bit, but in New World, there is not much difference between this kind of people and cannon fodder, that is to say, bullying people on the East Daxia Sea. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he took Nami and left again. This time, they headed to Logue Town. By the way, the dragon and pirate tattoo on Nami has been removed by him. Jin Yang thinks if he is going to dig Hancock, it can definitely be said that there is no need to spend a little bit of energy, and you can directly remove the tattoo on her body, and you can earn at least half of the favorability 0. After arriving in Logue Town, Jin Yang did not appear directly on the street, but came into the forest, and he called Jiraiya over. Where is this place? Mr. Jin Yang, do you have anything to do with me? Jiraiya's name for Jin Yang has never changed. Even if he can directly call Tsunade and others by name, they have added the word adult to Jin Yang. This is due to inner respect, not coercion. Sexual. Jin Yang actually told them that there is no need for this, but Jiraiya and the others are still like this, except Jin Yang himself has elders like Onoki, and others are even older. Yes, they all call him an adult. Even Senjo Hashirama is the same. As time passes, he gets used to it. This is the other side of the world that borders us. By the way, let me introduce you first. This is Nami, who is my secretary. This time I came to you to test something. Jin Yang introduced Nami, but Jiraiya's small eyes made Jin Yang a little speechless. This guy clearly expresses a meaning. You can find a girl once you go out. You are amazing, but Jin Yang doesn't care about it anymore. Instead, he will logia fruit. The situation of the capable person was told to Jiraiya, and 3. To understand the reason why I came to him this time. So this time I came here for experimentation, right? Why is it, me? Jiraiya was speechless, but he also accepted it, and he was also more interested in the so-called Logia ability. Try ninjutsu first, then use natural energy if it doesn't work. Jin Yang reminded that natural energy and chakra are 2 powers. Of course, natural energy can bless chakra to release ninjutsu or not. Natural energy is equivalent to permanent sage mode, but whether to bless natural energy depends on your own decision. However, Jin Yang feels that chakra is probably useless. After all, elemental attacks are of the same elementalization. Unless it is mutual restraint, it will not be of much use. Unless the armed color is wrapped, Jin Yang's main test is still a natural energy source. Chapter 188. The ability to invalidate ordinary attacks, but I am afraid that there is another thing called sea stone in the sea. This ability has great disadvantages. After understanding the specific situation, Jiraiya suddenly felt that the sequelae of this kind of thing is too big, and the world is full of oceans, and just a few ninjas who know water style can make these people drink a pot. The drawbacks are indeed great, but for many strong people, they don't need to worry about things like sea water on their bodies. Jin Yang shook his head. Demon fruit power in this world is afraid of sea water. It stands to reason that a ninja who knows the water style can be mixed in this world, even like the second generation, the sea escape strong, you can do it. It's even more terrifying. But is it really so much? Let's talk about the 3 Admiral, Akainu. He is a lava fruit capable person. Even if someone uses sea water to attack him, he can also use magma to wrap himself up, so the sea water hits the most. In the magma he created. After the magma encountered water, it quickly disappeared. As long as his body does not touch the sea, then everything is easy to say. Even Jinyang-02 can imagine that if Akainu falls into the sea, he can create a large amount of magma in an instant. Even if it sinks to the bottom of the sea and the magma becomes rock, he can use the magma to harden an upward channel from the bottom of the sea. Constantly the magma is made, and then the center is dug out after it cools, and a road leading to the sea has been continuously created. Of course, such an idea is an ideal idea, not to mention a lot. Oxygen alone is estimated to be enough for Akainu to die directly, so it is basically impossible to achieve this kind of thing. But people with top abilities can only say that the sea is not afraid of the truth. Kizaru, the sea can't hit him at all, unless someone can directly punch Kizaru into the sea, but this kind of operation is always very difficult. Aokiji is even more unafraid, just making ice and freezing the sea, no matter what. There is no chance of encountering any water, and it will be frozen in an instant, so there is only one sea stone still starting to work. The top powerhouses, although there are such weaknesses, basically they can't use such weaknesses, or even if they want to use them, it is very difficult. After Jin Yang explained and fully understood the wonders of this world, Jiraiya was also stunned. Things like sea water can only deal with the weak and a few more special existences, and most of the strong are not afraid. Read more at fictionzone.net. As for sea stone, it's okay, if you have a sea stone weapon. If you have the same strength, then it's a different matter. Speaking like this, it should be the most beneficial for Minato, as long as you get him some sea stone weapons. Jiraiya suddenly thought of Minato and second generation's flying thunder god, which is amazing. Nor, the attack power is not enough. This world also has a power called armament haki, which is equivalent to covering you with a thick layer of armor, and the fruit power is also, so Minato and their attack power are temporarily insufficient. Sneak attack is okay. Jin Yang shook his head. People who are strong will be armed with color and knowledge, and they have great restraint on Minato. Is there any such trick? It's really a language, can we learn this kind of thing? Jiraiya was a little speechless, but after the complaint was over, he began to inquire again. He is also greedy for such ability. Yes, but you need a very powerful body, so you should try to develop natural energy sources, so that you can learn these in a short time. Haki. Jin Yang nodded, and now he is waiting for White Zetsu to deliver the things to himself. You don't need to send it directly to him. You only need to find it and use a crystal ball to respond to Jin Yang, and then Jin Yang's ancient documents are also can be recorded directly. Haki's practice method is affirmative, and it is even useful for Jin Yang. Jin Yang turned on the limiter, so once you learn Haki, it is equivalent to Haki also develops with the limiter, and then Haki and his own energy are fused. All in all, constantly devouring fusion, this is Jin Yang's way to continuously improve his life level, so these things are also very useful to him, and there is no need to worry about learning too much to cause the energy in the body to become messy. That's fine, I'll go find that guy and try it now, but should I just fight like this? Knowing that he can learn, Jiraiya nodded, but he started to have trouble again, and he went straight to beat others. At least there must be a reason or something. Simple, you just say that you are going to the door to learn. The defender smoker here is also a militant. If they don't agree, you can pretend to be a combat madman and fight in and you're done. Jin Yang said indifferently, but Jiraiya was in a cold sweat. This product is a bit unreliable. What does it mean to pretend to be a combat madman to enter? It is completely unreasonable, but Jiraiya is not a serious product, so nothing else. I just passed it straight away. Boss, what are you talking about just now? Nami is a little confused. What Haki, the strong Logia, and the mess in this world, that world, and her mind is confused. You will know this later. Now, let's go first watch the battle 333. Speaking of Jin Yang, he took Nami directly into the sky again. Here you can clearly see what happened in the marine branch below, while Jin Yang and Nami are in a state of invisibility. In fact, there are many lunatics in this world who challenge people everywhere, that is, those so-called swordsmen and great swordsmen, especially those with the identity of Shishibukai like Hokage, basically go wherever they go. It's just that ordinary people are not worthy of him. It is estimated that Hokage has picked most of the strong men in marine. However, Jin Yang was still a little wrong. After all, he was marine, and he came to the door to challenge him. Smoker also followed, so Jiraya's excuse was directly rejected, and Smoker didn't bother to care about him. In desperation, Jiraiya could only start the fight and broke into the marine branch of Logetown all the way. Colonel Smoker, it's okay, just now that, the person who was going to challenge you directly entered, and he is too strong, we are not opponents. Smoker is still there, he smoked a lot of cigarettes in his office, and as a result, a marine soldier rushed in. What? Smoker's whole person is not good. What kind of impact is the marine base? Is this wanting to be wanted? There are still people in the East Daxia Sea who dare to break ground on him. Smoker reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 189. These weapons are really annoying, but for ordinary ninjas, they are too powerful. Although Jiraiya rushed in, these marines used guns to shoot him. Jiraiya has a natural energy source. Even if he does not use this energy, it is equivalent to permanently entering Sage Mode and entering Sage Mode. Defense and physical fitness begin to skyrocket. So in the face of guns and ammunition, he is not afraid, as long as he doesn't get hit in the eyes, it's all right. But undoubtedly, guns and ammunition against ordinary ninjas are simply terrifying lethality. Jin Yang didn't care about it before, and he didn't know that the world would fusion, so technology climbed only part of it, but he did not take the road of bullets. After all, their strength is enough to suppress the entire ninja world, and the creation of firearms will only cause huge damage to the ninja world. Of course, that is the case, but sooner or later it will be researched, but Jin Yang was not at all care. Under this circumstance, science and technology have not climbed in this direction at all, but apart from some beneficial technologies, it is the kind that appeared when it was spread. Chakra equipment. Seal the trick in the scroll first, and then release it through some mechanical equipment, which can also prevent too late to seal the seal, and even excessive consumption of chakra, which is not recognized by the old generation of orthodox ninjas in the blog. In fact, Jin Yang is, I think it's nothing. To put it bluntly, there are pros and cons. The good thing is that you can prepare a lot of tricks in advance, and then use this stuff to bombard in quantity, but it's bad. The place is, everyone has used this method, and who will work hard to cultivate, so there are pros and cons, and we can't completely deny it. Jin Yang has Orochimaru and they do their best to develop technology. This thing has actually been researched, but Jin Yang has also ordered it to be tested once a year. Whoever relies on this thing too much and does not continue to practice, not only things, but to take back, people will also throw out any ranks directly, so it can be regarded as reducing this drawback as much as possible. But guns and ammunition are still very harmful to the crispy mage. In fact, people in the pirate world, except for Zoan and a small number of special existences, and Kaido and others, the flesh is mortal. It is still possible to be penetrated by bullets. After all, bullets can also cover armament haki. Zephyr also has a gun made by Seastone, and these people are not invincible even if they are strong. How hard is the rudder? In short, 1 point, Jiraiya is worried that guns can cause huge damage to ninjas. Although many ninjutsu can be avoided, they are not completely immune. Now he has seen the power of guns and ammunition, and he is also a little worried. Damn, this monster is not afraid of guns at all, the colonel hasn't arrived yet. At this moment, Marine has been knocked over by Jiraiya a lot, but Jiraiya didn't kill him, just knocked the opponent out, and the Marines who saw the bullets were useless could only be forced to retreat by Jiraiya. Read more at fictionzone.net. White Fist. Soon, a fist came directly, and there should be a series of smoke behind, and the fist quickly rushed to Jiraiya. Fist. Jiraiya was a little stunned, but he still punched directly, but the fist turned into smoke and passed through his fist, and then another punch came immediately behind him. What a weird way to attack, this is the Logia-capable person. Jiraiya simply pulled away and flew back, returning to Smoker's body. Why on earth are you guys attacking the Smoker with a cigar in his mouth at the marine base? Jin Yang is a little curious. What is the salary of this goods? Judging from the consumption of his cigarettes, his salary is really true. Can he afford to buy cigarettes? Or because of his fruiting ability, this cigarette is distributed for free by Marine. My name is Jiraiya. As for the purpose, I said it before. Jiraiya looked at Smoker a little puzzled. Did he come to challenge him and it didn't reach Smoker's ears, and Smoker was ashamed when he heard Jiraiya's words. It seemed to have asked an idiot question just now, and he asked it subconsciously, but he unexpectedly, this kind of person would actually rush in for the challenge. I am afraid that this is not an Iron Man. You are from the country of Wano. Although you are here to challenge, you can't just leave it alone when attacking the marine base. Let's catch it. Smoker is also helpless. The main reason is that the opponent doesn't even have a reputation. If he is a slightly well-known strong person to challenge, he, a militant, would probably agree, but Jiraiya has no reputation, but his strength is good. And looking at this outfit, Smoker couldn't help but think of the people from Wano country. Smoker came here after graduating from the headquarters, knowing that there are some special forces in the Grand Line and New World. If you want to catch me, beat me first. After Jiraiya finished talking about the nodding of his hands, he had already tried it just now. It was useless for his fist to meet the opponent's fist. That kind of weird attack can only be avoided constantly, and now he needs to test whether chakra is useful. Fire-style flame bomb. With one mouth, Jiraiya spit out a fireball and quickly rushed towards Smoker, and Smoker was stunned by the flame that appeared suddenly, because the person who can use the flame to attack is the Logia fruit ability, and it seems that someone has already eaten it. Mara fruit. But after hitting Smoker, the flame bomb directly penetrated his body. What kind of fruit power are you? Mara fruit has obviously been eaten by people. Is it Mara fruit's lower fruit boat? At this moment, Smoker is a little confused. Is this a mess of ignition fruits, but is there such a fruit? It seems that chakra is useless, so I can only use another power. Jiraiya uses the natural energy condensed by natural energy sources. In fact, this is the so-called chakra, but Jin Yang changed it temporarily to permanent, and there is no need to worry about the side effects of animalization and petrification. And it is much more real than the sage art of the three holy sites. Sage art flame bomb. After being mixed with natural energy, Jiraiya spit out another inflammation bomb, but with the blessing of natural energy, the scale of the ordinary flame bomb has completely surpassed the big flame bomb. Knowing that this kind of trick can't hit me, boom. Before Smoker could finish his sentence, he was hit by the flame and flew out. Chapter 190. It seems that the natural energy source has restrained Logia. This is good news. The shortcomings of armament haki that cannot be learned and mastered for the time being will be solved. After seeing this scene, Jin Yang also brightened his eyes. Logia was afraid of natural energy sources attacking, so it would be much easier to handle. Then, no accident, Smoker will be beaten by Jiraiya. Jiraiya's current strength is completely reached. The Super Shadow level. In this case, Smoker, a colonel who doesn't even know haki, how to fight him, the only advantage of Logia's elemental invincibility is now gone. Of course, Jin Yang asked Jiraiya to test Smoker. It's not just a test. He hasn't obtained much information from other places, but the super thief's den in the East Daxia Sea has almost been collected by him. In the whole East Daxia Sea, Jin Yang can't believe his eyes. In such a big East Daxia Sea, more than 80% of Marines are either colluding with pirates or madly oppressing civilians, and there are also such people around Smoker. It is no wonder that this product does not know any news, and the feelings are that the worms have increased to this level. And most people think that Marine is the same as Nami before, and many people have indeed reported things like Marine to other places, but almost 370 are gone. Even after returning home, he will be madly retaliated. This is still lucky, bad luck, and his life is gone. And these materials prepared by Jin Yang are enough to give Smoker a super blockbuster. If he wants to start with Marine, he must have a breakthrough. Obviously, Smoker is. His teacher is Zephyr. Now he planted a one seed for Smoker, and then he will slowly contact and influence other people. Jin Yang knows very well that it is impossible to dig Smoker away with these things. Even if he dug up all the dark history of the entire Marine, it is estimated that Smoker will not be dug away. This takes time. First plant a one seed for him to make him have a prejudice against Marine. This prejudice is difficult to modify. Gradually, as Smoker's official position gets higher and higher, he will naturally be exposed to the darkness of Marine. Once exposed to the darkness of Marine, the facts are more useful than all the information at that time, so after he let Jiraiya defeat Smoker, he brought Smoker out, and then talked about it. He believes that the character of Smoker will definitely make a big impact on the East Daxia Sea in the first place. Cleaned, and then his credit will naturally be promoted directly back to the headquarters. At that time, this seed will have an effect, but for the time being, it will definitely not have any effect. Just as Jin Yang was thinking about the next plan, Smoker at this moment also used smoke to isolate these flames, and then rushed out very embarrassed. At this moment, he looked very embarrassed, his hair was scorched by a half, and his clothes were burnt. It was also tattered, the cigar in his mouth was gone, and there were many burns on his body. Read more at fictionzone.net. It's also that Jiraiya only uses flame bombs. If you use something powerful, get Wenta out and play a toad oil flame bomb, then the entire marine base in Logetown will turn into a sea of flames. It's amazing, it's smoke and flames again. At this moment, Nami was stunned. Although she has shown more powerful power, her knowledge is always a little less. She knows demon fruit power, but the specifics are not there, let alone Jiraiya's ninjutsu. White blast. Although he was wondering why the other party hit him, he would not ask stupidly. A lot of white smoke was emitted from his body, and he rushed towards Jiraiya, spreading the smoke, so that the other party's attack would not hit him so easily. Up. Sage Art's messy hair lion technique. Jiraiya, who saw this scene, didn't have any knots, his hair grew wildly and spread quickly, and immediately after a shake, a large amount of smoke was directly blasted away, and the hair continued to spread towards Smoker. Damn, what kind of ability is this? The Smoker who saw this scene quickly used his white smoke to form a propeller to push himself into the air, avoiding Jiraiya's attack, and at this moment, Jiraiya's hair was already all over the venue. Sage Art Great Flame Bomb. The flame, which was dozens of times larger than the flame bomb just now, rushed up into the sky. Smoker was enveloped in the flame before he could react. At this moment, his brain was also turned into a paste, and he was completely uncertain about the opponent's ability. It's a fire, it's flames, and hair. Is it a new demon's species? But a new demon's species, Smoker wants to get out of the flames, but at this time Jiraiya also jumped directly into the air, and hit his head with a punch. Smoker couldn't hold it at all, and was hit by Jiraiya with a punch, and a big hole was blasted on the ground, and the person had passed out. The Smoker in the early stage is a real dish, and it is better in the later stage, but in the early stage, in addition to the first-hand Logia ability, that is, the 6 styles can still be used, but the Logia ability is useless, let alone set his 6 forms. After seeing Smoker being knocked out by herself, Jiraiya curled her hair directly, and disappeared between a few jumps with Smoker. Just now, is Colonel Smoker defeated just now? A marine asked in a daze. It seems so, but isn't Colonel Smoker unable to hit him with any attack? Why did he get hit? There is also that guy with flames and hair, what kind of ability is it? A group of marines just started talking. Although I don't want to disturb you, should we report this matter now? Finally, a marine asked in a low voice, and the others were quiet. Then I remembered that Smoker seemed to have been abducted. Rushed into the marine base and abducted the highest commander of the base. What kind of operation is this? There are few strange flowers in the world that can do such a thing. A whole, report it, ask for support, Colonel Smoker has been taken away. After a marine yelled, all the marines were in a mess. The reason was, their boss was arrested, which made the noise a lot louder. On the other side, after seeing Jiraiya leave, Jin Yang also took Nami to leave and came to the place where they met before. I brought you this kid, it's up to you now. Jiraiya dropped Smoker on the ground and said, digging the foot of a wall still depends on Jin Yang himself, he can't do Jin Yang's operation. Chapter 191. Here it is. After Jin Yang awakened Smoker directly, Smoker was a little confused, but after seeing Jiraiya, he quickly remembered this person who defeated him easily and directly. The ability was strange to the extreme, and I couldn't see what ability it was. The guy. After he was in a coma, he didn't know anything, but now it seems that he was taken away by the opponent. After he woke up, Smoker planned to use his abilities, but the result was a sense of powerlessness except. In addition, the ability cannot be activated at all. Don't bother, can't you feel the sea water on your body? Jin Yang looked at Smoker a little speechlessly. Who are you guys in the sea, do you know the crime of assaulting marine? Smoker's face turned black, it's too simple, it even used sea water, his ability is directly abolished, and the combat effectiveness is almost gone. Don't be nervous, I brought you here mainly because I want to talk to you about some things, but because of your personality, I have to make a little protection first. If you want to kill you, you will be dead. Jin Yang said that this product is a violent temper, so you should do some protection first, otherwise it will definitely break out when you wake up. What the hell did you arrest me for? At this moment, Smoker finally accepted the fact that he was a prisoner, and the other party did not kill himself. He is also curious about the purpose. Since they are all prisoners, he should just be a bachelor. Anyway, there is nothing worthy of him. Figure. In order for you to see something, watch it yourself. Instead of directly punching the memory into Smoker's mind, he directly put out the data formed by the ancient documents, and these data also contain the images taken by White Zetsu with the crystal ball. It's all the filth of the East Daxia Sea. How could this be the marine of the East Daxia Sea? Read more at fictionzone.net. Although most people don't know Smoker, a small part of him knows that those guys are also colonels, but there is a huge gap between the colonel in the headquarters, the colonel in the branch, and the like. He knew a part of these people and saw the information that was dazzlingly placed in front of him. It's a shame that you are still the master of the East Daxia Sea, but now, the entire marine of the East Daxia Sea is simply a thief's cave. According to our investigation, about 80% of them, marines are moths, even among them. Some have collusion with the pirates. Even the people who were sent out by your side have basically benefited, so the inspection is just a short cut scene. I really admire you. I will not come out of the town. I will give you this list. If you stay, what to do next is up to you. Speaking, Jin Yang took out one more piece of paper. The paper was full of names and recorded the situation of these marines. As for the specific information, Jin Yang did not give Smoker. Let him check it out himself. Wait, who are you, Revolutionary Army? At this moment, Smoker's mind is in chaos, and underneath, such a situation has unexpectedly occurred. For a marine with a sense of justice, it is simply not forgivable, but after it happened, he could only check the news as much as possible to deal with these things. But he can't figure out who the other party is, which is very strange. Then you don't need to worry about it, that's it, what you want to do next is up to you. Jin Yang did not answer Smoker directly, but left with Jiraiya and Nami directly. The seeds have been planted, and then they waited for the flowers to germinate and bear fruit. This is the case for Marine for the time being. After that, Jin Yang will deal with the Revolutionary Army. What the Revolutionary Army wants to do, Jin Yang has already done it in another world, just use these, the idea he can easily dig up the Revolutionary Army. In this world, except for, after a few people are best to dig, in terms of power, that is, the Revolutionary Army is best to dig. The Revolutionary Army in the pirate world is not a collection of moths, but a real Revolutionary Army. Therefore, Jin Yang can use a series of processing methods in the Shinobi world and other advanced thoughts and powers to dig up the entire Revolutionary Army. Now Marine is temporarily at a stage, and Smoker can handle it by himself. After Jin Yang and the others left, Smoker went back by himself. Fortunately, he was not soaked in sea water, so he still had basic mobility, but when he went back, he found that the news had been passed on by his little brother. In desperation, Smoker could only explain it to his superiors. This was a misunderstanding. After the explanation was clear, Smoker began to deal with these matters. First, he checked several people under his own according to the list. Now that they have taken advantage, it is impossible to leave them unused, and they have been okay for so many years, so their courage has naturally become bigger and bigger, and the money is spent. After Smoker conducted a thorough investigation, it was true that none of these people were innocent. Aside from anything else, Smoker directly took down these subordinates, because Smoker's power has been established for a long time. So after these people were frightened by Smoker a few times, they just said that they had a kind of stubborn mouth, but they were also sold by others. If there are too many people, it is natural. There will be some cartilage heads. After these people had admitted, Smoker asked about other things, and finally compared the list, and was no doubt confused. The entire East Daxia Sea is just like Jinyang is located, and it is simply. As Marines, they did not protect the people, but became a legal pirate. This bright list made Smoker's eyes sting. After so many years, how many people have been harmed by these worms? This is probably also an astronomical astronomy. Digital. Except for the defenders, everyone else immediately. Assemble, ready to sail. Smoker is also vigorous and resolute. Now that you have mastered these things, you don't need to hesitate. Except for the Marine who left the station, everyone else quickly followed Smoker. However, Smoker has fewer manpower after all, so he still reported the situation. While acting on his own, he also had people sent by naval headquarters to help. The headquarters is much cleaner than theirs, the branch is much cleaner. Of course, it is necessary to get rid of the darkness that only the high level knows about, but most people in the headquarters don't know the darkness, and they really stick to it. It is understandable that it belongs to one's own justice. However, even though Smoker reported it, waiting for someone is not his character. He moved an inch in advance. Chapter 192. Almost another month has passed, and the great cleaning of the East Daxia Sea is constantly going on, and I found out, those things that came out made Smoker extremely shocked. Before, he knew only a small part, and there are many more that even Jinyang I haven't found it. After all, they are not stupid. Many of the crimes have been destroyed, and only a part of it is left. However, ordinary civilians know those things best, so the things Smoker found afterwards, they know more than Jinyang, and the headquarters also sent the mid-future help Smoker, including Garp. Garp was not sent over, but he felt that he was also dereliction of duty. He had to come back for vacation several times a year, but as a result, Tokai Marine was almost turned into a thief's cave and he didn't notice it. And this time, Smoker was punished 370 because Marine took into account the fishing boat. Yes, but Sengoku and others are deliberately trying to promote Smoker. Although they claim to be directly downgraded by one level and transferred back, the speed of Smoker's upgrade will definitely be very fast afterwards. On the other side, several other sea areas have also been occupied by White Zetsu, including many locations on the Grand Line, but White Zetsu cannot directly sneak into the naval headquarters, the deep sea prison, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, etc. These places. Other places are okay, no one will drive around with seeing, hearing, and seeing. After all, Haki will consume it, but these, important places, there are too many people who will observation Haki. And there are people who are specifically responsible for prevention. Therefore, it becomes very difficult for White Zetsu to sneak in. In this regard, Jinyang also asked White Zetsu to abandon the original way in these places, but replaced it with another way, becoming a human being, and adding among them, although they are all at the grassroots level, there is no big problem, so after changing the method, it can be considered as mixed in. This is White Zetsu's alternative latent method. White Zetsu is not only the mayfly technique, but also the appearance of other people. It is too simple to become other people, and there are many White Zetsu who are constantly moving towards the New World. Diffusion. Regarding the control of New World, Jin Yang divided White Zetsu into 2 batches. The smaller batch was still lurking according to the original method, and most of the batches were directly turned into human beings and joined other forces. This is also impossible. In New World, there are too many people who master Haki. Since White Zetsu will be detected by observation Haki, there is no way to continue to hide like this. Read more at fictionzone.net. However, Jin Yang has mastered all the location information on the Grand Line, including the current headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the island of White Soil. To be honest, Jin Yang admires the dragon. Such a large headquarters must ensure that it does not appear inside. The spy of the other party kept this island of White Soil, which is also very awesome. If it weren't for Sabo's relaxation of vigilance and the gap that Bashes took advantage of, it would be a huge question whether this place will be exposed. If the location has been exposed long ago, then Marine and World Government would have been in the same place. Therefore, for so many years, Jin Yang has not revealed his position. Now that you have found it, let's go. Jin Yang didn't stay here anymore, but set off with Nami. He has also seen a lot on the East Daxia Sea during this period, and by the way teaches Nami to use his power. In a month's time, Nami's it has risen a lot, at least it is completely okay to deal with Eren. This is the benefit of the natural energy source. The starting point itself is high. Sage mode is free for a long time. Although Nami does not have much basic combat effectiveness, it has improved so quickly. Let her go now. It's okay to hit Eren, but Nami can see clearly now, what kind of secretary is what she does. It's just a role of a maid, but Jin Yang will never admit it. But look at those. For the sake of treasure, Nami decisively accepted. Nami Ai Choi has reached an irreversible level, and this time, Jin Yang took her to the island of White Soil. In the water country, several batches of pirates have been cleaned up. Although there are not many large pirates in the East Daxia Sea, they are small, there are still a lot of pirates, and the East Daxia Sea is cleaned, so many pirates fled everywhere in panic. Basically all those who arrived in the country of water have been dealt with. However, it is estimated that it can't be hidden for long. The 4 seas have nautical charts. Unlike Grand Line and New World, the 4 seas can use the charts to navigate, so the charts of the East Daxia Sea exist, and the water countries the location is like pulling out a part of the board forcibly. In addition, the pirates who fled here are gone, and it is estimated that they will not be able to hide for long. The merchant ships passing by will also wonder why there will suddenly be an additional island here, and it will still be a huge island, but what they can't imagine is that this is actually a huge continent. Since the exposure is not far away, there is no need to conceal it too much. The training methods of Haki and 6 forms have been obtained by White Zetsu. Jin Yang is 4 Haki, then the introduction is very fast. There are almost no 3 types of Haki. It takes a few days to get started. This is the advantage of the strong cultivating the tricks, but the 6 styles he did not practice. It was useless for him, but it could be handed over to the people in the ninja world to strengthen the physique and fight for the cultivation of Haki. Basis. After he practiced Haki, he almost didn't need to take the initiative to practice. The limiter was constantly helping him to strengthen these things, but Jin Yang also needed to consider the increase in the percentage. There are many strong in the pirate world, especially the deep sea. The prison, there is also a huge copy. He can completely restore the people inside, and then push the big prison horizontally. At that time, his limiter can rise by at least a lot. After all, many of the people in this big prison are strong. But now his goal is Revolution 3. 1 Army. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the island of White Soil. After coming here, both of them are in a state of invisibility. Jin Yang can guarantee that he will not be detected by the so-called sight. This is absolute. At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, there are still many people training, but they are all half-year-old children. These children are recruited from all over the world by the Revolutionary Army. They are basically orphans and children who have been persecuted. This kind of child training get-up, in addition to the combat effectiveness, is considerable. Even if it is loyalty, there is no need to worry. So here are some children, and there are others who are teaching these children the skills of fighting. As for the few adults, it is estimated that they have already gone to war. Chapter 193. Is this place really the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army? Why does it feel a bit wrong? Nami was a little dazed after seeing the environment here. A big power, her perception should be the same as naval headquarters, brilliant, but looking at the Revolutionary Army, it is extremely low-key, and the two are in sharp contrast. In addition to strengthening Nami's strength this period of time, Jin Yang is also constantly supplementing him with some knowledge. Donghai's news is too blocked, unless it is deliberately gone. Pay attention, for example, Zoro knows Hawkeye, otherwise most people will not know it at all, just like the village is not connected to the internet. So this time, Jin Yang also gave Nami some knowledge, at least let her understand the situation on the sea. The current strength of the Revolutionary Army cannot be compared with the world government. The world government still holds 89/10 of its strength. The Revolutionary Army needs to continue to grow. Concealment is a must. If it is the same as the naval headquarters situation, I guess I was attacked in an instant. Jin Yang shook his head and told me the Revolutionary Army, they are the rebels, and the rebels are destined to be very difficult at first, because they need to slowly develop 02, so the Revolutionary Army headquarters is very low-key, that is, some houses. Forget it, even without a normal training venue, those children are trained on the wasteland, and the conditions of marine are indeed incomparable. Jin Yang explained it a little bit, and Nami knew it. Let's go, first go find the main contact person this time. Jin Yang's goal is the dragon, so he went in directly with Nami. The location of the dragon is not difficult to find. After all, in the headquarters, he does not need to hide. Although White Zetsu can't directly hide inside, he can find someone to come to Jin Yang. It is very easy to say. Jin Yang also met a few acquaintances on the way. Sabo, Kurla, and the bear are also here, but these are not his concerns, and soon Jin Yang and Nami I found the dragon, and the dragon is still there, processing documents in the office, and managing such a large revolutionary army is not easy. Who? Jin Yang directly lifted the invisibility of himself and Nami. Suddenly two more people appeared in front of him. Even though they were processing documents, the dragon also sensed it. This kind of person's vigilance is too strong, and the body has formed a natural reaction. At this moment, the dragon is also a little bit more vigilant. Suddenly, two more strangers appeared out of thin air in front of him. He didn't confuse who would confuse him. Introduce myself, my name is Jin Yang, this is Nami, I came here to discuss something with you. Jin Yang smiled and said, he didn't plan to swallow the Revolutionary Army at the beginning. This is impossible. If you want to dig, you must first prepare. For example, first make an alliance, just like Konoha in the past. There is a fundamental difference between Jun and Konoha. Konoha is not one mind, and there are people who are crazy about things. Read more at fictionzone.net. The Revolutionary Army is different. The Revolutionary Army is basically one-minded. Therefore, it is impossible to deal with the Revolutionary Army in the same way as Konoha. But first form an alliance, rely on mutual trust, and wait until later. The assimilation of the Revolutionary Army is enough. Jin Yang does not believe that the Revolutionary Army has a way to delimit the government in a short time. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army in the future will definitely be difficult for this. The Revolutionary Army is not very strong now. At this time, the alliance is undoubtedly, send the charcoal in the snow. Jin Yang has the confidence to take the Revolutionary Army, mainly because he has nothing else. Mind, even if the Revolutionary Army was poached, would he still target the Revolutionary Army? So even if the dragon treated them at first, he didn't worry at all. What do you want to discuss? Long's brain quickly went through it, but he did not find the information of the two people, so he was sure that these two people were not big people. After all, the intelligence of the Revolutionary Army was still acceptable, so after calming down, Long looked calm. Asking, you can find their Revolutionary Army headquarters, and there are people who quietly touched him. If it weren't for the other party to show up, he wouldn't even be able to find the other party's trail, so the dragon didn't dare to be negligent. To form an alliance, this time I am here to form an alliance with you on behalf of our forces. Jin Yang said with a smile. Your power, what power do you belong to? Long squinted his eyes, and the other party seemed to have some power behind him. At this moment, a large number of powers flashed in the dragon's head again, but after these powers flashed past, he stopped paying attention, and he determined Jin Yang as a certain people from all countries. After all, he understands other big forces, and he doesn't know only those countries. Ninja World, this is the power I represent. Jin Yang didn't intend to hide the ninja world, nor did he need to hide too much. Anyway, sooner or later, he will be discovered. Let his allies know first, that is not a problem at all. As for whether the dragon will agree to form an alliance, wait until he sees the ninja world. After the situation, he will naturally make a decision that satisfies Jin Yang. Ninja, forgive me, I have never heard of this force. Long really doesn't know what the ninja world is. He subconsciously thinks that it is a small force, so it is not well known. Even their intelligence personnel do not have any intelligence power. That is a small force that cannot be smaller. Of course, he will not refuse. The opponent's ability to quietly touch his side, even if the power is small, this ability is a plus. 3. Never heard of it very often. If you have heard of it, then it will be my turn to think it is weird. Let's just say it straight away. Speaking of, Jin Yang directly pulled out the ancient document, showed the general situation of the ninja world on the virtual screen, and introduced the dragon. This introduction took tens of minutes, and Nami next to it was also watching. For a moment, I was stunned. For a while, Jin Yang didn't explain these things to Nami, so now he is as stunned as the dragon. That's the specific situation. Then, Lord Long, do you need to form an alliance? Asked a few things after putting away the ancient documents, and his voice directly awakened the dragon, who was in a shocked state. Wait, the ninja world you are talking about is a whole world, and that world borders our world. Long was still a little confused, and said something that he thought was weird. There are other worlds outside the world. It is really hard for him to imagine. After all, the technology of this world is also a bit crooked, and robots have been built, but other technologies, don't make any comments, it is strange. As for the world theory, the situation is the same as the previous ninja world, completely in a blank state, so at this moment, he can't believe this statement, at least until he sees it with his own eyes, he can't believe it. Chapter 194. This kind of thing is really difficult for you to accept. After all, people who know this kind of thing for the first time will find it unbelievable, right, Nami? Seeing that Nami was also staring with wide eyes and wide mouth with an unbelievable expression, Jin Yang said with a smile. Does this still need to be said, boss? You are from another world, so to speak. The uncle named Jiraiya is also. Now Nami has finally figured out the meaning of the conversation between Jiraiya and Jin Yang before, and also figured out why Jiraiya's power is so strange, and even more clearly, why Jin Yang can easily make her stronger, and feelings are not a world of. In this world, Nami knows that she wants to become stronger. In addition to constantly exercising is eating devil fruit, and Jin Yang's strength really prevents her from taking it. It has something to do with devil fruit's ability. She only learned about it after she had made up for the knowledge of this world. At that time, she was very confused and asked about it, but Jin Yang has been playing dumb puzzles with her until now. Knowing, then looked at Jin Yang with dissatisfaction. Before, Jin Yang played the mummy, it was definitely a very malicious kind. I wanted to see her making a fool of it, so I played the mummy. After this period of time, she has already figured out Jin Yang's little bit of evil taste. So at this moment, the look in Jin Yang's eyes became even more sad. As Jin Yang's secretary and maid, she was the same as everyone else. Until now, she didn't know the real situation of Jin Yang. She was extremely upset. On the other hand, Long looked at the two with a puzzled face, as if the girl didn't know the details of the person next to him. He thought that the two were on the same road, but he eased back somehow, as a big one. Leaders of the forces still need a big heart, at least to be able to accept new things. Your Excellency Jin Yang, although the information you gave is very complete, I still can't believe it before I see it with my own eyes. At this moment, the dragon's head is shaking like a rattle. If this is true, then the opponent represents the power of a world. Even if it is weaker than his own world, he can also form an alliance with the other party to obtain great power. Moreover, Jin Yang just showed that the peaceful scene of the ninja world was what he expected, so he yearned for it even more. As for why he concluded that the opponent's strength should not be very strong, it was naturally because the opponent had formed an alliance with himself. If the strength is strong, then why do you want to form an alliance? Of course, the dragon is only relying on his general feelings. But his feeling is obviously wrong. Jin Yang alone is much more powerful than a world. As for other people, Kagaya, if there is not much hidden in the pirate world, Kagaya can also push it horizontally. Read more at fictionzone.net. Of course, because the pirate did not end before he crossed, who knows if it will be the same as Hokage, and finally a few super existences popped out, instantly smashing the already formed ceiling, and then moving up on the original basis. Build a floor. It's easy, then come with me, seeing is believing. Jin Yang said without caring, the dragon was in his expectation. Can you let me prepare and bring more people? Long asked, as to whether this is a trap of the world. In fact, the dragon has already lost this idea. If the world government finds its own lair, it will definitely send people to encircle and suppress it directly, and will not let people come to form an alliance with itself. Such things, after all, even if it is a marine, their revolutionary army can't handle it now. So 80% of Long believes what Jin Yang said. In order to prevent the last 20% of accidents, he still needs to bring some talents, such as bears. This is what must be brought, with bear protection. He can go anywhere, he is not stupid then, but the revolutionary army needs new strength to break the situation, so he will choose one. You can take as many as you want, I don't care. Jin Yang said very bachelor, this is, to tell the dragon clearly, I came with sincerity, so you just need to make other arrangements. That's good, then please wait a moment. Long directly called a person, and then asked him to find the bear. This time he only planned to bring one person, that is, the bear. Both of them are top powerhouses. If they are in danger, they will not be directly attacked by the other party. Exterminate, and the bear's meatball fruit ability is absolutely awesome, super god assisted, so the dragon only intends to bring the bear. Soon, a huge bear appeared here. Many people in pirate world are weird. Few of them are normal. For the time being, the height is aside, but this body structure, Jin Yang admires most. Their feet, many people's feet are very thin, not the legs, but the position of the ankles. It's hard to imagine that such a huge body is supported by such a thin foot, and it feels like it is like a compass. And the upper body of the bear also gives people a very strange feeling. Of course, the ability of this product is definitely unquestionable. Dragon, what's the matter with me? Dakshin has always spoken words like gold, and often he is reluctant to speak. Facing the dragon, he didn't keep silent. I want you to accompany me to a place. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, Your Excellency Jin Yang, how long will it take for this place to be from your ninja world? Long suddenly realized that there are other preparations to do. After all, leaving for too long at a time will cause problems. If he knows the specific location of the ninja world, he can even ask Dakshin to take a few of them. If you say it is far away, if you say it's not far, are you sure that only the two of you are going? A few words revealed a smirk of dust. Yes, what's wrong? Long was a little puzzled, and didn't understand what Jin Yang meant by asking. Then Zhao's, let's go. Speaking of, Jin Yang directly activated the ability, several people immediately disappeared in place and appeared outside Iwagakuer, using space to move, wherever they wanted to go. It was all in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Not to mention that the dragon was a little horrified, even the bear's 10,000 years constant face was a bit unable to jump out. Welcome to Rock Shinobi, this is our base camp. I explained it when I introduced it to you before. As for bringing you here, I use space movement, the docking of two worlds, and the mouth is in the East Daxia Sea. Jin Yang explained the movement of the space away, but it was obvious that the two did not understand, but they knew that they had crossed the Grand Line and the East Daxia Sea in an instant, and then came to another world. This is indeed very impressive. It feels incredible. Chapter 195. Long, I need an explanation. The bear's voice was very stable, and the dragon was a little bit dumbfounded about this. How could he have thought that the other party would take him and run so far in an instant? He planned to prepare a boat, and then explained clearly to the bear on the boat. But now it's here in the blink of an eye, and there is no opportunity to explain it, and he is also very desperate, but Long still makes a long story short, and it only took a few minutes. He omitted it, and Jin Yang showed it to him. Most of the information, otherwise it would take tens of minutes. So, we came to another world. Xiang still didn't believe it. Although he was suddenly taken so far, he was more willing to believe that he was transferred to the territory of a certain kingdom. After all, there are many hidden powers in this world. Yes, you have come to another world. If you want to be sure, just look at it with your eyes. Let's go, and follow me to visit our Rock Shinobi. After that, you will naturally know if this is another world. After talking, Jin Yang took the lead, and the dragon and the bear quickly followed. Master Jin Yang. After seeing Jin Yang, the eyes of the two ninjas at the door lit up. Jin Yang is now the idol of all 370 ninjas in the village, and even the other villages that were shot down by him are all because of his control. After the reform, he has changed a lot, so now in Rock Shinobi, Jin Yang is the object of all ninja worship, and outside, at least half of him worship him. In the end, the only thing left is that he still hates him. As for most of them, it is an indifferent attitude. It can't be said to be worship, but it is not annoying, but Jin Yang can do this step, it is already very impressive. Up! Thanks for your hard work, I brought the guests over and went in first. After Jin Yang greeted the two of them, he took the other people in. Basically, people kept saying hello to him wherever he went. It seems that His Excellency Jin Yang is very popular with people. After all, the dragon is also an old world. If the attitude of these people's question marks is true or false, he can tell at a glance, and he has an incredible ability to see and hear, just like Fujitora can hear people's hearts. Although they can't do this, they can distinguish between true and false at any rate. The question mark and kindness come from the heart. Read more at fictionzone.net. Almost, I will take you to school to have a look. After Jin Yang brought a few people to the school, the education still needs to continue, and Jin Yang has also reformed before. Excellent people are all drawn to a high-level class in advance. In it, they must stay until the 12th year old. After all, the ninja world is generally peaceful now. Unlike before, the ninja world came once every other time. If a ninja wants to survive, it is best to graduate early. Although it is also dangerous, it will also increase the probability of survival in the future. Now the situation has changed, and it is different, but Jin Yang will not waste their talents. Talented people have been promoted to the highest class, and that class, besides the ninjutsu, will take them. Do some actual combat. However, this kind of actual combat is only a few times a year. The place where Jin Yang brings them now is this high-level class. Most of the people in the class are actually family children. This is no way. Ordinary common people are 6 years old when they enter school, and 6 years old when they are 6. They just started to practice chakra, and the family children had already started to practice before, but Jin Yang did not popularize these cultivation methods. Because they can't bear it, the children of the family have the support of the family's resources, and practicing in advance is not good for a child, but they can prepare herbs and so on to wipe out this kind of trouble, but most people can't do it. Therefore, the common people will only practice after 6 years of age, and Jin Yang did not modify him. Some children only start learning after they go to school. This is normal, and Jin Yang will not interfere. This is also the case in the ninja world. The world itself is unfair, so he does not have to be completely fair. Jin Yang can't do this. The essence of the world is, so, any world is. Soon, a few people came to the high school. The people in the high school have already begun to learn ninjutsu. Therefore, the people here, after the seal, are clones, spitting fire, and spitting water, all kinds of mess. Basic ninjutsu flies everywhere. These are After seeing more than a dozen children spitting out fire in a row, the dragon was also a little stunned. Only those with Mara fruit abilities and some special fruit abilities can use them except other tricks, but now, these dozen kids have directly spit out flames, and the power is not small, even someone spit out a fireball that is bigger than a person. This is the great fireball released by the children of the Uchiha clan, which is stronger than the basic ninjutsu of others. This is ninjutsu, and it is also the foundation of the ninjutsu world. Through ninjutsu, you can master flames, water currents, violent winds, etc. Power. Jin Yang briefly explained. Then, is the sea water okay? Suddenly, Long's eyes lit up. If he could control the sea, then he could form a team that specializes in restraining abilities. Kaido is creating a core of abilities. They can completely create a core of opponents. It is completely general existence. Yes, but you need to have sea water around, otherwise the flow created out of thin air is not sea water. Jin Yang naturally knows what this guy is thinking about. A ninja who knows water style can make up tens of thousands of people in the ninja world. These people deal with those who are capable, except for those who are comparative. Other people will die if they encounter it. At this moment, the dragon and the bear looked at each other, and they have completely trusted them, and they know the country of Wano, but they have the most basic difference with this. The ninjutsu here is real ninjutsu, not the kind of Wano country. After that, Jin Yang took the two to visit some places. Finally, Jin Yang took the two to the office and looked for Tsunade and the others. Now the dragon is okay, but wherever the bear's body goes, the rate of turning back is 2%. 100%, because the people here are not people from Pirate World, and their looks are quite normal, so the rate of return caused by bears is reasonably high. After all, this guy's body is so weird. Chapter 196. Well, so you brought one back after you went out. The moment Jin Yang entered the door, Tsunade and Terumi Mei were happy on their faces, but after seeing the person Jin Yang brought in, their complexion immediately collapsed. The dragon is better, but what is the situation of Nami going out and bringing back one at a time? Although they are numb, they are inevitably dissatisfied. Ahem, let's talk about this later. I have brought a guest. I am a member of the Revolutionary Army in the world over there, you should know it too. After Jin Yang coughed, he said, the basic information of the world over there has been passed on to other people by him using ancient documents, so everyone has already understood it. For the world government over there, people who knew the information were all crazy spit. I don't understand why such a government can still exist, and what kind of shit celestial dragons. It is simply, trash is not as good. If it weren't for the strong combat power of the world over there, Kushina's irritable temperament, it is estimated that it has rushed to it. Mary Gioase went. However, they were persuaded by others afterwards. At that time, their senses were not bad for the Revolutionary Army who rebelled against the world government. This is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey Dragon, and another one, sorry for my mistake, and this one is Nami. Jin Yang originally planned to introduce the bear, but he didn't see the trail of the bear. Suddenly he remembered the dragon's strange height, which was nearly 7 meters high and extremely burly. In desperation, Jin Yang could only transfer everyone out. Hiss, such a tall person, even if you were a bit incomparable at the beginning. Tsunade glanced at the bear with some surprise, not to mention the strange appearance, but said that the height is extremely terrifying, close to 7 meters. Jin Yang did not reach the size of the bear at the beginning. It's because my energy is uncontrollable. This is the real height, so, and there are giants in the world over there, and there are not a few tall and short ones. Jin Yang said that the pirate world is the strange flower among the strange flowers. Some people don't even have a meter, and some people, not a giant, can grow to this height. It is indeed a strange flower. Read more at fictionzone.net. Introduce, this is Bartholomew Kuma, the ability is the fruit of the flesh ball, a very fruit ability. After that, Jin Yang also briefly introduced the identities of the two. At this moment, the dragons can't wait to form an alliance, let alone other things. He is very greedy for the peaceful scene here and the magical power. However, because of the bear's height, they could only reconsider the extra space, and finally found a relatively empty place in the village, but even if the chair was not suitable for the big bear, they simply sat on the stone. In this regard, Jin Yang has no idea, he has decided, and then he must set up some special places to entertain such huge people, otherwise, it will really make people speechless. As for the giant, only Senjo Hashirama can help. Your Excellency Jin Yang, those just now, I have already known forbearance. Our revolutionary army is willing to form an alliance with you, but those things after the alliance. Speaking of which, Long did not say much. Yes, as an ally, naturally there are many things to do, such as the source of power, the exchange of information and so on. In short, the dragon needs these very much. Chakra. And Tsunade was in charge of these, so I quickly communicated, and Long also agreed to send a few masters here to teach these people the 6 styles, haki, etc. How to use it, and he is the practice method of chakra. Although the 6 forms and haki already have cultivation methods, it is definitely better to have a master to teach, otherwise one person will follow the records in the book to practice, not to mention the progress problem, who is responsible for the problem. This is very necessary, but speaking of ninjutsu, Tsunade is helpless. Any questions? Long looked at Tsunade with a frown, and he felt a little frustrated. He felt that the conditions he had given him were already very good. The cultivation of chakra requires chakra in the body, and if you want to cultivate chakra, you must have chakra seeds in the body, so. Speaking of Tsunade, I looked at Jin Yang. The only ones who can spread chakra to these people are Kagaya and others. Although Tsunade and the others are also very strong, after all, they mainly cultivate natural energy sources, and only those who are proficient in yin and yang escape Nagato and Kagaya and others, this 6th-level existence. 0 After Nagato returned, Kagaya also helped him remodel it. Rinnegan finally fully fused. This is the convenience of being the ancestor, so it is very easy to let Nagato and Rinnegan, who are not his own, fully fusion. It can only be said that Uchiha Madara is a miserable horse. After his own Rinnegan came out, he made wedding dresses for others. So Nagato can now also implant chakra seeds, and apart from Nagato and Kagaya, even Orochimaru and Black Zetsu can't do it. Black Zetsu can't do it by itself, and Orochimaru I haven't studied it before, otherwise, give him some time to explore, he can easily do such a thing, but it is not necessary. After all, Kagaya can do it. But now both Nagato and Kagaya are in the water country, and Nagato is obviously a novice, so only Kagaya is safe, but it is better to let Jin Yang come forward, because Kagaya will definitely give Jin Yang